"Mr. Keene," he says, and his voice sounds distant to his own ears without power. It was Mr. Keene. Not exactly the nicest man in Derry, Mike says, but Eddie, lost in his thoughts, barely hears him. Yes, it was hot that day, but cool inside the Center Street Drug, the wooden fans turning leisurely below the pressed tin ceiling, and there was that comforting smell of mixed powders and nostrums. This was the place where they sold health. That was his mother's unstated but clearly communicated conviction, and with his body clock set at 11:30, Eddie had no suspicion that his mother might be wrong about that, or anything else. Well, Mr. Keene sure put an end to that, he thinks now with a kind of sweet anger. He remembers standing at the comic rack for a while, spinning it idly to see if there were any new Batmans or Superboys, or his own favorite, Plastic Man. He'd given his mother's list. She sent them to the drugstore as other boys' mothers might send them to the corner grocery, and his mother's check to Mr. Keene. He would fill the order and then write in the amount on the check, giving Eddie the receipt so she could deduct the amount from her checking balance. This was all SOP for Eddie. 3 different kinds of prescription for his mother, plus a bottle of Geritol because she told him mysteriously, "It's full of iron, Eddie, and women need more iron than men." Also, there would be his vitamins, a bottle of Dr. Sweat's Elixir for Children, and, of course, his asthma medicine. It was always the same. Later, he would stop in the Costello Avenue market with his $1 and get 2 candy bars and a Pepsi. He would eat the candy, drink the soda, and jingle his pocket change all the way home. But this day was different. It would end with him in the hospital, and that was certainly different, but it started being different when Mr. Keene called him. Because instead of handing him the big white bag full of cures and the receipt, admonishing him to put the receipt in his pocket so he wouldn't lose it, Mr. Keene looked at him thoughtfully and said, "Come to." "Back into the office for a minute, Eddie. I want to talk to you." Eddie only looked at him for a moment, blinking, a little scared. The idea that maybe Mr. Keene thought he had been shoplifting flashed briefly through his mind. There was that sign by the door that he always read when he came into the Center Street Drug. It was written in accusing black letters so large that he bet even Richie Tozier could read it without his glasses. "Shoplifting is not a kick or a groove or a gasser. Shoplifting is a crime, and we will prosecute." Eddie had never shoplifted anything in his life, but that sign always made him feel guilty, made him feel as if Mr. Keene knew something about him that he didn't know about himself. Then Mr. Keene confused him even further by saying, "How about an ice cream soda?" "Well..." "Oh, it's on the house. I always have one in the office around this time of day. Good energy, unless you need to watch your weight, and I'd say neither of us do. My wife says I look like a stuffed string. Your friend there, the Hanscom boy, he's the one who needs to have a care about his weight." "What flavor, Eddie?" "Well, my mother said to get home as soon as I..." "You look like a chocolate man to me. Chocolate okay for you?" Mr. Keene's eyes twinkled, but it was a dry twinkle, like the sun shining on mica in the desert. Or so Eddie, a fan of such Western writers as Max Brand and Archie Jocelyn, thought. "Sure," Eddie gave in. Something about the way Mr. Keene pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up on his blade of a nose made him edgy. Something about the way Mr. Keene seemed both nervous and secretly pleased. He didn't want to go into the office with Mr. Keene. This wasn't about a soda, nope. And whatever it was about, Eddie had an idea it wasn't such great news. Maybe he's going to tell me I get cancer or something, Eddie thought wildly. That kid cancer, leukemia. Jesus! "Oh, don't be so stupid," he answered himself back, trying to sound, in his own mind, like Stuttering Bill. Stuttering Bill had replaced Jock Mahoney, who played the Range Rider on TV Saturday mornings, as the great hero of Eddie's life. In spite of the fact that he couldn't talk right, Big Bill always seemed to be on top of things. This guy's a pharmacist, not a doctor, for cripe's sake. But Eddie was still nervous. Mr. Keene had raised the counter gate and was beckoning to Eddie with one bony finger. Eddie went, but reluctantly. Ruby, the counter girl, was sitting by the cash register and reading a silver screen. "Would you make 2 ice cream sodas, Ruby?" Mr. Keene called to her. "1 chocolate, 1 coffee." "Sure," Ruby said, marking her place in the magazine with a tinfoil gum wrapper and getting up. "Bring them into the office." "Sure." "Come on, son, I'm not going to bite you." And Mr. Keene actually winked, astounding Eddie completely. He'd never been in back of the counter before, and he gazed at all the bottles and pills and jars with interest. He would have lingered if he had been on his own, examining Mr. Keene's mortar and pestle, his scales and weights, the fish bowls full of capsules. But Mr. Keene propelled him forward into the office and closed the door firmly behind him. When it clicked shut, Eddie felt a warning tightness in his chest and fought it. There would be a fresh aspirator in with his mother's things, and he could have a long, satisfying honk on it as soon as he was out of here. A bottle of licorice whips stood on the corner of Mr. Keene's desk. He offered it to Eddie. "No, thank you," Eddie said politely. Mr. Keene sat down in the swivel chair behind his desk and took one. Then he opened his drawer and took something out. He put it down next to the tall bottle of licorice whips, and Eddie felt real alarm course through him. It was an aspirator. Mr. Keene tilted back in his swivel chair until his head was almost touching the calendar on the wall behind him. The picture on the calendar showed more pills. It said, "Squib." And for one nightmare moment, when Mr. Keene opened his mouth to speak, Eddie remembered what had happened in the shoe store when he was just a little kid, when his mother had screamed at him for putting his foot in the X-ray machine. For that one nightmare moment, Eddie thought Mr. Keene would say, "Eddie, 9 out of 10 doctors agree that asthma medicine gives you cancer, just like the X-ray machines they used to have in the shoe stores. You've probably got it already. Just thought you ought to know." But what Mr. Keene did say was so peculiar that Eddie could think of no response at all. He could only sit in the straight wooden chair on the other side of Mr. Keene's desk like a nit. "This has gone on long enough." Eddie opened his mouth and then closed it again. "How old are you, Eddie? 11, isn't it?" "Yes, sir," Eddie said faintly. His breathing was indeed shallowing up. He wasn't yet whistling like a tea kettle, which was how Richie put it. "Somebody turn Eddie off, he's reached the boil." But that might happen at any time. He looked longingly at the aspirator on Mr. Keene's desk, and because something else seemed required, he said, "I'll be 12 in November." Mr. Keene nodded, then leaned forward like a TV pharmacist in a commercial and clasped his hands together. His eyeglasses gleamed in the strong light thrown by the overhead fluorescent bars. "Do you know what a placebo is, Eddie?" Nervously, taking his best guess, Eddie said, "Those are the things on cows that the milk comes out of, aren't they?" Mr. Keene laughed and rocked back in his chair. "No," he said, and Eddie blushed to the roots of his flat-top haircut. Now he could hear the whistle creeping into his breathing. "A placebo—" He was interrupted by a brisk double tap at the door. Without waiting for a come-in call, Ruby entered with an old-fashioned ice cream soda glass in each hand. "Yours must be the chocolate," she said to Eddie, and gave him a grin. He returned it as best he could, but his interest in ice cream sodas was at its lowest ebb in his entire personal history. He felt scared in a way that was both vague and specific. It was the way he felt scared when he was sitting on Dr. Handor's examination table in his underpants, waiting for the doctor to come in and knowing his mother was out in the waiting room, taking out most of one sofa, a book, most likely Norman Vincent Peale's The Power of Positive Thinking or Dr. Jarvis's Vermont Folk Medicine, held firmly up to her eyes like a hymnal. Stripped of his clothes and defenseless, he felt caught between the two of them. He sipped some of his soda as Ruby went out, hardly tasting it. Mr. Keene waited until the door was shut and then smiled, his dry, sun-on-mica smile again. "Loosen up, Eddie. I'm not going to bite you or hurt you." Eddie nodded, because Mr. Keene was a grown-up and you were supposed to agree with grown-ups at all costs. His mother had taught him that. But inside he was thinking, "Oh, I've heard that bullshit before." It was about what the doctor said when he opened his sterilizer and the sharp, frightening smell of alcohol drifted out, stinging his nostrils. That was the smell of shots, and this was the smell of bullshit, and both came down to the same thing. When they said it was just going to be a little prick, something you hardly felt at all. That meant it was going to hurt plenty. He tried another half-hearted suck on his soda straw, but it was no good. He needed all the space in his narrowing throat just to suck in air. He looked at the aspirator sitting in the middle of Mr. Keen's blotter, wanted to ask for it, didn't quite dare. A weird thought occurred to him. Maybe Mr. Keen knew he wanted it, but didn't dare ask for it. That maybe Mr. Keen was teasing him. Except that was a really stupid idea, wasn't it? A grown-up, particularly a health-dispensing grown-up, wouldn't tease a little kid that way, would he? Surely not. It wasn't even to be considered, because consideration of such an idea might necessitate a terrifying reappraisal of the world as Eddie understood it. But there it was. There it was, so near and yet so far, like water just beyond the reach of a man who was dying of thirst in the desert. There it was, standing on the desk below Mr. Keen's smiling mica eyes. Eddie wished more than anything else that he was down in the barrens with his friends around him. The thought of a monster, some great monster lurking under the city where he had been born and where he had grown up, using the sewers and drains to creep from place to place, that was a frightening thought. And the thought of actually fighting that creature, of taking it on, was even more frightening. But somehow this was worse. How could you fight a grown-up who said it wasn't going to hurt when you knew it was? How could you fight a grown-up who asked you funny questions and said obscurely ominous things like, "This has gone on long enough"? And almost idly, in a kind of side thought, Eddie discovered one of his childhood's great truths. Grown-ups are the real monsters, he thought. It was no big deal, not a thought that came in a revelatory flash or announced itself with trumpets and bells. It just came and was gone, almost buried under the stronger overriding thought, "I want my aspirator and I want to be out of here." "Loosen up," Mr. Keen said again. "Most of your trouble, Eddie, comes from being so tight and stiff all the time. Take your asthma, for instance. Look here." Mr. Keen opened his desk drawer, fumbled around inside, and then brought out a balloon. Expanding his narrow chest as much as possible, his tie bobbed like a narrow boat riding a mild wave. He huffed into it and blew it up. "Center Street Drug," the balloon said. "Prescriptions, sundries, ostomy supplies." Mr. Keen pinched the balloon's rubber neck and held the balloon out in front of him. "Now pretend for just a moment that this is a lung," he said. "Your lung. I should really blow up too, of course, but since I only had one left from the sale we had just after Christmas." "Mr. Keen, could I have my aspirator now?" Eddie's head was starting to pound. He could feel his windpipe sealing itself up. His heart rate was up, and sweat stood out on his forehead. His chocolate ice cream soda stood on the corner of Mr. Keen's desk, the cherry on top sinking slowly into a goo of whipped cream. "In a minute," Mr. Keen said. "Pay attention, Eddie. I want to help you. It's time somebody did. If Russ Handor isn't man enough to do it, I'll have to. Your lung is like this balloon, except it's surrounded by a blanket of muscle. These muscles are like the arms of a man operating a bellows. You understand? In a healthy person, those muscles help the lungs to expand and contract easily. But if the owner of those healthy lungs is always getting stiff and tight, the muscles begin to work against the lungs rather than with them. Look!" Mr. Keen wrapped a bunched, bony, liver-spotted hand around the balloon and squeezed. The balloon bulged over and under his fist, and Eddie winced, trying to get ready for the pop. Simultaneously, he felt his breathing stop altogether. He leaned over the desk and grabbed for the aspirator on the blotter. His shoulder struck the heavy ice cream soda glass. It toppled off the desk and shattered on the floor like a bomb. Eddie heard that only dimly. He was clawing the top off the aspirator, slamming the nozzle into his mouth, triggering it off. He took a tearing, heaving breath, his thoughts a rat run of panic, as they always were at moments like this. "Please, Mommy, I'm suffocating, I can't breathe! Oh, my dear God, oh, dear Jesus, make it mild, I can't breathe! Please, I don't want to die, oh, please!" Then the fog from the aspirator condensed on the swollen walls of his throat, and he could breathe again. "I'm sorry," he said, nearly crying. "I'm sorry about the glass. I'll clean it up and pay for it. Just please don't tell my mother, okay? I'm sorry, Mr. Keen, but I couldn't breathe." There was that double tap at the door again, and Ruby poked her head in. "Is everything—" "Everything's fine," Mr. Keen said sharply. "Leave us." "Well, I'm sorry," Ruby said. She rolled her eyes and closed the door. Eddie's breath was starting to whistle in his throat again. He took another pull at the aspirator and then began his fumbling apology once more. He ceased only when he saw that Mr. Keene was smiling at him, that peculiar, dry smile. Mr. Keene's hands were laced over his middle. The balloon lay on his desk. A thought came to Eddie. He tried to hold it back and couldn't. Mr. Keene looked as if Eddie's asthma attack had tasted better to him than his half-finished coffee soda. "Don't be concerned," he said. "Ruby will clean up the mess later. And if you want to know the truth, I'm rather glad you broke the glass. Because I promised not to tell your mother that you broke it, if you promised not to tell her we had this little talk." "Oh, I promised that," Eddie said eagerly. "Good," Mr. Keene said. "We have an understanding. And you feel much better now, don't you?" Eddie nodded. "Why?" "Why? Well, because I had my medicine." He looked at Mr. Keene the way he looked at Mrs. Casey in school when he had given an answer he wasn't quite sure of. "But you didn't have any medicine," Mr. Keene said. "You had a placebo. A placebo, Eddie, is something that looks like medicine and tastes like medicine, but isn't medicine. A placebo isn't medicine because it has no active ingredients, or if it is medicine, it's medicine of a very special sort. Head medicine," Mr. Keene smiled. "Do you understand that, Eddie? Head medicine." Eddie understood all right. Mr. Keene was telling him he was crazy. But through numb lips he said, "No, I don't get you." "Let me tell you a little story," Mr. Keene said. "In 1954, a series of medical tests on ulcer patients was run at DePaul University. 100 ulcer patients were given pills. They were all told the pills would help their ulcers, but 50 of the patients really got placebos. They were, in fact, M&Ms given a uniform pink coating." Mr. Keene uttered a strange, shrill giggle, that of a man describing a prank rather than an experiment. Of those 100 patients, 93 said they felt a definite improvement, and 81 showed an improvement. So what do you think? What conclusion do you draw from such an experiment, Eddie? "I don't know," Eddie said faintly. Mr. Keene tapped his head solemnly. "Most sickness starts in here. That's what I think. I've been in this business a long, long time, and I knew about placebos a mighty stretch of years before those doctors at DePaul University did their study. Usually it's old folks who end up getting the placebos. The old fella or the old girl will go to the doctor, convinced that they've got heart disease or cancer or diabetes or some damn thing. But in a good many cases, it's nothing like that at all. They don't feel good because they're old, that's all. But what's a doctor to do? Tell them they're like watches with worn-out mainsprings? Huh! Not likely. Doctors like their fees too much." And now Mr. Keene's face wore an expression somewhere between a smile and a sneer. Eddie just sat there waiting for it to be over, to be over, to be over. You didn't have any medicine. Those words clanged in his mind. The doctors don't tell them that, and I don't tell them that either. Why bother? Sometimes an old party will come in with a prescription blank that will say it right out, placebo or 25 grains blue skies, which was how old Doc Pearson used to put it. Mr. Keene cackled briefly and then sucked on his coffee soda. "Well, what's wrong with it?" he asked Eddie. And when Eddie only sat there, Mr. Keene answered his own question. "Why, nothing. Nothing at all. At least usually. Placebos are a blessing for old people. And then there are other cases, folks with cancer, folks with degenerative heart disease, folks with terrible things that we don't understand yet, some of them children just like you, Eddie. In cases like that, if a placebo makes the patient feel better, where's the harm? Do you see the harm, Eddie?" "No, sir," Eddie said, and looked down at the splatter of chocolate ice cream, soda water, whipped cream, and broken glass on the floor. In the middle of all this was the maraschino cherry, as accusing as a blood clot at a crime scene. Looking at this mess made his chest feel tight again. "Then we're like Ike and Mike. We think alike. 5 years ago, when Vernon Maitland had cancer of the esophagus, a painful, painful sort of cancer, and the doctors had run out of anything effective they could give him for his pain, I came by his hospital room with a bottle of sugar pills. He was a special friend, you see. I said, 'Vern, these are special experimental pain pills. The doctor doesn't know I'm giving them to you, so for God's sake, be careful and don't tattle on me. They might not work, but I think they will. Take no more than one a day, and only if the pain is especially bad. He thanked me with tears in his eyes. Tears, Eddie. And they worked for him. Yes! They were only sugar pills, but they killed most of his pain. Because pain is here. Solemnly, Mr. Keene tapped his head again. Eddie said, "My medicine does so work." "I know it does," Mr. Keene replied, and smiled a maddening, complacent grown-up smile. "It works on your chest because it works on your head. Hydrox, Eddie, is water with a dash of camphor thrown in to give it a medicine taste." "No," Eddie said. His breath had begun to whistle again. Mr. Keene drank some of his soda, spooned some of the melting ice cream, and fastidiously wiped his chin with his handkerchief, while Eddie used his aspirator again. "I want to go now," Eddie said. "Let me finish, please." "No, I want to go. You've got your money, and I want to go." "Let me finish," Mr. Keene said, so forbiddingly that Eddie sat back down in his chair. Grown-ups could be so hateful in their power sometimes, so hateful. "Part of the problem here is that your doctor, Russ Handor, is weak. And part of the problem is that your mother is determined you are ill. You, Eddie, have been caught in the middle." "I'm not crazy," Eddie whispered, the words coming out in a bare husk. Mr. Keene's chair creaked like a monstrous cricket. "What?" "I said I'm not crazy!" Eddie shouted. Then immediately, a miserable blush rose into his face. Mr. Keene smiled. "Think what you like," that smile said. "Think what you like, and I'll think what I like. All I'm telling you, Eddie, is that you're not physically ill. Your lungs don't have asthma. Your mind does." "You mean I'm crazy?" Mr. Keene leaned forward, looking at him intently over his folded hands. "I don't know," he said softly. "Are you?" "It's all a lie!" Eddie cried, surprised the words came out so strongly from his tight chest. He was thinking of Bill, how Bill would react to such amazing charges. Bill would know what to say, stutter or not. Bill would know how to be brave. "All a great big lie! I do have asthma! I do!" "Yes," Mr. Keene said, and now the dry smile had become a weird, skeletal grin. "But who gave it to you, Eddie?" Eddie's brain thudded and whirled. Oh, he felt sick. He felt very sick. 4 years ago, in 1954, the same year as the DePaul tests, oddly enough, Dr. Handor began prescribing this Hydrox for you. That stands for hydrogen and oxygen, the two components of water. I have condoned this deception since then, but I will not condone it anymore. Your asthma medicine works on your mind rather than your body. Your asthma is the result of a nervous tightening of the diaphragm that is ordered by your mind or your mother. You are not sick." A terrible silence descended. Eddie sat in his chair, his mind whirling. For a moment he considered the possibility that Mr. Keene might be telling the truth, but there were ramifications in such an idea that he could not face. Yet why would Mr. Keene lie, especially about something so serious? Mr. Keene sat and smiled, his bright, dry, heartless desert smile. "I do have asthma. I do! The day that Henry Bowers punched me in the nose, the day Bill and I were trying to make a dam in the Barrens, I almost died. Am I supposed to think that my mind was just making all of that up? But why would he lie?" It was only years later in the library that Eddie asked himself the more terrible question. Why would he tell me the truth? Dimly he heard Mr. Keene saying, "I've kept my eye on you, Eddie. I told you all this because you're old enough to understand, but also because I've noticed you've finally made some friends. They are good friends, aren't they?" "Yes," Eddie said. Mr. Keene tilted his chair back. It made that cricket-like noise again, and closed one eye in what might or might not have been a wink. "I'll bet your mother doesn't like them much, does she?" "She likes them fine," Eddie said, thinking of the cutting things his mother had said about Richie Tozier. "He has a foul mouth, and I've smelled his breath, Eddie. I think he smokes." Her sniffing remark not to loan any money to Stan Uris because he was a Jew. Her outright dislike of Bill Denbrough. And that fat boy. He repeated to Mr. Keene, "She likes them a lot." Does she? Mr. Keene said, still smiling. Well, maybe she's right and maybe she's wrong, but at least you have friends. Maybe you ought to talk to them about this problem of yours, this mental weakness. See what they have to say. Eddie didn't reply. He was through talking to Mr. Keene. That seemed safer. And he was afraid that if he didn't get out of here soon, he really would cry. Well, Mr. Keene said, standing up, I think that just about finishes us up, Eddie. If I've upset you, I'm sorry. I was only doing my duty as I saw it. But before he could say any more, Eddie had snatched up his aspirator and the white bag of pills and nostrums and had fled. One of his feet skidded in the ice-creamy mess on the floor, and he almost fell. Then he was running, bolting from the Center Street drugstore in spite of his whistling breath. Ruby stared after him over her movie magazine, her mouth open. Behind him he seemed to sense Mr. Keene standing in the doorway of his office and watching his graceless retreat over the prescription counter, gaunt and neat and thoughtful and smiling. Smiling, that dry, desert smile. He paused outside on the three-way corner of Kansas, Main, and Center. He took another deep pull from his aspirator while sitting on the low stone wall by the bus stop. His throat was now positively slimy with that medicinal taste. Nothing but water with some camphor thrown in. And he thought that if he had to use the aspirator again today, he would probably puke his guts. He slipped it into his pocket and watched the traffic pass back and forth, headed up Main Street and down Up Mile Hill. He tried not to think. The sun beat down on his head, blaringly hot. Each passing car threw bright darts of reflection into his eyes, and a headache was starting in his temples. He couldn't find a way to stay angry at Mr. Keene, but he had no trouble at all feeling bad for Eddie Kasprak. He felt real bad for Eddie Kasprak. He supposed that Bill Denbrough never wasted time feeling sorry for himself. But Eddie just couldn't seem to help it. More than anything else, he wanted to do exactly what Mr. Keene had suggested. Go down to the Barrens and tell his friends everything. See what they would say. Find out what answers they had. But he couldn't do that now. His mother would expect him home with their medicines soon. Your mind or your mother. And if he wasn't there, your mother is determined you are ill. Trouble would follow. She would assume he had been with Bill or Richie, or the Jew boy, as she called Stan, insisting that she meant no prejudice by so calling him, but was simply slapping down the cards, her phrase for truth-telling in difficult situations. And standing here on this corner, trying hopelessly to sort out his flying thoughts, Eddie knew what she would say if she knew one of his other friends was a Negro and another was a girl old enough to be getting bosoms. He started slowly toward Up Mile Hill, dreading the stiff climb in this heat. It felt almost hot enough to fry an egg on the sidewalk. For the first time he found himself wishing for school to be in again, for a new grade and a new teacher's peculiarities to contend with, for this dreadful summer to be over. He stopped halfway up the hill, not far from where Bill Denbrough would rediscover his bike Silver 27 years later, and pulled his aspirator from his pocket. Hydrox Mist, the label said. Administer as needed. Something else clicked home. Administer as needed. He was only a kid, still wet behind the ears, as his mother sometimes told him when she was slapping down the cards. But even a kid of 11 knew that you didn't give someone real medicine and then write on the label, administer as needed. If it was real medicine, it would be too easy to kill yourself as you went happy assholing around and administering as needed. He supposed you could kill yourself with plain old aspirin doing that. He looked fixedly at the aspirator, unaware of the old lady who glanced curiously at him as she passed on down the hill toward Main Street with her shopping basket over her arm. He felt betrayed, and for one moment he almost cast the plastic squeeze bottle into the gutter. Better yet, he thought, throw it down that sewer grating. Sure, why not? Let it have it down there in its tunnels and dripping sewer pipes. Have a placebo, you hundred-faced creep. He uttered a wild laugh and came within an ace of doing it. But in the end, habit was simply too strong. He replaced the aspirator in his right front pants pocket and walked on, hardly hearing the occasional blare of a horn or the diesel drone of the Bassey Park bus as it passed him. He was likewise unaware of how close he was to discovering what being hurt, really hurt, was all about. 3. When he came out of the Costello Avenue market 25 minutes later with a Pepsi in one hand and 2 payday candy bars in the other, Eddie was unpleasantly surprised to see Henry Bowers, Victor Criss, Moose Sadler, and Patrick Hochstetter kneeling on the crushed gravel to the left of the little store. For a moment, Eddie thought they were shooting craps. Then he saw they were pooling their money on Victor's baseball shirt. Their summer school textbooks lay off to one side in an untidy heap. On an ordinary day, Eddie might have simply faded quietly back into the store and asked Mr. Gaudreau if he could leave by the back door, but this had been no ordinary day. Eddie froze right where he was instead, one hand still holding the screen door with its tin cigarette signs. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. 21 great tobaccos make 20 wonderful smokes. The bellboy who was shouting, "Call for Philip Morris." The other clutching the brown grocery bag and the white drugstore bag. Victor Criss saw him and elbowed Henry. Henry looked up. So did Patrick Hochstetter. Moose, whose relays worked more slowly, went on counting out pennies for 5 seconds or so before the sudden silence sank into him, and he also looked up. Henry stood, brushing loose pieces of gravel from the knees of the bib-alls he was wearing. There were splints on the sides of his bandaged nose, and his voice had a nasal, foghorning quality. "Well, I be go to hell," he said. "One of the rock throwers. Where's your friends, asshole? They inside?" Eddie was shaking his head numbly before he realized this was another mistake. Henry's smile broadened. "Well, that's okay," he said. "I don't mind taking you one by one. Come on down here, asshole." Victor stood beside Henry. Patrick Hochstetter trailed behind them, smiling in a porky, vacant way Eddie was familiar with from school. Moose was still getting up. "Come on, asshole," Henry said. "Let's talk about throwing rocks. Let's talk about that. You wanna?" Now that it was too late, Eddie decided it would be wise to go back into the store. Back in the store where there was a grown-up. But as he retreated, Henry darted forward and grabbed him. He pulled Eddie's arm, pulled hard, his smile turning into a snarl. Eddie's hand was ripped free of the screen door. He was pulled off the steps and would have crashed headlong into the gravel if Victor hadn't caught him roughly under the arms. Victor threw him. Eddie managed to keep on his feet, but only by whirling around twice. The 4 boys faced him now over a distance of about 10 feet, Henry slightly ahead of the others, smiling. His hair stood up at the back in a cowlick. Behind Henry, and on his left, was Patrick Hochstetter, a genuinely spooky kid. Eddie hadn't ever seen him with anyone else until today. He was just enough overweight so that his belly always hung slightly over his belt, which had a Red Ryder buckle. His face was perfectly round, and usually as pale as cream. Now he had a slight sunburn. It was heaviest on his nose, which was peeling, but it spread out toward either cheek like wings. In school, Patrick liked to kill flies with his green plastic school-time ruler and put them in his pencil box. Sometimes he would show his fly collection to some new kid in the play yard at recess, his heavy lips smiling, his gray-green eyes sober and thoughtful. He never spoke when he exhibited his dead flies, no matter what the new kid might say to him. That expression was on his face now. "How you doing, Rock Man?" Henry asked, advancing across the distance between them. "Got any rocks on you?" "Leave me alone," Eddie said in a trembling voice. "Leave me alone," Henry mimicked, waving his hands in mock terror. Victor laughed. "What are you going to do if I don't, Rock Man, huh?" His hand flashed out incredibly fast and exploded against Eddie's cheek with a gunshot sound. Eddie's head rocked back. Tears began to pour from his left eye. "My friends are inside," Eddie said. "My friends are inside," Patrick Hochstetter squealed. "Ooh, ooh, ooh!" He began to circle to Eddie's right. Eddie started to turn in that direction. Henry's hand flashed out again, and this time his other cheek flamed. "Don't cry," he thought. "That's what they want. But don't you do it, Eddie. Bill wouldn't do it. Bill wouldn't cry. And don't you cry either." Victor stepped forward and gave Eddie a hard, open-handed push in the middle of his chest. Eddie stumbled half a step backward, and then fell sprawling over Patrick, who had crouched directly behind his feet. He thudded to the gravel, scraping his arms. There was a whoof as the wind rushed out of him. A moment later, Henry Bowers was on top of him. his knees pinning Eddie's arms, his butt on Eddie's stomach. "Got any rocks, rock man?" Henry raved down at him, and Eddie was more frightened by the mad light in Henry's eyes than he was by the pain in his arms or by his inability to get his breath back. Henry was nuts. Somewhere close by, Patrick tittered. "You want to throw rocks, huh? I'll give you rocks. Here's some rocks." Henry swept up a handful of gravel and slammed it down into Eddie's face. He rubbed the gravel into Eddie's skin, cutting his cheeks, his eyelids, his lips. Eddie opened his mouth and screamed, "Want rocks? I'll give you rocks. Here's some rocks, Rockman. You want rocks? Okay. Gravel slammed into his open mouth, lacerating his gums, grinding against his teeth. He felt sparks fly against his fillings. He screamed again and spat gravel out. "Want some more rocks? Okay. How about a few more? How about... Stop that! Here, stop that! You boy, quit on him! Right now, you hear me? Quit on him!" Through half-lidded, tear-blurred eyes, Eddie saw a big hand come down and grab Henry by the collar of his shirt and the right strap of his bibballs. The hand gave a yank and Henry was pulled off. He landed in the gravel and got up. Eddie rose more slowly. He was trying to scramble to his feet, but his scrambler seemed temporarily broken. He gasped and spat chunks of bloody gravel out of his mouth. It was Mr. Gaudreau, dressed in his long white apron, and he looked furious. There was no fear in his face, although Henry stood about 3 inches taller and probably outweighed him by 50 pounds. There was no fear in his face because he was the grown-up and Henry was the kid. Except this time, Eddie thought. That might not mean anything. Mr. Gaudreau didn't understand. He didn't understand that Henry was nuts. "You get out of here," Mr. Gaudreau said, advancing on Henry until he stood toe-to-toe with the hulking, sullen-faced boy. "You get out, and you don't want to come back either. I don't hold with bullying. I don't hold with 4 against 1. What would your mothers think?" He swept the others with his hot, angry eyes. Moose and Victor dropped their gazes and examined their sneakers. Patrick only stared at and through Mr. Gaudreau with that vacant, gray-green look. Mr. Gaudreau looked back at Henry and got just as far as, "You get on your bikes and..." when Henry gave him a good, hard push. An expression of surprise that would have been comical in other circumstances spread across Mr. Gaudreau's face as he flew backwards, loose gravel spurting out from under his heels. He struck the steps leading up to the screen door and sat down hard. "Why, you..." he began. Henry's shadow fell on him. "Get inside," he said. "You..." Mr. Gaudreau said, and this time he stopped on his own. Mr. Gaudreau had finally seen it, Eddie realized, the light in Henry's eyes. He got up quickly, apron flapping. He went up the stairs as fast as he could, stumbling on the second one from the top and going briefly to one knee. He was up again at once, but that stumble, as brief as it had been, seemed to rob him of the rest of his grown-up authority. He spun around at the top and yelled, "I'm calling the cops!" Henry made as if to lunge for him, and Mr. Gaudreau flinched back. That was the end, Eddie realized. As incredible, as unthinkable as it seemed, there was no protection for him here. It was time to go. While Henry was standing at the bottom of the steps and glaring up at Mr. Gaudreau, and while the others were staring transfixed, and, except for Patrick Hochstetter, not a little horrified, by this sudden, successful defiance of adult authority, Eddie saw his chance. He whirled, took to his heels, and ran. He was halfway up the block before Henry turned, his eyes blazing. "Get him!" he bellowed. Asthma or no asthma, Eddie ran them a good race that day. There were spaces, some of them as long as 50 feet, when he couldn't remember if the soles of his PF Flyers had touched the sidewalk or not. For a few moments, he even entertained the giddy notion that he might be able to outrun them. Then, just before he reached Kansas Street and what might have been safety, a little kid on a trike suddenly pedaled out of a driveway and right into Eddie's path. Eddie tried to swerve, but running full out as he had been, he might have done better to jump over the kid. The kid's name, in fact, was Richard Cowan, and he would grow up, marry, and father a son named Frederick Cowan, who would be drowned in a toilet and then be partially eaten by a thing that rose up from the toilet like black smoke and then took an unthinkable shape. Or at least to try. One of Eddie's feet caught on the trike's back deck, where an adventurous little shit might stand and push the trike along like a scooter. Richard Cowan, whose unborn son would be murdered by it 27 years later, barely rocked on his trike, Eddie, however, went flying. He struck the sidewalk on his shoulder, rebounded, came down again, and skidded 10 feet, erasing the skin from his elbows and knees. He was trying to get up when Henry Bowers hit him like a shell from a bazooka and knocked him flat. Eddie's nose connected briskly with the concrete. Blood flew. Henry did a quick side roll like a paratrooper and was up again. He grabbed Eddie by the nape of the neck and by his right wrist. His breath, snorting through his swelled and splinted nose, was warm and moist. "Want rocks? Rock man? Sure. Shit!" He jerked Eddie's wrist halfway up his back. Eddie yelled, "Rocks for the rock man, right, rock man?" He jerked Eddie's wrist up even higher. Eddie screamed. Behind him, dimly, he could hear the others approaching, and the little kid on the trike started to bawl. Join the club, kid, he thought. And in spite of the pain, in spite of the tears and the fear, he brayed a huge donkey-like hee-haw of laughter. "You think this is funny?" Henry asked, sounding suddenly astounded rather than furious. "You think this is funny?" And did Henry also sound scared? Years later, Eddie would think, yes, scared. He sounded scared. Eddie twisted his wrist in Henry's grip. He was slick with sweat, and he almost got away. Perhaps that was why Henry shoved Eddie's wrist up harder this time than before. Eddie heard a crack in his arm like the sound of winter wood giving under an accumulated plate of ice. The pain that rolled out of his fractured arm was gray and huge. He shrieked, but the sound seemed distant. The color was washing out of the world, and when Henry let go of him and pushed, he seemed to float toward the sidewalk. It took a long time to get down to that old sidewalk. He had a good look at every single crack in it as he glided down. He had a chance to admire the way the July sun glinted off the flecks of mica in that old sidewalk. He had a chance to note the remains of a very old hopscotch grid that had been done in pink chalk on that old sidewalk. Then, for just a moment, it swam and looked like something else. It looked like a turtle. He might have fainted then, but he struck on his newly broken arm, and this fresh pain was sharp, bright, hot, terrible. He felt the splintered ends of the green stick fracture grind together. He bit his tongue, bringing fresh blood. He rolled over on his back and saw Henry, Victor, Moose, and Patrick standing over him. They looked impossibly tall, impossibly high up, like pallbearers peering into a grave. "You like that, rock man?" Henry asked, his voice drifting down over a distance, floating through clouds of pain. "You like that action, rock man? You like that jabba-nabba?" Patrick Hochstetter giggled. "Your father's crazy," Eddie heard himself say, "and so are you." Henry's grin faded so fast, it might have been slapped off his face. He drew his foot back to kick, and then a siren rose in the still, hot afternoon. Henry paused. Victor and Moose looked around uneasily. "Henry, I think we better get out of here," Moose said. "I know damn well I'm getting out of here," Victor said. How far away their voices seemed. Like the clowns' balloons, they seemed to float. Victor took off toward the library, cutting into McCarran Park to get off the street. Henry hesitated a moment longer, perhaps hoping the cop car was on some other business, and he could continue with his own. But the siren rose again, closer. "You got lucky, fuckface," he said. He and Moose took off after Victor. Patrick Hochstetter waited for a moment. "Here's a little something extra for you," he whispered in his low, husky voice. He inhaled and spat a large green lunger into Eddie's upturned, sweating, bloody face. Splat! "Don't eat it all at once if you don't want," Patrick said, smiling his liverish, unsettling smile. "Save some for later if you want." Then he turned slowly and was also gone. Eddie tried to wipe the lunger off with his good arm, but even that little movement made the pain flare again. Now, when you started off for the drugstore, you never thought you'd end up on the Costello Avenue sidewalk with a busted arm and Patrick Hochstetter's snot running down your face, did you? You never even got to drink your Pepsi. Life's full of surprises, isn't it? Incredibly, he laughed again. It was a weak sound, and it hurt his broken arm to laugh, but it felt good. And there was something else. No asthma. His breathing was okay, at least for now. A good thing, too. He never would have been able to get to his aspirator, never in 1,000 years. The siren was very close now, whooping and whooping. Eddie closed his eyes and saw red under his eyelids. Then, the red turned black as a shadow fell over him. It was the little kid with the trike. "You okay?" the little kid asked. "Do I look okay?" Eddie asked. "No, you look terrible," the little kid said, and pedaled off singing The Farmer in the Dell. Eddie began to giggle. Here was the cop car. He could hear the squeal of its brakes. He found himself hoping vaguely that Mr. Nell would be in it, even though he knew Mr. Nell was a foot patrolman. Why, in the name of God, are you giggling? He didn't know, any more than he knew why he should feel, in spite of the pain, such intense relief. Was it maybe just because he was still alive, that the worst he had suffered was a broken arm, and there were still some pieces to pick up? He settled for that, but years later, sitting in the dairy library with a glass of gin and prune juice in front of him, and his aspirator near at hand, he told the others he thought it was something more than that. He'd been old enough to feel that something more, but not to understand or define it. "I think it was the first real pain I ever felt in my life," he would tell the others. "It wasn't what I thought it would be at all. It didn't put an end to me as a person, I think. It gave me a basis for comparison, finding out you could still exist inside the pain, in spite of the pain." Eddie turned his head weakly to the right, and saw large black Firestone tires, blinding chrome hubcaps, and pulsing blue lights. He heard Mr. Nell's voice then, thickly Irish, impossibly Irish, more like Richie's Irish cop voice than Mr. Nell's real voice. But perhaps that was the distance. "Holy Jesus, it's the Casbrick boy!" At this point, Eddie floated away. 4. And with one exception, stayed away for quite a while. There was a brief period of consciousness in the ambulance. He saw Mr. Nell sitting across from him, tipping a drink from his little brown bottle, and reading a paperback called I, the Jury. The girl on the cover had the biggest bosoms Eddie had ever seen. His eyes shifted past Mr. Nell to the driver up front. The driver peered around at Eddie, with a big leering grin, his skin livid with grease paint and talcum powder, his eyes shiny as new quarters. It was Pennywise. "Mr. Nell?" Eddie husked. Mr. Nell looked up and smiled. "How are you feeling, me boy?" "Driver. The driver." "Yes, we'll be there in a jig," Mr. Nell said, and handed him the little brown bottle. "Suck some of this. It'll make you feel better." Eddie drank what tasted like liquid fire. He coughed, hurting his arm. He looked toward the front and saw the driver again. Just some guy with a crew cut. No clown. He drifted off again. Much later, there was the emergency room and a nurse wiping blood and dirt and snot and gravel off his face with a cold cloth. It stung, but it felt wonderful at the same time. He heard his mother bugling and clarioning outside, and he tried to tell the nurse not to let her in, but no words would come out no matter how hard he tried. "If he's dying, I want to know," his mother was bellowing. "You hear me? It's my right to know, and it's my right to see him. I can sue you, you know. I know lawyers, plenty of lawyers. Some of my best friends are lawyers." "Don't try to talk," the nurse said to Eddie. She was young, and he could feel her bosoms pressing against his arm. For a moment, he had this crazy idea that the nurse was Beverly Marsh, and then he drifted away again. When he came back, his mother was in the room, talking to Dr. Handor at a mile-a-minute clip. Sonia Casbrack was a huge woman. Her legs, encased in support hose, were trunk-like but weirdly smooth. Her face was pale now, except for hectic, flaring blots of rouge. "Ma," Eddie managed. "All right, I'm all right." "You're not! You're not!" Mrs. Casbrack moaned. She wrung her hands. Eddie heard her knuckles crack and grind. He began to feel his breath shorten up as he looked at her, seeing what a state she was in, how this latest escapade of his had hurt her. He wanted to tell her to take it easy or she'd have a heart attack, but he couldn't. His throat was too dry. "You're not all right. You've had a serious accident, a very serious accident. But you will be all right, I promise you that, Eddie." You will be all right, even if we need to bring in every specialist in the book. Oh, Eddie. Eddie! Your poor arm! She burst into honking sobs. Eddie saw that the nurse who had washed his face was looking at her without much sympathy. All through this aria, Dr. Handor had been stuttering, "Sonia, please. Sonia. Sonia." He was a skinny, limp-looking man with a little mustache that hadn't grown very well and which, in addition, had been clipped unevenly, so it was longer on the left side than on the right. He looked nervous. Eddie remembered what Mr. Keene had told him that morning, and he felt a certain sorrow for Dr. Handor. At last, gathering himself, Russ Handor managed to say, "If you can't control yourself, you'll have to leave, Sonia." She whirled on him, and he drew back. "I'll do no such thing. Don't you even suggest it. This is my son lying here in agony. My son lying here on this bed of pain." Eddie astounded them all by finding his voice. "I want you to leave, Ma. If they're going to do something that'll make me yell, and I think they are, you'll feel better if you go." She turned to him, astonished and hurt. At the sight of the hurt on her face, he felt his chest begin to tighten down inexorably. "I certainly will not," she cried. "What an awful thing to say, Eddie. You're delirious. You don't understand what you're saying. That's the only explanation." "I don't know what the explanation is, and I don't care," the nurse said. "All I know is that we're standing here doing nothing while we should be setting your son's arm." "Are you suggesting—" Sonia began, her voice rising toward the high, bugling note it took on when she was most upset. "Please, Sonia," Dr. Handor said. "Let's not have an argument here. Let's help Eddie." Sonia stood back, but her glowering eyes, the eyes of a mother bear whose cub has been threatened, promised the nurse that there would be trouble later. Possibly even a suit. Then her eyes misted, extinguishing the glower, or at least hiding it. She took Eddie's good hand and squeezed it so painfully that he winced. "It's bad, but you'll be well again soon," she said. "Well again soon, I promise you that." "Sure, Ma," Eddie wheezed. "Could I have my aspirator?" "Of course," she said. Sonia Kasprak looked at the nurse triumphantly, as if vindicated of some ridiculous criminal charge. "My son has asthma," she said. "It's quite serious, but he copes with it beautifully." "Good," the nurse said flatly. His ma held the aspirator for him so he could inhale. A moment later, Dr. Handor was feeling Eddie's broken arm. He was as gentle as possible, but the pain was still enormous. Eddie felt like screaming and gritted his teeth against it. He was afraid if he screamed, his mother would scream too. Sweat stood out on his forehead in large, clear drops. "You're hurting him," Mrs. Kasprak said. "I know you are. There's no need of that. Stop it! There's no need for you to hurt him. He's very delicate. He can't stand that sort of pain." Eddie saw the nurse lock her furious eyes with Dr. Handor's tired, worried ones. He saw the wordless conversation that passed between them. "Send that woman out of here, doctor." And, in the drop of his eyes, "I can't. I don't dare." There was great clarity inside the pain, although in truth this was not a clarity that Eddie would want to experience often. The price was too high. And in that unspoken conversation, Eddie accepted everything Mr. Keene had told him. His Hydrox aspirator was filled with nothing more than flavored water. The asthma wasn't in his throat or his chest or his lungs, but in his head. Somehow or other, he was going to have to deal with that truth. He looked at his mother, seeing her clear in his pain. Each flower on her Lane Bryant dress, the sweat stains under her arms where the pads she wore had soaked through, the scuff marks on her shoes. He saw how small her eyes were in their pockets of flesh, and now a terrible thought came to him. Those eyes were almost predatory, like the eyes of the leper that had crawled out of the basement at 29 Neibolt Street. "Here I come. That's all right. It won't do you any good to run, Eddie." Dr. Handor put his hands gently around Eddie's broken arm and squeezed. The pain exploded. Eddie drifted away. 5. They gave him some liquid to drink, and Dr. Handor set the fracture. He heard Dr. Handor telling his ma that it was a green stick fracture, no more serious than any childhood break. "It's the sort of break kids get falling out of trees," he said, and Eddie heard his ma respond furiously, "Eddie doesn't climb trees."
Now I want the truth. How bad is he?
Then the nurse was giving him a pill. He felt her bosoms against his shoulder again, and was grateful for their comforting pressure. Even through the haze, he could see that the nurse was angry, and he thought he said, "She's not the leper. Please don't think that. She's only eating me because she loves me." But perhaps nothing came out because the nurse's angry face didn't change. He had a faint recollection of being pushed up a corridor in a wheelchair, and his mother's voice somewhere behind, fading. "What do you mean, visiting hours? Don't talk to me about visiting hours. That's my son!" Fading. He was glad she was fading, glad he was fading. Pain was gone, and the clarity was gone with it. He didn't want to think, he wanted to drift. He was aware that his right arm felt very heavy. He wondered if they had put it in a cast yet. He couldn't seem to see if they had or not. He was vaguely aware of radios playing from rooms of patients who looked like ghosts in their hospital johnnies, walking up and down the wide halls, and that it was hot. So very hot. When he was wheeled into his room, he could see the sun going down in an angry orange boil of blood and thought incoherently, "Like a great big clown button." "Come on, Eddie, you can walk," a voice was saying, and he found that he could. He was slid between crisp, cool sheets. The voice told him that he would have some pain in the night, but not to ring for a painkiller unless it got very bad. Eddie asked if he could have a drink of water. The water came with a straw that had an accordion middle, so he could bend it. It was cool and good. He drank it all. There was pain in the night, a good deal of it. He lay awake in bed, holding the call button in his left hand, but not pressing it. A thunderstorm was going on outside, and when the lightning flashed blue-white, he turned his head away from the windows, afraid he might see a monstrous, grinning face etched across the sky in that electric fire. At last he slept again, and in his sleep he had a dream. In it he saw Bill, Ben, Richie, Stan, Mike, and Bev, his friends, arriving at the hospital on their bikes. Bill was riding Richie double on silver. He was surprised to see that Beverly was wearing a dress. It was a lovely green, the color of the Caribbean, in a National Geographic plate. He couldn't remember if he had ever seen her in a dress before. All he remembered were jeans and pedal pushers and what the girls called school sets, skirts and blouses, the blouses usually white with round collars, the skirts usually brown and pleated and hemmed at mid-shin so that the scabs on their knees didn't show. In the dream, he saw them coming in for the 2 p.m. visiting hours, and his mother, who had been waiting patiently since 11, shouting so loudly at them that everyone turned to look at her.
"If you think you're going to go in there, you've got another thing coming!"
Eddie's mother shouted. And now the clown, who had been sitting here in the waiting room all along, but way back in one corner with a copy of Look magazine held up in front of his face until now, jumped up and mimed applause, patting his white-gloved hands together rapidly. He capered and danced, now turning a cartwheel, now executing a neat back-over flip, as Mrs. Casbrack ranted at Eddie's fellow losers, and as they shrank, one by one, behind Bill, who only stood there, pale but outwardly calm, his hands stuffed deep into the pockets of his jeans, maybe so no one, including Bill himself, would be able to see if they were shaking or not. No one saw the clown except Eddie, although a baby who had been sleeping peacefully in his mother's arms awoke and began to cry lustily.
"You've done enough damage," Eddie's ma shouted. "I know who those boys were. They've been in trouble at school. They've even been in trouble with the police. And just because those boys have something against you is no reason for them to have something against him. I told him so, and he agrees with me. He wants me to tell you to go away. He's done with you. He never wants to see any of you again. He doesn't want your so-called friendship anymore, any of you. I knew it would lead to trouble, and look at this. My Eddie in the hospital, a boy as delicate as he is."
The clown capered and jumped and did splits and stood on one hand. Its smile was real enough now, and in his dream, Eddie realized that this was, of course, what the clown wanted, a nice big wedge to drive among them, splitting them apart and destroying any chance of concerted action. In a kind of filthy ecstasy, the clown did a double barrel roll and burlesqued, kissing his mother's cheek.
Those boys who did it," Bill began. "Don't you speak back to me," Mrs. Casbrack shrieked. Don't you dare speak back to me. He's done with you, I say. Done!
Then an intern came running into the waiting room and told Eddie's ma she would have to be quiet or leave the hospital. The clown started to fade, started to wash out, and as it did, it began to change. Eddie saw the leper, the mummy, the bird. He saw the werewolf and a vampire whose teeth were Gillette blue blades, set at crazy angles like mirrors in a carnival mirror maze. He saw Frankenstein, the creature, something fleshy and shell-like that opened and closed like a mouth. He saw a dozen other terrible things, 100. But just before the clown washed out completely, he saw the most terrible thing of all. His ma's face.
No!
He tried to scream.
No! No, not her! Not my ma!
But no one looked around, no one heard. And in the dream's fading moments, he realized with a cold and wormy horror that they couldn't hear him. He was dead. It had killed him, and he was dead. He was a ghost. Six. Sonia Kasprak's sour-sweet triumph at sending Eddie's so-called friends away evaporated almost as soon as she stepped into Eddie's private room the next afternoon on the 21st of July. She could not tell exactly why the feeling of triumph should fade like that, or why it should be displaced by an unfocused fear. It was something in her son's pale face which was not blurred with pain or anxiety, but instead bore an expression she could not remember ever having seen there before. It was sharp somehow, sharp and alert and set. The confrontation between Eddie's friends and Eddie's ma had not occurred in the waiting room as in Eddie's dream. She had known they would be coming, Eddie's friends, who were probably teaching him to smoke cigarettes in spite of his asthma, his friends, who had such an unhealthy hold over him that they were all he talked about when he came home for the evening, his friends, who got his arm broken. She had told all of this to Mrs. Van Pret next door. "The time has come," Mrs. Kasprak had said grimly, "to slap a few cards down on the table." Mrs. Van Pret, who had horrible skin problems and who could almost always be counted upon to agree eagerly, almost pathetically, with everything Sonia Kasprak said, in this case had the temerity to disagree. "I should think you'd be glad he's made some friends," Mrs. Van Pret said as they hung out their washes in the early morning cool before work. This had been during the first week of July. "And he's safer if he's with other children, Mrs. Kasprak, don't you think so? With all that's going on in this town and all the poor children that have been murdered?" Mrs. Kasprak's only reply had been an angry sniff. In fact, she couldn't just then think of an adequate verbal response, although she thought of dozens, some of them extremely cutting, later on. And when Mrs. Van Pret called her that evening sounding rather anxious, to ask if Mrs. Kasprak would be going to the Beano down at St. Mary's with her like usual, Mrs. Kasprak had replied coldly that she believed she would just stay home that evening and put her feet up instead. Well, she hoped Mrs. Van Pret was satisfied now. She hoped Mrs. Van Pret saw now that the only danger abroad in Derry this summer wasn't the sex maniac killing children and babies. Here was her son, lying on his bed of pain in Derry Home Hospital. He might never be able to use his good right arm again. She had heard of such things. Or, God forbid, loose splinters from the break might work through his bloodstream to his heart and puncture it and kill him. Oh, of course God would never allow that to happen, but she had heard of it happening. So that meant God could allow such a thing to happen, in certain cases. So she lingered on the home hospital's long and shady front porch, knowing they would show up, coldly determined to put paid to this so-called friendship, this camaraderie that ended in broken arms and beds of pain once and for all. Eventually they came, as she'd known they would, and to her horror, she saw that one of them was a nigger. Not that she had anything against niggers. She thought they had every right to ride where they wanted to on the buses down south and eat at white lunch counters and should not be made to sit in nigger heaven at the movies unless they bothered white women, people. But she also believed firmly in what she called the bird theory. Blackbirds flew with other blackbirds, not with the robins. Grackles roosted with grackles. They did not mix in with the bluebirds or the nightingales. To each his own was her motto, and seeing Mike Hanlon pedal up with the others just as if he belonged there caused her resolution, like her anger and her dismay, to grow apace. She thought reproachfully, as if Eddie were here and could listen to her. "You never told me that one of your friends was a nigger." Well, she thought, 20 minutes later, stepping into the hospital room where her son lay with his arm in a huge cast that was strapped to his chest. It hurt her heart just to look at it. She had sent them packing in jig time, no pun intended. None of them except for the Denbrough boy, the one who had such a horrible stutter, had had the nerve to so much as speak back to her. The girl, whoever she was, had flashed a pair of decidedly slutty jade's eyes at Sonia. From Lower Main Street or someplace even worse had been Sonia Kasprak's opinion. But she had wisely kept her mouth shut. If she had dared so much as to let out a peep, Sonia would have given her a piece of her mind, would have told her what sort of girls ran with the boys. There were names for girls like that, and she would not have her son associated now or ever with the girls who bore them. The others had done no more than look down at their shuffling feet. That was about what she had expected. When she was done saying what she had to say, they had gotten on their bikes and ridden away. The Denbrough boy had the Tozier boy riding double behind him on a huge, unsafe-looking bike, and with an interior shudder, Mrs. Kasprak had wondered how many times her Eddie had ridden on that dangerous bike, risking his arms and his legs and his neck and his life. "I did this for you, Eddie," she thought as she walked into the hospital with her head firmly up. "I know you may feel a bit disappointed at first. That's natural enough. But parents know better than their children. The reason God made parents in the first place was to guide, instruct, and protect." After his initial disappointment, he would understand. And if she felt a certain relief now, it was of course on Eddie's behalf and not on her own. Relief was only to be expected when you had saved your son from bad companions. Except that her sense of relief was marred by fresh unease now, looking into Eddie's face. He was not asleep, as she had thought he would be. Instead of a drugged doze from which he would wake disoriented, dim-witted, and psychologically vulnerable, there was this sharp, watchful look, so different from Eddie's usual soft, tentative glance. Like Ben Hanscom, although Sonia did not know this, Eddie was the sort of boy who would look quickly into a face as if to test the emotional weather brewing there, and glance just as quickly away. But he was looking at her steadily now. Perhaps it's the medication, she thought. Of course that's it. I'll have to consult with Dr. Handor about his medication. And she was the one who felt a need to glance aside. He looks like he's been waiting for me, she thought. And it was a thought that should have made her happy. A boy waiting for his mother must surely be one of God's most favored creations. "You sent my friends away." The words came out flatly, with no doubt or question in them. She flinched almost guiltily, and certainly the first thought to flash through her mind was a guilty one. How does he know that? He can't know that. And she was immediately furious with herself and him for feeling that way, so she smiled at him. "How are we feeling today, Eddie?" That was the right response. Someone, some foolish candy striper, or perhaps even that incompetent and antagonistic nurse from the day before, had been carrying tales. Someone. "How are we feeling?" she asked again, when he didn't respond. She thought he hadn't heard her. She'd never read in any of her medical literature of a broken bone affecting the sense of hearing, but she supposed it was possible. Anything was possible. And he still didn't respond. She came farther into the room, hating the tentative, almost timid feeling inside her, distrusting it because she had never felt tentative or timid around Eddie before. She felt anger as well, although that was still nascent. What right did he have to make her feel that way, after all she had done for him, after all she had sacrificed for him? "I've talked to Dr. Handor, and he assures me that you're going to be perfectly all right," Sonia said briskly, sitting down in the straight-backed wooden chair by the bed. "Of course, if there's the slightest problem, we'll go to see a specialist in Portland, in Boston, if that's what it takes." She smiled, as if conferring a great favor. Eddie did not smile back, and still he did not reply. "Eddie, are you hearing me?" "You sent my friends away," he repeated. "Yes," she said, dropping the pretense, and said no more. Two could play at that game. She simply looked back at him. But a strange thing happened, a terrible thing, really. Eddie's eyes seemed to grow somehow. The flecks of gray in them seemed actually to be moving, like racing storm clouds. She became aware suddenly that he He was not in a snit or having a poopy or any of those things. He was furious with her. And Sonia was suddenly scared, because something more than her son seemed to be in this room. She dropped her eyes and fumbled her purse open. She began searching for a Kleenex. "Yes, I sent them away," she said, and found that her voice was strong enough and steady enough, as long as she wasn't looking at him. "You've been seriously injured, Eddie. You don't need any visitors right now except for your own ma, and you don't need visitors like that ever. If it hadn't been for them, you'd be home watching the TV right now, or building on your soapbox racer in the garage." It was Eddie's dream to build a soapbox racer and take it to Bangor. If he won there, he would be awarded an all-expenses-paid trip to Akron, Ohio, for the National Soapbox Derby. Sonia was perfectly willing to allow him this dream, as long as it seemed to her that completion of the racer, which was made out of orange crates and the wheels from a choo-choo flyer wagon, was just that, a dream. She certainly had no intention of letting Eddie risk his life in such a dangerous contraption, not in Derry, not in Bangor, and certainly not in Akron, which, Eddie had informed her, would mean riding in an airplane, as well as making a suicidal run down a steep hill in a wheeled orange crate with no brakes. But, as her own mother had often said, what a person didn't know couldn't hurt him. Her mother had also been fond of saying, "Tell the truth and shame the devil," but when it came to the recollection of aphorisms, Sonia, like most people, could be remarkably selective. "My friends didn't break my arm," Eddie said in that same flat voice. "I told Dr. Handor last night, and I told Mr. Nell when he came in this morning. Henry Bowers broke my arm. Some other kids were with him, but Henry did it. If I'd been with my friends, it never would have happened. It happened because I was alone." This made Sonia think of Mrs. Van Pret's comment about how it was safer to have friends, and that brought the rage back like a tiger. She snapped her head up. "That doesn't matter, and you know it. What do you think, Eddie? That your ma fell off a hay truck yesterday? Is that what you think? I know well enough why the Bowers boy broke your arm. That Paddy cop was at our house, too. That big boy broke your arm because you and your friends crossed him somehow. Now, do you think that would have happened if you'd listened to me and stayed away from them in the first place?" "No. I think that something even worse might have happened," Eddie said. "Eddie, you don't mean that." "I mean it," he said, and she felt the power coming off him, coming out of him in waves. "Bill and the rest of my friends will be back, Ma. That's something I know. And when they come, you're not going to stop them. You're not going to say a word to them. They're my friends, and you're not going to steal my friends just because you're scared of being alone." She stared at him, flabbergasted and terrified. Tears filled her eyes and spilled down her cheeks, wetting the powder there. "This is how you talk to your mother now, I guess," she said through her sobs. "Maybe this is the way your friends talk to their folks. I guess you learned it from them." She felt safer in her tears. Usually when she cried, Eddie cried too. A low weapon, some might say, but were there really any low weapons when it came to protecting her son? She thought not. She looked up, the tears streaming from her eyes, feeling both unutterably sad, bereft, betrayed, and sure. Eddie would not be able to stand against such a flood of tears and sorrow. That cold, sharp look would leave his face. Perhaps he would begin to gasp and wheeze a little bit, and that would be a sign, as it was always a sign, that the fight was over and that she had won another victory. For him, of course, always for him. She was so shocked to see that same expression on his face. It had, if anything, deepened, that her voice caught in mid-sob. There was sorrow under his expression, but even that was frightening. It struck her in some way as an adult sorrow, and thinking of Eddie as adult in any way always caused a panicky little bird to flutter inside her mind. This was how she felt on the infrequent occasions when she wondered what would happen to her if Eddie didn't want to go to Derry Business College or the University of Maine in Orano, or Husson in Bangor, so he could come home every day after his classes were done. What would happen if he met a girl, fell in love, wanted to get married? Where's the place for me in any of that? The panicky bird voice would cry when these strange, almost nightmarish thoughts came. Where would be my place in a life like that? I love you, Eddie. I love you. I take care of you and I love you. You don't know how to cook or change your sheets or wash your underwear. Why should you? I know those things for you. I know because I love you. He said it himself now. I love you, Ma, but I love my friends too. I think you're making yourself cry. Eddie,
You hurt me so much, she whispered, and fresh tears doubled his pale face, trebled it. If her tears a few moments ago had been calculated, these were not. In her own peculiar way, she was tough. She had seen her husband into his grave without cracking up. She had gotten a job at a depressed job market where it wasn't easy to get a job. She had raised her son, and when it had been necessary, she had fought for him. These were the first totally unaffected and uncalculated tears she had wept in years, perhaps since Eddie had gotten the bronchitis when he was 5, and she had been so sure he would die as he lay there in his bed of pain, glowing bright with fever, whooping and coughing and gasping for breath. She wept now because of that terribly adult, somehow alien expression on his face. She was afraid for him, but she was also, in some way, afraid of him, afraid of that aura that seemed to surround him, which seemed to demand something of her. "Don't make me have to choose between you and my friends, Ma," Eddie said. His voice was uneven, strained, but still under control, "because that's not fair." "They're bad friends, Eddie," she cried in a near frenzy. "I know that. I feel that with all my heart. They'll bring you nothing but pain and grief." And the most horrible thing of all was that she did sense that. Some part of her had intuited it in the eyes of the Denbrough boy, who had stood before her with his hands in his pockets, his red hair flaming in the summer sun. His eyes had been so grave, so strange and distant, like Eddie's eyes now. And hadn't that same aura been around him, as was around Eddie now? The same, but even stronger, she thought, yes. Ma. She stood up so suddenly she almost knocked the straight-back chair over. "I'll come back this evening," she said. "It's the shock, the accident, the pain, those things that make you talk this way. I know it. You... She groped and found her original text in the flying confusion of her mind. "You've had a bad accident, but you're going to be just fine. And you'll see I'm right, Eddie. They're bad friends, not our sort, not for you. You think it over and ask yourself if your ma ever told you wrong before. You think about it and... I'm running," she thought with a sick and hurtful dismay. "I'm running away from my own son. Oh, God, please don't let this be." Ma. For a moment she almost fled anyway, scared of him now. Oh, yes. He was more than Eddie. She sensed the others in him, his friends, and something else, something that was beyond even them. And she was afraid it might flash out at her. It was as if he were in the grip of something, some dreadful fever, as he had been in the grip of the bronchitis that time when he was 5, when he had almost died. She paused, her hand on the doorknob, not wanting to hear what he might say. And when he said it, it was so unexpected that for a moment she didn't really understand it. When comprehension crashed down, it came like a loose load of cement, and for a moment she thought she would faint. Eddie said, "Mr. Keene said my asthma medicine is just water." "What? What?" She turned blazing eyes on him. "Just water, with some stuff added to it to make it taste like medicine. He said it was a placebo." "That's a lie. That is nothing but a solid lie. Why would Mr. Keene want to tell you a lie like that? Well, there are other drugstores in Derry, I guess. "I've had time to think about it," Eddie said softly and implacably, his eyes never leaving hers. "And I think he's telling the truth." "Eddie, I tell you he's not!" The panic was back, fluttering. "What I think," Eddie said, "is that it must be the truth, or there would be some kind of warning on the bottle, like, if you take too much it will kill you or at least make you sick. Even—" "Eddie, I don't want to hear this!" she cried and clapped her hands to her ears. You're just not yourself, and that's all that it is." "Even if it's something you can just go in and buy without a prescription, they put special instructions on it," he went on, not raising his voice. His gray eyes lay on hers, and she couldn't seem to drop her gaze or even move it. "Even if it's just Vicks cough syrup, or your Geritol." He paused for a moment. Her hands dropped from her ears. It seemed too much work to hold them up. They seemed very heavy. "And it's like... You must have known that too, Ma." "Eddie!" She nearly wailed it.
Because, he went on, as if she had not spoken at all, he was frowning now, concentrating on the problem. Because your folks are supposed to know about medicines. Why, I use that aspirator 5, sometimes 6 times a day. And you wouldn't let me do that if you thought it could, hurt me. Because it's your job to protect me. I know it is, because that's what you always say, so... Did you know, Ma? Did you know it was just water? She said nothing. Her lips were trembling. It felt as if her whole face was trembling. She was no longer crying. She felt too scared to cry. Because if you did, Eddie said, still frowning, if you did know, I'd want to know why. I can figure some things out, but not why my ma would want me to think water was medicine. Or that I had asthma here, he pointed to his chest, when Mr. Keene says I only have it up here, and he pointed to his head. She thought she would explain everything then. She would explain it quietly and logically. How she had thought he was going to die when he was 5, and how that would have driven her crazy after losing Frank only 2 years before. How she came to understand that you could only protect your child through watchfulness and love, that you must tend a child as you tended a garden, fertilizing, weeding, and yes, occasionally pruning and thinning, as much as that hurt. She would tell him that sometimes it was better for a child, particularly a delicate child like Eddie, to think he was sick than to really get sick. And she would finish by talking to him about the deadly foolishness of doctors and the wonderful power of love. She would tell him that she knew he had asthma, and it didn't matter what the doctors thought or what they gave him for it. She would tell him you could make medicine with more than a malicious, meddling druggist's mortar and pestle. Eddie, she would say, it's medicine because your mother's love makes it medicine. And in just that way, for as long as you want me and let me, I can do that. This is a power that God gives to loving, caring mothers. Please, Eddie, please, my heart's own love. You must believe me. But in the end, she said nothing. Her fright was too great. But maybe we don't even have to talk about it, Eddie went on. Mr. Keene might have been joking with me. Sometimes grown-ups, they like to play jokes on kids, because kids believe almost anything. It's mean to do that to kids, but sometimes grown-ups do it. Yes, Sonia Kasprek said eagerly. They like to joke, and sometimes they're stupid, mean, and... So I'll kind of keep an eye out for Bill and the rest of my friends, Eddie said, and keep right on using my asthma medicine. That's probably best, don't you think? She realized only now, when it was too late, how neatly, how cruelly she had been trapped. What he was doing was almost blackmail, but what choice did she have? She wanted to ask him how he could be so calculating, so manipulative. She opened her mouth to ask, and then closed it again. It was too likely that, in his present mood, he might answer. But she knew one thing. Yes, one thing for sure. She would never, never, never set foot into Mr. Nosy Parker Keene's drugstore again in her life. His voice, oddly shy now, interrupted her thoughts. Huh? She looked up and saw it was Eddie again, just Eddie, and she went to him gladly. Can I have a hug, Ma? She hugged him, but carefully so as not to hurt his broken arm or dislodge any loose bone fragments so they could run an evil race around his bloodstream and then lodge in his heart. What mother would kill her son with love? And Eddie hugged her back. 7. As far as Eddie was concerned, his ma left just in time. During the horrible confrontation with her, he'd felt his breath piling up and up and up in his lungs and throat, still and tideless, stale and brackish, threatening to poison him. He held on until the door had snicked shut behind her, and then he began to gasp and wheeze, the sour air working in his tight throat, jabbed up and down like a warm poker. He grabbed for his aspirator, hurting his arm but not caring. He triggered a long blast down his throat. He breathed deep of the camphor taste, thinking, it doesn't matter if it's a placebo. Words don't matter if a thing works. He lay back against his pillows, eyes closed, breathing freely for the first time since she had come in. He was scared, plenty scared. The things he had said to her, the way he had acted, it had been him, and yet it hadn't been him at all. There had been something working in him, working through him, some force. And his mother had felt it, too. He had seen it in her eyes and in her trembling lips. He had no sense that this power was an evil one, but its enormous strength was frightening. It was like getting on an amusement park ride that was really dangerous and realizing you couldn't get off until it was over, come what might. No turning around, Eddie thought, feeling the hot, itchy weight of the cast that encased his broken arm. No one goes home until we get to the end. But God, I'm so scared, so scared. And he knew that the truest reason for demanding she not cut him off from his friends was something he could never have told her. I can't face this alone. He cried a little then, and then drifted off into a restless sleep. He dreamed of a darkness in which machinery, pumping machinery, ran on and on. 8. It was threatening showers again that evening when Bill and the rest of the losers returned to the hospital. Eddie was not surprised to see them come filing in. He had known they would be back. It had been hot all day. It was generally agreed later that that third week of July was the hottest of an exceptionally hot summer, and the thunderheads began to build up around 4 in the afternoon, purple-black and colossal, pregnant with rain, loaded with lightnings. People went about their errands quickly and a little uneasily, with one eye always cocked at the sky. Most agreed it would rain good and hard by dinner time, washing some of the thick humidity out of the air. Derry's parks and playgrounds, underpopulated all summer, were totally deserted that evening by 6. The rain had still not fallen, and the swings hung moveless and shadeless, in a light that was a queer flat yellow. Thunder rumbled thickly. That, a barking dog, and the low mutter of traffic on Outer Main Street were the only sounds that drifted in through Eddie's window until the losers came. Bill was first, followed by Richie. Beverly and Stan followed them, then Mike. Ben came last. He looked excruciatingly uncomfortable in a white turtleneck sweater. They came to his bed, solemn. Not even Richie was smiling. Their faces, Eddie thought, fascinated. Jeez, crow, their faces. He was seeing in them what his mother had seen in him that afternoon, that odd combination of power and helplessness. The yellow stormlight lay on their skins, making their faces seem ghost-like, distant, shadowy. We're passing over, Eddie thought. Passing over into something new. We're on the border. But what's on the other side? Where are we going? Where? Hello, Eddie, Bill said. How you doing? Okay, Big Bill, Eddie said, and tried to smile. Had a day yesterday, I guess, Mike said. Thunder rumbled behind his voice. Neither the overhead light nor the bedside lamp was on in Eddie's room, and all of them seemed to fade in and out of the bruised light. Eddie thought of that light all over Derry right now, lying long and still across McCarran Park, falling through the holes in the roof of the Kissing Bridge, in smudged, lackadaisical rays, making the Kenduskeag look like smoky glass as it cut its broad, shallow path through the barrens. He thought of seesaws standing at dead angles behind Derry Elementary as the thunderheads piled up and up. He thought of this thundery yellow light and the stillness as if the whole town had fallen asleep, or died. Yes, he said. It was a big day. My folks are going out to movie the night after next, Bill said. When the pictures change, we're going to make them then. The silver balls, Richie said. I thought it's better this way, Ben said quietly. I still think we could have made the bullets, but thinking isn't good enough. If we were grown-ups... Oh, yeah, the world would be peachy if we were grown-ups, Beverly said. Grown-ups can make anything they want, can't they? Grown-ups can do anything they want, and it always comes out right. She laughed, a jagged, nervous sound. Bill wants me to shoot it. Can you feature that, Eddie? Just call me Beverly Oakley. I don't know what you're talking about, Eddie said. But he thought he did. He was getting some kind of picture anyway. Ben explained. They would melt down one of his silver dollars and make 2 silver balls a little smaller than ball bearings. And then, if there really was a werewolf residing at 29 Neibolt Street, Beverly would put a silver ball into its head with Bill's bullseye slingshot. Goodbye, werewolf. And, if they were right about one creature who wore many faces, goodbye it. There must have been some sort of expression on Eddie's face because Richie laughed and nodded. I know how you feel, man. I thought Bill must have lost his few remaining marbles when he started talking about using his slingshot instead of his dad's gun. But this afternoon... He stopped and cleared his throat. This afternoon after your ma blew us out of the water was how he had been about to start, and that obviously wouldn't do. This afternoon we went down to the dump. Bill brought his bullseye. Look! From his back pocket, Richie took a flattened can, which had once held Del Monte pineapple chunks. There was a ragged hole about 2 inches in diameter through the middle of it. Beverly did that with a rock. From 20 feet away. Looks like a .38 to me. De Trashmouth was convinced. And when De Trashmouth is convinced, De Trashmouth is convinced. Killing cans is one thing, Beverly said. If it was something else, something alive. Bill, you should be the one. Really. No, Bill said. We all took turns. You saw how it went. How did it go? Eddie asked. Bill explained, slowly and haltingly, while Beverly looked out the window, with her lips pressed so tightly together they were white. She was, for reasons she could not explain even to herself, more than afraid. She was deeply embarrassed by what had happened today. On the way over here tonight, she had argued again, passionately, that they'd try to make the bullets after all. Not because she was any more sure than Bill or Richie that they would actually work when the time came, but because if something did happen out at that house, the weapon would be in Bill's. Someone else's hands. But facts were facts. They'd each taken 10 rocks and shot the bullseye at 10 cans set up 20 feet away. Richie had gotten 1 out of 10, and his one hit was really only a nick. Ben had gotten 2, Bill 4, Mike 5. Beverly, shooting almost casually and appearing to aim not at all, had banged 9 of the 10 cans dead center. The 10th fell over when the rock she fired bounced off the rim. But first, we gotta make the ammo. Night after next? I should be out by then, Eddie said. His mother would protest that, but he didn't think she would protest too much, not after this afternoon. Does your arm hurt? Beverly asked. She was wearing a pink dress, not the dress he had seen in his dream. Perhaps she had worn that this afternoon when Ma sent them away, on which she had appliqued small flowers and silk or nylon hose. She looked very adult, but also somehow very childlike, like a girl playing dress-up. Her expression was dreamy and distant. Eddie thought, I bet that's how she looks when she's sleeping. Not too much, he said. They talked for a while, their voices punctuated by thunder. Eddie did not ask them about what had happened when they came to the hospital earlier that day, and none of them mentioned it. Richie took out his yo-yo, made it sleep once or twice, then put it back. Conversation lagged, and in one of the pauses there was a brief click that made Eddie look around. Bill had something in his hand, and for a moment Eddie felt his heart speed up in alarm. For that brief moment, he thought it was a knife. But then Stan turned on the room's overhead, dispelling the gloom, and he saw it was only a ballpoint pen. In the light, they all looked natural again, real, only his friends. I thought we ought to sign your cast, Bill said. His eyes met Eddie's squarely. But that's not it, Eddie thought with sudden and alarming clarity. It's a contract. It's a contract, Big Bill, isn't it? Or the closest we'll ever get to one. He was frightened. And then ashamed and angry at himself. If he had broken his arm before this summer, who would have signed the cast? Anyone besides his mother and perhaps Dr. Handor, his aunts in Haven? These were his friends. And his mother was wrong. They weren't bad friends. Maybe, he thought, there aren't any such things as good friends or bad friends. Maybe there are just friends, people who stand by you when you're hurt and who help you feel not so lonely. Maybe they're always worth being scared for and hoping for and living for. Maybe worth dying for, too, if that's what has to be. No good friends, no bad friends. Only people you want, need to be with. People who build their houses in your heart. Okay, Eddie said a little hoarsely. Okay. That'd be real good, Big Bill. So Bill leaned solemnly over his bed and wrote his name on the hillocky plaster of Paris that encased Eddie's mending arm, the letters large and looping. Richie signed with a flourish. Ben's handwriting was as narrow as he was wide, the letters slanting backward. They looked ready to fall over at the slightest push. Mike Hanlon's writing was large and awkward, because he was left-handed, and the angle was bad for him. He signed above Eddie's elbow and circled his name. When Beverly bent over him, he could smell some light, flowery perfume on her. She signed in a round Palmer method script. Stan came last and wrote his name in tight-packed little letters by Eddie's wrist. They all stepped back then, as if aware of what they had done. Outside, thunder muttered heavily again. Lightning washed the hospital's wooden exterior in brief, stuttering light. "That's it?" Eddie asked. Bill nodded. "Come over to my house after supper, day after tomorrow if you can, okay?" Eddie nodded, and the subject was closed. There was another period of desultory, almost aimless conversation. Some of it was about the dominant topic in Derry that July, the trial of Richard Macklin for the bludgeon murder of his stepson Dorsey, and the disappearance of Dorsey's older brother, Eddie Corcoran. Macklin would not break down and confess, weeping on the witness stand for another 2 days, but the losers were in agreement that Macklin probably had nothing to do with Eddie's disappearance. The boy had either run away, or it had gotten him. They left around 6:45, and the rain still had not fallen. It continued to threaten until long after Eddie's ma had come, made her visit, and gone home again. She had been horrified at the signatures on Eddie's cast, and even more horrified at his determination to leave the hospital the following day. She had been envisioning a stay of a week or more in absolute quiet, so that the ends of the break could set together, as she said. Eventually, the storm clouds broke apart and drifted away. Not so much as a drop of rain had fallen in Derry. The humidity remained, and people slept on porches and on lawns and in sleeping bags in back fields that night. The rain came the next day, not long after Beverly saw something terrible happen to Patrick Hochstetter. Chapter 17. Another one of the missing. The death of Patrick Hochstetter. 1. When he finishes, Eddie pours himself another drink with a hand not completely steady. He looks at Beverly and says, "You saw it, didn't you? You saw it take Patrick Hochstetter the day after you all signed my cast." The others lean forward. Beverly pushes her hair back in a reddish cloud. Beneath it, her face looks extraordinarily pale. She fumbles a fresh cigarette out of her pack, the last one, and flicks her Bic. She can't seem to guide the flame to the tip of her cigarette. After a moment, Bill holds her wrist lightly but firmly and puts the flame where it's supposed to go. Beverly looks at him gratefully and exhales a cloud of bluish-gray smoke. "Yeah," she says. "I saw that happen." She shivers. "He was crazy," Bill says, and thinks, just the fact that Henry let a flaco like Patrick Hochstetter hang around as that summer wore on, that says something, doesn't it? Either that Henry was losing some of his charm, some of his attraction, or that Henry's own craziness had progressed far enough so that the Hochstetter kid seemed okay to him. Both came to the same thing, Henry's increasing, degeneration? Is that the word? Yes, in light of what happened to him, where he ended up, I think it is. There's something else to support the idea, too, Bill thinks. But as yet he can only remember it vaguely. He and Richie and Beverly had been down at Tracker Brothers, early August by then, and the summer school that had kept Henry out of their hair for most of the summer was just about to end. And hadn't Victor Criss approached them? A very frightened Victor Criss? Yes, that had happened. Things had been rapidly approaching the end by then, and Bill thinks now that every kid in Derry had sensed it, the losers and Henry's group most of all. But that had been later. Oh, yeah, you got that right, Beverly says flatly. Patrick Hochstetter was crazy. None of the girls would sit in front of him in school. You'd be sitting there doing your arithmetic or writing a story or a composition, and all at once you'd feel this hand, almost as light as a feather, but warm and sweaty. Meaty. She swallows, and there's a small click in her throat. The others watch her solemnly from around the table. You'd feel it on your side, or maybe on your breast. Not that any of us had much in the way of breasts back then, but Patrick didn't seem to care about that. You'd feel that touch. Then you'd jerk away from it and turn around, and there Patrick would be, grinning with those big, rubbery lips. He had a pencil box full of flies, Richie said suddenly. Sure, he'd kill him with this green ruler he had, and then put him in his pencil box. I even remember what it looked like, red, with a wavy white plastic cover that slid open and closed. Eddie is nodding. You'd jerk away, and he'd grin, and then maybe he'd open his pencil box so you could see the dead flies inside, Beverly says. And the worst thing, the horrible thing, was the way he'd smile and never say anything. Mrs. Douglas knew. Greta Bowie told on him, and I think Sally Muller said something once too, but I think Mrs. Douglas was scared of him too. Ben has rocked back on the rear legs of his chair, and his hands are laced behind his neck. She still cannot believe how lean he is. I'm pretty sure you're right, he says. What happened to him, Beverly? Bill asks. She swallows again, trying to fight off the nightmarish power of what she saw that day in the Barrens. Her roller skates tied together and hung over her shoulder. One knee, a stinging net of pain from a fall she had taken on St. Crispin's Lane. Another of the short tree-lined streets that dead-ended where the land fell and still falls sharply into the Barrens. She remembers. Oh, those memories, when they come, are so clear, so powerful. That she was wearing a pair of denim shorts, really too short. They came only to just below the hem of her panties. She'd become more conscious of her body over the last year, over the last 6 months, actually, as it began to curve and become more womanly. The mirror was one reason for this heightened consciousness, of course, but not the main one. The main one was that her father seemed even sharper just lately, more apt to use his slapping hand or even his fists. He seemed restless, almost caged, and she was more and more nervous when she was around him, more and more on her mark. It was as if there was a smell they made between them, a smell that wasn't there when she was in the apartment alone, or that had never been there when they were in it together, not until this summer. And when Mom was gone, it was worse. If there was a smell, some smell, then he knew it too, maybe, because Bev saw less and less of him as the hot weather wore on, partly because of his summer bowling league, partly because he was helping his friend Joe Tamerley fix cars. But she suspects it was partly that smell. The one they made between them, neither of them meaning to, but making it just the same, as helpless to stop it as either was helpless to stop sweating in July. The vision of the birds, hundreds and thousands of them, descending on the rooftops of houses, on telephone wires, on TV aerials, intervenes again. And poison ivy, she says aloud. What? Bill asks. Something about poison ivy, she says slowly, looking at him. But it wasn't. It just felt like poison ivy. Mike... Never mind, Mike says. It will come. Tell us what you do remember, Bev. I remember the blue shorts, she would tell them, and how faded they were getting, how tight around my hips and butt. I had half a pack of Lucky Strikes in one pocket and the bullseye in the other. Do you remember the bullseye? She asks Richie, but they all nod. Bill gave it to me, she says. I didn't want it, but She smiles at Bill, a little wanly. You couldn't say no to Big Bill. That was all. So I had it, and that's why I was out by myself that day, to practice. I still didn't think I'd have the guts to use it when the time came. Except, I used it that day. I had to. I killed one of them. One of the parts of it. It was terrible. Even now it's hard for me to think of. One of the others got me. Look. She raises her arm and turns it over so they can all see a puckery scar on the roundest part of her upper forearm. It looks as if a hot circular object about the size of a Havana cigar had been pressed against her skin. It is slightly sunken, and looking at it gives Mike Hanlon a chill. This is one of the parts of the story which, like Eddie's unwilling heart-to-heart with Keene, he has suspected, but never actually heard. "You were right about one thing, Richie," she says. "That bullseye was a killer. I was scared of it, but I sort of loved it, too." Richie laughs and claps her on the back. "Shit, I knew that back then, you stupid skirt." "You did? Really?" "Yeah, really," he says. "There was something in your eyes, Bevy. I mean, it looked like a toy, but it was real. You could blow holes in things." "And you blew a hole in something with it that day," Ben muses. She nods. "Was it Patrick, you?" "Oh, God, no," Beverly says. "It was the other... Wait." She crushes out her cigarette, sips her drink, and gets herself under control again. Finally, she is. Well, no, but she has a feeling it's the closest she's going to get tonight. "I was roller skating, you see, and I fell down and gave myself a good scrape. Then I decided I'd go down to the Barrens and practice. I went by the clubhouse first to see if you guys were there. You weren't, just that smoky smell. You guys remember how long that place went on smelling of smoke?" They all nod, smiling. "We never really did get the smell out, did we?" Ben says. "So then I headed down to the dump," she says, "because that's where we had the tryouts, I guess you'd call them, and I knew there'd be lots of things to shoot at. Maybe even, rats." She pauses. There's a fine, misty sweat on her forehead now. "That's what I really wanted to shoot at," she says finally. "Something that was alive, not a seagull. I knew I couldn't shoot a gull, but a rat. I wanted to see if I could. I'm glad I came from the Kansas Street side instead of the old Cape side, though, because there wasn't much cover over there by the railroad embankment. They would have seen me, and God knows what would have happened then." "Who would have seen you?" "Them," Beverly says. "Henry Bowers, Victor Criss, Belch Huggins, and Patrick Hochstetter. They were down in the dump, and suddenly amazing, all of them." She begins to giggle like a child, her cheeks turning rose red. She giggles until tears stand in her eyes. "What the hell, Bev?" Richie says. "Let us in on the joke." "Oh, it was a joke, all right," she says. "It was a joke, but I think they might have killed me if they knew I'd seen." "I remember now," Ben cries, and he begins to laugh too. "I remember you telling us." Giggling wildly, Beverly says. "They had their pants down, and they were lighting farts." There is an instant of thunderstruck silence, and then they all begin to laugh. The sound echoes through the library. Thinking of exactly how to tell them of Patrick Hochstetter's death, the thing she fixes on first is how approaching the town dump from the Kansas Street side was like entering some weird asteroid belt. There was a rutted dirt track, a town road, actually. It even had a name, Old Lime Street, that ran from Kansas Street to the dump, the only actual road into the Barrens. The city's dump trucks used it. Beverly walked near Old Lime Street, but didn't take it. She had grown more cautious. She supposed all of them had, since Eddie's arm had been broken, especially when she was alone. She wove her way through the heavy undergrowth, skirting a patch of poison ivy with its reddish, oily leaves, smelling the dump's smoky rot, hearing the seagulls. On her left, through occasional breaks in the foliage, she could see Old Lime Street. The others are looking at her, waiting. She checks her cigarette pack and finds it empty. Wordlessly, Richie tosses her one of his. She lights up, looks around at them, and says, "Heading toward the dump from the Kansas Street side was a little like... 2. Entering some weird asteroid belt. The dumpoid belt. At first there was nothing but the underbrush growing from the spongy ground underfoot. And then you would see your first dumpoid. A rusty can that had once contained Prince spaghetti sauce, maybe, or an Nesokay soda bottle crawling with bugs, attracted by the sweet, sticky remains of cream soda or birch beer. Then there would be a bright wink of sun kicking off a scrap of tinfoil caught in a tree. You might see a bed spring or trip over it if you weren't watching where you were going, or a bone some dog had carried away, gnawed, and dropped. The dump itself wasn't so bad. Was, in fact, sort of interesting, Beverly thought. What was nasty and sort of creepy was the way it had of spreading, of creating this dumpoid belt. She was getting closer now. The trees were bigger, mostly firs, and the bushes were thinning out. The gulls cheeped and cried in their shrill, querulous voices, and the air was smudgy with the smell of burning. Now, on Beverly's right, leaning at an angle against the base of a spruce tree, was a rusty Amana refrigerator. Beverly glanced at it, thinking vaguely of the state policeman who had visited her class when she had been in the 3rd grade. He had told them that such things as discarded refrigerators were dangerous. A kid could climb into one while playing hide-and-go-seek, for instance, and smothered to death inside. Although why anyone would want to get in a scroungy old, she heard a shout. So close it made her jump, followed by laughter. Beverly grinned. So they were here. They had left the clubhouse because of the smoky smell and had come down here. They were maybe breaking bottles with rocks, maybe just dump picking. She began to walk a little faster, the nasty scrape she had gotten earlier now forgotten in her eagerness to see them. To see him, with his red hair so much like hers, to see if he would smile at her in that oddly endearing one-sided way of his. She knew she was too young to love a boy, too young to have anything but crushes, but she loved Bill just the same. And she walked a little faster, her skates swinging heavily from her shoulder, the sling of his bullseye beating soft time against her left buttock. She almost walked into them, before realizing it wasn't her gang at all, but Bowers. She walked out of the screening bushes, and the dump's steepest side lay about 70 yards ahead, a twinkling avalanche of junk lying along the high angle of the gravel pit. Mandy Fazio's bulldozer was off to the left. Much closer in front of her was a wilderness of junked cars. At the end of each month, these were crushed and hauled off to Portland for scrap. But now there were a dozen or more, some sitting on bare wheel rims, some on their sides, 1 or 2 lying on their roofs like dead dogs. They were arranged in 2 rows, and Beverly walked down the rough, trash-littered aisle between them like some punk bride of the future, wondering idly if she could break a windshield with the bullseye. One of the pockets of her blue shorts bulged with the small ball bearings that were her practice ammo. The voices and laughter were coming from beyond the junked-out cars and to the left, at the edge of the dump proper. Beverly rounded the last one, a Studebaker with its entire front end missing. Her hail of greeting died on her lips. The hand she had put up to wave did not exactly fall back to her side. It seemed to wilt. Her first furiously embarrassed thought was, oh, dear God, why are they all naked? This was followed by the scary realization of who they were. She froze there in front of the half Studebaker with her shadow stapled to the heels of her low-topped sneakers. For that one moment she was totally visible to them. If any of the 4 had looked up from the circle they were squatting in, he could not have missed her. A girl of slightly more than medium height, a pair of skates over one shoulder, the knee of one long, coltish leg still oozing blood, her mouth slack-jawed, her cheeks scarlet. Before darting back behind the Studebaker, she saw that they weren't entirely naked after all. They had their shirts on, and their pants and underpants were simply pulled down to their shoe tops, as if they had to go number 2. In her shock, Beverly's mind had automatically reverted to the euphemism she had been taught as a toddler. Except who ever heard of 4 boys going number 2 at the same time? Once out of sight again, her first thought was to get away fast. Her heart was pumping hard, her muscles heavy with adrenaline. She looked around, seeing what she hadn't bothered to notice walking up here when she had thought the voices she heard belonged to her friends. The row of junked cars on her left was really pretty thin. They were by no means packed in door to door as they would be in the week or so before the crusher came to turn them into rough blocks of twinkling metal. She had been exposed to the boys several times walking up to where she was now. If she retreated, she would be exposed again, and this time she might be seen. Also, she felt a certain shameful curiosity. What in the world could they be doing? Carefully, she peeked around the Studebaker. Henry and Victor Criss were more or less facing in her direction. Patrick Hochstetter was on Henry's left. Belch Huggins had his back to her. She observed the fact that Belch had an extremely large, extremely hairy ass, and half-hysterical giggles suddenly bubbled up her throat like the head on a glass of ginger ale. She had to clap both hands over her mouth and withdraw behind the Studebaker again, struggling to hold the giggles in. "You've got to get out of here, Beverly. If they catch you—" She looked back down between the junked cars, still holding her hands over her mouth. The aisle was maybe 10 feet wide, littered with cans, twinkling with little jigsaw pieces of safe tea glass, scruffy with weeds. If she so much as made a sound, they might hear her. particularly if their absorption in whatever strange thing they were doing flagged. When she thought of how casually she had walked up here, her blood ran cold. Also, what in the world can they be doing? She peeked again, seeing more of the details this time. There was a careless scatter of books and papers nearby, school books. They had just come from their summer classes then, what most of the kids called dummy school or makeup school, and because Henry and Victor were facing her way, she could see their things. They were the first things she had ever seen in her life, other than pictures in a smudgy little book that Brenda Arrowsmith had showed her the year before, and in those pictures you really couldn't see very much. Bev observed now that their things were little tubes that hung down between their legs. Henry's was small and hairless, but Victor's was quite big, and there was a cloudy fuzz of fine black hair just over it. Bill has one of those, she thought, and suddenly her whole body seemed to flush at once. Heat rushed through her in a wave that made her feel giddy and faint and almost sick to her stomach. In that moment she felt much the way Ben Hanscom had felt on the last day of school, looking down at her ankle bracelet and observing the way it flashed in the sun. But he had not felt the intermixed sense of terror she felt now. She looked behind her once more. Now the pathway between the cars leading to the shelter of the Barrens seemed much longer. She was scared to move. If they knew she had seen their things, they would probably hurt her, and not just a little. They would hurt her badly. Belch Huggins bellowed suddenly, making her jump, and Henry yelled, 3 feet! No shit, Belch, it was 3 feet, wasn't it, Vic? Vic agreed it was, and they all roared with troll-like laughter. Beverly tried another look around the junked Studebaker. Patrick Hockstetter had turned and half risen, so that his butt was nearly in Henry's face. In Henry's hand was a silvery, glinting object. After a moment's study, she made it out as a lighter. I thought you said you felt one coming on, Henry said. I do, Patrick said. I'll tell you when. Get ready. Get ready, it's coming. Get... Now! Henry flicked the lighter. At the same moment, there was the unmistakable ripping sound of a really good fart. There was no mistaking that sound. Beverly had heard it enough in her own house, usually on Saturday night after the beans and franks. A regular bear for his beans was her father. As Patrick blew off and Henry flicked the lighter, she saw something that made her jaw drop. A bright blue jet of flame appeared to roar directly out of Patrick's bum. To Bev, it looked like the pilot light on a gas burner. The boys roared their troll-like laughter, and Beverly withdrew behind the sheltering car, stifling mad giggles again. She was laughing, but not because she was amused. In some very weird way, it was funny, yes, but mostly she was laughing because she felt a deep revulsion accompanied by a sort of horror. She was laughing because she knew of no other way to cope with what she had seen. It had something to do with seeing the boys' things, but that was by no means all or even the great part of what she felt. She had known, after all, that boys had things, the same way she knew that girls had different things. This was only what you might call a confirmed sighting. But the rest of what they were doing seemed so strange, so ludicrous, and yet, at the same time, so deadly primitive that she found herself, in spite of the giggling fit, groping for the core of herself with some desperation. Stop, she thought, as if this were the answer. Stop! They'll hear you. So just you stop it, Bevy. But that was impossible. The best she could do was to laugh without engaging her vocal cords, so that the sounds came out of her in a series of almost inaudible chuffs, her hands pasted over her mouth, her cheeks as red as Mac apples, her eyes swimming with tears. Holy shit! That hurts! Victor roared. 12 feet! Henry bellowed. I swear to God, Vic! 12 fucking feet! I swear it on my mother's name! Well, I don't care if it was 20 fucking feet! You burned my ass off! Victor howled, and there was more bellowing laughter. Still trying to giggle silently from behind the sheltering car, Beverly thought of a movie she had seen on TV. John Hall had been in it. It was about this jungle tribe. They had a secret rite, and if you saw it, you got sacrificed to their god, which was this big stone idol. This did not stop her giggles, but infused them with a nearly frantic quality. They were becoming more and more like silent screams. Her belly hurt. Tears streamed down her face. 3. Henry Victor Belch and Patrick Hochstetter ended up in the dump lighting each other's farts on that hot July afternoon because of Rena Davenport. Henry knew what resulted from consuming large amounts of baked beans. The result was perhaps best expressed in a little ditty he had learned at his father's knee when he was still in short pants. Beans, beans, the musical fruit, the more you eat, the more you toot, the more you toot, the better you feel, then you're ready for another meal. Rena Davenport and his father had been courting for nearly 8 years. She was fat, 40, and usually filthy. Henry supposed that Rena and his father sometimes fucked, although he could not imagine anyone squashing his body down on Rena Davenport's. Rena's beans were her pride. She soaked them Saturday nights and baked them over a slow fire all day Sunday. Henry supposed they were okay. They were something to shovel into your mouth and chew up anyway. But after 8 years, anything lost its charm. Nor was Rena content to make just a few beans. She cooked them in job lots. When she turned up Sunday evenings in her old green DeSoto, a naked rubber baby doll hung from the rearview mirror looking like the world's youngest lynch mob victim. She usually had the Bowers' beans steaming on the seat beside her in a 12-gallon galvanized steel pail. The three of them would eat the beans that night, Rena raving about her own cooking all the while, crazy Butch Bowers grunting and mopping up bean juice with a piece of Sunny Boy bread, or simply telling her to shut up if there was a ball game on the radio. Henry, just eating, staring out the window, thinking his own thoughts. It was over a plate of Sunday night beans that he had conceived the idea of poisoning Mike Hanlon's dog, Mr. Chips. And Butch would reheat a mess of them the next night. On Tuesdays and Wednesdays, Henry would take a Tupperware box full of them to school. By Thursday or Friday, neither Henry nor his father could eat any more. The house's 2 bedrooms would smell of stale farts in spite of the open windows. Butch would take the remains and mix them into the other slops and feed them to Bip and Bop, the Bowers' 2 pigs. Rena would like as not show up the following Sunday with another steaming pail, and the cycle would start all over again. That morning Henry had put up an enormous quantity of leftover beans, and the 4 of them had eaten the whole lot at noon, sitting out on the playground in the shade of a big old elm. They had eaten until they were nearly bursting. It had been Patrick who suggested they go down to the dump, which would be fairly quiet in the middle of a working day summer afternoon. By the time they arrived, the beans were doing their work quite nicely. 4. Little by little, Beverly got herself under control again. She knew she had to get out. Beating a retreat was ultimately less dangerous than hanging around. They were absorbed in what they were doing, and even if worst came to worst, she could get a head start. And, in the back of her mind, she had also decided that if worst came to terrible, a few shots from the bullseye might discourage them. She was about to begin creeping away when Victor said, "I gotta go, Henry. My dad wants me to help him pick corn this afternoon." "Oh, shit," Henry said. "He'll live." "No, he's mad at me because of what happened the other day." "Fuck him if he can't take a joke." Beverly listened more closely now, suspecting it might be the scuffle which had ended with Eddie's broken arm that they were talking about. "No, I gotta go." "I think his ass hurts," Patrick said. "Watch your mouth, fuckface," Victor said. "It might grow on you." "I gotta go too," Belch said. "Your father wants you to pick corn?" Henry asked angrily. This was what might have passed for a jest in Henry's mind. Belch's father was dead. "No, but I got a job delivering the Weekly Shopper. I gotta do that tonight." "What's this Weekly Shopper crap?" Henry asked, now sounding upset as well as angry. "It's a job," Belch said with ponderous patience. "I make money." Henry made a disgusted sound, and Beverly risked another peek around the car. Victor and Belch were standing, buckling their belts. Henry and Patrick were still squatting with their pants down. The lighter glinted in Henry's hand. "You're not chickening out, are you?" Henry asked Patrick. "Nope," Patrick said. "You don't have to pick corn or go do some pussy job." "Nope," Patrick said again. "Well," Belch said uncertainly, "see you around, Henry." "Sure," Henry said, and spat near one of Belch's clod-hopping work shoes. Vic and Belch started off together toward the 2 rows of wrecked cars, toward the Studebaker behind which Beverly was crouching. At first, she could only cringe, frozen with fear like a rabbit. Then she slid around the left side of the Studebaker and back down the gap between it and the battered doorless Ford next to it. For a moment she paused, looking from side to side, hearing them approach. She hesitated, her mouth cottony dry, her back itchy with sweat. A part of her mind was numbly wondering how she'd look in a cast like Eddie's, with the loser's name signed on it. Then she dived into the Ford on the passenger side. She curled up on the filthy floor mat, making herself as small as possible. It was boiling hot inside the junked-out Ford, and it smelled so thickly of dust, rotting upholstery, and elderly rat crap that she had to struggle grimly to keep from sneezing or coughing. She heard Belch and Victor pass close by, talking in low voices. Then they were gone. She sneezed 3 times, quickly and quietly, into her cupped hands. She supposed she could go now, if she was careful. The best way to do it would be to shift over to the driver's side of the Ford, sneak back to the aisle, and then just do a fade. She believed she could manage it, but the shock of almost being discovered had robbed her of her courage, at least for the time being. She felt safer here in the Ford, and maybe, now that Victor and Belch had gone, the other 2 would also go soon. Then she could go back to the clubhouse. She had lost all interest in target shooting. Also, she had to pee. Oh, come on, she thought. Come on, hurry up and go. Hurry up and go, please. A moment later, she heard Patrick roar with mixed laughter and pain.
6 feet! Henry bellowed. Just like a fucking blowtorch, swear to God!
Silence then for a while. Sweat trickling down her back. The sun beating through the Ford's cracked windshield on the nape of her neck. Heaviness in her bladder. Henry bellowed so loud that Beverly, who had been close to dozing in spite of her discomfort, almost cried out herself.
Damn it, Hochstetter! You burned my friggin' ass! What are you doing with that lighter?
10 feet, Patrick giggled. Just the sound of it made Bev feel cold and revolted, as if she had seen a worm squirm its way out of her salad.
10 feet if it was an inch, Henry. Bright blue. 10 feet if it was an inch, swear to God.
Give me that, Henry grunted. Come on, you stupid nicks. Go, get out. When Patrick spoke again, his voice was so low, Bev could barely hear it. If there had been the slightest breath of wind on the air that baking afternoon, she would not have done. Let me show you something, Patrick said.
What?
Henry asked. Just something. Patrick paused. It feels good.
What?
Henry asked again. Then there was silence. I don't want to look. I don't want to see what they're doing now, and besides, they might see me. In fact, they probably will, because you've used up all your luck today, girlie-o. So just stay right here. No peeking. But her curiosity had overcome her good sense. There was something strange in that silence, something a little bit scary. She raised her head inch by inch until she could look through the Ford's cracked, cloudy windshield. She needn't have worried about being seen. Both of the boys were concentrating on what Patrick was doing. She didn't understand what she was seeing, but she knew it was nasty. Not that she would have expected anything else from Patrick, who was just so weird. He had one hand between Henry's thighs, and one hand between his own. One hand was flogging Henry's thing gently. With his other hand, Patrick was rubbing his own. Except he wasn't exactly rubbing it, he was kind of squoozing it, pulling it, letting it flop back down. What is he doing? Beverly wondered, dismayed. She didn't know, not for sure, but it scared her. She didn't think she'd been this scared since the blood had vomited out of the bathroom drain and splattered all over everything. Some deep part of her cried out that if they discovered she had seen this, whatever it was, they might do more than hurt her. They might actually kill her. Still, she couldn't look away. She saw that Patrick's thing had gotten a little longer, but not much. It still dangled between his legs like a snake with no backbone. Henry's, however, had grown amazingly. It stood up stiff and hard, almost poking his belly button. Patrick's hand went up and down, sometimes pausing to squeeze, sometimes tickling that odd, heavy sack under Henry's thing. Those are his balls, Beverly thought. Do boys have to go around with those all the time? God, I'd go crazy. Another part of her mind then whispered, Bill has those. On its own, her mind visualized her holding them, cupping them in her hand, testing their texture. And that hot feeling raced through her again, sparking off a furious blush. Henry stared at Patrick's hand as if hypnotized. His lighter lay on the rocky scree beside him, reflecting hot afternoon sun. Want me to put it in my mouth? Patrick asked. His big, livery lips smiled complacently. Huh? Henry asked, as if startled from some deep dream. I'll put it in my mouth if you want. I don't... Henry's hand flashed out, half-curled, not quite a fist. Patrick was knocked, sprawling. His head thudded on the gravel. Beverly dived down again, her heart crashing in her chest, her teeth locked against a little whimpering moan. After knocking Patrick down, Henry had turned, and for a moment, just before she dropped back into her little huddled ball on the passenger side of the drive-shaft hump, it seemed that her eyes and Henry's had locked. Please, God, the sun was in his eyes, she prayed. Please, God, I'm sorry I peeked. Please, God. There was an agonizing pause then. Her white blouse was plastered to her body with sweat. Droplets like seed pearls gleamed on her tanned arms. Her bladder throbbed painfully. She felt that very soon she would wet her pants. She waited for Henry's furious, crazy face to appear in the opening where the Ford's passenger door had been. Sure, it was going to happen. How could he have missed seeing her? He would drag her out and hurt her. He would... A new and even more terrible thought now occurred to her, and once again she had to engage in a painful, crampy struggle to keep from wetting her pants. Suppose he did something to her with his thing. Suppose he wanted her to put it in her somewhere. She knew where it was supposed to go, all right. It seemed that knowledge had suddenly sprung into her mind full-blown. She thought that if Henry tried to put his thing in her, she would go crazy. Please, no, please, God, don't let him have seen me, please, okay? Then Henry spoke, and to her growing horror, his voice was coming from someplace much closer. I don't go for that queer stuff. From farther off, Patrick's voice. You liked it. I didn't like it, Henry shouted. And if you tell anyone I did, I'll kill you, you fucking little pansy. You got a boner, Patrick said. He sounded like he was smiling. As much as she feared Henry Bowers, the smile would not have surprised Beverly. Patrick was crazy. Crazier than Henry, maybe. And people that crazy weren't afraid of anything. I saw it! Footsteps crunched over the gravel, closer and closer. Beverly looked up, her eyes bulging. Through the Ford's old windshield, she could now see the back of Henry's head. He was looking toward Patrick now. But if he turned around... If you tell anyone, I'll say you're a cocksucker, Henry said. Then I'll kill you. You don't scare me, Henry, Patrick said, and giggled. But I might not tell if you gave me $1. Henry shifted restlessly. He turned slightly. Beverly could now see 1/4 of his profile instead of just the back of his head. Please, God, she begged incoherently, and her bladder throbbed more strongly. If you tell, Henry said, his voice low and deliberate, I'll tell what you've been doing with the cats. With the dogs, too. I'll tell them about your refrigerator. You know what'll happen, Hochstetter? They'll come and take you away and put you into the fucking A loony bin. Silence from Patrick. Henry drummed his fingers on the hood of the Ford. Beverly was hiding it. Do you hear me? I hear you. Patrick sounded sullen now. Sullen and a little scared. He burst out, You liked it. You got a boner. Biggest boner I ever saw. Yeah, I bet you've seen a lot of them, you fucking little homo faggot. You just remember what I said about the refrigerator, your refrigerator. And if I see you around again, I'll knock your block off. More silence from Patrick. Henry moved away. Beverly turned her head and saw him pass by the driver's side of the Ford. If he had looked to his left even a little bit, he would have seen her. But he didn't look. A moment later, she heard him heading off the way Victor and Belch had gone. Now there was just Patrick. Beverly waited, but nothing happened. 5 minutes dragged by. Her need to urinate was now desperate. She might be able to hold out for another 2 or 3 minutes, but no more, and it made her uneasy not to know for sure where Patrick was. She peeked through the windshield again and saw him just sitting there. Henry had forgotten his lighter. Patrick had put his school books back into a small canvas carrier sack and had slung it around his neck like a newsboy's, but his pants and underpants were still down around his ankles. He was playing with the lighter. He would spin the wheel, produce a flame that was almost invisible in the bright day, snap the lighter closed, and then start all over again. He seemed hypnotized. A line of blood ran from the corner of his mouth to his chin, and his lips were swelling up on the right side. He seemed not to notice, and once again Beverly felt a squirmy sort of revulsion. Patrick was crazy, all right. She'd never in her life wanted so badly to get away from someone. Moving very carefully, she crawled backward over the Ford's driveshaft hump and squeezed under the steering wheel. She put her feet out on the ground and crept to the back of the Ford. Then she ran quickly back the way she had come. When she had entered the pines beyond the junked cars, she looked back over her shoulder. No one was there. The dump dozed in the sun. She felt the bands of tension around her chest and stomach loosen with relief, and all that was left was the need to urinate, so great that she now felt sick with it. She hurried down the path a short way and then ducked off to the right. She had her shorts unsnapped almost before the underbrush had closed behind her again. She took a quick look around to make sure there was no poison ivy at hand. Then she squatted, holding the tough trunk of a bush for balance. She was pulling her shorts up again when she heard approaching footsteps from the dump. All she could see through the bushes were flashes of blue denim and the faded plaid of a school shirt. It was Patrick. She ducked down, waiting for him to pass by toward Kansas Street. She was more sanguine about her position here. The cover was good, she no longer had to pee, and Patrick was off in his own cuckoo world. When he was gone, she would double back and head for the clubhouse. But Patrick didn't pass by. He stopped on the path almost directly opposite her and stood looking at the rusting Amana refrigerator. Beverly could observe Patrick along a natural sight line in the bushes without too much chance of being seen. Now that she was relieved, she found she was curious again, and if Patrick did happen to see her, she felt certain she could outrun him. He wasn't as fat as Ben, but he was podgy. She pulled the bullseye out of her back pocket, however, and put 6 steel pellets in the breast pocket of her old Ship-n-Shore. Crazy or not, a good one to the knee might discourage the likes of Patrick Hochstetter in a hurry. She remembered the refrigerator well enough now. There were lots of discarded fridges at the dump, but it suddenly occurred to her that this was the only one she'd seen which Mandy Fazio hadn't disarmed by either tearing out the latching mechanism with pliers or simply removing the door altogether. Patrick began to hum and sway back and forth in front of the rusty old refrigerator, and Beverly felt a fresh chill course through her. He was like a guy in a horror movie trying to summon a dead body out of a crypt. What's he up to? But if she had known that, or what was going to happen when Patrick finished his private ritual and opened the dead Amana's rusty door, she would have run away as fast as she could. 5. No one, not even Mike Hanlon, had the slightest idea of how crazy Patrick Hochstetter really was. He was 12, the son of a paint salesman. His mother was a devout Catholic who would die of breast cancer in 1962, 4 years after Patrick was consumed by the dark entity which existed in and below Derry. Although his IQ tested out as low normal, Patrick had already repeated 2 grades, the 1st and 3rd. He was taking summer classes this year, so he would not have to repeat the 5th as well. His teachers found him an apathetic student. This several of them noted on the bare 6 lines of the Derry Elementary School's report cards reserved for teachers' comments. And a rather disturbing one as well, which none noted. Their feelings were too vague, too diffuse to be expressed in 60 lines, let alone 6. If he had been born 10 years later, a guidance counselor might have steered him toward a child psychologist who might, or might not, Patrick was far more clever than his lackluster IQ results indicated, have realized the frightening depths behind that slack and pallid moon face. He was a sociopath, and perhaps by that hot July in 1958, he'd become a full-fledged psychopath. He could not remember a time when he had believed that other people any other living creatures for that matter, were real. He believed himself to be an actual creature, probably the only one in the universe, but was by no means convinced that his actuality made him real. He had no sense of hurting, exactly, and no real sense of being hurt. His indifference to being struck in the mouth by Henry in the dump was a case in point. But while he found reality a totally meaningless concept, he understood the concept of rules perfectly. And while all of his teachers had found him odd, both Mrs. Douglas's fifth-grade teacher and Mrs. Weems, who had had Patrick in the third grade, knew about the pencil box full of flies, and while neither of them totally ignored the implications, each had between 20 and 28 other students, each with problems of his or her own. None of them had serious disciplinary problems with him. He might turn in test papers that were utterly blank, or blank except for a large decorative question mark, and Mrs. Douglas had discovered it was best to keep him away from the girls because of his Roman hands and Russian fingers. But he was quiet. So quiet that there were times when he might have been taken for a big lump of clay that had been crudely fashioned to look like a boy. It was easy to ignore a Patrick who failed quietly, when you had to cope with boys like Henry Bowers and Victor Criss, who were actively disruptive and insolent, boys who would steal milk money or happily deface school property if given a chance, and girls like the unfortunately named Elizabeth Taylor, who was epileptic, and whose few poor brain cells worked only sporadically, and who had to be discouraged from pulling her dresses up in the play yard to show off a new pair of panties. In other words, Derry Elementary School was the typical, confused educational carnival, a circus with so many rings that Pennywise himself might have gone unnoticed. Certainly none of Patrick's teachers, or his parents for that matter, suspected that, when he was 5, Patrick had murdered his baby brother Avery. Patrick had not liked it when his mother brought Avery home from the hospital. He didn't care, or so he at first told himself, if his parents had 2 kids, 5 kids, or 5 dozen kids, as long as the kid or kids didn't alter his own schedule. But he found that Avery did. Meals came late. The baby cried in the night and woke him up. It seemed that his parents were always hanging over its crib, and often, when he tried to get their attention, he found that he could not. For one of the few times in his life, Patrick became frightened. It occurred to him that if his parents had brought him, Patrick, home from the hospital, and if he was real, then Avery might be real too. It might even be that when Avery got big enough to walk and talk, to bring in his father's copy of the Derry News from the front step, and to hand his mother the bowls when she baked bread, they might decide to get rid of Patrick altogether. It was not that he feared they loved Avery more, although it was obvious to Patrick that they did love him more, and in this case his judgment was probably correct. What he cared about was, 1, the rules that were being broken or had changed since Avery's arrival, 2, Avery's possible reality, and 3, the possibility that they might throw him out in favor of Avery. Patrick went into Avery's room one afternoon around 2:30, shortly after the school bus had dropped him off from his afternoon kindergarten session. It was January. Outside, snow was beginning to fall. A powerful wind boomed across McCarran Park and rattled the frosty upstairs storm windows. His mother was napping in her bedroom. Avery had been fussy all the previous night. His father was at work. Avery was sleeping on his stomach, his head turned to one side. Patrick, his moon face expressionless, turned Avery's head so his face was pressed directly into the pillow. Avery made a snuffling noise and turned his head back to the side. Patrick observed this and stood thinking about it while the snow melted off his yellow boots and puddled on the floor. Perhaps 5 minutes passed. Quick thinking was not Patrick's specialty, and then he turned Avery's face into the pillow again and held it there for a moment. Avery stirred under his hand, struggling, but his struggles were weak. Patrick let go. Avery turned his head to the side again, made one snorting little cry, and then went on sleeping. The wind gusted, rattling the windows. Patrick waited to see if the one little cry would awaken his mother. It didn't. Now he felt swept by a great excitement. The world seemed to stand out in front of him clearly for the first time. His emotional equipment was severely defective, and in those few moments, he felt as a totally colorblind person might feel if given a shot which enabled him to perceive colors for a short time, or as a junkie who is just fixed feels as the smack rockets his brain into orbit. This was a new thing. He had not suspected it existed. Very gently, he turned Avery's face into the pillow again. This time when Avery struggled, Patrick did not let go. He pressed the baby's face more firmly into the pillow. The baby was making steady, muffled cries now, and Patrick knew it was awake. He had a vague idea that it might tell on him to his mother if he stopped. He held it down. The baby struggled. Patrick held it down. The baby farted. Its struggles weakened. Patrick still held it down. It eventually became totally still. Patrick held it down for another 5 minutes, feeling that excitement crest and then begin to ebb, the shot wearing off, turning the world gray again, the fix mellowing into an accustomed low doze. Patrick went downstairs and got himself a plate of cookies and poured himself a glass of milk. His mother came down half an hour later and said she hadn't even heard him come in. She had been that tired. "You won't be any more, Mom," Patrick thought. "Don't worry, I fixed it." She sat down with him, ate one of his cookies, and asked him how school had been. Patrick said it was all right and showed her his drawing of a house and a tree. His paper was covered with looping, meaningless scribbles made with black and brown crayon. His mother said it was very nice. Patrick brought home the same looping scrolls of black and brown every day. Sometimes he said it was a turkey, sometimes a Christmas tree, sometimes a boy. His mother always told him it was very nice, although sometimes, in a part of her so deep she hardly knew it was there, she worried. There was something a little disquieting about the dark sameness of those big scribbled loops of black and brown. She didn't discover Avery's death until nearly 5 o'clock. Until then, she had simply assumed he was taking a very long nap. By then, Patrick was watching Crusader Rabbit on their 7-inch TV, and he went on watching TV through all the uproar that followed. Whirlybirds was on when Mrs. Henley arrived from next door. His screaming mother had been holding the baby's corpse in the open kitchen door, believing in some blind way that the cold air might revive it. Patrick was cold and got a sweater out of the downstairs closet. Highway Patrol, Ben Hanscom's favorite, was on when Mr. Hochstetter arrived home from work. By the time the doctor arrived, science fiction theater with your host, Truman Bradley, was just coming on. "Who knows what strange things the universe may hold," Truman Bradley speculated, while Patrick's mother shrieked and struggled in her husband's arms in the kitchen. The doctor observed Patrick's deep calm and unquestioning stare and assumed the boy was in shock. He wanted Patrick to take a pill. Patrick didn't mind. It was diagnosed as crib death. Years later, there might have been questions about such a fatality, deviations from the usual infant death syndrome observed. But when it happened, the death was simply noted and the baby buried. Patrick was gratified that once things finally settled down, his meals began to come on time again. In the madness of that afternoon and evening, people banging in and out of the house, the red lights of the home hospital ambulance pulsing on the walls, Mrs. Hochstetter screaming and wailing and refusing to be comforted, only Patrick's father came within brushing distance of the truth. He was standing numbly by Avery's empty crib some 20 minutes after the body had been removed, simply standing there, unable to believe any of this had happened. He looked down and saw a pair of tracks on the hardwood floor. They had been made by the snow melting off Patrick's yellow rubber boots. He looked at them, and a dreadful thought rose briefly in his mind like bad gas from a deep mine shaft. His hand went slowly to his mouth, and his eyes widened. A picture began to form in his mind. Before it could come clear, he left the room, slamming the door behind him so hard that the top of the frame splintered. He never asked Patrick any questions. Patrick had never done anything like that again, although he might have done so if the chance had presented itself. He felt no guilt, had no bad dreams. As time passed, however, he became more aware of what would have happened to him if he had been caught. There were rules. Unpleasant things happened to you if you didn't follow them, or if you were caught breaking them. You could be locked up or stuck in the electrocution chair. But that remembered feeling of excitement, that feeling of color and sensation, was simply too powerful and too wonderful to give over entirely. Patrick killed flies. At first he only smacked them with his mother's fly swatter. Later he discovered he could kill them quite efficiently with a plastic ruler. He also discovered the joys of fly paper. A long, sticky runner of it could be purchased for 2 cents at the Costello Avenue market, and Patrick sometimes stood for as long as 2 hours in the garage watching the flies land and then struggled to get free, his mouth ajar, his dusty eyes alight with that rare excitement, sweat running down his round face and his thick body. Patrick killed beetles, but if possible, he captured them first. Sometimes he would steal a long needle from his mother's pincushion, impale a Japanese beetle on it, and sit cross-legged in the garden watching it die. His expression at these times was the expression of a boy who was reading a very good book. Once he had discovered a run-over cat that was dying in the gutter on Lower Main Street, and sat watching it, until an old woman saw him pushing the squashed and mewing thing around with his foot. She whacked him with the broom she had been using to sweep her walk. "Go on home!" she had shouted at him. "What are you, crazy?" Patrick had gone on home. He wasn't mad at the old woman. He had been caught breaking the rules, that was all. Then, last year, it would not have surprised Mike Hanlon or any of the others at that point to have known that it was, in fact, on the same day that George Denbrough had been murdered. Patrick had discovered the rusty Amana refrigerator, one of the larger dumpoids in the belt surrounding the dump itself. Like Bev, he had heard the cautionary warnings about such abandoned appliances, about how 30 squirty million kids got their stupid selves smoked in them each year. Patrick had stood looking at the refrigerator for a long time, idly playing pocket pool with himself. That excitement was back, stronger than it had ever been, except for the time he had fixed Avery. The excitement was back because, in the chilly yet fuming wastes that passed for his mind, Patrick Hochstetter had had an idea. The Luces, who lived 3 houses down from the Hochstetters, missed their cat, Bobby, a week later. The Luce kids, who couldn't remember a time when Bobby hadn't been there, spent hours combing the neighborhood for him. They even pooled their money and put an ad in the Derry News Lost and Found column. Nothing came of it. And if any of them had seen Patrick that day, bulkier than ever in his mothball-smelling winter parka, after the floodwaters receded in that fall of '57, it had come off bitterly cold almost at once, carrying a cardboard carton, they would have thought nothing of it. The Engstroms, a block over and almost directly behind the Hochstetter home, lost their cocker pup about 10 days before Thanksgiving. Other families lost dogs and cats over the next 6 or 8 months, and Patrick, of course, had taken them all, not to mention a dozen unremarked strays from the Hell's Half-Acre area of Derry. He put them into the rusty Amana near the dump, one by one. Each time he brought another animal down, his heart thundering in his chest, his eyes hot and watery with excitement, he would expect to find that Mandy Fazio had pulled the Amana's latch or popped the hinges with his sledgehammer. But Mandy never touched that particular refrigerator. Perhaps he didn't realize it was there. Perhaps the force of Patrick's will kept him away. Or perhaps some other force did that. The Engstrom's cocker lasted the longest. In spite of the single-number cold, it was still alive when Patrick came back for the 3rd time in as many days. Although it had lost all of its friskiness, it had been wagging its tail and lapping his hands frantically when he originally hauled it out of the box and stuffed it into the refrigerator. When he came back a day after putting it in, the puppy had damn near gotten away. Patrick had to chase it almost all the way to the dump before he was able to jump it and get hold of one rear leg. The puppy had nipped Patrick with its sharp little teeth. Patrick didn't mind. In spite of the nips, he had taken the cocker back to the refrigerator and bundled it back in. He had a hard-on when he did it. This was not uncommon. On the 2nd day, the puppy had tried to get out again, but it moved much too slowly. Patrick shoved it back in, slammed the Amana's rusty door, and leaned against it. He could hear the puppy scratching against the door. He could hear its muffled whines. "Good dog," said Patrick Hochstetter. His eyes were closed, and he was breathing fast. "That's a good dog." On the 3rd day, the puppy could only roll its eyes toward Patrick's face when the door opened. Its sides were heaving rapidly and shallowly. When Patrick returned the next day, the cocker was dead, with a cake of foam frozen around its mouth and muzzle. This made Patrick think of coconut popsicles, and he laughed quite hard as he hauled the frozen corpse from his killing bottle and threw it in the bushes. The supply of victims, which Patrick thought of, when he thought of them at all, as test animals, had been thin this summer. Questions of reality aside, his sense of self-preservation was well developed, his intuition exquisite. He suspected he was suspected. By whom, he was not sure. Mr. Engstrom, perhaps? Mr. Engstrom had turned around and given Patrick a long, speculative look in the AMP one day this spring. Mr. Engstrom had been buying cigarettes, and Patrick had been sent for bread. Mrs. Josephs? Maybe. She sat in her parlor window with a telescope sometimes, and was, according to Mrs. Hochstetter, a nosy Parker. Mr. Jacobois, who had an ASPCA sticker on the back bumper of his car? Mr. Nell? Someone else? Patrick didn't know for sure, but his intuition told him he was suspected, and he never argued with his intuition. He had taken a few wandering animals from among the rotted tenements in the half-acre, picking only those that looked thin or diseased, but that was all. He discovered, however, that the refrigerator near the dump had gotten an oddly powerful hold over him. He began to draw pictures of it in school when he was bored. He sometimes dreamed of it at night, and in his dreams the Amana was perhaps 70 feet tall, a whited sepulchre, a ponderous crypt iced in chilly moonlight. In these dreams the giant door would swing open, and he would see huge eyes staring out at him. He would awake in a cold sweat, but he found he could not give up the joys of the refrigerator entirely. Today he'd finally found out who had suspected. Bowers. Knowing that Henry Bowers held the secret of his killing bottle in his hands left Patrick as close to panic as he was ever apt to get. This was not very close at all, in truth, but he still found this, not fear exactly, but mental unrest, oppressive and unpleasant. Henry knew that Patrick sometimes broke the rules. His latest victim had been a pigeon he discovered on Jackson Street 2 days ago. The pigeon had been struck by a car and couldn't fly. Patrick went home, got his box out of the garage, and put the pigeon inside. The pigeon pecked the back of Patrick's hand several times, leaving shallow, bloody digs. Patrick didn't mind. When he checked the refrigerator the next day, the pigeon had been quite dead, but Patrick hadn't removed the corpse then. Now, following Henry's threat to tell, Patrick decided he'd better get rid of the pigeon's body right away. Perhaps he would even get a bucket of water and some rags and scrub out the interior of the refrigerator. It didn't smell very good. If Henry told, and Mr. Nell came down to check, he might be able to tell that something, several somethings in fact, had died in there. If he tells, Patrick thought, standing in the grove of pines and looking at the rusty Amana, I'll tell that he broke Eddie Kasprack's arm. Of course, they probably knew that already, but they couldn't prove anything because all of them said they had been playing out at Henry's house that day, and Henry's crazy father had backed them up. But if he tells, I'll tell. Tit for tat. Never mind that now. What he had to do now was get rid of the bird. He would leave the refrigerator door open, and then come back with the rags and the water and clean it up. Good. Patrick opened the refrigerator door on his own death. At first he was simply puzzled, unable to cope in any way with what he was seeing. It meant nothing to him at all. It had no context. Patrick merely stared, his head cocked to one side, his eyes wide. The pigeon was nothing but a skeleton surrounded by a ragged fall of feathers. There was no flesh left on its body at all, and around it, stuck on the refrigerator's inner walls, hanging from the underside of the freezer compartment, dangling from the wire shelves, were dozens of flesh-colored objects that looked like big macaroni shells. Patrick saw that they were moving slightly, fluttering as if in a breeze. Except there was no breeze. He frowned. Suddenly one of the shell-like things unfurled insectile wings. Before Patrick could do more than register the fact, it had flown across the space between the refrigerator and Patrick's left arm. It struck with a smacking sound. There was an instant of heat. It faded, and Patrick's arm felt just like always again. But the shell-like creature's pale flesh turned first pink, and then, with shocking suddenness, rose red. Although Patrick was afraid of almost nothing in the commonly understood sense of the word, it's hard to be afraid of things that aren't real. There was at least one thing that filled him with wretched loathing. He'd come out of Brewster Lake one warm August day, when he was 7, to discover 4 or 5 leeches clinging to his stomach and legs. He had screamed himself hoarse until his father had pulled them off. Now, in a deadly burst of inspiration, he realized that this was some weird kind of flying leech. They had infested his refrigerator. Patrick began to scream and beat at the thing on his arm. It had swelled to nearly the size of a tennis ball. At the 3rd blow, it broke open with a sickening squit sound. Blood, his blood, sprayed his arm from elbow to wrist, but the thing's jelly-like eyeless head held on. In a way, it was like a bird's narrow head, ending in a beak-like structure, but this beak was not flat or pointed. It was tubular and blunt, like the proboscis of a mosquito. This proboscis was buried in Patrick's arm. Still screaming, he pinched the splattered creature between his fingers and pulled it off. The proboscis came out cleanly, followed by a watery flow of blood mixed with some yellowish-white liquid like pus. It had made a painless, dime-sized hole in his arm. And the creature, although exploded, was still twisting and moving and seeking in his fingers. Patrick threw it away, turned, and more of them flew out of the refrigerator, lighting on him even as he groped for the Amanda's handle. They landed on his hands, his arms, his neck. One touched down on his forehead. When Patrick raised his hand to pick it off, he saw 4 others on his hand, trembling minutely, turning first pink and then red. There was no pain, but there was a hideous draining sensation. Screaming, whirling, beating at his head and neck with his leech-encrusted hands, Patrick Hochstetter's mind yammered, "It isn't real, it's just a bad dream, don't worry, it's not real, nothing is real." But the blood pouring from the smashed leeches seemed real enough, the sound of their buzzing wings seemed real enough, and his own terror seemed real enough. One of them fell down inside his shirt and settled on his chest. While he was beating frantically at it and watching the bloodstains spread above the place where it had taken its hold, another settled on his right eye. Patrick closed it, but that did no good. He felt a brief hot flare as the thing's sucker poked through his eyelid and began to suck the fluid out of his eyeball. Patrick felt his eye collapse in its socket, and he screamed again. A leech flew into his mouth when he did, and roosted on his tongue. It was all almost painless. Patrick went staggering and flapping up the path toward the junked cars. Parasites hung all over him. Some of them drank to capacity and then burst like balloons. When this happened to the bigger ones, they drenched Patrick with almost half a pint of his own hot blood. He could feel the leech inside his mouth swelling up, and he opened his jaws because the only coherent thought he had left was that it must not burst in there. It must not, must not! But it did. Patrick ejected a huge spray of blood and parasite flesh like vomit. He fell down in the gravelly dirt and began to roll over and over, still screaming. Little by little, the sound of his own screams began to seem faint, far away. Just before he passed out, he saw a figure step from behind the last of the junked cars. At first Patrick thought he was a guy, Mandy Fazio perhaps, and he would be saved. But as the figure drew closer, he saw its face was running like wax. Sometimes it began to harden and look like something or someone, and then it would start to run again, as if it couldn't make up its mind who or what it wanted to be.
"Hello and goodbye,"
a bubbling voice said from inside the running tallow of its features, and Patrick tried to scream again. He didn't want to die. As the only real person, he wasn't supposed to die. If he did, everyone else in the world would die with him. The man-shape laid hold of his leech-encrusted arms and began to drag him away toward the barrens. His blood-stained book carrier bumped and thumped along beside him, its strap still twisted about his neck. Patrick, still trying to scream, lost consciousness. He awoke only once, when, in some dark, smelly, drippy hell where no light shone, no light at all, it began to feed. 6. At first, Beverly was not entirely sure what she was seeing or what was happening, only that Patrick Hochstetter had begun to thrash and dance and scream. She got up warily, holding the slingshot in one hand and 2 of the ball bearings in the other. She could hear Patrick blundering off down the path, still yelling his head off. In that moment, Beverly looked every inch the lovely woman she was going to become, and if Ben Hanscom had been around to see her just then, his heart might not have been able to stand it. She was standing fully upright, her head cocked to the left, her eyes wide, her hair done in braids that had been tied off with 2 small red velvet bows, which she had bought in Dolly's for a dime. Her posture was one of total attention and concentration. It was feline, lynx-like. She had shifted forward on her left foot, her body half-turned as if to go after Patrick, and the legs of her faded shorts had pulled up enough to show the edging on her yellow cotton panties. Below them, her legs were already smoothly muscled, beautiful in spite of the scabs, bruises, and smutches of dirt. It's a trick. He saw you, and he knows he probably can't catch you in a fair chase, so he's trying to get you to come out. Don't go, Bevy. But another part of her thought there was too much pain and fear in those screams. She wished she had seen whatever had happened to Patrick, if anything had, more clearly. She wished more than anything else that she had come into the Barrens a different way and missed the whole crazy shenanigans. Patrick's screams stopped. A moment later, Beverly heard someone speak, but she knew that had to be her imagination. She heard her father say hello and goodbye. Her father wasn't even in Derry that day. He had set off for Brunswick at 8 o'clock. He and Joe Tamerley were going to pick up a Chevy truck in Brunswick. She shook her head as if to clear it. The voice didn't speak again. Her imagination, obviously. She walked out of the bushes to the path, ready to run the instant she saw Patrick charging at her, her reactions on triggers as delicate as a cat's whiskers. She looked down at the path and her eyes widened. There was blood here. Quite a lot of it. Fake blood, her mind insisted. You can buy a bottle of it at Dolly's for 49 cents. Be careful, Bevy. She knelt and quickly touched the blood with her fingers. She looked at them closely. It wasn't fake blood. There was a flash of heat in her left arm, just below the elbow. She looked down and saw something that she first thought was some kind of burr. No, not a burr. Burrs didn't twitch and flutter. This thing was alive. A moment after that, she realized it was biting her. She struck it hard with the back of her right hand, and it splattered, spraying blood. She backed up a step, getting ready to scream now that it was over. Then she saw that it wasn't over at all. The thing's featureless head was still on her arm, its snout buried in her flesh. With a shrill cry of disgust and fear, she picked it off and saw its proboscis come out of her arm like a small dagger, dripping with blood. She understood the blood on the path now, oh yes, and her eyes went to the refrigerator. The door had swung closed and latched again, but a number of the parasites had been left outside and were crawling sluggishly over the rusty white porcelain. As Beverly looked, one of them unfurled its membranous fly-like wings and buzzed toward her. She acted without thinking, loading one of the steel ball bearings into the cup of the bullseye and pulling the sling back. As the muscles of her left arm flexed smoothly, she saw loose blood squirt from the hole the thing had made in her arm. She let fly anyway, unconsciously leading the flying thing. Shit! Missed! She thought, as the bullseye snapped and the ball bearing flew, a glittering chunk of light in the hazy sun. And she would later tell the other losers that she knew she had missed it, the same way a bowler knows he has missed the strike as soon as a bad ball leaves his hand. But then she saw the ball bearing curve. It happened in a split second, but the impression was very clear. It had curved. It struck the flying thing and splattered it to mush. There was a shower of yellowish droplets which pattered on the path. Beverly backed up slowly at first, her eyes huge, her lips trembling, her face a shocked grayish white. Her gaze was pinned to the front of the discarded refrigerator, waiting to see if any of the other things would smell or sense her. But the parasites only crawled slowly back and forth like autumn flies drugged with the cold. At last she turned and ran. Panic beat darkly against her thoughts, but she would not give in to it entirely. She held the bullseye in her left hand and looked back over her shoulder from time to time. There was still blood dappled brightly on the path, and on the leaves of some of the bushes bordering it, as if Patrick had woven from side to side as he ran. Beverly burst out into the area of the junked cars again. Ahead of her, there was a bigger splash of blood, just beginning to soak into the gravelly earth. The ground looked disturbed, darker streaks of earth lined into the powdery white surface. as if there had been a struggle there. 2 grooves, about 2.5 feet apart, led away from this spot. Beverly halted, panting. She looked at her arm and was relieved to see that the flow of blood was finally slowing, although her lower forearm and the palm of her hand were streaked and tacky with it. The pain had begun now, a low, steady throb. It felt the way her mouth felt about an hour after the dentist's, when the Novocaine began to wear off. She looked behind again, saw nothing, then looked back at those grooves leading away from the junked cars, away from the dump, and into the barrens. Those things were in the refrigerator. They got all over him. Sure they did. Look at all the blood. He got this far, and then... hello and goodbye. Something else happened. What? She was terribly afraid, she knew. The leeches were a part of it, and they had driven Patrick into another part of it, much as a panic-maddened steer is driven down the chute and into the slaughtering pen. Get out of here. Get out, Bevy! Instead, she followed the grooves in the earth, holding the bullseye tightly in her sweating hand. At least get the others. I will, in a little while. She walked on, following the grooves as the ground sloped down and became softer. She followed them into heavy foliage again. Somewhere a cicada burred loudly, and then unwound into silence. Mosquitoes lighted on her blood-streaked arm. She waved them away. Her teeth were clenched on her lower lip. There was something lying on the ground ahead. She picked it up and looked at it. It was a handmade wallet, the sort of thing a kid might make as a crafts project at community house. Except it was obvious to Bev that the kid who made this hadn't been much of a craftsman. The wide plastic stitching was already coming unraveled, and the bill compartment flapped like a loose mouth. She found a quarter in the change compartment. The only other thing in the wallet was a library card made out in the name of Patrick Hochstetter. She tossed the wallet aside, library card and all. She wiped her fingers on her shorts. 50 feet farther on, she found a sneaker. The underbrush was now too dense for her to be able to follow the grooves in the earth, but you didn't have to be the pathfinder to follow the splashes and drips of blood on the bushes. The trail wound down through a steep break. Bev lost her footing once, slid, and was raked by thorns. Fresh lines of blood appeared on her upper thigh. She was breathing fast now, her hair sweaty and matted to her skull. The spots of blood led out onto one of the faint paths through the barrens. The Kanduskeag was nearby. Patrick's other sneaker, its laces bloody, lay marooned on the path. She approached the river with the bullseye sling half drawn. The grooves in the earth had reappeared. They were shallower now. That's because he lost his sneakers, she thought. She came around a final bend and faced the river. The grooves went down the bank and led ultimately to one of those concrete cylinders, one of the pumping stations. There they stopped. The iron cover capping the top of this cylinder was a little ajar. As she stood above it, looking down, a thick and monstrous chuckle suddenly issued from beneath. It was too much. The panic which had threatened now descended. Beverly turned and fled toward the clearing and clubhouse, her bloody left arm up to shield her face from the branches which whipped and slapped her. Sometimes I worry too, Daddy, she thought wildly. Sometimes I worry a lot. 7. 4 hours later, all of the losers, except Eddie, crouched in the bushes near the spot where Beverly had hidden and watched Patrick Hochstetter go to the refrigerator and open it. The sky overhead had darkened with thunderheads, and the smell of rain was in the air again. Bill was holding the end of a long length of clothesline in his hands. The 6 of them had pooled their available cash and bought the line and a Johnson's first aid kit for Beverly. Bill had carefully affixed a gauze pad over the bloody hole in her arm. Tell your parents you got a scrape when you were skating, Bill said. My skates! Beverly cried, dismayed. She'd forgotten all about them. There, Ben said and pointed. They were lying in a heap not far away, and she went to retrieve them before Ben or Bill or any of the others could offer. She remembered now that she had put them aside before urinating. She didn't want any of the others over there. Bill himself had tied one end of the clothesline to the handle on the Manor refrigerator, although they had all cautiously approached it together, ready to bolt at the first sign of movement. Bev had offered to give the bullseye back to Bill, He had insisted she keep it. As it turned out, nothing had moved. Although the area on the path in front of the refrigerator was splattered with blood, the parasites were gone. Perhaps they had flown away. You could bring Chief Borton and Mr. Nell and 100 other cops down here and it still wouldn't matter, Stan Uris said bitterly. Nope. They wouldn't see a frockin' thing, Richie agreed. How's your arm, Bev? Hurts. She paused, looking from Bill to Richie and back to Bill again. Would my mom and dad see the hole that thing made in my arm? I don't think so, Bill said. Get ready to run. I'm gonna tie it on. He looped the end of the clothesline around the refrigerator's rust-flecked chrome handle, working with the care of a man defusing a live bomb. He tied a granny knot and then stepped back, paying out the clothesline. He grinned a small, shaky grin at the others when they had made some distance. Whoo, he said. Glad that's over. Now, a safe, they hoped, distance from the refrigerator. Bill told them again to get ready to run. Thunder boomed directly overhead and they all jumped. The first scattered drops began to fall. Bill jerked the clothesline as hard as he could. His granny knot popped off the handle, but not before it had pulled the refrigerator door open again. An avalanche of orange pom-poms fell out, and Stan Uris uttered a painful groan. The others only stared, open-mouthed. The rain began to come harder. Thunder whip-cracked above them, making them cringe, and purplish-blue lightning flared as the refrigerator door swung all the way open. Richie saw it first and screamed, a high, hurt sound. Bill uttered some sort of angry, frightened cry. The others were silent. Written on the inside of the door, written in drying blood, were these words: "Stop now, before I kill you all. A word to the wise from your friend, Pennywise." Hail mixed with the driving rain. The refrigerator door shuddered back and forth in the rising wind, the letters painted there, beginning to drip and run now, taking on the draggling, ominous look of a horror movie poster. Bev was not aware that Bill had gotten up until she saw him advancing across the path toward the refrigerator. He was shaking both fists. Water streamed down his face and plastered his shirt to his back. "We're gonna kill you!" Bill screamed. Thunder whacked and cracked. Lightning flashed so brightly that she could smell it, and not far away there was a splintering, rending sound as a tree fell. "Bill, come back!" Richie was yelling. "Come back, man!" He started to get up, and Ben hauled him back down again. "You killed my brother George! You son of a bitch! You bastard! You whore master! Let's see you now! Let's see you now!" Hail came in a spate, stinging them even through the screening bushes. Beverly held her arm up to protect her face. She could see red welts on Ben's streaming cheeks. "Bill, come back!" she screamed despairingly, and another thundercrack drowned her out. It rolled across the barrens below the low black clouds. "Let's see you come out now, you fucker!" Bill kicked wildly at the heap of pom-poms that had spilled out of the refrigerator. He turned away and began to walk back toward them, his head down. He seemed not to feel the hail, although it now covered the ground like snow. He blundered into the bushes, and Stan had to grab his arm to keep him from going into the pricker bushes. He was crying. "That's okay, Bill," Ben said, putting a clumsy arm around him. "Yeah," Richie said. "Don't worry. We're not going to chicken out." He stared around at them, his eyes looking wildly out of his wet face. "Is there anyone here who's going to chicken out?" They shook their heads. Bill looked up, wiping his eyes. They were all soaked to the skin and looked like a litter of pups that had just forded a river. "It's scared of us, you know," he said. "I can feel that. I swear to God I can." Bev nodded soberly. "I think you're right." "Help me," Bill said. "Please help me." "We will," Beverly said. She took Bill in her arms. She'd not realized how easily her arms would go around him, how thin he was. She could feel his heart racing under his shirt. She could feel it next to hers. She thought that no touch had ever seemed so sweet and strong. Richie put his arms around both of them and laid his head on Beverly's shoulder. Ben did the same from the other side. Stan Uris put his arms around Richie and Ben. Mike hesitated and then slipped one arm around Beverly's waist and the other over Bill's shivering shoulders. They stood that way, hugging, and the sleet turned back to driving, pouring rain so heavy it seemed almost like a new atmosphere. The lightning walked and the thunder talked. No one spoke. Beverly's eyes were tightly shut. They stood in the rain in a huddled group, hugging each other, listening to it hiss down on the bushes. That was what she remembered best, the sound of the rain and their own shared silence and a vague sorrow that Eddie was not there with them. She remembered those things. She remembered feeling very young, very strong. Chapter 18. The Bullseye. 1. "Okay, Haystack," Richie says. "Your turn. The redhead smoked all of her cigarettes and most of mine. The hour groweth late." Ben glances up at the clock. Yes, it's late, nearly midnight. Just time for one more story, he thinks. One more story before 12, just to keep us warm. What should it be? But that, of course, is only a joke and not a very good one. There is only one story left, at least only one he remembers, and that is the story of the Silver Slugs, how they were made in Zach Dembro's workshop on the night of July 23rd, and how they were used on the 25th. "I've got my own scars," he says. "Do you remember?" Beverly and Eddie shake their heads. Bill and Richie nod. Mike sits silent, his eyes watchful in his tired face. Ben stands up and unbuttons the work shirt he is wearing, spreading it open. An old scar in the shape of the letter H shows there. Its lines are broken. The belly was much bigger when that scar was put there, but its shape still identifiable. The heavy scar depending downward from the crossbar of the H is much clearer. It looks like a twisted white hang rope from which the noose has been cut. Beverly's hand goes to her mouth. "The werewolf! In that house! Oh, Jesus Christ!" And she turns to the windows as if to see it lurking outside in the darkness. "That's right," Ben said. "And you want to know something funny? That scar wasn't there 2 nights ago. Henry's old calling card was. I know because I showed it to a friend of mine, a bartender named Ricky Lee, back in Hemmingford home. But this one," he laughs without much humor and begins buttoning his shirt again. "This one just came back. Like the ones on our hands." "Yeah," Mike says, as Ben buttons his shirt up again. "The werewolf. We all saw it as the werewolf that time." "Because that's how Richie saw it before," Bill murmurs. "That's it, isn't it?" "Yes," Mike says. "We were close, weren't we?" Beverly says. Her voice is softly marveling, close enough to read each other's minds. "Old Big Harry damn near had your guts for garters, Ben," Richie says, and he is not smiling as he says it. He pushes his mended glasses up on his nose, and behind them his face looks white and haggard and ghostly. "Bill saved your bacon," Eddie says abruptly. "I mean, Bev saved us all, but if it hadn't been for you, Bill..." "Yes," Ben agrees. "You did, Big Bill. I was, lost in the funhouse." Bill points briefly at the empty chair. "I had some help from Stan Uris, and he paid for it. Maybe he died for it." Ben Hanscom is shaking his head. "Don't say that, Bill, but it's true. And if it's your fault, it's my fault, too. And everyone else is here. Because we went on. Even after Patrick, and what was written on that refrigerator we went on. It would be my fault most of all, I guess, because I wanted us to go on. Because of George. Maybe even because I thought that if I killed whatever killed George, my parents would have to love you again?" Beverly asks gently. "Yes, of course. But I don't think it was anyone else's fault, Ben. It was just the way Stan was built. He couldn't face it," Eddie says. He's thinking of Mr. Keen's revelation about his asthma medicine and how he could still not give it up. He is thinking that he might have been able to give up the habit of being sick. It was the habit of believing he had been unable to kick. As things had turned out, maybe that habit had saved his life. He was great that day, Ben says. Stan and his birds. A chuckle stirs through them, and they look at the chair where Stan would have been in a rightful, sane world, where all the good guys won all of the time. I miss him, Ben thinks. God, how I miss him. He says, "You remember that day, Richie? When you told him you heard somewhere he killed Christ, and Stan says, totally deadpan, 'I think that was my father?'" "I remember," Richie says, in a voice almost too low to hear. He takes his handkerchief out of his back pocket, removes his glasses, wipes his eyes, then puts his glasses back on. He puts away the handkerchief, and without looking up from his hands, he says, "Why don't you just tell it, Ben?" "It hurts, doesn't it?" "Yeah," Richie says, his voice so thick it is hard to understand him. "Why, sure it hurts." Ben looks around at them and nods. "All right, then. One more story before 12, just to keep us warm." Bill and Richie had the idea of the bullets. "No," Richie demurs. "Bill thought of it first, and he got nervous first. I just started to worry. Doesn't really matter, I guess," Ben says. "The three of us spent some heavy library time that July. We were trying to find out how to make silver bullets. I had the silver, $4 silver that were my father's. Then Bill got nervous, thinking about what kind of shape we'd be in if we had a misfire with some kind of monster coming down our throats. And when we saw how good Beverly was with that slingshot of his, we ended up using one of my silver dollars to make slugs instead. We got the stuff together, and all of us went down to Bill's place. Eddie, you were there. I told my mother we were going to play Monopoly," Eddie says. "My arm was really hurting, but I had to walk. That's how pissed she was at me. And every time I heard someone behind me on the sidewalk, I'd whip around thinking it was Bowers. It didn't help the pain." Bill grins. "And what we did was stand around and watch Ben make the ammo. I think Ben really could have made silver bullets." "Oh, I'm not so sure of that," Ben says, although he still is. He remembers how the dusk was drawing down outside. Mr. Denbrough had promised them all rides home. The sound of the crickets in the grass, the first lightning bugs blinking outside the windows. Bill had carefully set up the Monopoly board in the dining room, making it look as if the game had been going on for an hour or more. He remembers that. And the clean pool of yellow light falling on Zach's work table. He remembers Bill saying, "We gotta be too. Careful! I don't want to leave a mess. My dad'll be..." He spat out a number of P's and finally managed to say, "Pissed off." Richie made a burlesque of wiping his cheek. "Do you serve towels with your showers, stuttering Bill?" Bill made as if to hit him. Richie cowered, shrieking in his pickaninny voice. Ben took very little notice of them. He watched Bill lay out the implements and tools one by one in the light. Part of his mind was wishing that someday he might have such a nice work table as this himself. Most of it was centered directly on the job ahead. Not as difficult as making silver bullets would have been, but he would still be careful. There was no excuse for sloppy workmanship. This was not something he had been taught or told, just something he knew. Bill had insisted that Ben make the slugs, just as he continued to insist that Beverly would be the one carrying the bullseye. These things could have and had been discussed, but it was only 27 years later, telling the story, that Ben realized no one had even suggested that a silver bullet or slug might not stop a monster. They had the weight of what seemed like 1,000 horror movies on their side. "Okay," Ben said. He cracked his knuckles and then looked at Bill. "You got the molds?" "Oh!" Bill jumped a little. "Here!" He reached into his pants pocket and brought out his handkerchief. He put it on the workbench and unfolded it. There were 2 dull steel balls inside, each with a small hole in it. They were bearing molds. After deciding on slugs instead of bullets, Bill and Richie had gone back to the library and had researched how bearings were made. "You boys are so busy," Mrs. Starrett had said. "Bullets one week and bearings the next, and it's summer vacation, too." "We like to stay sharp," Richie said. "Right, Bill?" "Right." It turned out that making bearings was a cinch once you had the molds. The only real question was where to get them. A couple of discreet questions to Zach Dembro had taken care of that, and none of the losers were too surprised to find that the only machine shop in Derry where such molds might be obtained was Kitchener Precision Tool and Die. The Kitchener who owned and ran it was a great-great-grandnephew of the brothers who had owned the Kitchener Iron Works. Bill and Richie had gone over together with all the cash the losers had been able to raise on short notice, $10.59 in Bill's pocket. When Bill asked how much a couple of 2-inch bearing molds might cost, Carl Kitchener, who looked like a veteran booze hound and smelled like an old horse blanket, asked what a couple of kids wanted with bearing molds. Richie let Bill speak, knowing things would probably go easier that way. Children made fun of Bill's stutter. Adults were embarrassed by it. Sometimes this was surprisingly helpful. Bill got halfway through the explanation he and Richie had worked out on the way over, something about a model windmill for next year's science project, when Kitchener waved for him to shut up and quoted them the unbelievable price of 50 cents per mold. Hardly able to believe their good fortune, Bill forked over a $1 bill. "Don't expect me to give you a bag," Carl Kitchener said, eyeing them with the bloodshot contempt of a man who believes he has seen everything the world holds, most of it twice. "You don't get no bag unless you spend at least $5. "That's okay, sir," Bill said. "And don't hang around out front," Kitchener said. "You both need haircuts." Outside, Bill said, "You ever notice, Richie, how grown-ups won't sell you anything except candy or comic books or maybe movie tickets without first they want to know what you want it for?" "Sure," Richie said. "Why? Why is that?" "Because they think we're dangerous." "Yeah? You think so?" "Yeah," Richie said, and then giggled. "Let's hang around out front. Want to? We'll put up our collars and sneer at people and let our hair grow." "Fuck you," Bill said. 3. "Okay," Ben said, looking at the molds carefully and then putting them down. "Good. Now..." They gave him a little more room, looking at him hopefully, the way a man with engine trouble who knows nothing about cars will look at a mechanic. Ben didn't notice their expressions. He was concentrating on the job. "Give me that shell," he said, "and the blowtorch." Bill handed a cut-down mortar shell to him. It was a war souvenir. Zach had picked it up 5 days after he and the rest of General Patton's army had crossed the river into Germany. There had been a time, when Bill was very young and George was still in diapers, that his father had used it as an ashtray. Later he had quit smoking, and the mortar shell had disappeared. Bill had found it in the back of the garage just a week ago. Ben put the mortar shell into Zach's vise, tightened it, and then took the blowtorch from Beverly. He reached into his pocket, brought out a silver dollar, and dropped it into the makeshift crucible. It made a hollow sound. "Your father gave you that, didn't he?" Beverly asked. "Yes," Ben said, "but I don't remember him very well." "Are you sure you want to do this?" He looked at her and smiled. "Yes," he said. She smiled back. It was enough for Ben. If she had smiled at him twice, he would gladly have made enough silver bearings to shoot a platoon of werewolves. He looked hastily away. "Okay, here we go." "No problem. Easy as pie, right?" They nodded hesitantly. Years later, recounting all of this, Ben would think, these days a kid could just run out and buy a propane torch, or his dad would have one in the workshop. There had been no such things in 1958, however. Zach Dembro had a tank job, and it made Beverly nervous. Ben could tell she was nervous, wanted to tell her not to worry, but was afraid his voice would tremble. "Don't worry," he said to Stan, who was standing next to her. "Huh?" Stan said, looking at him and blinking. "Don't worry." "I'm not." "Oh, I thought you were. And I just wanted you to know this is perfectly safe, if you were worrying, I mean." "Are you okay, Ben?" "Fine," Ben muttered. "Give me the matches, Richie." Richie gave him a book of matches. Ben twisted the valve on the tank and lit a match under the nozzle of the torch. There was a flump and a bright blue-orange glare. Ben turned the flame to a blue edge and began to heat the base of the mortar shell. "You got the funnel?" he asked Bill. "Right here." Bill handed over a homemade funnel that Ben had made earlier. The tiny hole at its base fit the hole in the bearing molds almost exactly. Ben had done this without taking a single measurement. Bill had been amazed, almost flabbergasted, but did not know how to say so without embarrassing Ben. Absorbed in what he was doing, Ben could talk to Beverly. He spoke with the dry precision of a surgeon addressing a nurse. "Bev, you got the steadiest hands. Stick the funnel in the hole. Use one of those gloves so you don't get burned." Bill handed her one of his father's work gloves. Beverly put the tin funnel in the mold. No one spoke. The hissing of the blowtorch flame seemed very loud. They watched it, eyes squinted almost shut. "Wait!" Bill said suddenly, and dashed into the house. He came back a minute later with a pair of cheap turtle wraparound sunglasses that had been languishing in a kitchen drawer for a year or more. "Better put these on, Haystack." Ben took them, grinned, and slipped them on. "Shit, it's Fabian," Richie said. "Or Frankie Avalon. Or one of those bandstand wops." "Fuck you, trash mouth," Ben said, but he started giggling in spite of himself. The idea of him being Fabian or someone like that was just too weird. The flame wavered, and he stopped laughing. His concentration narrowed to a point again. 2 minutes later, he handed the torch to Eddie, who held it gingerly in his good hand. "It's ready," he said to Bill. "Give me that other glove. Fast, fast!" Bill gave it to him. Ben put it on and held the mortar shell with the gloved hand while he turned the vice lever with the other. "Hold it steady, Bev. I'm ready. Don't wait for me," she rapped back at him. Ben tilted the shell over the funnel. The others watched as a rivulet of molten silver flowed between the two receptacles. Ben poured precisely, not a drop was spilled, and for a moment he felt galvanized. He seemed to see everything magnified through a strong white glow. For that one moment, he did not feel like plain, fat old Ben Hanscom, who wore sweatshirts to disguise his gut and his tits. He felt like Thor, working thunder and lightning at the smithy of the gods. Then the feeling was gone. "Okay," he said. "I'm going to have to reheat the silver. Someone shove a nail or something up the spout of the funnel before the goop hardens in there." Stan did it. Ben clamped the mortar shell in the vise again and took the torch from Eddie. "Okay," he said, "number 2, and went back to work. 4. 10 minutes later, it was done. "Now what?" Mike asked. "Now we play Monopoly for an hour," Ben said, "while they harden in the molds. Then I clip 'em open with a chisel along the cut lines, and we're done." Richie looked uneasily at the cracked face of his Timex, which had taken a great many lickings and kept on ticking. "When will your folks be back, Bill?" Not on till 10 or 10:30, Bill said. "It's a double feature at Aladdin," Stan said. "Yeah, and they'll stop in for a slice of pizza after. They almost always do." "So we have plenty of time," Ben said. Bill nodded. "Then let's go in," Bev said. "I want to call home. I promised I would. And don't any of you talk. He thinks I'm at Community House, and that I'm getting a ride home from there." "What if he wants to come down and pick you up early?" Mike asked. "Then," Beverly said, "I'm going to be in a lot of trouble." Ben thought, "I'd protect you, Beverly." In his mind's eye, an instant daydream unfolded, one with an ending so sweet he shivered. Bev's father started to give her a hard time, to bawl her out and all that. Even in his daydream, he did not imagine how bad all that could get with Al Marsh. Ben threw himself in front of her and told Marsh to lay off. "If you want trouble, fat boy, you just keep protecting my daughter." Hanscom, usually a quiet, bookish type, can be a ravening tiger when you get him mad. He speaks to Al Marsh with great sincerity. "If you want to get to her, you'll have to come through me first." Marsh starts forward, and then the steely glint in Hanscom's eyes stops him. "You'll be sorry," he mumbles, but it's clear all the fight has gone out of him. He's just a paper tiger after all. "Somehow I doubt that," Hanscom says with a tight Gary Cooper smile, and Beverly's father slinks away. "What's happened to you, Ben?" Bev cries, but her eyes are shining and full of stars. "You looked ready to kill him." "Kill him?" Hanscom says, the Gary Cooper smile still lingering on his lips. "No way, baby. He may be a creep, but he's still your father. I might have roughed him up a little, But that's only because when someone talks wrong to you, I get a little hot under the collar, you know? She throws her arms around him and kisses him on the lips. On the lips! I love you, Ben, she sobs. He can feel her small breasts pressing firmly against his chest, and he shivered a little, throwing this bright, terribly clear picture off with an effort. Richie stood in the doorway, asking him if he was coming, and Ben realized he was all alone in the workroom. Yeah, he said, starting a little. Sure I am. You're going senile, Haystack, Richie said as Ben went through the door, but he clapped Ben on the shoulder. Ben grinned and hooked an elbow briefly around Richie's neck. 5. There was no problem with Beverly's dad. He had come home late from work, Bev's mother told her over the phone, fallen asleep in front of the TV and waked up just long enough to get himself into bed. You got a ride home, Bevy? Yes. Bill Denbrough's dad is going to take a whole bunch of us home. Mrs. Marsh sounded suddenly alarmed. You're not on a date, are you, Bevy? No, of course not, Bev said, looking through the arched doorway between the darkened hall where she was and the dining room, where the others were sitting down around the Monopoly board. But I sure wish I was. Boys! Ugh! But they have a sign-up sheet down here, and every night a different dad or mom takes kids home. That much at least was true. The rest was a lie so outrageous that she could feel herself blushing hotly in the dark. All right, her mom said. I just wanted to be sure, because if your dad caught you going on dates at your age, he'd be mad. Almost as an afterthought, she added, I would be too. Yeah, I know, Bev said, still looking into the dining room. She did know. Yet here she was, not with one boy, but 6 of them, in a house where the parents were gone. She saw Ben looking at her anxiously, and she sketched a smiling little salute at him. He blushed, but gave her the little salute right back. Are any of your girlfriends there? What girlfriends, Mama? Patty O'Hara's here, and Ellie Geiger, I think. She's playing shuffleboard downstairs. The facility with which the lies came from her lips made her ashamed. She wished she were talking to her father. She would have been more scared, but less ashamed. She supposed she really wasn't a very good girl. I love you, Mama, she said. Same goes back to you, Bev. Her mother paused briefly and added, Be careful. The paper says there may be another one. A boy named Patrick Hochstetter. He's missing. Did you know him, Bevy? She closed her eyes briefly. No, Mom. Well, goodbye then. Bye. She joined the others at the table, and for an hour they played Monopoly. Stan was the big winner. Jews are very good at making money, Stan said, putting a hotel on Atlantic Avenue and 2 more greenhouses on Ventnor Avenue. Everybody knows that. Jesus, make me Jewish, Ben said promptly, and everyone laughed. Ben was almost broke. Beverly glanced around the table from time to time at Bill, noting his clean hands, his blue eyes, the fine red hair. As he moved the little silver shoe he was using as a marker around the board, she thought, if he held my hand, I think I'd be so glad I'd probably die. A warm light seemed to glow briefly in her chest, and she smiled secretly down at her hands. 6. The evening's finale was almost anticlimactic. Ben took one of Zach's chisels from the shelf and used a hammer to strike the molds on the cut lines. They opened easily. 2 small silver balls fell out. In one they could faintly see part of a date, 925. In the other, wavery lines Beverly thought were the remnants of Lady Liberty's hair. They looked at them without speaking for a moment, and then Stan picked one up. Pretty small, he said. So was the rock in David's sling when he went up against Goliath, Mike said. They look powerful to me. Ben found himself nodding. They did to him as well. We're all done? Bill asked. All done, Ben said. Here. He tossed the second slug to Bill, who was so surprised he almost fumbled it. The slugs went around the circle. Each of them looked closely at both, marveling at their roundness, weight, actuality. When they came back to Ben, he held them in his hand and then looked at Bill. What do we do with them now? Give them to Beverly. No! He looked at her. His face was kind enough, but stern. Bev, we've been through this already, and I'll do it, she said. I'll shoot the goddamn things when the time comes. If it comes. I'll probably get us all killed, but I'll do it.
I don't want to take them home, though. One of my parents might find them. Then I'd be in Dutch.
Don't you have a secret hiding place? Richie asked.
Criminy, I got 4 or 5. I got a place, Beverly said. There's a small slit in the bottom of her box spring, where she sometimes stashed cigarettes, comic books, and, just lately, film and fashion magazines. But nothing I'd trust for something like this. You keep them, Bill. Until it's time, anyway, you keep them. Okay, Bill said mildly. And just then lights splashed into the driveway. Holy crow, they're early. Let's get out of here. They were just sitting down around the Monopoly board again when Sharon Denbrough opened the kitchen door. Richie rolled his eyes and mimed wiping sweat from his forehead. The others laughed heartily. Richie had gotten off a good one. A moment later, she came in. Your dad's waiting for your friends in the car, Bill. Okay, Mom, Bill said. We were just finishing anyway. Who won? Sharon asked, smiling bright-eyed at Bill's little friends. The girl was going to be very pretty, she thought. She supposed in another year or two the children would have to be chaperoned if they were going to be girls instead of just the regular gang of boys. But surely it was still too soon to worry about sex rearing its ugly head. Stan won, Bill said. Jews are very good at making money. Bill! She cried, horrified and blushing. And then she looked around at them, amazed, as they roared with laughter, Stan included. Amazement turned to something like fear, although she said nothing of this to her husband later in bed. There was a feeling in the air like static electricity, only somehow much more powerful, much more scary. She felt that if she touched any of them, she would receive a walloping shock. What's happened to them, she thought, dismayed, and perhaps she even opened her mouth to say something like that. Then Bill was saying he was sorry, but still with that devilish glint in his eye, and Stan was saying that was all right, it was just a joke they laid on him from time to time, and she found herself too confused to say anything at all. But she felt relieved when the children were gone, and her own puzzling, stuttering son had gone to his room and turned off the light. 7. The day that the Losers Club finally met It in face-to-face combat, the day It almost had Ben Hanscom's guts for garters, was July 25th, 1958. It was hot and muggy and still. Ben remembered the weather clearly enough. It had been the last day of the hot weather. After that day, a long spell of cool and cloudy had come in. They arrived at 29 Neibolt Street around 10 that morning, Bill riding Richie double on Silver, Ben with his ample buttocks spilling over either side of the sagging seat on his Raleigh. Beverly came down Neibolt Street on her girl's Schwinn, her red hair held back from her forehead by a green band. It streamed out behind her. Mike came by himself, and about 5 minutes later Stan and Eddie walked up together. How's your arm, Eddie? Not too bad. Hurts if I roll over on that side while I'm sleeping. Did you bring the stuff? There was a canvas-wrapped bundle in Silver's bike basket. Bill took it out and unwrapped it. He handed the slingshot to Beverly, who took it with a little grimace but said nothing. There was also a tin sucrettes box in the bundle. Bill opened it and showed them the 2 silver balls. They looked at them silently, gathered close together on the balding lawn of 29 Neibolt Street, a lawn where only weeds seemed to grow. Bill, Richie, and Eddie had seen the house before. The others hadn't, and they looked at it curiously. The windows looked like eyes, Stan thought, and his hand went to the paperback book in his back pocket. He touched it for luck. He carried the book with him almost everywhere. It was M.K. Handy's Guide to North American Birds. They looked like dirty, blind eyes. It stinks, Beverly thought. I can smell it, but not with my nose, exactly. Mike thought, it's like that time out where the ironworks used to be. It has the same feel, as if it's telling us to step on in. This is one of its places, all right, Ben thought. One of the places like the Morlock holes, where it goes out and comes back in, and it knows we're out here. It's waiting for us to come in. You all still want to? Bill asked. They looked back at him, pale and solemn. No one said no.
Eddie fumbled his aspirator out of his pocket and took a long, whooping gasp at it. "Give me some of that," Richie said. Eddie looked at him, surprised, waiting for the punchline. Richie held out his hand. "No fake, Jake. Can I have some?" Eddie shrugged with his good shoulder, an oddly disjointed movement, and handed it over. Richie triggered the aspirator and breathed deep. "Needed that," he said, and handed it back. He was coughing a little, but his eyes were sober. "Me too," Stan said. "Okay?" So, one after another, they used Eddie's aspirator. When it came back to him, Eddie jammed it in his back pocket, where the nozzle stuck out. They turned to look at the house again. "Does anybody live on this street?" Beverly asked in a low voice. "Not this end of it," Mike said. "Not anymore. Just the bums that stay for a while and then go out on the freights." "They wouldn't see anything," Stan said. "They'd be safe. Most of them, anyway." He looked at Bill. "Can any grown-ups at all see it, do you think, Bill?" "I don't know," Bill said. "There must be some." "I wish we could meet one," Richie said glumly. "This really isn't a job for kids. You know what I mean?" Bill knew. Whenever the Hardy boys got into trouble, Fenton Hardy was around to bail them out. Same with Rick Brandt's dad, Hartson, in the Rick Brandt Science Adventures. Shit, even Nancy Drew had a father who would show up in the nick of time if the bad guys tied her up and threw her into an abandoned mine or something. "Ought to be a grown-up along," Richie said, looking at the closed house with its peeling paint, its dirty windows, its shadowy porch. He sighed tiredly. For a moment, Ben felt their resolution falter. Then Bill said, "Come around here. Look at this." They walked around to the left side of the porch, where the skirting was torn off. The brambly run to the wild roses were still there, and those Eddie's leper had touched when it climbed out were still black and dead. "It just touched them, and it did that?" Beverly asked, horrified. Bill nodded. "Are you guys sure?" For a moment, nobody replied. They weren't sure. Even though all of them knew by Bill's face that he would go on without them, they weren't sure. There was also a species of shame on Bill's face. As he had told them before, George hadn't been their brother. But all the other kids, Ben thought. Betty Ripsome, Cheryl LaMonica, that Clements kid, Eddie Corcoran, maybe, Ronnie Grogan, even Patrick Hochstetter. Kills kids, goddammit. Kids! "I'll go, Big Bill," he said. "Shit, yeah," Beverly said. "Sure," Richie said. "You think we're going to let you have all the fun, Mushmouth?" Bill looked at them, his throat working, and then he nodded. He handed the tin box to Beverly. "Are you sure, Bill?" Sure." She nodded, at once horrified by the responsibility and bewitched by his trust. She opened the box, took out the slugs, and slipped one into the right front pocket of her jeans. The other she socketed in the bullseye's rubber cup, and it was by the cup that she carried the slingshot. She could feel the ball tightly enclosed in her fist, cold at first and then warming. "Let's go," she said, her voice not quite steady. "Let's go before I chicken out." Bill nodded, then looked sharply at Eddie. "Can you do this, Eddie?" Eddie nodded. "Sure I can. I was alone last time. This time I'm with my friends. Right?" He looked at them and grinned a little. His expression was shy, fragile, and quite beautiful. Richie clapped him on the back. "That's right, senor. Anyone tries to steal your aspirator, we kill him. But we kill him slow." "That's terrible, Richie," Bev said, giggling. "Under the porch," Bill said. "All of you behind me, then into the cellar." "If you go first and that thing jumps you, what do I do?" Beverly asked. "Shoot through you?" "If you have to," Bill said. "But I suggest you try going around first." Richie laughed wildly at this. "We'll go through the whole place if we have to," he shrugged. "Maybe we won't find anything." "Do you believe that?" Mike asked. "No," Bill said briefly. "It's here." Ben believed he was right. The house at 29 Neibolt Street seemed to be encased in a poisonous envelope. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. He licked his lips. "You ready?" Bill asked them. They all looked back at him. "Ready, Bill," Richie said. "Come on, then," Bill said. "Stay close behind me, Beverly." He dropped to his knees, crawled through the blighted rose bushes, and under the porch. 8. They went this way. Bill, Beverly, Ben, Eddie, Richie, Stan, Mike. The leaves under the porch crackled and puffed up a sour old smell. Ben wrinkled his nose. Had he ever smelled fallen leaves like these? He thought not. And then an unpleasant idea struck him. They smelled the way he imagined a mummy would smell, just after its discoverer had levered open its coffin, all dust and bitter ancient tannic acid. Bill had reached the broken cellar window and was looking into the cellar. Beverly crawled up beside him. "You see anything?" Bill shook his head. "But that doesn't mean nothing's there. Look, there's the coal pile me and Richie used to get out." Ben, who was looking between them, saw it. He was becoming excited as well as afraid now, and he welcomed the excitement, instinctively recognizing that it could be a tool. Seeing the coal pile was a little like seeing a great landmark about which you had only read or heard from others. Bill turned around and slipped through the window. Beverly gave Ben the bullseye, folding his hand over the cup and ball nestled in it. "Give it to me the second I'm down," she said. "The second. Gotcha." She slipped down easily and lithely. There was, for Ben at least, one heart-stopping instant when her blouse pulled out of her jeans and he saw her flat white belly. Then there was the thrill of her hands over his as he handed the slingshot down. "Okay, I've got it. Come on." Ben turned around himself and began to wriggle through the window. He should have foreseen what happened next. It was really inevitable. He got stuck. His fanny bound up against the rectangular cellar window, and he couldn't go in any farther. He started to pull himself out and realized, horrified, that he could do it. But he was very apt to yank his pants, and perhaps his underpants as well, down to his knees when he did. And there he would be, with his extremely large ass practically in his beloved's face. "Hurry up," Eddie said. Ben pushed grimly with both hands. For a moment, he still couldn't move. And then his butt popped through the window hole. His blue jeans dragged painfully up into his crotch, squashing his balls. The top of the window rucked his shirt all the way up to his shoulder blades. Now his gut was stuck. "Suck in, Haystack," Richie said, giggling hysterically. "You better suck in, or we'll have to send Mike after his dad's chain fall to pull you out again." "Beep, beep, Richie," Ben said through gritted teeth. He sucked his belly in as much as he could. He moved a little farther, then stopped again. He turned his head as far as he could, fighting panic and claustrophobia. His face had gone a bright, sweaty red. The sour smell of the leaves was heavy in his nostrils, cloying. "Bill! Can you guys pull me?" He felt Bill grasp one of his ankles, Beverly the other. He sucked his belly in again, and a moment later he came tumbling through the window. Bill grabbed him. Both of them almost fell over. Ben couldn't look at Bev. He had never in his life been as embarrassed as he was at that moment. You okay, man?" "Yeah." Bill laughed shakily. Beverly joined him. And then Ben was able to laugh a little too, although it would be years before he could see anything remotely funny in what had happened. "Hey!" Richie called down. "Eddie needs help, okay?" "Okay." Bill and Ben took up positions below the window. Eddie came through on his back. Bill got his legs just above the knees. "Watch what you're doing," Eddie said in a querulous, nervous voice. "I'm ticklish." "Ramon is plenty ticklish, senor," Richie's voice called down. Ben got Eddie around the waist, trying to keep his hand away from the cast and the sling. He and Bill manhandled Eddie through the cellar window like a corpse. Eddie cried out once, but that was all. Eddie?" "Yeah," Eddie said. "Okay, no big deal." But large drops of sweat stood out on his forehead, and he was breathing in quick rasps. His eyes darted around the cellar. Bill stepped back again. Beverly stood near him, now holding the bullseye by the shaft and the cup, ready to fire if necessary. Her eyes swept the cellar constantly. Richie came through next, followed by Stan and Mike, all of them moving with a smooth grace that Ben deeply envied. Then they were all down in the cellar where Bill and Richie had seen it only a month before. The room was dim, but not dark. Dusky light shafted in through the windows and pooled on the dirt floor. The cellar seemed very big to Ben, almost too big, as if he were witnessing an optical illusion of some sort. Dusty rafters crisscrossed overhead. The furnace pipes were rusty. Some sort of dirty white cloth hung from the water pipes in dirty strings and strands. The smell was down here, too, a dirty, yellow smell. Ben thought, "It's here, all right. Oh, yeah." Bill started toward the stairs. The others fell in behind him. He halted at their foot and glanced underneath. He reached under with one foot and kick-pawed something out. They looked at it wordlessly. It was a white clown glove, now streaked with dirt and dust. Upstairs," he said. They went up and emerged into a dirty kitchen. One plain, straight-backed chair stood marooned in the center of the humped, hillocky linoleum. That was it for furniture. There were empty liquor bottles in one corner. Ben could see others in the pantry. He could smell booze, wine mostly, and old stale cigarettes. Those smells were dominant, but that other smell was there too. It was getting stronger all the time. Beverly went to the cupboards and opened one of them. She screamed piercingly as a blackish-brown Norway rat tumbled out almost into her face. It struck the counter with a plop and glared around at them with its black eyes. Still screaming, Beverly raised the bullseye and pulled the sling back. "No!" Bill roared. She turned toward him, pale and terrified. Then she nodded and relaxed her arm, the silver ball unfired. But Ben thought she had been very, very close. She backed up slowly, ran into Ben, jumped. He put an arm around her, tight. The rat scurried down the length of the counter, jumped to the floor, ran into the pantry, and was gone. "It wanted me to shoot at it," Beverly said in a faint voice. "Use up half of our ammunition on it." "Yes," Bill said. "It's like the FBI training range at Quantico in a way. They send you down this fake street and pop up targets. If you shoot any honest citizens instead of just crooks, you lose points." "I can't do this, Bill," she said. "I'll mess it up. Here, you." She held the bullseye out, but Bill shook his head. "You have to, Beverly." There was a mewling from another cupboard. Richie walked toward it. "Don't get too close," Stan barked. "It might—" Richie looked inside, and an expression of sick disgust crossed his face. He slammed the cupboard shut with a bang that produced a dead echo in the empty house. "The litter," Richie sounded ill. "Biggest litter I ever saw. Anyone ever saw, probably." He rubbed the back of his hand across his mouth. "There's hundreds of them in there." He looked at them, his mouth twitching a little on one side. "Their tails. They were all tangled up, Bill. Knotted together," he grimaced. "Like snakes." They looked at the cupboard door. The mewling was muffled but still audible. Rats, Ben thought, looking at Bill's white face, and, over Bill's shoulder, at Mike's ashy gray one. Everyone's as scared of rats. It knows it, too. "Come on," Bill said. "Here on Neibolt Street, the fun just never stops." They went down the front hall. Here the unlovely smells of rotting plaster and old urine were intermixed. They were able to look out at the street through dirty panes of glass and see their bikes. Bev's and Ben's were heeled over on their kickstands. Bill's leaned against a stunted maple tree. To Ben, the bikes looked 1,000 miles away, like things seen through the wrong end of a telescope. The deserted street with its casual patchings of asphalt, the faded, humid sky, the steady ding, ding, ding of a locomotive running on a siding, these things seemed like dreams to him, hallucinations. What was real was this squalid hallway with its stinks and shadows. There was a shatter of broken brown glass in one corner, Rheingold bottles. In the other corner, wet and swollen, was a digest-sized girly book. The woman on the cover was bent over a chair, her skirt up in the back to show the tops of her fishnet hose and her black panties. The picture did not look particularly sexy to Ben, nor did it embarrass him that Beverly had also glanced at it. Moisture had yellowed the woman's skin and humped the cover in ripples that became wrinkles on her face. Her salacious gaze had become the leer of a dead whore. Years later, as Ben recounted this, Beverly suddenly cried out, startling all of them. They were not so much listening to the story as reliving it. "It was her!" Bev yelled. "Mrs. Kirsch! It was her!" As Ben looked, the young, old crone on the girly book cover winked at him. She wiggled her fanny in an obscene come-on. Cold all over, yet sweating, Ben looked away. Bill pushed open a door on the left, and they followed him into a vault-like room that might once have been a parlor. A crumpled pair of green pants was hung over the light fixture which depended from the ceiling. Like the cellar, this room seemed much too big to Ben, almost as long as a freight car, much too long for a house as small as this one had appeared from the outside. "Oh, but that was outside!" a new voice spoke inside his mind. It was a jocular, squealing voice, and Ben realized with sudden certainty that he was hearing Pennywise itself. Pennywise was speaking to him on some crazy mental radio. "Outside, things always look smaller than they really are, don't they, Ben?" "Go away," Ben whispered. Richie turned to look at him, his face still strained and pale. "You say something?" Ben shook his head. The voice was gone. That was an important thing, a good thing. Yet, outside, he had understood. This house was a special place, a kind of station, one of the places in Derry, one of the many, perhaps, from which it was able to find its way into the overworld. This stinking, rotted house, where everything was somehow wrong. It wasn't just that it seemed too big. The angles were wrong, the perspective crazy. Ben was standing just inside the door between the parlor and the hallway, and the others were moving away from him across a space that now looked almost as big as Bassey Park. But as they moved away, they seemed to grow larger instead of smaller. The floors seemed to slope, and Mike turned. "Ben!" he called, and Ben saw alarm on his face. "Catch up! We're losing you!" He could barely hear the last word. It trailed away as if the others were being swept off on a fast train. Suddenly terrified, he began to run. The door behind him swept shut with a muffled bang. He screamed, and something seemed to sweep through the air just behind him, ruffling his shirt. He looked back, but there was nothing there. That did not change his belief, however, that something had been. He caught up with the others. He was panting, out of breath, and would have sworn he had run half a mile at least. But when he looked back, the parlor's far wall was not 10 feet away. Mike grasped his shoulder hard enough to hurt. "You scared me, man," he said. Richie, Stan, and Eddie were looking at Mike questioningly. "He looked small," Mike said, "like he was a mile away." "Bill!" Bill looked back. "We gotta make sure everybody stays close," Ben panted. "This place, it's like the fun house in a carnival or something. We'll get lost. I think it wants us to get lost, to get separated." Bill looked at him for a moment, lips thin. "All right," he said. "We all stay close. No stragglers." They nodded back, frightened, clustered outside the hall door. Stan's hand groped at the bird book in his back pocket. Eddie was holding his aspirator in one hand, crunching it, loosening up, then crunching it again, like a 98-pound weakling trying to build up his muscles with a tennis ball. Bill opened the door, and here was another, narrower hall. The wallpaper, which showed runners of roses and elves wearing green caps, was falling away from the spongy plaster in draggling leaves. Yellow water stains spread in senile rings on the ceiling overhead. A scummy wash of light fell through a dirty window at the end of the hall. Abruptly, the corridor seemed to elongate. The ceiling rose and then began to diminish above them like some weird rocket. The doors grew with the ceiling, pulled up like taffy. The faces of the elves grew long and became alien,
their eyes bleeding black holes. Stan shrieked and clapped his hands to his eyes. "It's not real!" Bill screamed. "It is!" Stan screamed back, his small, closed fists plugging his eyes. "It's real! You know it is! God, I'm going crazy! This is crazy! This is crazy! Watch!" Bill bellowed at Stan, at all of them. And Ben, his head reeling, watched as Bill bent down, coiled, and suddenly flung himself upward. His closed left fist struck nothing at all, but there was a heavy crack sound. Plaster dust puffed from a place where there was no longer any ceiling. And then there was. The hallway was just a hallway again, narrow, low-ceilinged, dirty, but the walls no longer stretched up into forever. There was only Bill looking at them and nursing his bleeding hand, which was floury with plaster dust. Overhead was the clear mark his fist had made in the soft plaster of the ceiling. "Not real," he said to Stan, to all of them. "Just a false face, like a Halloween mask." "To you, maybe," Stan said dully. His face was shocked and horrified. He looked around as if no longer sure where he was. Looking at him, smelling the sour reek coming out of his pores, Ben, who'd been overjoyed at Bill's victory, got scared all over again. Stan was close to cracking up. Soon he would go into hysterics, begin to scream perhaps. And what would happen then? "To you," Stan said again. "But if I'd tried that, nothing would have happened because you've got your brother, Bill. But I don't have anything." He looked around, first back toward the parlor, which had taken on a somber brown atmosphere so thick and smoggy they could barely see the door through which they had entered it, to this hall, which was bright, but somehow dark, somehow filthy, somehow utterly mad. Elves capered on the decaying wallpaper under runners of roses. Sun glared on the panes of the window at the end of the hall, and Ben knew that if they went down there, they would see dead flies, more broken glass. And then what? The floorboards spreading apart, spilling them into a dead darkness where grasping fingers waited to catch them? Stan was right. God, why had they come into its lair with nothing but their two stupid silver slugs and a frocking slingshot? He saw Stan's panic leap from one of them to the next, like a grass fire driven by a hot wind. It widened in Eddie's eyes, dropped Bev's mouth into a wounded gasp, made Richie push his glasses up with both hands and stare around as if followed from close behind by a fiend. They trembled on the brink of flight, Bill's warning to stay together almost forgotten. They were listening to gale-force panic winds blowing between their ears. As if in a dream, Ben heard Miss Davies, the assistant librarian, reading to the little ones, "Who is that trip-trapping upon my bridge?" And he saw them, the little ones, the babies, leaning forward, their faces still and solemn, their eyes reflecting the eternal fascination of the fairy story. Would the monster be bested, or would it feed? "I don't have anything," Stan Uris wailed, and he seemed very small, almost small enough to slip through one of the cracks in the hallway's plank flooring like a human letter. "You got your brother, man, but I don't have anything!" "You do!" Bill yelled back. He grabbed Stan, and Ben felt sure he was going to bust him one, and his thoughts moaned, "No, Bill, please, that's Henry's way. If you do that, it'll kill us all right now." But Bill didn't hit Stan. He turned him around with rough hands and tore the paperback from the back pocket of Stan's jeans. "Give me it!" Stan screamed, beginning to cry. The others stood stunned, shrinking away from Bill, whose eyes now seemed to actually burn. His forehead glowed like a lamp, and he held the book out to Stan like a priest holding out a cross to ward off a vampire. "You got your bird." He turned his head up, the cords in his neck standing out, his Adam's apple like an arrowhead buried in his throat. Ben was filled with both fear and pity for his friend Bill Denbrough, but there was also a strong sense of wonderful relief. Had he doubted Bill? Had any of them? "Oh, Bill, say it, please. Can't you say it?" And somehow, Bill did. "You got your birds! Your birds!" He thrust the book at Stan. Stan took it and looked at Bill dumbly. Tears glimmered on his cheeks. He held the book so tightly that his fingers were white. Bill looked at him, then at the others. Come on, he said again. Will the birds work? Stan asked. His voice was low, husky. They worked in the standpipe, didn't they? Bev asked him. Stan looked at her uncertainly. Richie clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, Stan, kid, he said. Is you a man, or is you a mouse? I must be a man, Stan said shakily, and wiped tears from his face with the heel of his left hand. So far as I know, mice don't shit their pants. They laughed, and Ben could have sworn he felt the house pulling away from them, from that sound. Mike turned. That big room, the one we just came through. Look! They looked. The parlor was now almost black. It was not smoke or any kind of gas, it was just blackness, a nearly solid blackness. The air had been robbed of its light. The blackness seemed to roll and flex as they stared into it, to almost coalesce into faces. Come on. They turned away from the black and walked down the hall. 3 doors opened off it, 2 with dirty white porcelain doorknobs, the third with only a hole where the knob's shaft had been. Bill grabbed the first knob, turned it, and pushed the door open. Bev crowded up next to him, raising the bullseye. Ben drew back, aware that the others were doing the same, crowding behind Bill like frightened quail. It was a bedroom, empty save for one stained mattress. The rusty ghosts of the coils in a box spring, long departed, were tattooed into the mattress's yellow hide. Outside the room's one window, sunflowers dipped and nodded. There's nothing, Bill began, and then the mattress began to bulge in and out rhythmically. It suddenly ripped straight down the middle. A black, sticky fluid began to spill out, staining the mattress and then running over the floor toward the doorway. It came in long, ropey tendrils. "Shut it, Bill!" Richie shouted. "Shut the fucking door!" Bill slammed it shut, looked around at them, and nodded. Come on. He had barely touched the knob of the second door, this one on the other side of the narrow hall, when the buzzing scream began behind the cheap wood. 9. Even Bill drew back from that rising, inhuman cry. Ben felt the sound might drive him mad. His mind visualized a giant cricket behind the door, like something from a movie, where radiation made all the bugs get big, the beginning of the end, maybe, or the black scorpion, or that one about the ants in the Los Angeles storm drains. He could not have run even if that buzzing Rugos horror had splinted the panels of the door and begun caressing him with its great hairy legs. Beside him, he was dimly aware that Eddie was breathing in hacking gasps. The scream rose in pitch, never losing that buzzing, insectile quality. Bill fell back another step, no blood in his face now, his eyes bulging, his lips only a purple scar below his nose. "Shoot it, Beverly!" Ben heard himself cry. "Shoot it through the door! Shoot it before it can get us!" And the sun fell through the dirty window at the end of the hall, a heavy, feverish weight. Beverly raised the bullseye like a girl in a dream as the buzzing scream rose louder, louder, louder. But before she could pull the sling back, Mike was shouting, "No! No, don't, Bev! Oh, gosh, I'll be dipped!" And incredibly, Mike was laughing. He pushed forward, grabbed the knob, turned it, and shoved the door open. It came free of the swollen jam with a brief grinding noise. "It's a moose blower. Just a moose blower, that's all. Something to scare the crows." The room was an empty box. Lying on the floor was a sterno can with both ends cut off. In the middle, strung tight and knotted, outside holes punched in the can's sides, was a waxed length of string. Although there was no breeze in the room, the one window was shut and indifferently boarded over, letting light pass only in chinks and rays. There could be no doubt that the buzzing was coming from the can. Mike walked to it and fetched it a solid kick. The buzzing stopped as the can tumbled into a far corner. "Just a moose blower," he said to the others, as if apologizing.
We put him on the scarecrows. It's nothing. Only a cheap trick. But I ain't a crow." He looked at Bill, not laughing anymore, but smiling still. "I'm still scared of it. I guess we all are. But it's scared of us, too. Tell you the truth, I think it's scared pretty bad." Bill nodded. I do too," he said. They went down to the door at the end of the hall, and as Ben watched Bill hook his finger into the hole where the doorknob's shaft had been, he understood that this was where it was going to end. There would be no trick behind this door. The smell was worse now, and that thundery feeling of two opposing powers swirling around them was much stronger. He glanced at Eddie, one arm in a sling, his good hand clutching his aspirator. He looked at Bev on his other side, white-faced, holding the slingshot up like a wishbone. He thought, "If we have to run, I'll try to protect you, Beverly. I swear I'll try." She might have sensed his thought, because she turned toward him and offered him a strained smile. Ben smiled back. Bill pulled the door open. Its hinges uttered a dull scream and then were silent. It was a bathroom, but something was wrong with it. Someone broke something in here, was all that Ben could make out at first. Not a booze bottle. What? White chips and shards, glimmering wickedly, lay strewn everywhere. Then he understood. It was the crowning insanity. He laughed. Richie joined him. "Somebody must have let the granddaddy of all farts," Eddie said, and Mike began to giggle and nod his head. Stan was smiling a little. Only Bill and Beverly remained grim. The white pieces littered across the floor were shards of porcelain. The toilet bowl had exploded. The tank stood drunkenly at an angle in a puddle of water, saved from falling over by the fact that the toilet had been placed in one corner of the room and the tank had landed kitty-corner. They crowded in behind Bill and Beverly, their feet gritting on bits of porcelain. Whatever it was, Ben thought, it blew that poor toilet right to hell. He had a vision of Henry Bowers dropping 2 or 3 of his M80s into it, slamming the lid down, then bugging out in a hurry. He couldn't think of anything else short of dynamite that would have done such a cataclysmic job. There were a few chunks, but damned few. Most of what was left were tiny, sharp slivers like blowgun darts. The wallpaper, rose runners and capering elves as in the hall, was peppered with holes all the way around the room. It looked like shotgun blasts, but Ben knew it was more porcelain, driven into the walls by the force of the explosion. There was a bathtub standing on claw feet, with generations of grimy toe jam between the blunt talons. Ben peeked into it, and saw a tidal flat of silt and grit on the bottom. A rusty showerhead glared down from above. There was a basin and a medicine cabinet standing ajar above it, disclosing empty shelves. There were small rust rings on these shelves, where bottles had once stood. "I wouldn't get too close to that, Big Bill," Richie said sharply, and Ben looked around. Bill was approaching the mouth of the drain hole in the floor, over which the toilet had once sat. He leaned toward it, and then turned back to the others. "I can hear the pumping machinery, just like in the Barrens." Bev drew closer to Bill. Ben followed her, and yes, he could hear it, that steady thrumming noise. Except, echoing up through the pipes, it didn't sound like machinery at all. It sounded like something alive. "This is where it came from," Bill said. His face was still deadly pale, but his eyes were alight with excitement. "This is where it came from that day, and that's where it always comes from. The drains." Richie was nodding. "We were in the cellar, but that isn't where it was. It came down the stairs, because this is where it could get out." "And it did this?" Beverly asked. "It was in a hurry, I think," Bill said gravely. Ben looked into the pipe. It was about 3 feet in diameter and dark as a mine shaft. The inner ceramic surface of the pipe was crusted with stuff he didn't want to know about. That thrumming sound floated up hypnotically. And suddenly he saw something. He did not see it with his physical eyes, not at first, but with one buried deep in his mind. It was rushing toward him, moving at express train speed, filling the throat of this dark pipe from side to side. It was in its own form now, whatever that might be. It would take some shape from their minds when it got there. It was coming up from its own foul runs and black catacombs under the earth, its eyes glowing a feral yellowish green. Coming. It was coming. And then, at first like sparks, he saw its eyes down in that darkness. They took shape, flaring and malignant. Over the thrumming sound of the machinery, Ben could now hear a new noise. A fetid smell belched from the ragged mouth of the drainpipe, and he fell back, coughing and gagging. "It's coming!" he screamed. "Bill, I saw it! It's coming!" Beverly raised the bullseye. "Good," she said. Something exploded out of the drainpipe. Ben, trying to recall that first confrontation later, could only remember a silvery orange shifting shape. It was not ghostly, it was solid, and he sensed some other shape, some real and ultimate shape behind it. But his eyes could not grasp what he was seeing, not precisely. Then Richie was stumbling backward, his face a scrawl of terror, screaming over and over again, "The werewolf, Bill! It's the werewolf! The teenage werewolf!" And suddenly the shape locked into reality, for Ben, for all of them. The werewolf stood poised over the drainpipe, one hairy foot on either side of where the toilet had once been. Its green eyes glared at them from its feral face, its muzzle wrinkled back, and yellowish-white foam seeped through its teeth. It uttered a shattering growl, its arms pistoned out toward Beverly, the cuffs of its high school letter jacket pulling back from its fur-covered arms. Its smell was hot and raw and murderous. Beverly screamed! Ben grabbed the back of her blouse and yanked so hard that the seams under the arms tore. One clawed hand swept through the air where she had been only a moment before. Beverly went stumbling backward against the wall. The silver ball popped out of the cup of the bullseye. For a moment it glimmered in the air. Mike, quicker than quick, snatched it and gave it back to her. "Shoot it, baby," he said. His voice was perfectly calm, almost serene. "You shoot it right now." The werewolf uttered a shattering roar that became a flesh-freezing howl, its snout turned up toward the ceiling. The howl became a laugh. It lunged at Bill as Bill turned to look at Beverly. Ben shoved him aside and Bill went sprawling. "Shoot it, Bev!" Richie screamed. "For God's sake, shoot it!" The werewolf sprang forward, and there was no question in Ben's mind then or later that it knew exactly who was in charge here. Bill was the one it was after. Beverly drew and fired. The ball flew, and again it was off the mark, but this time there was no saving curve. It missed by more than a foot, punching a hole in the wallpaper above the tub. Bill, his arms peppered with bits of porcelain and bleeding in a dozen places, uttered a screaming curse. The werewolf's head snapped around. Its gleaming green eyes considered Beverly. Not thinking, Ben stepped in front of her as she groped in her pocket for the other silver slug. The jeans she wore were too tight. She had donned them with no thought of provocation. It was just that, as with the shorts she had worn on the day of Patrick Hochstetter and the refrigerator, she was still wearing last year's model. Her fingers closed on the ball, but it squirted away. She groped again and got it. She pulled it, turning her pocket inside out and spilling 14 cents, the stubs of 2 Aladdin tickets, and a quantity of pocket lint onto the floor. The werewolf lunged at Ben, who was standing protectively in front of her, and blocking her field of fire. Its head was cocked at the predator's deadly, questing angle, its jaws snapping. Ben reached blindly for it. There seemed to be no room in his reactions now for terror. He felt a clear-headed sort of anger instead, mixed with bewilderment and a sense that somehow time had come to a sudden, unexpected screech halt. He snagged his hands in tough, matted hair. The pelt, he thought. "I've got its pelt." And he could feel the heavy bone of its skull beneath. He thrust at that wolfish head with all of his force, but although he was a big boy, it did no good at all. If he had not stumbled back and struck the wall, the thing would have torn his throat open with its teeth. It came after him, its greenish-yellow eyes flaring, growling with each breath. It smelled of the sewer and something else, some wild yet unpleasant odor like rotten hazelnuts. One of its heavy paws rose, and Ben skittered aside as best he could. The paw, tipped with heavy claws, ripped bloodless wounds through the wallpaper and into the cheesy plaster beneath. He could dimly hear Richie bellowing something, Eddie howling at Beverly to shoot it, shoot it!
But Beverly did not. This was her only other chance. That didn't matter. She intended that it be the only one she would need. A clear coldness she never saw again in her life fell over her sight. In it, everything stood out and forward. Never again would she see the 3 dimensions of reality so clearly defined. She possessed every color, every angle, every distance. Fear departed. She felt the hunter's simple lust of certainty and oncoming consummation. Her pulse slowed. The hysterical trembling grip in which she had been holding the bullseye loosened, then firmed and became natural. She drew in a deep breath. It seemed to her that her lungs would never fill completely. Dimly, faintly, she heard popping sounds. Didn't matter, whatever they were. She tracked left, waiting for the werewolf's improbable head to fall with cool perfection into the wishbone, beyond the extended V of the drawn-back sling. The werewolf's claws descended again. Ben tried to duck under them, but suddenly he was in its grip. It jerked him forward, as if he had been no more than a rag doll. Its jaws snapped open. Bastard! He thrust a thumb into one of its eyes. It bellowed with pain, and one of those claw-tipped paws ripped through his shirt. Ben sucked his stomach in, but one of the claws pulled a sizzling line of pain down his torso. Blood gushed out of him and splattered on his pants, his sneakers, the floor. The werewolf threw him into the bathtub. He thumped his head, saw stars, struggled into a sitting position, and saw his lap was full of blood. The werewolf whirled around. Ben observed with that same lunatic clarity that it was wearing faded Levi Strauss blue jeans. The seams had split open. A snot-caked red bandana, a sort of trainman might carry, hung from one back pocket. Written on the back of its black and orange high school jacket were the words, Derry High School Killing Team. Below this the name Pennywise, and in the center a number, 13. It went for Bill again. He had gotten to his feet and now stood with his back to the wall, looking at it steadily. "Shoot it, Beverly!" Richie screamed again. "Beep, beep, Richie," she heard herself reply from roughly 1,000 miles away. The werewolf's head was suddenly there in the wishbone. She covered one of its green eyes with the cup and released. There was no shake in either of her hands. She fired as smoothly and naturally as she had fired at the cans in the dump on the day they had all taken turns to see who was the best. There was time for Ben to think, "Oh, Beverly, if you miss this time, we're all dead, and I don't want to die in this dirty bathtub, but I can't get out." There was no miss. A round eye, not green but dead black, suddenly appeared high up in the center of its snout. She'd aimed for the right eye and missed by less than half an inch. Its scream, an almost human scream of surprise, pain, fear, and rage, was deafening. Ben's ears rang with it. Then the perfect round hole in its snout was gone, obscured by freshets of blood. It was not flowing. It gouted from the wound in high-pressure torrent. The freshette drenched Bill's face and hair. "Doesn't matter," Ben thought hysterically. "Don't worry, Bill. Nobody will be able to see it anyway when we get out of here, if we ever do." Bill and Beverly advanced on the werewolf, and behind them, Richie cried out hysterically, "Shoot it again, Beverly! Kill it!" "Kill it!" Mike screamed. "That's right, kill it!" Eddie chimed in. "Kill it!" Bill cried, his mouth drawn down in a quivering bow. There was a whitish-yellow streak of plaster dust in his hair. "Kill it, Beverly! Don't let it get away!" No ammo left, Ben thought incoherently. "We're slugged out. What are you talking about, kill it?" But he looked at Beverly and understood. If his heart had never been hers before that moment, it would have flown to her then. She had pulled the sling back again. Her fingers were closed over the cup, hiding its emptiness. "Kill it!" Ben screamed, and flopped clumsily over the edge of the tub. His jeans and underwear were soaked against his skin with blood. He had no idea if he was hurt badly or not. Following the original hot sizzle, there hadn't been much pain, but there sure was an awful lot of blood. The werewolf's greenish eyes flickered among them, now filled with uncertainty as well as pain. Blood poured down the front of its jacket in sheets. Bill Denbrough smiled. It was a gentle, rather lovely smile, but it did not touch his eyes. "You shouldn't have started with my brother," he said. "Send the fucker to hell, Beverly." The uncertainty left the creature's eyes. It believed. With lithe, smooth grace, it turned and dived into the drain. As it went, it changed. The Derry hide jacket melted into its pelt, and the color ran out of both. The shape of its skull elongated, as if it had been made of wax, which was now softening and beginning to run. Its shape changed. For one instant, Ben believed he had nearly seen what shape it really was, and his heart froze inside his chest, leaving him gasping. "I'll kill you all!" a voice roared from inside the drain pipe. It was thick, savage, not in the least human. "Kill you all! Kill you all! Kill you all!" The words faded back and back, diminishing, washing out, growing distant, at last joining the low, throbbing hum of the pumping machinery floating through the pipes. The house seemed to settle with a heavy, sub-audible thud. But it wasn't settling, Ben realized. In some strange way, it was shrinking, coming back to its normal size. Whatever magic it had used to make the house at 29 Neibolt Street seem bigger was now withdrawn. The house snapped back like an elastic. It was only a house now, smelling damp and a little rotten, an unfurnished house where winos and hobos sometimes came to drink and talk and sleep out of the rain. It was gone. In its wake, the silence seemed very loud. 10. We gotta get out of this place, Bill said. He walked over to where Ben was trying to get up and grabbed one of his outstretched hands. Beverly was standing near the drain. She looked down at herself, and that coldness disappeared in a flush that seemed to turn all her skin into one warm stocking. It must have been a deep breath indeed. The dim popping sounds had been the buttons on her blouse. They were gone, every single one of them. The blouse hung open, and her small breasts were clearly revealed. She snatched the blouse closed. "Richie," Bill said, "help me with Ben. He... Richie joined him, then Stan and Mike. The four of them got Ben to his feet. Eddie had gone to Beverly and put his good arm awkwardly around her shoulders. "You did great," he said, and Beverly burst into tears. Ben took 2 big, staggering steps to the wall and leaned against it before he could fall over again. His head felt light. Color kept washing in and out of the world. He felt decidedly pukey. Then Bill's arm was around him, strong and comforting. "How bad is it, Haystack?" Ben forced himself to look down at his stomach. He found performing 2 simple actions, bending his neck and spreading apart the slit in his shirt, took more courage than he had needed to enter the house in the first place. He expected to see half his insides hanging down in front of him like grotesque udders. Instead, he saw that the flow of blood had slowed to a sluggish trickle. The werewolf had slashed him long and deep, but apparently not mortally. Richie joined them. He looked at the cut, which ran a twisting course down Ben's chest and petered out on the upper bulge of his stomach, then soberly into Ben's face. "You just about had your guts for suspenders, Haystack. You know it?" "No fake, Jake," Ben said. He and Richie stared at each other for a long, considering moment, and then they broke into hysterical giggles at the same instant, spraying each other with spittle. Richie took Ben into his arms and pounded his back. "We beat it, Haystack. We beat it." We didn't beat it," Bill said grimly. "We got lucky. Let's get out before it decides to come back." "Where?" Mike asked. "The Barrens," Bill said. Beverly made her way over to them, still holding her blouse closed. Her cheeks were bright red. "The clubhouse?" Bill nodded. "Can I have someone's shirt?" Beverly asked, blushing more furiously than ever. Bill glanced down at her, and the blood came into his own face, all in a rush. He turned his eyes away hastily, but in that instant Ben felt a rush of knowledge and dismal jealousy. In that instant, that one bare second, Bill had become aware of her in a way that only Ben himself had been before. The others had also looked, and then looked away. Richie coughed against the back of his hand. Stan turned red, and Mike Hamlin dropped back a step or two as if actually frightened by the side swell of that one small white breast visible below her hand. Beverly threw her head up, shaking her tangled hair back behind her. She was still blushing, but her face was lovely. "I can't help it that I'm a girl," she said, "or that I'm starting to get big on top. Now, can't I please have someone's shirt?" Sure, Bill said. He pulled his white T-shirt over his head, baring his narrow chest, the visible rack of his ribs, his sunburned, freckled shoulders. "Here." "Thank you, Bill," she said, and for one hot, smoking moment their eyes locked directly. Bill did not look away this time. His gaze was firm, adult. "Welcome," he said. Good luck, Big Bill, Ben thought, and he turned away from that gaze. It was hurting him in a deeper place than any vampire or werewolf would ever be able to reach. But all the same, there was such a thing as propriety. The word he didn't know, on the concept he was very clear. Looking at them when they were looking at each other that way would be as wrong as looking at her breasts when she let go of the front of her blouse to pull Bill's T-shirt over her head. If that's the way it is, but you'll never love her the way I do. Never. Bill's T-shirt came down almost to her knees. If not for the jeans poking out from beneath its hem, she would have looked as if she were wearing a short slip. "Let's go," Bill repeated. "I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough for one day." Turned out they all had. 11. The passage of an hour found them in the clubhouse, both the window and the trapdoor open. It was cool inside, and the Barrens was blessedly silent that day. They sat without talking much, each lost in his or her own thoughts. Richie and Bev passed a Marlboro back and forth. Eddie took a brief snort from his aspirator. Mike sneezed several times and apologized. He said he was catching a cold. "That's the only thing you could catch, senor," Richie said, companionably enough, and that was all. Ben kept expecting the mad interlude in the house on Neibolt Street to take on the hues of a dream. It'll recede and fall apart, he thought, the way that bad dreams do. You wake up gasping and sweating all over, but 15 minutes later you can't remember what the dream was even about. But that didn't happen. Everything that had happened, from the time he had forced his way in through the cellar to break a window so they could get out, remained bright and clearly fixed in his memory. It had not been a dream. The clotted wound on his chest and belly was not a dream, and it didn't matter if his mom could see it or not. At last Beverly stood up. "I have to go home," she said. "I want to change before my mom gets home. If she sees me wearing a boy's shirt, she'll kill me." "Kill you, senorita," Richie agreed, "but she will kill you slow." "Beep, beep, Richie." Bill was looking at her gravely. "I'll return your shirt, Bill." He nodded and waved a hand to show that this wasn't important. "Will you get in trouble, coming home without it?" "No, they hardly notice when I'm around anyway." She nodded, bit her full underlip, a girl of 11 who was tall for her age and simply beautiful. "What happens next, Bill?" "I don't know." "It's not over, is it?" Bill shook his head. Ben said, "It'll want us more than ever now." "More silver slugs?" she asked him. He found he could barely stand to meet her glance. "I love you, Beverly. Just let me have that. You can have Bill or the world or whatever you need. Just let me have that. Let me go on loving you, and I guess it'll be enough." "I don't know," Ben said. "We could, but—" He trailed off vaguely, shrugged. He could not say what he felt, was somehow not able to bring it out, that this was like being in a monster movie, but it wasn't. The mummy had looked different in some ways, ways that confirmed its essential reality. The same was true of the werewolf. He could testify to that because he had seen it in a paralyzing close-up, no film, not even one in 3D allowed. He had had his hands in the wiry underbrush of its tangled pelt. He had seen a small, baleful orange fire spot, like a pom-pom, in one of its green eyes. These things were, well,
They were dreams made real. And once dreams became real, they escaped the power of the dreamer and became their own deadly things, capable of independent action. The silver slugs had worked, because the 7 of them had been unified in their belief that they would. But they hadn't killed it. And next time, it would approach them in a new shape, one over which silver wielded no power. Power. Power, Ben thought, looking at Beverly. It was okay now. Her eyes had met Bill's again, and they were looking at each other as if lost. It was only for a moment, but to Ben it seemed very long. It always comes back to power. I love Beverly Marsh, and she has power over me. She loves Bill Denbrough, and so he has power over her. But I think he is coming to love her. Maybe it was her face, how it looked when she said she couldn't help being a girl. Maybe it was seeing one breast for just a second. Maybe just the way she looks sometimes when the light is right, or her eyes. Doesn't matter. But if he's starting to love her, she's starting to have power over him. Superman has power, except when there's kryptonite around. Batman has power even though he can't fly or see through walls. My mom has power over me, and her boss down in the mill has power over her. Everyone has some, except maybe for little kids and babies. Then he thought that even little kids and babies had power. They could cry until you had to do something to shut them up. Ben, Beverly asked, looking back at him, cat got your tongue? Huh? No. I was thinking about power, the power of the slugs. Bill was looking at him closely. I was wondering where that power came from, Ben said. It, Bill began and then shut his mouth. A thoughtful expression drifted over his face. I really have to go, Beverly said. I'll see you all, huh? Sure. Come on down tomorrow, Stan said. We're going to break Eddie's other arm. They all laughed. Eddie pretended to throw his aspirator at Stan. Bye then, Beverly said, and boosted herself up and out. Ben looked at Bill and saw that he hadn't joined in the laughter. That thoughtful expression was still on his face, and Ben knew you would have to call his name 2 or 3 times before he would answer. He knew what Bill was thinking about. He would be thinking about it himself in the days ahead. Not all the time, no. There would be clothes to hang out and take in for his mother, games of tag and guns in the barrens, and, during a rainy spell the first 4 days of August, the 7 of them would go on a mad Parcheesi jag at Richie Tozier's house, making blockades, sending each other back with great abandon, deliberating exactly how to split the roll of the dice while rain dripped and ran outside. His mother would announce to him that she believed Pat Nixon was the prettiest woman in America, and be horror-struck when Ben opted for Marilyn Monroe. Except for the color of her hair, he thought that Bev looked like Marilyn Monroe. There would be time to eat as many Twinkies and ring-dings and devil dogs as he could get his hands on, and time to sit on the back porch reading Lucky Star and the Moons of Mercury. There would be time for all those things, while the wound on his chest and belly healed to a scab and began to itch. Because life went on, and at 11, although bright and apt, he held no real sense of perspective. He could live with what had happened in the house on Neibolt Street. The world was, after all, full of wonders. But there would be odd moments of time when he pulled the questions out again and examined them. The power of the silver, the power of the slugs. Where does power like that come from? Where does any power come from? How do you get it? How do you use it? It seemed to him that their lives might depend on those questions. One night as he was falling asleep, the rain, a steady, lulling patter on the roof and against the windows, it occurred to him that there was another question, perhaps the only question. It had some real shape. He had nearly seen it. To see the shape was to see the secret. Was that also true of power? Perhaps it was. For wasn't it true that power, like it, was a shape changer? It was a baby crying in the middle of the night. It was an atomic bomb. It was a silver slug. It was the way Beverly looked at Bill and the way Bill looked back. What, exactly what, was power anyway? 12. Nothing much happened for the next 2 weeks. Derry. The fourth interlude. You got to lose. You can't win all the time. You got to lose. You can't win all the time. What did I say? I know, pretty baby. I see trouble coming down the line. John Lee Hooker. You got to lose. April 6th, 1985. Tell you what, friends and neighbors, I'm drunk tonight. Fuck drunk. Rye whiskey. Went down to Wally's and got started. Went to the Green Front down on Center Street half an hour before they closed and bought a fifth of rye. I know what I'm up to. Drink cheap tonight, pay dear tomorrow. So here he sits, one drunk nigger in a public library after closing, with his book open in front of me and a bottle of Old Kentucky on my left. Tell the truth and shame the devil, my mom used to say. But she forgot to tell me that sometimes you can't shame Mr. Splitfoot sober. The Irish know, but of course they're God's white niggers, and who knows? Maybe they're a step ahead. Want to write about drink and the devil. Remember Treasure Island, the old sea dog at the Admiral Benbow? We'll do him yet, Jackie. I bet the bitter old fuck even believed it. Full of rum, rye, you can believe anything. Drink and the devil. Okay. Amuses me sometimes to think how long I'd last if I actually published some of this stuff I write in the dead of night. If I flashed some of the skeletons in Derry's closet. There is a library board of directors, 11 of them. One is a 70-year-old writer who suffered a stroke 2 years ago and who now often needs help to find his place on each meeting's printed agenda, and who has sometimes been observed picking large dry boogers out of his hairy nostrils and placing them carefully in his ear, as if for safekeeping. Another is a pushy woman who came here from New York with her doctor husband, and who talks in a constant whiny monologue about how provincial Derry is, how no one here understands the Jewish experience, and how one has to go to Boston to buy a skirt one would care to be seen in. Last time this anorexic babe spoke to me without the services of an intermediary was during the board's Christmas party about a year and a half ago. She had consumed a pretty large amount of gin and asked me if anyone in Derry understood the black experience. I had also consumed a pretty large amount of gin and answered, Mrs. Gladry, Jews may be a great mystery, but niggers are understood the whole world round. She choked on her drink, turned around so sharply that her panties were momentarily visible under her flaring skirt. Not a very interesting view, would that it had been Carol Danner. And so ended my last informal conversation with Mrs. Ruth Gladry. No great loss. The other members of the board are the descendants of the lumber barons. Their support of the library is an act of inherited expiation. They raped the woods, and now care for these books, the way a libertine might decide, in his middle age, to provide for the gaily gotten bastards of his youth. It was their grandfathers and great-grandfathers who actually spread the legs of the forest north of Derry and Bangor, and raped those green-gowned virgins with their axes and peavies. They cut and slashed and strip-timbered and never looked back. They tore the hymen of those great forests open when Grover Cleveland was president, and had pretty well finished the job by the time Woodrow Wilson had his stroke. These lace-ruffled ruffians raped the great woods, impregnated them with a litter of slash and junk spruce, and changed Derry from a sleepy little shipbuilding town into a booming honky-tonk, where the gin mills never closed, and the whores turned tricks all night long. One old campaigner, Egbert Thorogood, now 93, told me of taking a slat-thin prostitute in a crib on Baker Street, a street which no longer exists. Middle-class apartment housing stands quietly where Baker Street once boiled and brawled. I only realized after I spent my spunk in her that she was laying in a pool of jism maybe an inch deep. Stuff had just about gone to jelly. "Girl," I says, "ain't you never cared for yourself?" She looks down and says, "I'll put on a new sheet if you want to go again. There's 2 in the cupboard down the hall, I think. I knows pretty much what I'm laying in until 9 or 10, but by midnight my cunt's so numb, it might as well be in Ellsworth." So that was Derry, right through the first 20 or so years of the 20th century, all boom and booze and bawling. The Penobscot and the Kenduskeag were full of floating logs from ice out in April to ice in November. The business began to slack off in the 20s without the Great War or the hardwoods defeat it, and it staggered to a stop during the Depression. The lumber barons put their money in those New York or Boston banks that had survived the crash and left Derry's economy to live or die on its own. They retreated to their gracious houses on West Broadway, sent their children to private schools in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and New York, and lived on their interest and political connections. What's left of their supremacy, 70-some years after Egbert Thorogood spent his love with a dollar whore in a spermy Baker Street bed, are empty wildwoods in Penobscot and Aroostook counties, and the great Victorian houses which stand for 2 blocks along West Broadway. And my library, of course. Except those good folks from West Broadway would take my library away from me in jig time, pun definitely intended, if I published anything about the Legion of Decency, the fire at the Black Spot, the execution of the Bradley gang, or the affair of Claude Herault and the Silver Dollar. The Silver Dollar was a beer joint, and what may have been the queerest mass murder in the entire history of America took place there in September of 1905. There are still a few old-timers in Derry who claim to remember it, but the only count that I really trust is Thorogood's. He was 18 when it happened. Thorogood now lives in the Paulson nursing home. He's toothless, and his St. John's Valley Franco down east accent is so thick that probably only another old Mainer could understand what he was saying if his talk were written down phonetically. Sandy Ives, the folklorist from the University of Maine, whom I have mentioned previously in these wild pages, helped me to translate my audio tapes. Claude Herault was, according to Thorogood, un bat Canuck son of a whore with an eye that roll at you like moths in dem moonlight. Translation: one bad Canuck son of a whore with an eye that would roll at you like a mare's in the moonlight. Thorogood said that he, and everyone else who had worked with Herault, believed the man was as sly as a chicken-stealing dog, which made his hatchet-wielding foray into the Silver Dollar all the more startling. It was not in character. Up until then, lumbermen in Derry had believed Herault's talents ran more to lighting fires in the woods. The summer of '05 was long and hot, and there had been many fires in the woods, the biggest of them, which Herault later admitted he set by simply putting a lighted candle in the middle of a pile of wood chips and kindling, happened in Haven's Big Injun woods. It burned 20,000 acres of prime hardwood, and you could smell the smoke of it 35 miles away as the horse-drawn trolleys breasted up Mile Hill in Derry. In the spring of that year, there had been some brief talk about unionizing. There were 4 lumbermen involved in organizing, not that there was much to organize. Maine working men were anti-union then and are mostly anti-union now. And one of the 4 was Claude Herault, who probably saw his union activities as a chance to talk big and spend a lot of time drinking down on Baker and Exchange Streets. Herault and the other 3 called themselves organizers. The lumber barons called them ringleaders. A proclamation nailed to the cook sheds in lumber camps from Monroe to Haven Village to Sumner Plantation to Millinocket informed lumbermen that any man overheard talking union would be fired off the job immediately. In May of that year was a brief strike up near Trapham Notch, and although the strike was broken in short order, both by scabs and by town constables, that was rather peculiar, you understand, since there were nearly 30 town constables swinging axe handles and creasing skulls, but before that day in May, there hadn't been so much as a single constable in Trapham Notch, which had a population of 79 in the census of 1900, so far as anyone knew. Hero and his organizing friends considered it a great victory for their cause. Accordingly, they came down to Derry to get drunk and to do some more organizing, or ringleading, depending on whose side you favored. Whichever, it must have been dry work. They hit most of the bars in Hell's Half-Acre, finishing up in the sleepy Silver Dollar, arms around each other's shoulders, pissing down your leg drunk, alternating Union songs with pathetic tunes like My Mother's Eyes Are Looking Down from Heaven, although I myself think any mother looking down from there and seeing her son in such a state might well have been excused for turning away. According to Egbert Thorogood, the only reason anyone could figure for Hero's being in the movement at all was Davy Hartwell. Hartwell was the chief organizer or ringleader, and Hero was in love with him. Nor was he the only one. Most of the men in the movement loved Hartwell deeply and passionately, with that proud love men save for those of their own sex who possess a magnetism that seems to approach divinity. Davy Hartwell, what a man who walk like a on for the world, and I deem a day law on the rest, Thorogood said. Translation: Davy Hartwell was a man who walked like he owned half of the world and had him a deadlock on the rest. Hero followed Hartwell into the organizing business the way he would have followed him if he had decided to go for a shipbuilder up in Brewer or down in Bath, or building the Seven Trestles over in Vermont, or trying to bring back the Pony Express out west for that matter. Hero was sly, and he was mean. I suppose that in a novel that would preclude any good qualities at all, but sometimes, when a man has spent a life being distrusted and distrustful, being a loner or a loser, both by choice and by reason of society's opinions of him, he can find a friend or a lover and simply live for that person, the way a dog lives for its master. That's the way it seems to have been between Hero and Hartwell. Anyway, there were 4 of them who spent that night in the Brentwood Arms Hotel, which was then called the Floating Dog by the lumbermen. The reason why is lost in obscurity, as defunct as the hotel itself. 4 checked in, none checked out. One of them, Andy de Lesseps, was never seen again. For all history tells, he might have spent the rest of his life living in pleasant ease in Portsmouth, but somehow I doubt it. 2 of the other ringleaders, Amsel Bickford and Davy Hartwell himself, were found floating face down in the Kenduskeag. Bickford was missing his head. Someone had taken it off with the swipe of a woodsman's 2-hander. Both of Hartwell's legs were gone, and those who found him swore that they had never seen such an expression of pain and horror on a human face. Something had distended his mouth, stuffing out his cheeks, and when his discoverers turned him over and spread his lips, 7 of his toes fell out onto the mud. Some thought he might have lost the other 3 during his years working in the woods. Others held the opinion that he might have swallowed them before he died. Pinned to the back of each man's shirt was a paper with the word Union on it. Claude Hero was never brought to trial for what happened in the Silver Dollar on the night of September 9th, 1905, so there's no way of knowing exactly how he escaped the fate of the others that night in May. We could make assumptions. He had been on his own a long time, had learned how to jump fast, had perhaps developed the knack some cur dogs have of getting out just before real trouble develops. But why didn't he take Hartwell with him? Or was he perhaps taken into the woods with the rest of the agitators. Maybe they were saving him for last. And he was able to get away even while Hartwell's screams, which would have grown muffled as they jammed his toes into his mouth, were echoing in the dark and scaring birds off their roosts. There's no way of knowing, not for sure, but that last feels right to my heart. Claude Heriot became a ghost man. He would come strolling into a camp in the St. Johns Valley, line up at the cook shed with the rest of the loggers, get a bowl of stew, eat it, and be gone before anyone realized he wasn't one of the topping gang. Weeks after that, he'd show up in a Winterport beer joint, talking Union and swearing he'd have his revenge on the men that had murdered his friends. Hamilton Tracker, William Muller, and Richard Bowie were the names he mentioned the most frequently. All of them lived in Derry, and their gabled, gambreled, cupolaed houses stand on West Broadway to this day. Years later, they and their descendants would fire the black spot. That there were people who would have liked Claude Heriot put out of the way cannot be doubted, particularly after the fires started in June of that year. But although Heriot was seen frequently, he was quick and had an animal's awareness of danger. So far as I've been able to find out, no official warrant was ever sworn out against him, and the police never took a hand. Maybe there were fears about what Heriot might say if he was brought to trial for arson. Whatever the reasons, the woods around Derry and Haven burned all that hot summer. Children disappeared. There were more fights and murders than usual, and a pall of fear as real as the smoke you could smell from the top of Up Mile Hill lay over the town. The rains finally came on September 1st, and it rained for a solid week. Downtown Derry was flooded out, which was not unusual, but the big houses on West Broadway were high above downtown, and in some of those big houses, there must have been sighs of relief. Let the crazy Canuck hide out in the woods all winter if that's what he wants, they might have said. His work's done for this summer, and we'll get him before the roots dry next June. Then came September 9th. I cannot explain what happened. Thorogood cannot explain it. So far as I know, no one can. I can only relate the events which occurred. The sleepy Silver Dollar was full of loggers drinking beer. Outside, it was drawing down toward misty dark. The Kenduskeag was high and silver-sullen, filling its channel from bank to bank, and, according to Egbert Thorogood, a fallish wind was blowing, the kind that allus find a hole in your paints and blow straight up a crack of your ace. The streets were quagmires. There was a card game going on at one of the tables in the back of the room. They were William Muller's men. Muller was part owner of the GS&WM rail line, as well as a lumber potentate who owned millions of acres of prime timber. And the men who were playing poker in the Dollar that night were part-time lumbermen, part-time railroad bulls, and full-time trouble. Two of them, Tinker McCutcheon and Floyd Calderwood, had done jail time. With them were Lathrop Rounds. His nickname, as obscure as the Floating Dog Hotel, was El Caduc, David Stugley Grenier, and Eddie King, a bearded man whose spectacles were almost as fat as his gut. It seems very likely that they were at least some of the men who had spent the last 2.5 months keeping an eye out for Claude Heriot. It seems just as likely, although there is not one shred of proof, that they were in on the little cutting party in May, when Hartwell and Bickford were laid low. The bar was crowded, Thorogood said. Dozens of men were bellied up there, drinking beer and eating bar lunches and dripping onto the sawdust-covered dirt floor. The door opened, and in came Claude Heriot. He had a woodsman's double-bitted axe in his hand. He stepped up to the bar and elbowed himself a place. Egbert Thorogood was standing on his left. He said that Heriot smelled like a polecat stew. The barman brought Heriot a schooner of beer, 2 hard-cooked eggs in a bowl, and a shaker of salt. Hero paid him with a $2 bill and put his change, $1.85, into one of the flat pockets of his lumberman's jacket. He salted his eggs and ate them. He salted his beer, drank it off, and uttered a belch. "More room out than there is in, Claude," Thorogood said, just as if half the enforcers in northern Maine hadn't been on the prod for Hero all that summer. "You know that's the truth," Hero said, except being a Canuck, what he probably said came out sounding more like, "You know dat the truth." He ordered himself another schooner, drank up, and belched again. Talk at the bar went on. Several people called to Claude, and Claude nodded and waved, but he didn't smile. Thorogood said he looked like a man who was half in a dream. At the table in back, the poker game went on. El Katuk was dealing. No one bothered to tell any of the players that Claude Hero was in the bar. Although, since their table was no more than 20 feet away, and since Claude's name was hollered more than once by people who knew him, it is hard to know how they could have gone on playing, unaware of his potentially murderous presence. But that is what occurred. After he finished his second schooner of beer, Hero excused himself to Thorogood, picked up his two-hander, and went back to the table where Muller's men were playing five-card stud. Then he started cutting. Floyd Calderwood had just poured himself a glass of rye whiskey and was setting the bottle back down when Hero arrived and chopped Calderwood's hand off at the wrist. Calderwood looked at his hand and screamed. It was still holding the bottle, but all of a sudden wasn't attached to anything but wet gristle and trailing veins. For a moment, the severed hand clutched the bottle even tighter, and then it fell off and lay on the table like a dead spider. Blood spouted from his wrist. At the bar, somebody called for more beer, and someone else asked the bartender, whose name was Jonesy, if he was still dyeing his hair. "Never dyed it," Jonesy said in an ill-tempered way. He was vain of his hair. "Met a whore down at Ma Courtney's who said what grows around your pecker is just as white as snow," the fellow said. "She was a liar," Jonesy replied. "Drop your pants and let's us see," said a lumberman named Falkland, with whom Egbert Thorogood had been matching for drinks before Hero came in. This provoked general laughter. Behind them, Floyd Calderwood was shrieking. A few of the men leaning against the bar took a casual look around in time to see Claude Hero bury his woodsman's axe in Tinker McCutcheon's head. Tinker was a big man with a black beard going gray. He got halfway up, blood pouring down his face, then sat down again. Hero pulled the axe out of his head. Tinker started to get up again, and Hero slung the axe sideways, burying it in his back. It made a sound, Thorogood said, like a load of laundry being dropped on a rug. Tinker flopped over the table, his cards spraying out of his hand. The other players were hollering and bellowing. Calderwood, still shrieking, was trying to pick up his right hand with his left as his life's blood ran out of his stump of a wrist in a steady stream. Stugly Grenier had what Thorogood called a clutch pistol, meaning a gun in a shoulder holster, and he was grabbing for it with no success whatsoever. Eddie King tried to get up and fell right out of his chair on his back. Before he could get up, Hero was standing astride him, the axe slung over his head. King screamed and held up both hands in a warding-off gesture. "Please, Claude, I just got married last month," King screamed. The axe came down, its head almost disappearing in King's ample gut. Blood sprayed all the way up to the dollar's beamed roof. Eddie began to crawfish on the floor. Claude pulled the axe out of him, the way a good woodsman will pull his axe out of a softwood tree, kind of rocking it back and forth to loosen the clinging grip of the sappy wood. When it was free, he slung it up over his head. He brought it down again, and Eddie King stopped screaming. Claude Hero wasn't done with him, however. He began to chop King up like kindling wood. At the bar, conversation had turned to what sort of winter lay ahead. Vernon Stanchfield, a farmer from Palmyra, claimed it would be a mild one. Fall rain uses up winter snow was his scripture. Alfie Nogler, who had a farm out on the Nogler Road in Derry, it is gone now, where Alfie Nogler once grew his peas and beans and beets. The interstate extension now runs its 8.8-mile, 6-lane course. begged to disagree. Alfie claimed the coming winter was going to be a geezer. He had seen as many as 8 rings on some of the mohair caterpillars, he said, an unheard-of number. Another man held out for ice, another for mud. The blizzard of '01 was duly recalled. Jonesy sent schooners of beer and bowls of hard-cooked eggs skidding down the bar. Behind them, the screaming went on, and the blood flowed in rivers. At this point in my questioning of Egbert Thorogood, I turned off my cassette recorder and asked him, "How did it happen? Are you saying you didn't know it was going on, or that you knew but you let it go on, or just what?" Thorogood's chin sank down to the top button of his food-spotted vest. His eyebrows drew together. The silence in Thorogood's room, small, cramped, and medicinal-smelling, spun out so long that I was about to repeat my question when he replied, "We knew, but it didn't seem to matter. It was like politics in a way. Yeah, like that. Like town business. Best let people who understand politics take care of that, and people who understand town business take care of that. Such things be best done if working men don't mix in." "Are you really talking about fate and just afraid to come out and say so?" I asked suddenly. The question was simply jerked out of me, and I certainly did not expect Thorogood, who was old and slow and unlettered, to answer it. But he did, with no surprise at all. "Yeah," he said, "mayhap I am." While the men at the bar went on talking about the weather, Claude Heriot went on cutting. Stugly Grenier had finally managed to clear his clutch pistol. The axe was descending for another chop at Eddie King, who was by then in pieces. The bullet Grenier fired struck the head of the axe and ricocheted off with a spark and a whine. El Katuk got to his feet and started backing away. He was still holding the deck he had been dealing from. Cards were fluttering off the bottom and onto the floor. Claude came after him. El Katuk held out his hands. Stugly Grenier got off another round, which didn't come within 10 feet of Heriot. "Stop, Claude," El Katuk said. Thorogood said it appeared like Katuk was trying to smile. "I wasn't with them. I didn't mix in at all." Heriot only growled. "I was in Millinocket," El Katuk said, his voice starting to rise toward a scream. "I was in Millinocket! I swear it on my mother's name! Ask anybody if you don't believe me!" Claude raised the dripping axe, and El Katuk sprayed the rest of the cards into his face. The axe came down, whistling. El Katuk ducked. The axe head buried itself in the planking that formed the Silver Dollar's back wall. El Katuk tried to run. Claude hauled the axe out of the wall and poked it between his ankles. El Katuk went sprawling. Stugly Grenier shot at Heriot again, this time having a bit more luck. He had been aiming at the crazed lumberman's head. The bullet struck home in the fleshy part of Heriot's thigh. Meantime, El Katuk was crawling busily toward the door with his hair hanging in his face. Heriot swung the axe again, snarling and gibbering, and a moment later Katuk's severed head was rolling across the sawdust-strewn floor. The tongue popped bizarrely out between the teeth. It rolled to a stop by the booted foot of a lumberman named Varney, who had spent most of the day in the Dollar and who, by then, was so exquisitely slopped that he didn't know if he was on land or at sea. He kicked the head away without looking down to see what it was, and hollered for Jonesy to run him down another beer. El Katuk crawled another 3 feet, blood spraying from his neck in a high-tension jet, before he realized he was dead and collapsed. That left Stugly. Heriot turned on him, but Stugly had run into the outhouse and locked the door. Heriot chopped his way in, hollering and blabbering and raving, slobber falling from his jaws. When he got in, Stugly was gone, although the cold, leaky little room was windowless. Heriot stood there for a moment, head lowered, powerful arms slimed and splattered with blood, and then, with a roar, he flipped up the lid of the 3-holer. He was just in time to see Stugly's boots disappearing under the ragged board skirting of the outhouse wall. Stugly Grenier ran screaming down Exchange Street in the rain, beshitted from top to toe, crying that he was being murdered. He survived the cutting party in the Silver Dollar. He was the only one who did. But after 3 months of listening to jokes about his method of escape, he quitted the Derry area forever. Hero stepped out of the toilet and stood in front of it like a bull after a charge. Head down, his axe held in front of him. He was puffing and blowing and covered with gore from head to foot. "Shut the door, Claude. That shitpot stinks to high heaven," Thorogood said. Claude dropped his axe on the floor and did as he had been asked. He walked over to the card-strewn table where his victims had been sitting, kicking one of Eddie King's severed legs out of his way. Then he simply sat down and put his head in his arms. The drinking and conversation at the bar went on. 5 minutes later, more men began to pile in, 3 or 4 sheriff's deputies among them. The one in charge was Lal Machen's father, and when he saw the mess, he had a heart attack and had to be taken away to Doc Schratt's office. Claude Hero was led away. He was docile when they took him, more asleep than awake. That night, the bars all up and down Exchange and Baker Streets boomed and hollered with news of the slaughter. A righteous, drunken sort of fury began to build up, and when the bars closed, better than 70 men headed downtown toward the jail and the courthouse. They had torches and lanterns. Some were carrying guns, some had axes, some had peavies. The county sheriff wasn't due from Bangor until the noon stage the next day, so he wasn't there, and Goose Machen was laid up in Dr. Schratt's infirmary with his heart attack. The 2 deputies who were sitting in the office playing cribbage heard the mob coming and got out of there fast. The drunks broke in and dragged Claude Hero out of his cell. He didn't protest much. He seemed dazed, vacant. They carried him on their shoulders like a football hero. Down to Canal Street they carried him, and there they lynched him from an old elm that overhung the canal. He was so far gone that he didn't kick but twice, Egbert Thorogood said. It was, so far as the town records show, the only lynching to ever take place in this part of Maine. And almost, needless to say, it was not reported in the Derry News. Many of those who had gone on drinking unconcernedly while Hero went about his business in the Silver Dollar were in the necktie party that strung him up. By midnight, their mood had changed. I asked Thorogood my final question. Had he seen anyone he didn't know during that day's violence? Someone who struck him as strange, out of place, funny, even clownish. Someone who would have been drinking at the bar that afternoon, someone who had maybe turned into one of the rabble-rousers that night as the drinking went on and the talk turned to lynching. Mayhap there was, Thorogood replied. He was tired by then, drooping, ready for his afternoon nap. It were a long time ago, mister. Long and long. But you remember something, I said. I remember thinking that there must be a county fair up Bangor way, Thorogood said. I was having a beer in the Bloody Bucket that night. The bucket was about 6 doors from the Silver Dollar. There was a fella in there. Comical sort of fella. Doing flips and rollovers, juggling glasses, tricks. Put 4 dimes on his forehead and they'd stay right there. Comical, you know. His bony chin had sunk into his chest again. He was going to sleep right in front of me. Spittle began to bubble at the corners of his mouth, which had as many tucks and wrinkles as a lady's change purse. Seen him a few now and then since, Thorogood said. Figure maybe he had such a good time that night that he decided to stick around. Yeah, he's been around a long time, I said. His only response was a weak snore. Thorogood had gone to sleep in his chair by the window, with his medicines and nostrums lined up beside him on the sill, soldiers of old age at muster. I turned off my tape recorder and just sat looking at him for a moment, this strange time traveler from the year 1890 or so, who remembered when there were no cars, no electric lights, no airplanes, no state of Arizona. Pennywise had been there, guiding them down the path toward another gaudy sacrifice. Just one more in Derry's long history of gaudy sacrifices. That one in September of 1905. ushered in a heightened period of terror that would include the Eastertide explosion of the Kitchener Ironworks the following year. This raises some interesting, and, for all I know, vitally important questions. What does it really eat, for instance? I know that some of the children have been partially eaten. They show bite marks, at least. But perhaps it is we who drive it to do that. Certainly we have all been taught since earliest childhood that what the monster does when it catches you in the deep wood is eat you. That is perhaps the worst thing we can conceive. But it's really faith that monsters live on, isn't it? I am led irresistibly to this conclusion. Food may be life, but the source of power is faith, not food. And who is more capable of a total act of faith than a child? But there's a problem. Kids grow up. In the church, power is perpetuated and renewed by periodic ritualistic acts. In Derry, power seems to be perpetuated and renewed by periodic ritualistic acts too. Can it be that it protects itself by the simple fact that, as the children grow into adults, they become either incapable of faith or crippled by a sort of spiritual and imaginative arthritis? Yes, I think that's the secret here. And if I make the calls, how much will they remember? How much will they believe? Enough to end this horror once and for all, or only enough to get them killed? They are being called, I know that much. Each murder in this new cycle has been a call. We almost killed it twice, and in the end, we drove it deep in its warren of tunnels and stinking rooms under the city. But I think it knows another secret. Although it may be immortal or almost so, we are not. It had only to wait until the act of faith, which made us potential monster killers as well as sources of power, had become impossible. 27 years. Perhaps a period of sleep for it, as short and refreshing as an afternoon nap would be for us. And when it awakes, it is the same. But a third of our lives has gone by. Our perspectives have narrowed. Our faith in the magic, which makes magic possible, has worn off like the shine on a new pair of shoes after a hard day's walking. Why call us back? Why not just let us die? Because we nearly killed it. Because we frightened it, I think. Because it wants revenge. And now that we no longer believe in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, Hansel and Gretel, or the troll under the bridge, it is ready for us. Come on back, it says. Come on back, let's finish our business in Derry. Bring your jacks and your marbles and your yo-yos. We'll play. Come on back, and we'll see if you remember the simplest thing of all. How it is to be children, secure in belief and thus afraid of the dark. On that one, at least, I score 1,000%. I am frightened. So goddamn frightened. Part 5. The Ritual of Chud. It is not to be done. The seepage has rotted out the curtain. The mesh is decayed. Loosen the flesh from the machine, build no more bridges. Through what air will you fly to span the continents? Let the words fall any way at all, that they may hit love aslant. It will be a rare visitation. They want to rescue too much. The flood has done its work. William Carlos Williams, Patterson. Look and remember. Look upon this land far, far across the factories and the grass. Surely they will let you pass. Speak then and ask the forest and the loam. What do you hear? What does the land command? The earth is taken. This is not your home. Carl Shapiro. Travelogue for Exiles. Chapter 19. In the Watches of the Night. 1. The Derry Public Library, 1:15 a.m. When Ben Hanscom finished the story of the Silver Slugs, they wanted to talk, but Mike told them he wanted them all to get some sleep. "You've had enough for now," he said. But Mike was the one who looked as if he had had enough. His face was tired and drawn, and Beverly thought he looked physically ill. "But we're not done," Eddie said. "What about the rest of it? I still don't remember." "Mike's right," Bill said. "Either we'll remember or we won't. I think we will. We've remembered all that we need to." "Maybe all that's good for us?" Richie suggested. Mike nodded. "We'll meet tomorrow." Then he glanced at the clock. "Later today, I mean." "Here?" Beverly asked. Mike shook his head slowly. "I suggest we meet on Kansas Street, where Bill used to hide his bike." "We're going down into the Barrens," Eddie said, and suddenly shivered. Mike nodded again. There was a moment of quiet while they looked around at each other. Then Bill got to his feet and the others rose with him. "I want you all to be careful for the rest of the night," Mike said. "It's been here. It can be wherever you are. But this meeting has made me feel better." He looked at Bill. "I'd say it still can be done. Wouldn't you, Bill?" Bill nodded slowly. "Yes, I think it still can be done." "It will know that too," Mike said, "and it will do whatever it can to slug the odds in its favor." "What do we do if it shows up?" Richie asked. "Hold our noses, shut our eyes, turn around 3 times, and think good thoughts, puff some magic dust in its face, sing old Elvis Presley songs? What?" Mike shook his head. "If I could tell you that, there would be no problem, would there? All I know is that there's another force, at least there was when we were kids, that wanted us to stay alive and do the job. Maybe it's still there." He shrugged. It was a weary gesture. "I thought 2, maybe as many as 3 of you would be gone by the time we started our meeting tonight, missing or dead. Just seeing you turn up gave me reason to hope." Richie looked at his watch. 1:15. "How the time flies when you're having fun, right, Haystack?" "Beep, beep, Richie," Ben said, and smiled wanly. "You want to walk back to the townhouse with me, Beverly?" Bill asked. "All right." She was putting on her coat. The library seemed very silent now, shadowy, frightening. Bill felt the last 2 days catching up with him, all at once, piling up on his back. If it had just been weariness, that would have been okay, but it was more. A feeling that he was cracking up, dreaming, having delusions of paranoia, a sensation of being watched. "Maybe I'm really not here at all," he thought. "Maybe I'm in Dr. Seward's lunatic asylum with the Count's crumbling townhouse next door and Renfield just across the hall, him with his flies and me with my monsters, both of us sure the party is really going on and dressed to the nines for it, not in tuxedos but in straight waistcoats." "What about you, Richie?" Richie shook his head. "I'm going to let Haystack and Kasbrack lead me home," he said. "Right, fellers?" "Sure," Ben said. He looked briefly at Beverly, who was standing close to Bill, and felt a pain he had almost forgotten. A new memory trembled, almost within his grasp, and floated away. "What about you, Mike?" Bill asked. "Want to walk with Bev and me?" Mike shook his head. "I've got to—" That was when Beverly screamed, a high-pitched sound in the stillness. The vaulted dome overhead picked it up, and the echoes were like the laughter of banshees flying and flapping around them. Bill turned toward her. Richie dropped his sport coat as he was taking it off the back of his chair. There was a crash of glass as Eddie's arm swept an empty gin bottle onto the floor. Beverly was backing away from them, her hands held out, her face as white as good bond paper. Her eyes, deep in dusky purple sockets, bulged. "My hands!" she screamed. "My hands!" "What?" Bill began, and then he saw the blood dripping slowly between her shaking fingers. He started forward and felt sudden lines of painful warmth across his own hands. The pain was not sharp. It was more like the pain one sometimes feels in an old, healed wound. The old scars on his palm, the ones which had reappeared in England, had broken open and were bleeding. He looked sideways and saw Eddie Kasprak peering stupidly down at his own hands. They were also bleeding. So were Mike's, and Richie's, and Ben's. "We're in it to the end, aren't we?" Beverly said. She had begun to cry. The sound was also magnified in the library's still emptiness. The building itself seemed to be weeping with her. Bill thought that if he had to listen to that sound for long, he would go mad. "God help us. We're in it to the end," she sobbed, and a runner of snot depended from one of her nostrils. She wiped it off with the back of one shaking hand, and more blood dripped on the floor. "Quick!" Bill said, and seized Eddie's hand. "What? Quick!" He held out his other hand, and after a moment Beverly took it. She was still crying. "Yes," Mike said. He looked dazed, almost drugged. "Yes, that's right, isn't it? It's starting again, isn't it, Bill? It's all starting to happen again. Yes, I think—" Mike took Eddie's hand, and Richie took Beverly's other hand. For a moment Ben only looked at them, and then, like a man in a dream, he raised his bloody hands to either side and stepped between Mike and Richie. He grasped their hands. The circle closed. "Ah, Chud. This is the ritual of Chud, and the turtle cannot help us." Bill tried to scream, but no sound came out. He saw Eddie's head tilt back, the cords on his neck standing out. Bev's hips bucked twice, fiercely, as if in an orgasm as short and sharp as the crack of a .22 pistol. Mike's mouth moved strangely, seeming to laugh and grimace at the same time. In the silence of the library, doors banged open and shut, the sound rolling like bowling balls. In the periodicals room, magazines flew in a windless hurricane. In Carol Danner's office, the library's IBM typewriter whirred into life and typed, "He thrusts his fists against the posts and still insists he sees the ghosts. He thrusts his fists against the—" The type ball jammed. The typewriter sizzled and uttered a thick electronic belch as everything inside overloaded. In stack 2, the shelf of occult books suddenly tipped over, spilling Edgar Cayce, Nostradamus, Charles Fort, and the Apocrypha everywhere. Bill felt an exalting sense of power. He was dimly aware that he had an erection, and that every hair on his head was standing up straight. The sense of force in the completed circle was incredible. All the doors in the library slammed shut in unison. The grandfather clock behind the checkout desk chimed once. Then it was gone, as if someone had flicked off a switch. They dropped their hands, looking at each other, dazed. No one said anything. As the sense of power ebbed, Bill felt a terrible sense of doom creep over him. He looked at their white, strained faces, and then down at his hands. Blood was smeared there, but the wounds, which Stan Uris had made with a jagged piece of Coke bottle in August 1958, had closed up again, leaving only crooked white lines like knotted twine. He thought, that was the last time the 7 of us were together. The day Stan made those cuts in the Barrens. Stan's not here, he's dead. And this is the last time the 6 of us are going to be together. I know it. I feel it. Beverly was pressed against him, trembling. Bill put an arm around her. They all looked at him, their eyes huge and bright in the dimness, the long table where they had sat littered with empty bottles, glasses, and overflowing ashtrays, a little island of light. "That's enough," Bill said huskily. "Enough entertainment for one evening. We'll save the ballroom dancing for another time." "I remembered," Beverly said. She looked up at Bill, her eyes huge, her pale cheeks wet. "I remembered everything. My father finding out about you guys, running, Bowers and Chris and Huggins, how I ran, the tunnel, the birds, it. I remember everything." "Yeah," Richie said. "I do too." Eddie nodded. "The pumping station," Bill said. "And how Eddie—" "Go back now," Mike said. "Get some rest. It's late." "Walk with us, Mike," Beverly said. "No, I have to lock up. And I have to write a few things down. The minutes of the meeting, if you like." "I won't be long. Go ahead." They moved toward the door, not talking much. Bill and Beverly were together, Eddie, Richie, and Ben behind them. Bill held the door for her, and she murmured thanks. As she went out onto the wide granite steps, Bill thought how young she looked, how vulnerable. He was dismally aware that he might be falling in love with her again. He tried to think of Audra, but Audra seemed far away. She would be sleeping in their house in Fleet now as the sun came up and the milkman began his rounds. Derry's sky had clouded over again, and a low ground fog lay across the empty street in thick runners. Farther up the street, the Derry Community House, narrow, tall, Victorian, brooded in blackness. Bill thought, and whatever walked in Community House walked alone. He had to stifle a wild cackle. Their footfalls seemed very loud. Beverly's hand touched his, and Bill took it gratefully. "It started before we were ready," she said. "Would we ever have been ready?" "You would have been, Big Bill." The touch of her hand was suddenly both wonderful and necessary. He wondered what it would be like to touch her breasts for the second time in his life, and suspected that before this long night was over he would know. Fuller now, mature, and his hand would find hair when he cupped the swelling of her mons veneris. He thought, "I loved you, Beverly. I love you. Ben loved you. He loves you. We loved you then. We love you now. We better, because it's starting. No way out now." He glanced behind and saw the library half a block away. Richie and Eddie were on the top step. Ben was standing at the bottom looking after them. His hands were stuffed in his pockets, his shoulders were slumped, and seen through the drifting lens of the low fog, he might almost have been 11 again. If he had been able to send Ben a thought, Bill would have sent this one. "It doesn't matter, Ben. The love is what matters, the caring. It's always the desire, never the time. Maybe that's all we get to take with us when we go out of the blue and into the black. Cold comfort, maybe, but better than no comfort at all." "My father knew," Beverly said suddenly. "I came home one day from the Barrens, and he just knew. Did I ever tell you what he used to say to me when he was mad?" "What?" "I worry about you, Bevy." That's what he used to say. "I worry a lot." She laughed and shivered at the same time. "I think he meant to hurt me, Bill. I mean, he'd hurt me before, but that last time was different. He was, well, in many ways, he was a strange man. I loved him. I loved him very much, but..." She looked at him, perhaps wanting him to say it for her. He wouldn't. It was something she was going to have to say for herself sooner or later. Lies and self-deceptions had become a ballast they could not afford. "I hated him, too," she said, and her hand bore down convulsively upon Bill's for a long second. "I never told that to anyone in my life before. I thought God would strike me dead if I ever said it out loud." "Say it again, then." "No, Go on. It'll hurt, but maybe it's festered in there long enough. Say it." "I hated my dad," she said, and began to sob helplessly. "I hated him. I was scared of him. I hated him. I could never be a good enough girl to suit him. And I hated him. I did. But I loved him, too." He stopped and held her tight. Her arms went around him in a panicky grip. Her tears wet the side of his neck. He was very conscious of her body, ripe and firm. He moved his torso away from her slightly, not wanting her to feel the erection he was getting. But she moved against him again. "We'd spent the morning down there," she said, "playing tag or something like that, something harmless. We hadn't even talked about it that day, at least not then. We usually talked about it every day at some point, though, remember?" "Yes," he said, "at some point, I remember. It was overcast. Hot. We played most of the morning. I went home around 11:30. I thought I'd have a sandwich and a bowl of soup after I took a shower, and then I'd go back and play some more. My parents were both working, but he was there. He was home. He..." 2. Lower Main Street, 11:30 a.m. Threw her across the room before she'd even gotten all the way through the door. A startled scream was jerked out of her and then cut off as she hit the wall with shoulder-numbing force. She collapsed onto their sagging sofa, looking around wildly. The door to the front hall banged shut. Her father had been standing behind it. "I worry about you, Bevy," he said. "Sometimes I worry a lot. You know that. I tell you that, don't I? You bet I do."
Daddy, what?
He was walking slowly toward her across the living room, his face thoughtful, sad, deadly. She didn't want to see that last, but it was there, like the blind shine of dirt on still water. He was nibbling reflectively on a knuckle of his right hand. He was dressed in his khakis, and when she glanced down she saw that his high-topped shoes were leaving tracks on her mother's carpet. "I'll have to get the vacuum out," she thought incoherently. "Vacuum that up. If he leaves me able to vacuum. If he—" It was mud. Black mud. Her mind side-slipped alarmingly. She was back in the Barrens with Bill, Richie, Eddie, and the others. There was black, viscous mud, like the kind on Daddy's shoes down there in the Barrens, in the swampy place where the stuff Richie called bamboo stood in a skeletal white grove. When the wind blew, the stalks rattled together hollowly, producing a sound like voodoo drums. And had her father been down in the Barrens? Had her father— Whap! His hand rocketed down in a wide, sweeping orbit and struck her face. Her head thudded back against the wall. He hooked his thumbs in his belt and looked at her, with that expression of deadly, disconnected curiosity. She felt a trickle of blood running warmly from the left corner of her lower lip. "I've seen you getting big," he said. She thought he would say something more, but for the time being that seemed to be all. "Daddy, what are you talking about?" she asked in a low, trembling voice. "If you lie to me, I'll beat you within an inch of your life, Bevy," he said. And she realized with horror that he wasn't looking at her. He was looking at the Currier and Ives picture over her head, on the wall above the sofa. Her mind side-slipped crazily again, and she was 4, sitting in the bathtub with her blue plastic boat and her Popeye soap. Her father, so big and so well-loved, was kneeling beside her, dressed in gray twill pants and a strappy T-shirt, a washcloth in one hand and a glass of orange soda in the other, soaping her back and saying, "Let me see those ears, Bevy. Your ma needs taters for supper." And she could hear her small self giggling, looking up at his slightly grizzled face, which she had then believed must be eternal. I won't lie, Daddy," she said. "What's wrong?" Her view of him was gradually shivering apart as the tears came. "You've been down there in the barns with a gang of boys?" Her heart leaped. Her eyes dropped to his mud-caked shoes again. That black, clingy mud. If you stepped into it too deep, it would suck your sneaker or your loafer right off. And both Richie and Bill believed that if you went in all the way, it turned to quick mud. "I played down there Whap! The hand, covered with hard calluses, rocketing down again. She cried out, hurt, afraid. That look on his face scared her, and the way he wouldn't look at her scared her too. There was something wrong with him. He had been getting worse. What if he meant to kill her? What if— Oh, stop it, Beverly. He's your father, and fathers don't kill daughters. He lost control then. What if— What have you let them do to you? Do? What? She had no idea what he meant. Take your pants off. Her confusion increased. Nothing he said seemed connected to anything else. Trying to follow him made her feel ill, seasick almost. What? Why? His hand rose. She flinched back. Take them off, Bevy. I want to see if you are intact. Now there was a new image, crazier than the rest. She saw herself pulling her jeans off, and one of her legs coming off with them. Her father belting her around the room as she tried to hop away from him on her one good leg. Daddy shouting, I knew you wasn't intact. I knew it. I knew it. Daddy, I don't know what. His hand came down, not slapping this time, but clutching. It bit into her shoulder with furious strength. She screamed. He pulled her up and for the first time looked directly into her eyes. She screamed again at what she saw there. It was nothing. Her father was gone. And Beverly suddenly understood that she was alone in the apartment with it, alone with it on this dozy August morning. There was not the thick sense of power and untinctured evil she had felt in the house on Neibolt Street a week and a half ago. It had been diluted somehow by her father's essential humanity. But it was here, working through him. He threw her aside. She struck the coffee table, tripped over it, and went sprawling on the floor with a cry. This is how it happens, she thought. I'll tell Bill so he understands. It's everywhere in Derry. It just fills the hollow places, that's all. She rolled over. Her father was walking toward her. She skidded away from him on the seat of her jeans, her hair in her eyes. I know you've been down there, he said. I was told. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe my bevy would be hanging around with a gang of boys. Then I seen you myself this morning. My bevy with a bunch of boys, not even 12, and hanging around with a bunch of boys. This latter thought seemed to send him into a fresh rage. It trembled through his scrawny frame like volts. Not even 12 years old, he shouted, and fetched a kick at her thigh that made her scream. His jaws snapped over this fact or concept or whatever it was to him, like the jaws of a hungry dog worrying a piece of meat. Not even 12! Not even 12! Not even 12! He kicked. Beverly scrambled away. They had worked their way into the kitchen area of the apartment now. His work boot struck the drawer under the stove, making the pots and pans inside jangle. Don't you run from me, Bevy, he said. You don't want to do that or it'll be the worse for you. Believe me now. Believe your dad. This is serious. Hanging around with the boys, letting them do God knows what to you. Not even 12! That's serious. Christ knows. He grabbed her and jerked her to her feet by her shoulder. You're a pretty girl, he said. There's plenty of people happy to ruin a pretty girl, plenty of pretty girls willing to be ruined. You've been a slut child to them boys, Bevy. At last, she understood what it had put in his head. Except part of her knew. The thought might almost have been there all along. That it might only have used the tools that had been there just lying around waiting to be picked up. No, Daddy. No, Daddy. I seen you smoking, he bellowed. This time he struck her with the palm of his hand, hard enough to send her reeling back in drunken strides to the kitchen table, where she sprawled, a flare of agony in the small of her back. The salt and pepper shakers fell to the floor. The pepper shaker broke. Black flowers bloomed and disappeared before her eyes. Sounds seemed too deep. She saw his face, something in his face. He was looking at her chest. She was suddenly aware that her blouse had come untucked, and that she wasn't wearing a bra. As of yet, she owned only one, a training bra. Her mind side-slipped back to the house at Neibolt Street when Bill had given her his shirt. She had been aware of the way her breasts poked at the thin cotton material, but their occasional skittering glances had not bothered her. These had seemed perfectly natural. And Bill's look had seemed more than natural. It had seemed warm and wanted, if deeply dangerous. Now she felt guilt mix with her terror. Was her father so wrong? Hadn't she had, "You've been a slut child to them," thoughts? Bad thoughts? Thoughts of whatever it was that he was talking about? It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as the way, "You've been a slut child." He's looking at me now. Not the same. She tucked her blouse back in. Bevy? Daddy, we just play. That's all. We play. We don't do anything like anything bad. I seen you smoking, he said again, walking toward her. His eyes moved across her chest and her narrow, uncurved hips. He chanted suddenly, in a high schoolboy's voice that frightened her even more. A girl who will chew gum will smoke. A girl who will smoke will drink. And a girl who will drink, everyone knows what a girl like that will do. I didn't do anything, she screamed at him as his hands descended on her shoulders. He was not pinching or hurting now. His hands were gentle. And that was somehow scariest of all. Beverly, he said with the inarguable mad logic of the totally obsessed, I seen you with boys. Now, you want to tell me what a girl does with boys down in all that trash wood if it ain't what a girl does on her back? Let me alone, she cried at him. The anger flashed up from a deep well she had never suspected. The anger made a bluish-yellow flame in her head.
It threatened her thoughts. All the times he had scared her, all the times he had shamed her, all the times he had hurt her. You just let me alone! Don't talk to your daddy like that, he said, sounding startled. I didn't do what you're saying! I never did! Maybe. Maybe not. I'm going to check and make sure. I know how. Take your pants off. No! His eyes widened, showing yellowed cornea all the way around the deep blue irises. What did you say? I said no. His eyes were fixed on hers, and perhaps he saw the blazing anger there, the bright upsurge of rebellion. Who told you? Bevy. Who told you we played down there? Was it a stranger? Was it a man dressed in orange and silver? Did he wear gloves? Did he look like a clown even if he wasn't a clown? What was his name? Bevy, you want to stop? No, you want to stop, she told him. He swung his hand again, not open, but this time closed in a fist meant to break something. Beverly ducked. His fist whistled over her head and crashed into the wall. He howled and let go of her, putting the fist to his mouth. She backed away from him in quick, mincing steps. You come back here! No, she said. You want to hurt me? I love you, Daddy, but I hate you when you're like this. You can't do it anymore. It's making you do it, but you let it in. I don't know what you're talking about, he said. But you better get over here to me. I'm not going to ask you no more. No, she said, beginning to cry again. Don't make me come over there and collect you, Bevy. You're going to be one sorry little girl if I have to do that. Come to me! Tell me who told you, she said, and I will! He leaped at her with such scrawny, cat-like agility that, although she suspected such a leap was coming, she was almost caught. She fumbled for the kitchen doorknob, pulled the door open just wide enough so she could slip through, and then she was running down the hall toward the front door, running in a dream of panic, as she would run from Mrs. Kirsch 27 years later. Behind her, Al Marsh crashed against the door, slamming it shut again, cracking it down the center. You get back here right now, Bevy! He howled, yanking it open and coming after her. The front door was on the latch. She had come home the back way. One of her trembling hands worked at the lock, while the other yanked fruitlessly at the knob. Behind her, her father howled again, the sound of an "Take those pants off, slut child" animal. She turned the lock knob, and the front door finally swept open. Hot breath plunged up and down in her throat. She looked over her shoulder and saw him right behind her, reaching for her, grinning and grimacing, his yellow, horsey teeth a bear trap in his mouth. Beverly bolted out through the screen door and felt his fingers skid down the back of her blouse without catching hold. She flew down the steps, overbalanced, and went sprawling on the concrete walkway, erasing the skin from both knees. You get back here now, Bevy, or before God I'll whip the skin off you! He came down the steps, and she scrambled to her feet, holes in the legs of her jeans. Your pants off. Her kneecaps sizzling blood, exposed nerve endings singing Onward Christian Soldiers. She looked back, and here he came again, Al Marsh, janitor and custodian, a gray man dressed in khaki pants and a khaki shirt with 2 flat pockets, a key-ring attached to his belt by a chain, his hair flying. But he wasn't in his eyes. The essential he who had washed her back and punched her in the gut, and had done both because he worried about her, worried a lot. The he who had once tried to braid her hair when she was 7, made a botch of it, and then got giggling with her about the way it stuck out every way. The he who knew how to make cinnamon eggnogs on Sunday that tasted better than anything you could buy for a quarter at the dairy ice cream bar. The father he, mailman of her life, delivering a mixed post from that other sexual state. None of that was in his eyes now. She saw blank murder there. She saw it there. She ran. She ran from it. Mr. Pasquale looked up, startled from where he was watering his crab-grassy lawn and listening to the Red Sox game on a portable radio sitting on his porch rail. The Zinnerman kids stood back from the old Hudson Hornet, which they had bought for $25 and washed almost every day. One of them was holding a hose, the other a bucket of soap suds. Both were slack-jawed. Mrs. Denton looked out of her second-floor apartment, one of her 6 daughters' dresses in her lap, more mending in a basket on the floor, her mouth full of pins. Little Lars Therminius pulled his red ball flyer wagon quickly off the cracked sidewalk and stood on Bucky Pasquale's dying lawn. He burst into tears as Bevy, who spent a patient morning that spring showing him how to tie his sneakers so they would stay tied, flashed by him, screaming, her eyes wide. A moment later her father passed, hollering at her, and Lars, who was then 3 and who had died 12 years later in a motorcycle accident, saw something terrible and inhuman in Mr. Marsh's face. He had nightmares for 3 weeks after. In them he saw Mr. Marsh turning into a spider inside his clothes. Beverly ran. She was perfectly aware that she might be running for her life. If her father caught her now, it wouldn't matter that they were on the street. People did crazy things in Derry sometimes. She didn't have to read the newspapers or know the town's peculiar history to understand that. If he caught her, he would choke her, or beat her, or kick her. And when it was over, someone would come and collect him. And he would sit in a cell the way Eddie Corcoran's stepfather was sitting in a cell, dazed and uncomprehending. She ran toward downtown, passing more and more people as she went. They stared first at her, then at her pursuing father, and they looked surprised, some of them even amazed. But what was on their faces went no further. They looked, and then they went on toward wherever they had been going. The air circulating in her lungs was growing heavier now. She crossed the canal, feet pounding on cement, while cars rumbled over the heavy wooden slats of the bridge to her right. To her left she could see the stone semicircle where the canal went under the downtown area. She cut suddenly across Main Street. Oblivious to the honking horns and squealing brakes, she went right because the Barrens lay in that direction. It was still almost a mile away, and if she was to get there, she would somehow have to outdistance her father on the grueling slope of Up Mile Hill or one of the even steeper side streets. But that was all there was. "Come back, you little bitch! I'm warning you!" As she gained the sidewalk on the far side of the street, she snatched another glance behind her, the heavy weight of her red hair shifting over her shoulder as she did. Her father was crossing the street, as heedless of the traffic as she had been, his face a bright, sweaty red. She ducked down an alley that ran behind Warehouse Row. This was the rear of the buildings which fronted on Up Mile Hill. Star Beef, Armor Meat Packing, Hemp Hill Storage and Warehousing, Eagle Beef and Kosher Meats. The alley was narrow and cobbled, made narrower still by the bunches of fuming garbage cans and bins set out here. The cobbles were slimy with God knew what offal and ordure. There was a mixture of smells, some bland, some sharp, some simply titanic. But all spoke of meat and slaughter. Flies buzzed in clouds. From inside some of the buildings she could hear the blood-curdling whine of bone saws. Her feet stuttered unevenly on the slick cobbles. One hip struck a galvanized garbage can, and packages of tripe wrapped in newspaper fell out like great meaty jungle blossoms. "You get right the hell back here, Bevy! I mean it now! Don't make it any worse than it already is, girl!" 2 men lounged in the loading doorway of the Kirshner Packing Works, munching thick sandwiches, open dinner buckets near at hand. "You in a woeful place, girl," one of them said mildly. "Looks like you going in the woodshed with your pa." The other laughed. He was gaining. She could hear his thundering footfalls and heavy respiration almost behind her now. Looking to her right, she could see the black wing of his shadow flying along the high board fence there. Then he yelled in surprise and fury as his feet slipped out from under him and he thumped to the cobblestones. He was up a moment later, no longer bellowing words, but only shrieking out his incoherent fury while the men in the doorway laughed and slapped each other on the back. The alley zigged to the left, and Beverly came to a skittering halt, her mouth opening in dismay. A city dumpster was parked across the alley's mouth. There was not even 9 inches of clearance on either side. Its motor was idling. Under that sound, barely audible, she could hear the murmur of conversation from the dumpster's cab. More men on lunch break. It lacked no more than 3 or 4 minutes of noon. Soon the courthouse clock would begin to chime the hour. She could hear him coming again, closing in. She threw herself down and hooked her way under the dumpster, using her elbows and wounded knees. The stink of exhaust and diesel fuel mixed with the smell of ripe meat and made her feel a kind of giddy nausea. In a way, the ease of her progress was worse. She was skidding easily over a coating of slime and garbagey crud. She kept moving, once rising too high off the cobbles, so that her back came in contact with the dumpster's hot exhaust pipe. She had to bite back a scream. "Beverly? You? Under? There?"
each word separated from the last by an out-of-breath gasp for air. She looked back and met his eyes as he bent and peered under the truck.
"Leave me alone," she managed.
"You bitch," he replied, in a thick, spit-choked voice. He threw himself flat, keys jingling, and began to crawl after her, using a grotesque swimming stroke to pull himself along. Beverly clawed her way from under the truck's cab, grabbed one of the huge tires. Her fingers hooked their way into a tread up to the second knuckle, and yanked herself up. She banged her tailbone on the dumpster's front bumper, and then she was running again, heading up Mile Hill now, her blouse and jeans smeared with goop and stinking to high heaven. She looked back and saw her father's hands and freckled arms shoot out from under the dumpster's cab like the claws of some imagined childhood monster from under the bed. Quickly, hardly thinking at all, she darted between Feldman's storage and the Tracker Brothers' annex. This covert, too narrow even to be called an alley, was filled with broken crates, weeds, sunflowers, and, of course, more garbage. Beverly dived behind a pile of crates and crouched there. A few moments later, she saw her father pound by the mouth of the covert and on up the hill. Beverly got up and hurried to the far end of the covert. There was a chain-link fence here. She monkeyed to the top, got over, and worked her way down the far side. She was now on Derry Theological Seminary property. She ran up the manicured back lawn and around the side of the building. She could hear someone inside playing something classical on an organ. The notes seemed to engrave their pleasant, calm selves on the still air. There was a tall hedge between the seminary and Kansas Street. She peered through it and saw her father on the far side of the street, breathing hard, patches of sweat darkening his work shirt under the arms. He was peering around, hands on hips. His key ring twinkled brightly in the sun. Beverly watched him, also breathing hard, her heart beating rabbit-fast in her throat. She was very thirsty, and her simmering smell disgusted her. If I was drawn in a comic strip, she thought distractedly, there'd be all those wavy stink lines coming up from me. Her father crossed slowly to the seminary side. Beverly's breath stopped. "Please, God, I can't run any more. Help me, God. Don't let him find me." Al Marsh walked slowly down the sidewalk, directly past where his daughter crouched on the far side of the hedge. "Dear God, don't let him smell me." He didn't, perhaps because, after a tumble in the alleyway, and crawling under the dumpster himself, Al smelled as bad as she did. He walked on. She watched him go back down up Mile Hill until he was out of sight. Beverly picked herself up slowly. Her clothes were covered with garbage, her face was dirty, her back hurt where she had burned it on the exhaust pipe of the dumpster. These physical things paled before the confused swirl of her thoughts. She felt that she had sailed off the edge of the world, and none of the normal patterns of behavior seemed to apply. She could not imagine going home, but she could not imagine not going home. She had defied her father. Defied him! She had to push that thought away because it made her feel weak and trembly, sick to her stomach. She loved her father. Wasn't one of the 10 Commandments, honor thy mother and father, that thy days may be long upon the earth? Yes. But he hadn't been himself. Hadn't been her father. Had, in fact, been someone completely different, an imposter. Suddenly she went cold as a terrible question occurred to her. Was this happening to the others? Or something like it? She ought to warn them. They had hurt it, and perhaps now it was taking steps to assure itself they would never hurt it again. And really, where else was there to go? They were the only friends she had. Bill would know what to do. Bill would tell her what to do. Bill would supply the what next. She stopped where the seminary walk joined the Kansas Street sidewalk and peered around the hedge. Her father was truly gone. She turned right and began to walk along Kansas Street toward the Barrens. Probably none of them would be there right now. They would be at home eating their lunches. But they would be back. Meantime, she could go down into the cool clubhouse, try to get herself under some kind of control. She would leave the little window wide open so she could have some sunshine, and perhaps she would even be able to sleep. Her tired body and overstrained mind grasped eagerly at the thought, sleep, yes. That would be good. Her head drooped as she plodded past the last bunch of houses before the land grew too steep for houses and plunged down into the barrens. The barrens where, as incredible as it seemed to her, her father had been lurking and spying. She certainly did not hear footfalls behind her. The boys there were at great pains to be quiet. They had been outrun before, they did not intend to be outrun again. They drew closer and closer to her, walking cat-soft. Belch and Victor were grinning, but Henry's face was both vacant and serious. His hair was uncombed and snarly. His eyes were as unfocused as Al Marsh's had been in the apartment. He held one dirty finger pressed over his lips in a shh gesture as they closed the distance from 70 feet to 50 to 30. Through that summer, Henry had been edging steadily out over some mental abyss, walking on a bridge that had grown relentlessly more and more narrow. On the day when he had allowed Patrick Hochstetter to caress him, that bridge had narrowed to a tightrope. The tightrope had snapped this morning. He had gone out into the yard, naked except for his ragged, yellowing undershorts, and looked up into the sky. The ghost of last night's moon still lingered there, and as he looked at it, the moon had suddenly changed into a skeletal, grinning face. Henry had fallen on his knees before this face, exalted with terror and joy. Ghost voices came from the moon. The voices changed, sometimes seemed to merge together in a soft babble that was barely understandable. But he sensed the truth, which was simply that all these voices were one voice, one intelligence. The voice told him to hunt up Belch and Victor, and be at the corner of Kansas Street and Costello Avenue around noon. The voice told him he would know what to do then. Sure enough, the cunt had come bopping along. He waited to hear what the voice would tell him to do next. The answer came as they continued to close the distance. The voice came not from the moon, but from the sewer grating they were passing. The voice was low, but clear. Belch and Victor glanced toward the grating in a dazed, almost hypnotized way, then back at Beverly. "Kill her," the voice from the sewer said. Henry Bowers reached into the pocket of his jeans and brought out a slim 9-inch-long instrument with imitation ivory inlays along its sides. A small chromium button glittered at the end of this dubious objet d'art. Henry pushed it. A 6-inch blade popped out of the slit at the end of the handle. He bounced the switchblade on his palm. He began to walk a little faster. Victor and Belch, still looking dazed, increased their own walking speed to keep up with him. Beverly did not hear them precisely. That was not what made her turn her head as Henry Bowers closed the distance. Bent-kneed, shuffling, a frozen grin on his face, Henry was as silent as an Indian. No, it was simply a feeling, too clear and direct and powerful to be denied, of 3. The Derry Public Library, 1:55 a.m. Being watched. Mike Hanlon laid his pen aside and looked across the shadowy, inverted bowl of the library's main room. He saw islands of light thrown by the hanging globes. He saw books fading into dimness. He saw the iron staircases making their graceful trellised spirals up to the stacks. He saw nothing out of place. All the same, he did not believe he was alone in here. Not anymore. After the others were gone, Mike had cleaned up with a care that was only habit. He was on autopilot, his mind 1,000,000 miles and 27 years away. He dumped ashtrays, threw away the empty liquor bottles, putting a layer of waste over them so that Carol wouldn't be shocked, and the returnable cans in a box behind his desk. Then he got the broom and swept up the remains of the gin bottle Eddie had broken. When the table was clean, he went into the periodicals room and picked up the scattered magazines. As he did these simple chores, his mind sifted the stories they had told, concentrating the most, perhaps, on what they had left out. They believed they remembered everything. He thought that Bill and Beverly almost did. But there was more. It would come to them, if it allowed them the time. In 1958, there had been no chance for preparation. They had talked endlessly, their talk interrupted only by the rock fight and that one act of group heroism at 29 Neibolt Street, and might, in the end, have done no more than talk. Then August 14th had come, and Henry and his friends had simply chased them into the sewers. Maybe I should have told them, he thought, putting the last of the magazines back in their places. But something spoke strongly against the idea. The voice of the turtle, he supposed. Perhaps that was part of it. And perhaps that sense of circularity was part of it, too. Maybe that last act was going to repeat itself in some updated fashion as well. He had put flashlights and miners' helmets carefully by against tomorrow. He had the blueprints of the Derry sewer and drain systems neatly rolled up and held with rubber bands in that same closet. But, when they were kids, all their talk and all their plans, half-baked or otherwise, had come to nothing in the end. In the end, they had simply been chased into the drains, hurled into the confrontation which had followed. Was that going to happen again? Faith and power, he had come to believe, were interchangeable. Was the final truth even simpler? That no act of faith was possible until you were rudely pushed out into the screaming middle of things, like a newborn child skydiving chutelessly out of his mother's womb? Once you were falling, you were forced to believe in the chute into existence, weren't you? Pulling the ring as you fell became your final statement on the subject, one way or the other. Jesus Christ, it's Fulton Sheen in blackface, Mike thought, and laughed a little. Mike cleaned, neatened, and thought his thoughts, while another part of his brain expected that he would finish and find himself tired enough to go home and sleep for a few hours. But when he finally did finish, he found himself as wide awake as ever. So he went to the single closed stack behind his office, unlocking the wire gate with a key from his ring and letting himself in. This stack, supposedly fireproof when the vault-type door was closed and locked, contained the library's valuable first editions, books signed by writers long since dead. Among the signed editions were Moby Dick and Whitman's Leaves of Grass, historical matter relating to the town, and the personal papers of a few of the few writers who had lived and worked in Derry. Mike hoped, if all of this ended well, to persuade Bill to leave his manuscripts to the Derry Public Library. Walking down the third aisle of the stack, beneath tin-shaded light bulbs, smelling the familiar library scents of must and dust and cinnamony aging paper, he thought, when I die, I guess I'll go with the library card in one hand and an overdue stamp in the other. Well, maybe there's worse ways. He stopped halfway down this third aisle. His dog-eared steno notebook, which contained the jotted tales of Derry and his own troubled wanderings, was tucked between Frick's Old Derry Town and Michaud's History of Derry. He had pushed the notebook so far back it was nearly invisible. No one would stumble across it unless he was looking for it. Mike took it and went back to the table where they had held their meeting, pausing to turn off the lights in the closed stack and to relock the wire mesh. He sat down and flipped through the pages he had written, thinking what a strange, crippled affidavit it was, part history, part scandal, part diary, part confessional. He had not logged an entry since April 6th. Have to get a new book soon, he thought, thumbing the few blank pages that were left. He thought bemusedly for a moment of Margaret Mitchell's first draft of Gone with the Wind, written in longhand in stacks and stacks and stacks of school composition books. Then he uncapped his pen and wrote May 31st, 2 lines below the end of his last entry. He paused, looking vaguely across the empty library, and then began to write about everything that had happened during the last 3 days, beginning with his telephone call to Stanley Uris. He wrote quietly for 15 minutes, and then his concentration began to come unraveled. He paused more and more frequently. The image of Stan Uris's severed head in the refrigerator tried to intrude, Stan's bloody head, the mouth open and full of feathers, falling out of the refrigerator and rolling across the floor toward him. He banished it with an effort and went on writing. 5 minutes later, he jerked upright and looked around, convinced he would see that head rolling across the old black and red tiles of the main floor, eyes as glassy and avid as those in the mounted head of a deer. There was nothing. No head, no sound except the muffled drum of his own heart. Got to get a hold of yourself, Mikey. It's the Jim Jams, that's all. Nothing else to it. But it was no use. The words began to get away from him. The thoughts seemed to dangle just out of reach. There was a pressure on the back of his neck, and it seemed to grow heavier. Being watched. He put his pen down and got up from the table. "Is anyone there?" he called, and his voice echoed back from the rotunda, giving him a jolt. He licked his lips and tried again. "Bill? Ben? Bill, Ben? Suddenly Mike decided he wanted to be home. He would simply take the notebook with him. He reached for it and heard a faint, sliding footstep. He looked up again. Pools of light surrounded by deepening lagoons of shadow, nothing else. At least, nothing he could see. He waited, heart beating hard. The footstep came again, and this time he pinpointed the location, the glassed-in passageway that connected the adult library to the children's library. In there, someone, something. Moving quietly, Mike walked across to the checkout desk. The double doors leading into the passageway were held open by wooden chocks, and he could see a little way in. He could see what looked like feet, and with sudden, swooning horror, he wondered if maybe Stan had come after all. If maybe Stan was going to step out of the shadows with his bird encyclopedia in one hand, his face white, his lips purple, his wrists and forearms cut open. "I finally came," Stan would say. "It took me a while because I had to pull myself out of a hole in the ground, but I finally came." There was another footstep, and now Mike could see shoes for sure, shoes and ragged denim pant legs. Faded blue strings hung down against sockless ankles, and in the darkness, almost 6 feet above those ankles, he could see glittering eyes. He groped over the surface of the semicircular checkout desk and felt along the other side without taking his gaze from those eyes. His fingers felt one wooden corner of a small box, the overdue cards. A smaller box, paper clips and rubber bands. They happened on something that was metal and seized it. It was a letter opener with the words "Jesus Saves" stamped on the handle. A flimsy thing that had come in the mail from the Grace Baptist Church as part of a fundraising drive. Mike had not attended services in 15 years, but Grace Baptist had been his mother's church, and he had sent them $5 he could not really afford. He had meant to throw the letter opener out, but it had stayed here amid the clutter on his side of the desk. Carol's side was always spotlessly clean, until now. He clutched it tightly and stared into the shadowy hallway. There was another step. Another. Now the ragged denim pants were visible up to the knees. He could see the shape these lower legs belonged to. It was big, hulking. The shoulders were rounded. There was a suggestion of ragged hair. The figure was ape-like. "Who are you?" The shape merely stood there, contemplating him. Although still afraid, Mike had gotten over the debilitating idea that it might be Stan Uris returning from the grave, called back by the scars on his palms, some eldritch magnetism which had brought him back like a zombie in a Hammer horror film. Whoever this was, it wasn't Stan Uris, who had finished at 5'7", when he had his full growth. The shape took another step, and now the light from the globe closest to the passageway fell across the beltless loops of the jeans around the shape's waist. Suddenly, Mike knew. Even before the shape spoke, he knew. "Hello, nigger," the shape said. "Been throwing rocks at anyone? Want to know who poisoned your fucking dog?" The shape took another step forward, and the light fell on the face of Henry Bowers. It had grown fat and sagging. The skin had an unhealthy, tallowy hue. The cheeks had become hanging jowls that were specked with stubble, almost as much white in that stubble as black. Wavy lines, 3 of them, were engraved in the shelf of the forehead above the bushy brows. Other lines formed parentheses at the corners of the full-lipped mouth. The eyes were small and mean inside discolored pouches of flesh, bloodshot and thoughtless. It was the face of a man being pushed into a premature age. A man who was 39 going on 73. But it was also the face of a 12-year-old boy. Henry's clothes were still green with whatever bushes he had spent the day hiding in. "Ain't you gonna say howdy, nigger?" Henry asked. "Hello, Henry." It occurred to him dimly that he had not listened to the radio for the last 2 days, and he had not even read the paper, which was a ritual with him. Too much going on. Too busy. Too bad. Henry emerged from the corridor between the children's library and the adult library and stood there, peering at Mike with his piggy eyes, his lips parted in an unspeakable grin, revealing rotted back-main teeth. "Voices," he said. "You ever hear voices, nigger?" "Which voices are those, Henry?" He put both hands behind his back, like a schoolboy called upon to recite, and transferred the letter opener from his left hand to his right. The grandfather clock, given by Horst Mueller in 1923, ticked solemn seconds into the smooth pond of library silence. "From the moon," Henry said. He put a hand in his pocket. "Came from the moon. Lots of voices." He paused, frowned slightly, then shook his head. "Lots, but really only one. Its voice." "Did you see it, Henry?" "Yep," Henry said. "Frankenstein. Tore off Victor's head. You should have heard it. Made a sound like a great big zipper going down. Then it went after Belch. Belch fought it." "Did he?" "Yep. That's how I got away." "You left him to die." "Don't you say that!" Henry's cheeks flushed a dull red. He took 2 steps forward. The farther he walked from the umbilicus connecting the children's library to the adult library, the younger he looked to Mike. He saw the same old meanness in Henry's face, but he saw something else as well. The child, who had been brought up by crazy Butch Bowers on a good farm that had gone to shit-shack shambles over the years. "Don't you say that! It would have killed me, too!" "It didn't kill us." Henry's eyes gleamed with rancid humor. "Not yet, but it will. Lest I don't leave any of you for it to get." He pulled his hand out of his pocket. In it was a slim 9-inch-long instrument with imitation ivory inlays along its sides. A small chromium button glittered at one end of the dubious objet d'art. Henry pushed it. A 6-inch steel blade popped out of the slit at the end of the handle. He bounced the switchblade on his palm and began to walk toward the checkout desk a little faster. "Look what I found," he said. "I knew where to look." Obscenely, one red-rimmed eyelid drooped in a wink. "The man in the moon told me." Henry revealed his teeth again. "Hid today. Hitchhiked a ride tonight, old man. Hit him. Killed him, I think. Ditched the car over Newport, just over the Derrytown line. I heard that voice. I looked in a drain. There was these clothes and the knife. My old knife." "You're forgetting something, Henry." Henry, grinning, only shook his head. "We got away and you got away. If it wants us, it wants you too." "No." "I think yes. Maybe you yo-yos did its work, but it didn't exactly play favorites, did it? It got both of your friends, and while Belch was fighting it, you got away. But now you're back. I think you're part of its unfinished business, Henry. I really do." "No." "Maybe Frankenstein's what you'll see. Or the werewolf, a vampire, the clown. Or, Henry, maybe you'll really see what it looks like, Henry. We did. Want me to tell you? Want me to—" "You shut up!" Henry screamed and launched himself at Mike. Mike stepped aside and stuck out one foot. Henry tripped over it and went skidding over the foot-worn tiles like a shuffleboard weight. His head struck a leg of the table where the losers had sat earlier that night telling their tales. For a moment he was stunned. The knife hung loose in his hand. Mike went after him, went after the knife. In that moment he could have finished Henry. It would have been possible to plant the Jesus Saves letter opener, which had come in the mail from his mother's old church, in the back of Henry's neck, and then called the police. There would have been a certain amount of official nonsense, but not too much of it. Not in Derry, where such weird and violent events were not entirely exceptional. What stopped him was a realization almost too lightning-like to be conscious, that if he killed Henry, he would be doing its work as surely as Henry would be doing its work by killing Mike. And something else, that other look he had seen on Henry's face, the tired, bewildered look of the badly used child who has been set on a poisonous path for some unknown purpose. Henry had grown up within the contaminated radius of Butch Bowers' mind. Surely he had belonged to it even before he suspected it existed. So instead of planting the letter opener in Henry's vulnerable neck, he dropped to his knees and snatched at the knife. It twisted in his hand, seemingly of its own volition, and his fingers closed on the blade. There was no immediate pain, only red blood flowing down the first 3 fingers of his right hand and into his scarred palm. He pulled back. Henry rolled away and grabbed the knife again. Mike got to his knees, and the two of them faced each other that way, each bleeding. Mike's fingers, Henry's nose. Henry shook his head and droplets flew away into the darkness.
"Thought you were so smart!" he cried hoarsely. "Fucking sissies is all you were! We could have beat you in a fair fight!"
"Put the knife down, Henry," Mike said quietly. "I'll call the police. They'll come and get you and take you back to Juniper Hill. You'll be out of Derry. You'll be safe." Henry tried to talk and couldn't. He couldn't tell this hateful jig that he wouldn't be safe in Juniper Hill or Los Angeles or the rainforests of Timbuktu. Sooner or later the moon would rise, bone-white and snow-cold, and the ghost voices would start, and the face of the moon would change into its face, babbling and laughing and ordering. He swallowed slick, slimy blood.
"You never fought fair!"
"Did you?" Mike asked.
"You nigger boogie night fighter jungle bunny ape-man coon!"
Henry screamed, and leaped at Mike again. Mike leaned back to avoid his blundering, awkward rush, overbalanced, and went sprawling on his back. Henry struck the table again, rebounded, turned, and clutched Mike's arm. Mike swept the letter opener around and felt it go deep into Henry's forearm. Henry screamed, but instead of letting go, he tightened his grip. He pulled himself toward Mike, his hair in his eyes, blood flowing from his ruptured nose over his thick lips. Mike tried to get a foot in Henry's side and push him away. Henry swung the switchblade in a glittering arc. All 6 inches of it went into Mike's thigh. It went in effortlessly, as if into a warm cake of butter. Henry pulled it out, dripping, and with a scream of combined pain and effort, Mike shoved him away. He struggled to his feet, but Henry was up more quickly, and Mike was barely able to avoid Henry's next blundering rush. He could feel blood pouring down his leg in an alarming flood, filling his loafer. "He got my femoral artery, I think. Jesus, he got me bad. Blood everywhere, blood on the floor. Shoes won't be any good. Shit, just bought them 2 months ago." Henry came again, panting and puffing like a bull in heat. Mike staggered aside and swept the letter opener at him again. It tore through Henry's ragged shirt and pulled a deep cut across his ribs. Henry grunted as Mike shoved him away again.
"You dirty fighting nigger!" he wailed. "Look what you done!"
"Drop the knife, Henry," Mike said. There was a titter from behind them. Henry looked, and then screamed in utter horror, clapping his hands to his cheeks like an offended old maid. Mike's gaze jerked toward the circulation desk. There was a loud, vibrating ka-spang sound, and Stan Uris's head popped up from behind the desk. A spring corkscrewed up and into his severed, dripping neck. His face was livid with grease paint. There was a fever spot of rouge on each cheek. Great orange pom-poms flowered where the eyes had been. This grotesque stand-in-the-box head nodded back and forth at the end of its spring, like one of the giant sunflowers beside the house on Neibolt Street. Its mouth opened, and a squealing, laughing voice began to chant, "Kill him, Henry! Kill the nigger! Kill the coon! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Mike wheeled back toward Henry, dismally aware that he had been tricked, wondering faintly whose head Henry had seen at the end of that spring. Stan's? Victor Chris's? His father's, perhaps? Henry shrieked and rushed at Mike, the switchblade plunging up and down like the needle of a sewing machine. "Gah, nigger!" Henry was screaming. "Gah, nigger! Gah, nigger!" Mike backpedaled, and the leg Henry had stabbed buckled under him almost at once, spilling him to the floor. There was hardly any feeling at all left in that leg. It felt cold and distant. Looking down, he saw that his cream-colored slacks were now bright red. Henry's blade flashed by in front of his nose. Mike stabbed out with the Jesus Saves letter opener as Henry turned back for another go. Henry ran into it like a bug onto a pin. Warm blood doused Mike's hand. There was a snap, and when he drew his hand back, he only had the haft of the letter opener. The rest was sticking out of Henry's stomach. "Gah! Nigger!" Henry screamed, clapping a hand over the protruding jag of blade. Blood poured through his fingers. He looked at it with bulging, unbelieving eyes. The head at the end of the creaking, dipping jack-in-the-box squealed and laughed. Mike, feeling sick and dizzy now, looked back at it and saw Belch Huggins' head, a human champagne cork wearing a New York Yankees baseball cap turned backward.
He groaned aloud, and the sound was far away, echoey in his own ears. He was aware that he was sitting in a pool of warm blood. If I don't get a tourniquet on my leg, I'm going to die. Gah! Niga! Henry screamed. Still holding his bleeding belly with one hand and the switchblade with the other, he staggered away from Mike and toward the library doors. He wove drunkenly from side to side, progressing across the echoing main room like a pinball in an electronic game. He struck one of the easy chairs and knocked it over. His groping hands spilled a rack of newspapers onto the floor. He reached the doors, straight-armed one of them, and plunged out into the night. Mike's consciousness was fading now. He worked at the buckle of his belt with fingers he could barely feel. At last he got it unhooked and managed to pull it free of its loops. He put it around his bleeding leg just below the groin and cinched it tight. Holding it with one hand, he began to crawl toward the circulation desk. The phone was there. He wasn't sure how he was going to reach it, but for now that didn't matter. The trick was just to get there. The world wavered, blurred, grew faint behind waves of gray. He stuck his tongue out and bit down on it savagely. The pain was immediate and exquisite. The world swam back into focus. He became aware that he was still holding the ragged haft of the letter opener, and he tossed it away. Here, at last, was the circulation desk, looking as tall as Everest. Mike got his good leg under him and pushed himself up, clutching at the edge of the desk with the hand that wasn't holding the belt tight. His mouth was drawn down in a trembling grimace, his eyes slitted. At last he managed to get all the way up. He stood there stork-like and hooked the phone over to him. Taped to the side were 3 numbers, fire, police, and hospital. With one shaking finger that looked at least 10 miles away, Mike dialed the hospital, 555-3711. He closed his eyes as the phone began to ring, and then they opened wide as the voice of Pennywise the Clown answered. "Howdy, nigger!" Pennywise cried, and then screamed laughter as sharp as broken glass into Mike's ear. "What do you say? How you doing? I think you're dead. What do you think? I think Henry did the job on you. Want a balloon, Mikey? Want a balloon? How you doing? Hello there!" Mike's eyes turned up to the face of the grandfather clock, the Muller clock, and saw with no surprise at all that its face had been replaced by his father's face, gray and raddled with cancer. The eyes were turned up to show only bulging whites. Suddenly, his father popped his tongue out, and the clock began to strike. Mike lost his grip on the circulation desk. He swayed for a moment on his good leg, and then he fell down again. The phone swung before him at the end of its cord like a mesmerist's amulet. It was becoming very hard to hold onto the belt now. "Hello there, Amos!" Pennywise cried brightly from the swinging telephone handset. "This is the Kingfish. I is the Kingfish in Derry, anyhow, and that's the truth. Wouldn't you say so, boy?" "If there's anyone there," Mike croaked, "a real voice behind the one I'm hearing, please help me. My name is Michael Hanlon, and I'm at the Derry Public Library. I am bleeding to death. If you're there, I can't hear you. I'm not being allowed to hear you. If you're there, please hurry." He lay on his side, drawing his legs up until he was in a fetal position. He took 2 turns around his right hand with the belt and concentrated on holding it as the world drifted away in those cottony, balloon-like clouds of gray. "Hello there, how you doing?" Pennywise screamed from the dangling, swinging phone. "How are you doing, you dirty coon? Hello!" 4. Kansas Street, 12:20 p.m. "There," Henry Bowers said. "How you doing, you little cunt?" Beverly reacted instantly, turning to run. It was a quicker reaction than any of them had expected. She might actually have gotten a running start, but for her hair. Henry snatched, caught part of its long flow, and pulled her back. He grinned into her face. His breath was thick and warm and stinking. "How you doing?" Henry Bowers asked her. "Where you going? Back to play with your asshole friends some more? I think I'll cut off your nose and make you eat it. You like that?" She struggled to get free.
Henry laughed and shook her head back and forth by the hair. The knife flashed dangerously in the hazy August sunshine. Abruptly, a car horn honked, a long blast.
"Here, here! What are you boys doing? Let that girl go!"
It was an old lady behind the wheel of a well-preserved 1950 Ford. She had pulled up to the curb and was leaning across the blanket-covered seat to peer out the passenger side window. At the sight of her angry, honest face, the dazed look left Victor Chris's eyes for the first time, and he looked nervously at Henry.
"What? Please!"
Bev cried shrilly.
"He's got a knife! A knife!"
The old lady's anger now became concern, surprise, and fear as well.
"What are you boys doing? Let her alone!"
Across the street, Bev saw this quite clearly. Herbert Ross got out of the lawn chair on his porch, approached the porch rail, and looked over. His face was as blank as Belch Huggins. He folded his paper, turned, and went quietly into the house.
"Let her be!"
the old lady cried shrilly. Henry bared his teeth and suddenly ran at her car, dragging Beverly after him by the hair. She stumbled, went to one knee, was dragged. The pain in her scalp was excruciating, monstrous. She felt some of her hair rip out. The old lady screamed and cranked the passenger side window frantically. Henry stabbed down and the switchblade skated across glass. The woman's foot came off the old Ford's clutch pedal, and it went down Kansas Street in 3 big jerks, bouncing up over the curb where it stalled. Henry went after it, still pulling Beverly along. Victor licked his lips and looked around. Belch pushed the New York Yankees baseball cap he was wearing up on his forehead, and then dug at his ear in a puzzled gesture. Bev saw the old woman's white, frightened face for one moment, and then saw her pawing at the door locks, first on the passenger side, then on her own. The Ford's engine ground and caught. Henry lifted one booted foot and kicked out a taillight.
"Get out of here, you dried-up old bitch!"
The tires screamed as the old lady pulled back out in the street. An oncoming pickup truck swerved to avoid her, its horn blatted. Henry turned back toward Bev, beginning to smile again, and she hiked one sneakered foot directly into his balls. The smile on Henry's face turned into a grimace of agony. The switch knife dropped from his hand and clattered onto the sidewalk. His other hand left its nesting place in the tangle of her hair, pulling once more, terribly as it went, and then he sank to his knees, trying to scream, holding his crotch. She could see strands of her own coppery hair in one of his hands, and in that instant all of her terror turned to bright hate. She drew in a great hitching breath and hocked a remarkably large Louis onto the top of his head. Then she turned and ran. Belch lumbered 3 steps after her and stopped. He and Victor went to Henry, who threw them aside and staggered to his feet, both hands still cupping his balls. It was not the first time that summer that he had been kicked there. He leaned over and picked up the switchblade.
"On!"
he wheezed.
"What, Henry?"
Belch said anxiously. Henry turned a face toward him that was so full of sweating pain and sick, blazing hate that Belch fell back a step.
"I said, come on!" he managed,
and began to stagger and lurch up the street after Beverly, holding his crotch.
"We can't catch her now, Henry," Victor said uneasily. "Hell, you can hardly walk."
"We'll catch her," Henry panted. His upper lip was rising and falling in an unconscious, dog-like sneer. Beads of sweat stood out on his forehead and ran down his hectic cheeks. "We'll catch her all right, because I know where she's going. She's going down into the Barrens to be with her asshole." 5. The Derry townhouse, 2 a.m. "Friends," Beverly said.
"Hmm?"
Bill looked at her. His thoughts had been far away. They had been walking hand in hand, the silence between them companionable, and slightly charged with mutual attraction. He had caught only the last word of what she had said. A block ahead, the lights of the townhouse shone through the low ground fog. "I said you were my best friends. The only friends I ever had back then," she smiled. "Making friends has never been my strong suit, I guess. Although I've got a good one back in Chicago, a woman named Kay McCall. I think you'd like her, Bill." "Probably would. I've never been real fast to make friends myself." He smiled. Back then, we were all we needed. He saw beads of moisture in her hair, appreciated the way the lights made a nimbus around her head. Her eyes were turned gravely up to his. "I need something now," she said. "What's that?" "I need you to kiss me," she said. He thought of Audra, and for the first time it occurred to him that she looked like Beverly. He wondered if maybe that had been the attraction all along, the reason he had been able to find guts enough to ask Audra out near the end of the Hollywood party where they had met. He felt a pang of unhappy guilt, and then he took Beverly, his childhood friend, in his arms. Her kiss was firm and warm and sweet. Her breasts pushed against his open coat, and her hips moved against him, away, and then against him again. When her hips moved away a second time, he plunged both of his hands into her hair and moved against her. When she felt him growing hard, she uttered a little gasp and put her face against the side of his neck. He felt her tears on his skin, warm and secret. "Come on," she said. "Quick." He took her hand, and they walked the rest of the way to the townhouse. The lobby was old, festooned with plants, and still possessed of a certain fading charm. The decor was very much 19th century lumberman. It was deserted at this hour except for the desk clerk, who could be dimly seen in the inner office, his feet cocked up on the desk, watching TV. Bill pushed the third-floor button with a finger that trembled just slightly. Excitement? Nervousness? Guilt? All of the above? Oh yeah, sure, and a kind of almost insane joy, and fear as well. These feelings did not mix pleasantly, but they seemed necessary. He led her down the hallway toward his room, deciding in some confused way that if he were to be unfaithful, it should be a complete act of infidelity, consummated in his place and not hers. He found himself thinking of Susan Brown, his first book agent, and when he was not quite 20, his first lover. Cheating. Cheating on my wife. He tried to get this through his head, but it seemed both real and unreal at the same time. What seemed strongest was an unhappy sense of homesickness, an old-fashioned feeling of falling away. Audra would be up by now, making coffee, sitting at the kitchen table in her robe, perhaps studying lines, perhaps reading a Dick Francis novel. His key rattled in the lock of room 311. If they had gone to Beverly's room on the 5th floor, they would have seen the message light on her phone blinking. The TV-watching desk clerk would have given her a message to call her friend Kay in Chicago. After Kay's third frantic call, he had finally remembered to post the message. Things might have taken a different course. The 5 of them might not have been fugitives from the Derry police when that day's light finally broke. But they went to his, as things had perhaps been arranged. The door opened. They were inside. She looked at him, eyes bright, cheeks flushed, her breast rising and falling rapidly. He took her in his arms and was overwhelmed by the feeling of rightness, the feeling of the circle between past and present closing with a triumphant seamlessness. He kicked the door shut clumsily with one foot, and she laughed her warm breath into his mouth. "Oh, my heart," she said, and put his hand on her left breast. He could feel it below that firm, almost maddening softness, racing like an engine. "Your heart." "My heart." They were on the bed, still dressed, kissing. Her hand slipped inside his shirt, then out again. She traced a finger down the row of buttons, pausing at his waist. And then that same finger slipped lower, tracing down the stony thickness of his cock. Muscles he hadn't been aware of jumped and fluttered in his groin. He broke the kiss and moved his body away from hers on the bed. "Bill? Got to stop for a minute," he said, "or else I'm going to shoot in my pants like a kid." She laughed again, softly, and looked at him. "Is it that? Or are you having second thoughts?" "Second thoughts," Bill said. "I always have those." "I don't. I hate him," she said. He looked at her, the smile fading. "I didn't know it all the way to the top of my mind until 2 nights ago," she said. "Oh, I knew it, somewhere, all along, I guess. He hits, and he hurts. I married him because my father always worried about me, I guess. No matter how hard I tried, he worried. And I guess I knew he'd approve of Tom because Tom always worried, too. He worried a lot. And as long as someone was worrying about me, I'd be safe, more than safe. Real. She looked at him solemnly. Her blouse had pulled out of the waistband of her slacks, revealing a white stripe of stomach. He wanted to kiss it. But it wasn't real, it was a nightmare. Being married to Tom was like going back into the nightmare. Why would a person do that, Bill? Why would a person go back into the nightmare of her own accord? Bill said, "The only reason I can figure is that people go back to find themselves." "The nightmare's here," Bev said. "The nightmare is Derry. Tom looks small compared to that. I can see him better now. I loathe myself for the years I spent with him. You don't know. The things he made me do, and I was happy enough to do them, because he worried about me. I'd cry, but sometimes there's too much shame. Don't," he said quietly, and put his hand over hers. She held it tightly. Her eyes were overbright, but the tears didn't fall. "Everybody goofs it. But it's not an exam. You just go through it the best you can." "What I mean," she said, "is that I'm not cheating on Tom, or trying to use you to get my own back on him, or anything like that. For me, it would be like something sane and normal and sweet. But I don't want to hurt you, Bill, or trick you into something you'll be sorry for later." He thought about this, thought about it with a real and deep seriousness. But the odd little mnemonic, he thrusts his fists, and so on, began to circle back, breaking into his thoughts. It had been a long day. Mike's call and the invitation to lunch at Jade of the Orient seemed 100 years ago. So many stories since then, so many memories, like photographs from George's album. "Friends don't trick each other," he said, and leaned toward her on the bed. Their lips touched, and he began to unbutton her blouse. One of her hands went to the back of his neck and held him closer, while the other first unzipped her slacks and then pushed them down. For a moment, his hand was on her stomach, warm. Then her panties were gone in a whisper. Then he nudged, and she guided. As he entered her, she arched her back gently toward the thrust of his sex and muttered, "Be my friend. I love you, Bill." "I love you too," he said, smiling against her bare shoulder. They began slowly, and he felt sweat begin to flow out of his skin as she quickened beneath him. His consciousness began to drain downward, becoming focused more and more strongly on their connection. Her pores had opened, releasing a lovely, musky odor. Beverly felt her climax coming. She moved toward it, working for it, never doubting it would come. Her body suddenly stuttered and seemed to leap upward, not orgasming, but reaching a plateau far above any she had reached with Tom or the two lovers she had had before Tom. She became aware that this wasn't going to be just a come. It was going to be a tactical nuke. She became a little afraid, but her body picked up the rhythm again. She felt Bill's long length stiffen against her, his whole body suddenly becoming as hard as the part of him inside herself. And at that same moment she began to climax. Pleasure so great it was nearly agony spilled out of unsuspected floodgates, and she bit down on his shoulder to stifle her cries. "Oh my God!" Bill gasped, and although she was never sure later, she believed he was crying. He pulled back, and she thought he was going to withdraw from her. She tried to prepare for that moment, which always brought a fleeting, inexplicable sense of loss and emptiness, something like a footprint, and then he thrust forward strongly again. Right away, she had a second orgasm, something she hadn't known was possible for her, and the window of memory opened again, And she saw birds, thousands of birds descending onto every roof peak and telephone line and RFD mailbox in Derry, spring birds against a white April sky, and there was pain mixed with pleasure, but mostly it was low, as a white spring sky seems low. Low physical pain mixed with low physical pleasure, and some crazy sense of affirmation. She had bled. She had all of you? She cried suddenly, her eyes widening, stunned. He did pull back and out of her this time, but in the sudden shock of the revelation, she barely felt him go. What, Beverly? Are you all of you? I made love to all of you? She saw shocked surprise on Bill's face, the drop of his jaw, and sudden understanding. But it was not her revelation. Even in her own shock, she saw that. It was his own. Bill, what is it? That was your way to get us out, he said. And now his eyes blazed so brightly they frightened her. Beverly, don't you understand? That was your way to get us out. But we were... Suddenly he looked frightened, unsure. Do you remember the rest now? She asked. He shook his head slowly. Not the specifics, but... He looked at her, and she saw he was badly frightened. What it really came down to was we wished our way out, and I'm not sure... Beverly, I'm not sure that grown-ups can do that. She looked at him without speaking for a long moment, then sat on the edge of the bed with no particular self-consciousness. Her body was smooth and lovely, the line of her backbone barely discernible in the dimness as she bent to take off the knee-high nylon stockings she had been wearing. Her hair was a sheaf coiled over one shoulder. He thought he would want her again before morning, and that feeling of guilt came again, tempered only by the shameful comfort of knowing that Audra was an ocean away. Put another nickel in the jukebox, he thought. This tune is called What She Don't Know Won't Hurt Her. But it hurts somewhere, in the spaces between people, maybe. Beverly got up and turned the bed down. Come to bed. We need sleep, both of us. All right. Because that was right. That was a big 10-4. More than anything else, he wanted to sleep, but not alone, not tonight. The latest shock was wearing off, too quickly perhaps, but he felt so tired now, so used up. Second-to-second reality had the quality of a dream, and in spite of his guilt, he felt that this was a safe place. It would be possible to lie here for a little while, to sleep in her arms. He wanted her warmth and her friendliness. Both were sexually charged, but that could hurt neither of them now. He stripped off his socks and shirt and got in next to her. She pressed against him, her breasts warm, her long legs cool. Bill held her, aware of the differences. Her body was longer than Audra's and fuller at the breast and the hip, but it was a welcome body. It should have been Ben with you, dear, he thought drowsily. I think that was the way it was really supposed to be. Why wasn't it Ben? Because it was you then, and it's you now, that's all. Because what goes around always comes around. I think Bob Dylan said that, or maybe it was Ronald Reagan. And maybe it's me now, because Ben's the one who's supposed to see the lady home. Beverly wriggled against him, not in a sexual way, although, even as he fled toward sleep, she felt him stir again against her leg and was glad, but only wanting his warmth. She was already half asleep herself. Her happiness here with him, after all these years, was real. She knew that, because of its bitter undertaste. There was tonight, and perhaps there would be another time for them tomorrow morning. Then they would go down in the sewers as they had before, and they would find their it. The circle would close ever tighter. Their present lives would merge smoothly with their own childhoods. They would become like creatures on some crazy Mobius strip. Either that or they would die down there. She turned over. He slipped an arm between her side and her arm, and cupped one breast gently. She did not have to lie awake, wondering if the hand might suddenly clamp down in a hard pinch. Her thoughts began to break up as sleep slid into her. As always, she saw brilliant wildflower patterns as she crossed over, masses and masses of them nodding brightly under a blue sky. These faded, and there was a falling sensation, the sort of sensation that had sometimes snapped her awake and sweating as a child, a scream on the other side of her face. Childhood dreams of falling, she had read in her college psychology text, were common. But she didn't snap back this time. She could feel the warm and comforting weight of Bill's arm, his hand cradling her breast. She thought that if she was falling, at least she wasn't falling alone. Then she touched down and was running. This dream, whatever it was, moved fast. She ran after it, pursuing sleep, silence, maybe just time. The years moved fast. The years ran. If you turned around and ran after your own childhood, you had to really let out your stride and bust your buns. 29, the year she had streaked her hair, faster. 22, the year she had fallen in love with a football player named Greg Mallory who had damn near raped her after a fraternity party, faster, faster. 16, getting drunk with two of her girlfriends on the Bluebird Hill overlook in Portland. 14, 12, faster, faster, faster. She ran into sleep, chasing 12, catching it, running through the barrier of memory that it had cast over all of them. It tasted like cold fog in her laboring dream lungs. Running back into her 11th year, running like hell, running to beat the devil, looking back now, looking back. 6. The Barrens, 12:40 p.m. Over her shoulder for any sign of them, as she slipped and scrambled her way down the embankment. No sign. At least not yet. She had really fetched it to him, as her father sometimes said, and just thinking of her father brought another wave of guilt and despondency washing over her. She looked under the rickety bridge, hoping to see Silver heeled over on his side, but Silver was gone. There was a cache of toy guns, which they no longer bothered to take home, and that was all. She started down the path, looked back, and there they were, Belch and Victor supporting Henry between them, standing on the edge of the embankment like Indian sentries in a Randolph Scott movie. Henry was horribly pale. He pointed at her. Victor and Belch began to help him down the slope. Dirt and gravel spilled from beneath their heels. Beverly looked at them for a long moment, almost hypnotized. Then she turned and sprinted through the trickle of brook water that ran out from under the bridge, ignoring Ben's stepping stones, her sneakers spraying out flat sheets of water. She ran down the path, the breath hot in her throat. She could feel the muscles in her legs trembling. She didn't have much left now, the clubhouse. If she could get there, she might still be safe. She ran along the path, branches whipping even more color into her cheeks, one striking her eye and making it water. She cut to the right, blundered through the tangles of underbrush, and came out into the clearing. Both the camouflage trapdoor and the slit window stood open. Rock and roll drifted up. At the sound of her approach, Ben Hanscom popped up. He had a box of Junior Mints in one hand and an Archie comic book in the other. He got a good look at Bev, and his mouth fell open. Under other circumstances, it would have been almost funny. "Bev! What the hell?" She didn't bother replying. Behind her, and not too far behind either, she could hear branches snapping and whipping. There was a muffled shouted curse. It sounded as if Henry was getting livelier. So she just ran at the square trapdoor opening, her hair, tangled now with green leaves and twigs, as well as the crud from her scramble under the garbage truck, streaming out behind her. Ben saw she was coming in like the 101st Airborne, and disappeared as quickly as he had come out. Beverly jumped, and he caught her clumsily. "Shut everything," she panted. "Hurry up, Ben, for heaven's sake, they're coming!" "Who?" "Henry and his friends! Henry's gone crazy! He's got a knife!" That was enough for Ben. He dropped his Junior Mints and funny book. He pulled the trapdoor shut with a grunt. The top was covered with sods. The tangle track was still holding them remarkably well. A few blocks of sod had gotten loose, but that was all. Beverly stood on tiptoe and closed the window. They were in darkness. She felt for Ben, found him, and hugged him with panicky tightness. After a moment, he hugged her back. They were both on their knees. With sudden horror, Beverly realized that Richie's transistor radio was still playing somewhere in the blackness, Little Richard singing "The Girl Can't Help It." "Ben, the radio. They'll hear." "Oh, God." He bunted her with one meaty hip and almost knocked her sprawling in the dark. She heard the radio fall to the floor. "The girl can't help it if the men folks stop and stare," Little Richard informed them, with his customary hoarse enthusiasm. "Can't help it," the backup group testified. "The girl can't help it." Ben was panting now, too. They sounded like a couple of steam engines. Suddenly, there was a crunch and silence. "Oh, shit," Ben said. "I just squashed it. Richie's gonna have a bird." He reached for her in the dark. She felt his hand touch one of her breasts, then jerk away as if burned. She groped for him, got hold of his shirt, and drew him close. "Beverly, what?" "Shh!" He quieted. They sat together, arms around each other, looking up. The darkness was not quite perfect. There was a narrow line of light down one side of the trapdoor, and 3 others outlined the slit window. One of these 3 was wide enough to let a slanted ray of sunlight fall into the clubhouse. She could only pray they wouldn't see it. She could hear them approaching. At first, she couldn't make out the words, and then she could. Her grip on Ben tightened. "If she went into the bamboo, we can pick up her trail easy," Victor was saying. "They play around here," Henry replied. His voice was strained, his words emerging in little puffs, as if with great effort. "Boogers Taliendo said so. And the day we had that rock fight, they were coming from here." "Yeah, they play guns and stuff," Belch said. Suddenly, there were thudding footfalls right above them. The sod-covered cap vibrated up and down. Dirt sifted onto Beverly's upturned face. 1, 2, maybe even all 3 of them were standing on top of the clubhouse. A cramp laced her belly. She had to bite down against a cry. Ben put one big hand on the side of her face and pressed it against his arm as he looked up, waiting to see if they would guess, or if they knew already and were just playing games. "They got a place," Henry was saying. "That's what Boogers told me. Some kind of a treehouse or something. They call it their club." "I'll club 'em if they want a club," Victor said. Belch uttered a thunderous hee-haw of laughter at this. Thump, thump, thump overhead. The cap moved up and down a little more this time. Surely they would notice it. Ordinary ground just didn't have that kind of give. "Let's look down by the river," Henry said. "I bet she's down there." "Okay," Victor said. Thump, thump. They were moving off. Bev let a little sigh of relief trickle through her clamped teeth. And then Henry said, "You stay here and guard the path, Belch." "Okay," Belch said. And he began to march back and forth, sometimes leaving the cap, sometimes coming back across it. More dirt sifted down. Ben and Beverly looked at each other with strained, dirty faces. Bev became aware that there was more than the smell of smoke in the clubhouse. A sweaty, garbagey stink was rising as well. "That's me," she thought dismally. In spite of the smell, she hugged Ben even tighter. His bulk seemed suddenly very welcome, very comforting, and she was glad there was a lot of him to hug. He might have been nothing but a frightened fat boy when school let out for the summer, but he was more than that now. Like all of them, he had changed. If Belch discovered them down here, Ben just might give him a surprise. "I'll club 'em if they want a club," Belch said and chuckled. But Belch Huggins' chuckle was a low, troll-like sound. "Club 'em if they want a club. That's good. That's pretty much okie-dokie." She became aware that Ben's upper body was heaving up and down in short, sharp movements. He was pulling air into his lungs and letting it out in little bursts. For one alarmed moment, she thought he was starting to cry. And then she got a closer look at his face and realized he was struggling against laughter. His eyes, leaking tears, caught hers, rolled madly, and looked away. In the faint light which struggled in through the cracks around the closed trapdoor and the window, she could see his face was nearly purple with the strain of holding it in. "Club 'em if they want an old clubby-dubby," Belch said, and sat down heavily right in the center of the cap. This time the roof trembled more alarmingly, and Bev heard a low but ominous crack from one of the supports. The cap had been meant to support the chunks of camouflaging sod laid on top of it, but not the added 160 pounds of Belch Huggins' weight. If he doesn't get up, he's going to land in our laps, Bev thought, and she began to catch Ben's hysteria. It was trying to boil out of her in rancid whoops and brays. In her mind's eye, she suddenly saw herself pushing the window up enough on its hinges for her hand to creep out and administer a really good goose to Belch Huggins' backside as he sat there in the hazy afternoon sunshine, muttering and giggling. She buried her face against Ben's chest in a last-ditch effort to keep it inside. "Shh," Ben whispered. "For Christ's sake, Bev." Crack! Louder this time. "Will it hold?" she whispered back. "It might if he doesn't fart," Ben said. And a moment later, Belch did cut one, a loud and fruity trumpet blast that seemed to go on for at least 3 seconds. They held each other even tighter, muffling each other's frantic giggles. Beverly's head hurt so badly that she thought she might soon have a stroke. Then, faintly, she heard Henry yelling Belch's name. "What?" Belch bellowed, getting up with a thump and a thud that sifted more dirt down on Ben and Beverly. "What, Henry?" Henry yelled something back. Beverly could only make out the words bank and bushes. "Okay," Belch bawled, and his feet crossed the cap for the last time. There was a final cracking noise, this one much louder, and a splinter of wood landed in Bev's lap. She picked it up wonderingly. 5 more minutes, Ben said in a low whisper. That's all it would have taken. "Did you hear him when he let go?" Beverly asked, beginning to giggle again. "Sounded like World War III, Ben said, also beginning to laugh. It was a relief to be able to let it out, and they laughed wildly, trying to do it in whispers. Finally, unaware she was going to say it at all, and certainly not because it had any discernible bearing on this situation, Beverly said, "Thank you for the poem, Ben." Ben stopped laughing all at once and regarded her gravely, cautiously. He took a dirty handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped his face with it slowly. "Poem?" "The haiku. The haiku on the postcard. You sent it, didn't you?" "No," Ben said. "I didn't send you any haiku. Because if a kid like me, a fat kid like me, did something like that, the girl would probably laugh at him." "I didn't laugh. I thought it was beautiful." "I could never write anything beautiful. Bill, maybe, not me." "Bill will write," she agreed, "but I'll never write anything as nice as that. May I use your handkerchief?" He gave it to her. She began to clean her face as best she could. "How did you know it was me?" he asked finally. "I don't know," she said. "I just did." Ben's throat worked convulsively. He looked down at his hands. "I didn't mean anything by it." She looked at him gravely. "You better not mean that," she said. "If you do, it's really going to spoil my day, and I'll tell you it's going downhill already." He continued to look down at his hands and spoke at last in a voice she could barely hear. "Well, I love you, Beverly, but I don't want that to spoil anything." "It won't," she said, and hugged him. "I need all the love I can get right now. But you especially like Bill." "Maybe I do," she said, "but that doesn't matter. If we were grown-ups, maybe it would, a little, but I like you all, especially. You're the only friends I have. Love you too, Ben." "Thank you," he said. He paused, trying, and brought it out. He was even able to look at her as he said it. "I wrote the poem." They sat without saying anything for a little while. Beverly felt safe, protected. The images of her father's face and Henry's knife seemed less vivid and threatening when they sat close like this. That sense of protection was hard to define, and she didn't try, although much later she would recognize the source of its strength. She was in the arms of a male who would die for her with no hesitation at all. It was a fact that she simply knew. It was in the scent that came from his pores, something utterly primitive that her own glands could respond to. "The others were coming back," Ben said suddenly. "What if they get caught out?" She straightened up, aware that she had almost been dozing. Bill, she remembered, had invited Mike Hanlon home to lunch with him. Richie was going to go home with Stan and have sandwiches. and Eddie had promised to bring back his Parcheesi board. They would be arriving soon, totally unaware that Henry and his friends were in the Barrens. "We've got to get to them," Beverly said. "Henry's not just after me. If we come out and they come back, yes, but at least we know they're here. Bill and the other guys don't. Eddie can't even run. They already broke his arm." "Jeez, Crow," Ben said. "I guess we'll have to chance it." "Yeah." She swallowed and looked at her Timex. It was hard to read in the dimness, but she thought it was a little past 1. "Ben." "What?" "Henry's really gone crazy. He's like that kid in the Blackboard Jungle. He was going to kill me, and the other 2 were going to help him." "Oh, no," Ben said. "Henry's crazy, but not that crazy. He's just..." "Just what?" Beverly said. She thought of Henry and Patrick in the automobile graveyard in the thick sunshine. Henry's blank eyes. Ben didn't answer. He was thinking. Things had changed, hadn't they? When you were inside the changes, they were harder to see. You had to step back to see them. You had to try, anyway. When school let out, he'd been afraid of Henry, but only because Henry was bigger, and because he was a bully, the kind of kid who would grab a first-grader, Indian rub his arm, and send him away crying. That was about all. Then, he had engraved Ben's belly. Then, there had been the rock fight, and Henry had been chucking M80s at people's heads. You could kill somebody with one of those things. You could kill somebody easy. He had started to look different, haunted almost. It seemed that you always had to be on watch for him, the way you'd always have to be on watch for tigers or poisonous snakes if you were in the jungle. But you got used to it, so used to it that it didn't even seem unusual, just the way things were. But Henry was crazy, wasn't he? Yes. Ben had known that on the day school ended, and had willfully refused to believe it, or remember it. It wasn't the kind of thing you wanted to believe or remember, and suddenly a thought so strong it was almost a certainty, crept into his mind full-blown, as cold as October mud. It's using Henry. Maybe the others too, but it's using them through Henry. And if that's the truth, then she's probably right. It's not just Indian rubs or rabbit punches in the back of the neck during study time near the end of the school day while Mrs. Douglas reads her book at her desk, not just a push on the playground so that you fall down and skin your knee. If it's using him, then Henry will use the knife. "An old lady saw them trying to beat me up," Beverly was saying. "Henry went after her. He kicked her taillight out." This alarmed Ben more than anything else. He understood instinctively, as most kids did, that they lived below the sight lines and hence the thought lines of most adults. When a grown-up was diddy-bopping down the street, thinking his grown-up thoughts about work and appointments and buying cars and whatever else grown-ups thought about, he never noticed kids playing hopscotch or guns or kick the can or ring-a-levio or hide-and-go-seek. Bullies like Henry could get away with hurting other kids quite a lot, if they were careful to stay below that sight line. At the very most, a passing adult was apt to say something like, "Why don't you quit that?" and then just continue diddy-bopping along without waiting to see if the bully stopped or not. So the bully would wait until the grown-up had turned the corner, and then go back to business as usual. It was like adults thought that real life only started when a person was 5 feet tall. If Henry had gone after some old lady, he had gone above that sight line. And that more than anything else suggested to Ben that he really was crazy. Beverly saw the belief in Ben's face and felt relief sweep over her. She would not have to tell him about how Mr. Ross had simply folded his paper and walked into his house. She didn't want to tell him about that. It was too scary. "Let's go up to Kansas Street," Ben said, and abruptly pushed open the trap door. "Get ready to run." He stood up in the opening and looked around. The clearing was silent. He could hear the chuckling voice of the Kenduskeag close by, bird song, the thumb-thud of a diesel engine snorting its way into the train yards. He heard nothing else, and that made him uneasy. He would have felt much better if he'd heard Henry, Victor, and Belch cursing their way through the heavy undergrowth down by the stream, but he couldn't hear them at all. "Come on," he said, and helped Beverly up. She also looked around uneasily, brushing her hair back with her hands and grimacing at its greasy feel. He took her hand, and they pushed through a screen of bushes toward Kansas Street. "We'd better stay off the path." "No," she said. "We've got to hurry." He nodded. "All right." They got to the path and started toward Kansas Street. Once, she stumbled over a rock in the path and... 7. The seminary grounds, 2:17 a.m. Fell heavily on the moon-silvered sidewalk. A grunt was forced out of him, and a runner of blood came with the grunt, splatting onto the cracked concrete. In the moonlight, it looked as black as beetle blood. Henry looked at it for a long, dazed moment, then raised his head to look around. Kansas Street was early morning silent, the houses shut up and dark except for a scatter of nightlights. Ah, here was a sewer grate. A balloon with a smiley smile face was tied to one of its iron bars. The balloon bobbed and dipped in the faint breeze. Henry got to his feet again, one sticky hand pressed to his belly. The nigger had stuck him pretty good, but Henry had gone him one better. Yes, sir. As far as the nigger was concerned, Henry felt like he was pretty much okie dokie. "Kid's a gone goose," Henry muttered, and made his shaky, staggering way past the floating balloon. Fresh blood glimmered on his hand as it continued to flow from his stomach. "Kid's all done. Greased the sucker. Gonna grease them all. Teach them to throw rocks." The world was coming in slow-rolling waves. Big combers, like the ones they used to show at the beginning of every Hawaii Five-0 episode on the Ward TV. "Book 'em, Dano." "Ha ha ha! Jack fucking Lord, okay. Jack fucking Lord. Pretty much okie dokie." And Henry could almost hear the sound those Oahu big boys make as they rise, curl, and shake. Chick, chick, chick. The reality of the world. Pipeline, Shantays. Remember Pipeline? Pipeline was pretty much okie dokie. "Wipe out!" Crazy laugh there at the start. Sounded like Patrick Hochstetter. Fucking queer boy. Yeah, got greased himself. And as far as he was concerned, that was a fuck of a lot better than okie dokie. That was just fine. That was just as fine as paint. "Okay, Pipeline, shoot the line, don't back down, not my boys. Catch a wave and shoot, 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 shoot. Wave and go sidewalk surfing with me, shoot. The line, shoot the world, but keep..." An ear inside his head. He kept hearing that spang sound. An eye inside his head. He kept seeing Victor's head rising on the end of that spring, eyelids and cheeks and forehead tattooed with rosettes of blood. Henry looked blearily to his left and saw that the houses had been replaced with a tall black stand of hedge. Looming above it was the narrow, gloomily Victorian pile of the theological seminary. Not a window shone light. The seminary had graduated its last class in June of 1974. It had closed its doors that summer, and now, whatever walked there, walked alone. And only by permission of the chattering women's club that called itself the Derry Historical Society. He came to the walk which led up to the front door. It was barred by a heavy chain from which a metal sign hung. No trespassing, this order enforced by Derry Police Department. Henry's feet tangled on this track, and he fell heavily again, whap, to the sidewalk. Up ahead, a car turned onto Kansas Street from Hawthorne. Its headlights washed down the street. Henry fought the dazzle long enough to see the lights on top. It was a fuzzmobile. He crawled under the chain and crabbed his way to the left, so he was behind the hedge. The night dew on his hot face was wonderful. He lay face down, turning his head from side to side, wetting his cheeks, drinking what he could drink. The police car floated by without slowing. Then, suddenly, its bubble lights came on, washing the darkness with erratic blue pulses of light. There was no need for the siren on the deserted streets, but Henry heard its mill suddenly crank up to full revs. Rubber blistered a startled scream from the pavement. "Caught! I'm caught!" his mind gibbered. And then he realized that the police car was heading away from him. up Kansas Street. A moment later, a hellish warbling sound filled the night, heading toward him from the south. He imagined some huge, silky black cat loping through the dark, all green eyes and flexing pelt. It, in a new shape, coming for him, coming to gobble him up. Little by little, and only as the warbling began to veer away, he realized it was an ambulance, heading in the direction the Fuzzmobile had gone. He lay shuddering on the wet grass, too cold now, struggling. Fuzz it, cousin, buzz it, cousin, rocket roll, we got chicken in the barn. What barn? Whose barn? My... Not to vomit. He was afraid that if he vomited, all of his guts would come up. And there were 5 of them still to get. Ambulance and police car. Where are they heading? The library, of course. The nigger. But they're too late. I greased him. Might as well turn off your siren, boys. He ain't gonna hear it. He's just as dead as a fence post. But was he? Henry licked his peeling lips with his arid tongue. If he was dead, there would be no warbling siren in the night, not unless the nigger had called them, so maybe, just maybe, the nigger wasn't dead. No, Henry breathed. He rolled over on his back and stared up at the sky, at the billions of stars up there. It had come from there. He knew. From somewhere up in that sky. It came from outer space with a lust for Earth women, came to rob all the women and rape all the men. Say, Frank, don't you mean rob all the men and rape all the women? Who's running this show, silly man? You or Jesse? Victor used to tell that one. And that was pretty much... came from the spaces between the stars. Looking up at that starry sky gave him the creeps. It was too big, too black. It was all too possible to imagine it turning blood red, all too possible to imagine a face forming in lines of fire. He closed his eyes, shivering and holding his arms crossed on his belly, and he thought, the nigger is dead. Someone heard us fighting and sent the cops to investigate, that's all. Then why the ambulance? Shut up, Henry groaned. He felt the old baffled rage again. He remembered how they had beaten him again and again in the old days. Old days that seemed so close and so vital now. How every time he believed he had them, they had somehow slipped through his fingers. It had been like that on the last day, after Belch saw the coups running down Kansas Street toward the Barrens. He remembered that. Oh, yes. He remembered that clearly enough. When you got kicked in the balls, you remembered it. It had happened to him again and again that summer. Henry struggled to his sitting position, wincing at the deep dagger of pain in his guts. Victor and Belch had helped him down into the Barrens. He had walked as fast as he could in spite of the agony that griped and pulled at his groin and the root of his belly. The time had come to finish it. They had followed the path to a clearing from which 5 or 6 paths radiated like strands of a spider web. Yes, there had been kids playing around there. You didn't have to be Tonto to see that. There were scraps of candy wrapper, the curled tail of a shot-off roll of bang caps, red and black, a few boards and a fluffy scatter of sawdust, as if something had been built there. He remembered standing in the center of the clearing and scanning the trees, looking for their baby treehouse. He would spot it, and then he would climb up, and the girl would be cowering there, and he would use the knife to cut her throat and feel her titties nice and easy until they stopped moving. But he hadn't been able to see any treehouse. Neither had Belch or Victor. The old familiar frustration rose in his throat. He and Victor left Belch to guard the clearing while they went down the river. There had been no sign of her there either. He remembered bending over and picking up a rock and... 8. The Barrens, 12:55 p.m. Heaving it far down the stream, furious and bewildered. "Where the fuck did she go?" he demanded, wheeling toward Victor. Victor shook his head slowly. "Don't know," he said. "You're bleeding." Henry looked down and saw a dark spot the size of a quarter on the crotch of his jeans. The pain had withdrawn to a low, throbbing ache, but his underpants felt too small and too tight. His balls were swelling. He felt that anger inside him again, something like a knotted rope around his heart. She had done this. "Where is she?" he hissed at Victor. "Don't know," Victor said again in that same dull voice. He seemed hypnotized, sunstruck, not really there at all. "Ran away, I guess. She could be all the way over to the old Cape by now." "She's not," Henry said. "She's hiding. They've got a place, and she's hiding there. Maybe it's not a treehouse. Maybe it's something else." "What?" "I don't know!" Henry shouted, and Victor flinched back. Henry stood in the Kenduskeag, the cold water boiling over the tops of his sneakers, looking around. His eyes fixed on a cylinder poking out of the embankment about 20 feet downstream, a pumping station. He climbed out of the water and walked down to it, feeling a sort of necessary dread settle into him. His skin seemed to be tightening, his eyes widening so that they were able to see more and more. It seemed he could feel the tiny hairs in his ears stirring and moving like kelp in an underwater tidal flow. Low humming came from the pumping station, and beyond it he could see a pipe jutting out of the embankment over the Kenduskeag. A steady flow of sludge pulsed out of the pipe and ran into the water. He leaned over the cylinder's round iron top. "Henry," Victor called nervously. "Henry, what you doing?" Henry paid no attention. He put his eye to one of the round holes in the iron and saw nothing but blackness. He exchanged eye for ear. "Wait." The voice drifted up to him from the blackness inside, and Henry felt his interior temperature plummet to 0, his veins and arteries freezing into crystal tubes of ice. But with these sensations came an almost unknown feeling. Love. His eyes widened. A clownish smile spread his lips in a large, nerveless arc. It was the voice from the moon. Now it was down in the pumping station, down in the drains. "Wait. Watch." He waited, but there was no more. Only the steady, soporific drone of the pumping machinery. He walked back down to where Victor stood on the bank, watching him cautiously. Henry ignored him and hollered for Belch. In a little while, Belch came. "Come on," he said. "What are we going to do, Henry?" Belch asked. "Wait. Watch." They crept back toward the clearing and sat down. Henry tried to pull his underpants away from his aching balls, but it hurt too much. "Henry." "What?" Belch began. "Shh." Belch fell obligingly silent. Henry had camels, but he didn't share them out. He didn't want the bitch to smell cigarette smoke if she was around. He could have explained, but there was no need. The voice had spoken only 2 words to him, but these seemed to explain everything. They played down here. Soon the others would come back. Why settle for just the bitch when they could have all 7 of the little shite pokes? They waited and watched. Victor and Belch seemed to have gone to sleep with their eyes open. It was not a long wait, but there was time for Henry to think of a good many things. How he had found the switchblade this morning, for instance. It wasn't the same one he'd had on the last day of school. He'd lost that one somewhere. This one looked a lot cooler. It came in the mail. Sort of. He'd stood on the porch looking at their battered, leaning RFD box, trying to grasp what he was seeing. The box was decked with balloons. 2 were tied to the metal hook where the postman sometimes hung packages. Others were tied to the flag. Red, yellow, blue, green. It was as if some weird circus had crept by on Witcham Road in the dead of night, leaving this sign. As he approached the mailbox, he saw there were faces on the balloons. The faces of the kids who had deviled him all this summer. kids who seemed to mock him at every turn. He'd stared at these apparitions, gape-mouthed, and then the balloons popped one by one. That had been good. It was as if he were making them pop just by thinking about it, killing them with his mind. The front of the mailbox suddenly swung down. Henry walked toward it and peered in. Although the mailman didn't get this far out until the middle of the afternoon, Henry felt no surprise when he saw a flat rectangular package inside. He pulled it out. Mr. Henry Bowers, RFD No. 2, Derry, Maine, the address read. There was even a return address of sorts. Mr. Robert Gray, Derry, Maine. He opened the package, letting the brown paper drift down heedlessly by his feet. There was a white box inside. He opened it. Lying on a bed of white cotton had been the switch knife. He took it into the house. His father was lying on his pallet in the bedroom they shared, surrounded by empty beer cans, his belly bulging over the top of his yellow underpants. Henry knelt beside him, listening to the snort and flutter of his father's breathing, watching his father's horsey lips purse and pucker with each breath. Henry placed the business end of the switch knife against his father's scrawny neck. His father moved a little, and then settled back into beery sleep again. Henry kept the knife like that for almost 5 minutes, his eyes distant and thoughtful, the ball of his left thumb caressing the silver buttons set into the switchblade's neck. The voice from the moon spoke to him. It whispered like the spring wind, which is warm, with a cold blade buried somewhere in its middle. It buzzed like a paper nest full of roused hornets. It huckstered like a hoarse politician. Everything the voice said seemed pretty much okie-dokie to Henry, and so he pushed the silver button. There was a click inside the knife as the suicide spring let go, and 6 inches of steel drove through Butch Bowers' neck. It went in as easily as the tines of a meat fork into the breast of a well-roasted chicken. The tip of the blade popped out on the other side, dripping. Butch's eyes flew open. He stared at the ceiling. His mouth dropped open. Blood ran from the corners of it and down his cheeks toward the lobes of his ears. He began to gurgle. A large blood bubble formed between his slack lips and popped. One of his hands crept to Henry's knee and squeezed convulsively. Henry didn't mind. Presently, the hand fell away. The gurgling noises stopped a moment later. Butch Bowers was dead. Henry pulled the knife out, wiped it on the dirty sheet that covered his father's pallet, and pushed the blade back in until the spring clicked again. He looked at his father without much interest. The voice had told him about the day's work while he knelt beside Butch with the knife against Butch's neck. The voice had explained everything. So he went into the other room to call Belch and Victor. Now here they were, all 3, and although his balls still ached horribly, the knife made a comforting bulge in his left front pants pocket. He felt that the cutting would begin soon. The others would come back down to resume whatever baby game they had been playing, and then the cutting would begin. The voice from the moon had laid it out for him as he knelt by his father, and on his way into town he had been unable to take his eyes from that pale ghost disk in the sky. He saw that there was indeed a man in the moon, a grisly, glimmering ghost face with cratered holes for eyes, and a glabrous grin that seemed to reach halfway up its cheekbones. It talked. "We float down here, Henry. We all float. You'll float, too. All the way to town." "Kill them all, Henry," the ghost voice from the moon said. And Henry could dig it. Henry felt he could second that emotion. He would kill them all, his tormentors. And then those feelings, that he was losing his grip, that he was coming inexorably to a larger world he would not be able to dominate as he had dominated the play yard at Derry Elementary, that in the wider world the fat boy and the nigger and the stuttering freak might somehow grow larger while he somehow only grew older, would be gone. He would kill them all. And the voices, those inside and the one which spoke to him from the moon, would leave him alone. He would kill them and then go back to the house and sit on the back porch with his father's souvenir Jap sword across his lap. He would drink one of his father's Rheinegolds. He would listen to the radio, too, but no baseball. Baseball's strictly Squaresville. He would listen to rock and roll instead. Although Henry didn't know it, and wouldn't have cared if he did. On this one subject, he and the losers agreed. Rock and roll was pretty much okie dokie. We got chicken in the barn. Whose barn? What barn? My barn. Everything would be good then. Everything would be the ginchiest then. Everything would be okie fine then, and anything which might come next would not matter. The voice would take care of him. He sensed that. If you took care of it, it would take care of you. That was how things had always been in Derry. But the kids had to be stopped. Stopped soon. Stopped today. The voice had told him so. Henry took his new knife out of his pocket, looked at it, turned it this way and that, admiring the way the sun winked and slid off the chrome facing. Then Belch was grabbing his arm and hissing, "Look at that, Henry! Jeezly old crow, look at that!" Henry looked and felt the clear light of understanding burst over him. A square section of the clearing was rising as if by magic, revealing a growing slice of darkness beneath. For just a moment, he felt a jolt of terror as it occurred to him that this might be the owner of the voice, for surely it lived somewhere under the city. Then he heard the gritty squall of dirt in the hinges and understood. They hadn't been able to see the treehouse because there was none. "By God, we was standing right on top of 'em," Victor grunted, and as Ben's head and shoulders appeared in the square hatchway in the center of the clearing, he made as if to charge forward. Henry grabbed him and held him back. "Ain't we gonna get him, Henry?" Victor asked as Ben boosted himself up. "We'll get him," Henry said, never taking his eyes from the hated fat boy. "Another ball kicker. I'll kick your balls so high you can wear them for earrings, you fat fuck. Wait and see if I don't. Don't worry." The fat boy was helping the bitch out of the hole. She looked around doubtfully, and for a moment Henry believed she looked right at him. Then her eyes passed on. The two of them murmured together, and then they pushed their way into the thick undergrowth and were gone. "Come on," Henry said, when the sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves had faded almost to inaudibility. "We'll follow 'em, but keep back and keep quiet. I want 'em all together." The three of them crossed the clearing like soldiers on patrol, bent low, their eyes wide and moving. Belch paused to look down into the clubhouse and shook his head in admiring wonder. "Sitting right over their heads I was," he said. Henry motioned him forward impatiently. They took the path because it was quieter. They were halfway back to Kansas Street when the bitch and the fat boy, holding hands, isn't that cute, Henry thought in a kind of ecstasy, emerged almost directly in front of them. Luckily, their backs were to Henry's group, and neither of them looked around. Henry, Victor, and Belch froze, then drew into the shadows at the side of the path. Soon Ben and Beverly were just two shirts seen through a tangle of shrubs and bushes. The three of them began to pursue again, cautiously. Henry took the knife out again, and... 9. Henry gets a lift. 2:30 a.m. Pressed the chrome button in the handle. The blade popped out. He looked at it dreamily in the moonlight. He liked the way the starlight ran along the blade. He had no idea exactly what time it was. He was drifting in and out of reality now. A sound impinged on his consciousness and began to grow. It was a car engine. It drew closer. Henry's eyes widened in the dark. He held the knife more tightly, waiting for the car to pass by. It didn't. It drew up at the curb beyond the seminary hedge and simply stopped there, engine idling. Grimacing, his belly was stiffening now. It had gone bored hard, and the blood seeping sluggishly between his fingers had the consistency of sap just before he took the taps out of the maples in late March or early April. He got on his knees and pushed aside the stiff hedge branches. He could see headlights in the shape of a car. Cops! His hand squeezed the knife and relaxed, squeezed and relaxed, squeezed and relaxed. "I sent you a ride, Henry," the voice whispered. "Sort of a taxi, if you can dig that. After all, we have to get you over there to the townhouse pretty soon. The night's getting old." The voice uttered one thin, bone-like chuckle and fell silent. Now the only sounds were the crickets and the steady rumble of the idling car. Sounds like cherry bomb mufflers, Henry thought distractedly. He got awkwardly to his feet and worked his way back to the seminary walk. He peeked around at the car. Not a fuzzmobile, no bubbles on the roof, and the shape was all wrong. The shape was old. Henry heard the giggle again, or perhaps it was only the wind. He emerged from the shadow of the hedge, crawled under the chain, got to his feet again, and began to walk toward the idling car, which existed in a black-and-white Polaroid snapshot world of bright moonlight and impenetrable shadow. Henry was a mess. His shirt was black with blood, and it had soaked through his jeans almost to the knees. His face was a white blotch under an institutional crew cut. He reached the intersection of the seminary path and the sidewalk and peered at the car, trying to make sense out of the hulk behind the wheel. But it was the car he recognized first. It was the one his father always swore he would own someday, a 1958 Plymouth Fury. It was red and white, and Henry knew, hadn't his father told him often enough, that the engine rumbling under the hood was a V8 327, available horsepower of 255, able to hit 70 from the get-go in just about 9 seconds, gobbling high test through its 4-barrel carb. I'm going to get that car, and then when I die, they can bury me in it, Butch had been fond of saying, except, of course, he had never gotten the car, and the state had buried him after Henry had been taken away, raving and screaming of monsters, to the funny farm. If that's him inside, I don't think I can take it, Henry thought, squeezing down on the knife, swaying drunkenly back and forth, looking at the shape behind the wheel. Then the passenger door of the Fury swung open, the dome light came on, and the driver turned to look at him. It was Belch Huggins. His face was a hanging ruin. One of his eyes was gone, and a rotted hole in one parchment cheek revealed blackened teeth. Perched on Belch's head was the New York Yankees baseball cap he had been wearing the day he died. It was turned around backward. Gray-green mold oozed along the bill. "Belch!" Henry cried, and agony ripped its way from his belly, making him cry out again wordlessly. Belch's dead lips stretched in a grin, splitting open in whitish-gray bloodless folds. He held one twisted hand out toward the open door in invitation. Henry hesitated, then shuffled around the Fury's grill, allowing one hand to touch the V-shaped emblem there, just as he had always touched it when his father took him into the Bangor showroom when he was a kid to look at this same car. As he reached the passenger side, grayness overwhelmed him in a soft wave, and he had to grab the open door to keep his feet. He stood there, head down, breathing in snuffling gasps. At last the world came back, partway anyhow, and he was able to work his way around the door and fall into the seat. Pain skewered his guts again, and fresh blood squirted out into his hand. It felt like warm jelly. He put his head back and gritted his teeth, the cords on his neck standing out. At last, the pain began to subside a little. The door swung shut by itself. The dome light went out. Henry saw one of Belch's rotted hands close over the transmission lever and drop it into drive. The bunched white knots of Belch's knuckles glimmered through the decaying flesh of his fingers. The Fury began to move down Kansas Street toward Up Mile Hill. "How you doing, Belch?" Henry heard himself say. It was stupid, of course. Belch couldn't be here. Dead people couldn't drive cars, but it was all he could think of. Belch didn't reply. His one sunken eye stared at the road. His teeth glared sickly at Henry through the hole in his cheek. Henry became vaguely aware that old Belch smelled pretty ripe. Old Belch smelled, in fact, like a bushel basket of tomatoes that had gone bad and watery. The glove compartment flopped open, banging Henry's knees, and in the light of the small bulb inside he saw a bottle of Texas Driver, half full. He took it out, opened it, and had himself a good shot. It went down like cool silk and hit his stomach like an explosion of lava. He shuddered all over, moaning. and then began to feel a little better, a little more connected to the world. "Thanks," he said. Belch's head turned toward him. Henry could hear the tendons in Belch's neck. The sound was like the scream of rusty screen door hinges. Belch regarded him for a moment with a dead, one-eyed stare, and Henry realized for the first time that most of Belch's nose was gone. It looked like something had been at the old Belcher's nose. Dog, maybe, or maybe rats. Rats seemed more likely. The tunnels they had chased the little kids into that day had been full of rats. Moving just as slowly, Belch's head turned toward the road again. Henry was glad. Old Belch staring at him that way, well, Henry hadn't been able to dig it too much. There had been something in Belch's single sunken eye. Reproach? Anger? What? "There's a dead boy behind the wheel of this car." Henry looked down at his arm and saw that huge goosebumps had formed there. He quickly had another snort from the bottle. This one hit a little easier and spread its warmth farther. The Plymouth rolled down Up Mile Hill and made its way around the counterclockwise traffic circle. Except at this time of night there was no traffic. All the traffic lights had changed to yellow blinkers, splashing the empty streets and closed buildings with steady pulses of light. It was so quiet that Henry could hear the relays clicking inside each light. Or was that his imagination? "Never meant to leave you behind that day, Belcher," Henry said. "I mean, if that was, on your mind." That scream of dried tendons again. Belch looking at him again with his one sunken eye, and his lips stretched in a terrible grin that revealed gray-black gums, which were growing their own garden of mold. What sort of grin is that? Henry asked himself as the car purred silkily up Main Street, past Freeze's on the one side, Nan's Luncheonette, and the Aladdin Theater on the other. Is it a forgiving grin? An old pal's grin? Or is it the kind of grin that says, "I'm going to get you, Henry. I'm going to get you for running out on me and Vic"? What kind of grin? "You have to understand how it was," Henry said, and then stopped. How had it been? It was all confused in his mind, the pieces jumbled up like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that had just been dumped out on one of the shitty card tables in the rec room at Juniper Hill. How had it been, exactly? They'd followed the fat boy and the bitch back to Kansas Street, and had waited back in the bushes, watching them climb up the embankment to the top. If they had disappeared from view, he and Victor and Belch would have dropped the stalking game and simply gone after them. Two of them were better than none at all, and the rest would be along in time. But they hadn't disappeared. They had simply leaned against the fence, talking and watching the street. Every now and then they would check down the slope into the barrens, but Henry kept his two troops well out of sight. The sky, Henry remembered, had become overcast. Clouds moving in from the east, the air thickening. It would be rain that afternoon. What happened next? What? A bony, leathery hand closed over his forearm, and Henry screamed. He'd been drifting away again into that cottony grayness, but Belch's dreadful touch and the dagger of pain in his stomach from the scream brought him back. He looked around, and Belch's face was less than 2 inches from Henry's. He gasped in breath and wished he hadn't. The old Belcher really had gone to seed. Henry was again reminded of tomatoes going quietly putrescent in some shadowy shed corner. His stomach roiled. He remembered the end suddenly. The end for Belch and Vic, anyway. How something had come out of the darkness as they stood in a shaft with a sewer grating at the top, wondering which way to go next. Something. Henry hadn't been able to tell what. Until Victor shrieked, "Frankenstein! It's Frankenstein!" And so it was. It was the Frankenstein monster, with bolts coming out of its neck, and a deep-stitched scar across its forehead, lurching along in shoes like a child's blocks. "Frankenstein!" Vic had screamed. And then Vic's head was gone. Vic's head was flying across the shaftway to strike the stonework of the far side with a sour, sticky thud. The monster's watery yellow eyes had fallen on Henry, and Henry had frozen. His bladder let go, and he felt warmth flood down his legs. The creature lurched toward him, and Belch had... "Listen, I know I ran," Henry said. "I shouldn't have done that, but... Belch only stared. "I got lost," Henry whispered, as if to tell the old Belcher that he had paid too. It sounded weak, like saying, "Yeah, I know you got killed, Belch, but I got one fuck of a splinter under my thumbnail." But it had been bad. Really bad. He had wandered around in a world of stinking darkness for hours, and finally, he remembered, he had started to scream. At some point he had fallen, a long, dizzying fall in which he had time to think, "Oh, good, in a minute I'll be dead, I'll be out of this." And then he had been in fast-running water. Under the canal, he supposed. He had come out into fading sunlight, had flailed his way toward the bank, and had finally climbed out of the Kandusky less than 50 yards from the place where Adrian Mellon would drown 26 years later. He slipped, fell, bashed his head, blacked out. When he woke up, it was after dark. He had somehow found his way out to Route 2 and had hooked a ride to the home place. And there the cops had been waiting for him. But that was then, and this was now. Belch had stepped in front of Frankenstein's monster, and it had peeled the left side of his face down to the skull. So much Henry had seen before fleeing. But now Belch was back, and Belch was pointing at something. Henry saw that they had pulled up in front of the Derry townhouse, and suddenly he understood perfectly. The townhouse was the only real hotel left in Derry. Back in '58, there had also been the Eastern Star at the end of Exchange Street, and the Traveller's Rest on Terrault Street. Both had disappeared during urban renewal. Henry knew all about this. He had read the Derry News faithfully every day in Juniper Hill. Only the townhouse was left, and a bunch of ticky-tacky little motels out by the interstate. "That's where they'll be," he thought, "right in there. All of them that are left, asleep in their beds, with visions of sugar plums, or sewers, maybe, dancing in their heads. And I'll get them. One by one, I'll get them." He took the bottle of Texas Driver out again, and bit off a snort. He could feel fresh blood trickling into his lap, and the seat was tacky beneath him. But the wine made it better. The wine seemed to make it not matter. He could have done with some good bourbon, but the Driver was better than nothing. "Look," he said to Belch, "I'm sorry I ran. I don't know why I ran. Please, don't be mad." Belch spoke for the first and only time, but the voice wasn't his voice. The voice that came from Belch's rotting mouth was deep and powerful, terrifying. Henry whimpered at the sound of it. It was the voice from the moon, the voice of the clown, the voice he had heard in his dreams of drains and sewers where water rushed on and on. "Just shut up and get them," the voice said. "Sure," Henry whined. "Sure, okay. I want to. No problem." He put the bottle back in the glove compartment. Its neck chattered briefly like teeth. And he saw a paper where the bottle had been. He took it out and unfolded it, leaving bloody fingerprints on the corners. Embossed across the top was this logo in bright scarlet. "A memo from Pennywise." Below this, carefully printed in capital letters: Bill Denbrough, 311. Ben Hanscom, 404. Eddie Kasprak, 609. Beverly Marsh, 518. Richie Tozier, 217. Their room numbers. That was good. That saved time. "Thanks, But Belch was gone. The driver's seat was empty. There was only the New York Yankees baseball cap lying there, mold crusted on its bill, and some slimy stuff on the knob of the gear shift. Henry stared, his heart beating painfully in his throat. And then he seemed to hear something move and shift in the back seat. He got out quickly, opening the door and almost falling to the pavement in his haste. He gave the Fury, which still burbled softly through its dual cherry bomb mufflers — cherry bombs had been outlawed in the state of Maine in 1962 — a wide berth. It was hard to walk. Each step pulled and tore at his belly. But he gained the sidewalk and stood there, looking at the 8th-floor brick building which, along with the library and the Aladdin Theater and the seminary, was one of the few he remembered clearly from the old days. Most of the lights on the upper floors were out now, but the frosted glass globes which flanked the main doorway blazed softly in the darkness, haloed with moisture from the lingering ground fog. Henry made his laborious way toward, and between them, shouldering open one of the doors. The lobby was wee hours silent. There was a faded Turkish rug on the floor. The ceiling was a huge mural executed in rectangular panels, which showed scenes from Derry's logging days. There were overstuffed sofas and wing chairs and a great fireplace which was now dead and silent, a birch log thrown across the andirons, a real log, no gas. The fireplace in the townhouse was not just a piece of lobby stage dressing. Plants spilled out of low pots. The glass double doors leading to the bar and the restaurant were closed. From some inner office, Henry could hear the gabble of a TV turned low. He lurched across the lobby, his pants and shirt streaked with blood. Blood was grimed into the folds of his hands. It ran down his cheeks and slashed his forehead like war paint. His eyes bulged from their sockets. Anyone in the lobby who had seen him would have run, screaming in terror. But there was no one. The elevator doors opened as soon as he pushed the up button. He looked at the paper in his hand, then at the floor buttons. After a moment of deliberation, he pushed 6, and the doors closed. There was a faint hum of machinery as the elevator began to rise. Might as well start at the top and work my way down. He slumped against the rear wall of the car, eyes half closed. The hum of the elevator was soothing, like the hum of the machinery in the pumping stations of the drainage system. That day, it kept coming back to him. How everything seemed almost pre-arranged, as if all of them were just playing parts. How Vic and the old Belcher had seemed, well, almost drugged. He remembered. The car came to a stop, jolting him and sending another wave of gripping pain into his stomach. The doors slid open. Henry stepped out into the silent hallway. More plants here, hanging ones, spider plants. He didn't want to touch any of them, not those oozy green runners, and they reminded him too much of the things that had been hanging down there in the dark. He rechecked the paper. Kasprak was in 609. Henry started down that way, running one hand along the wall for support, leaving a faint, bloody track on the wallpaper as he went. But he stepped away whenever he came close to one of those hanging spider plants. He wanted no truck with those. His breathing was harsh and dry. Here it was. Henry pulled the switchblade from his pocket, swashed his dry lips with his tongue, and knocked on the door. Nothing. He knocked again, louder this time.
Who is it?
Sleepy. Good. He'd be in his jammies, only half awake. And when he opened the door, Henry would drive the switchblade directly into the hollow at the base of his neck, the vulnerable hollow just below the Adam's apple.
"Bellboy, sir," Henry said. "Message from your wife."
Did Kasprak have a wife? Maybe that had been a stupid thing to say. He waited, coldly alert. He heard footsteps, the shuffle of slippers. From Myra? He sounded alarmed. Good. He would be more alarmed in a few seconds. A pulse beat steadily in Henry's right temple.
"I guess so, sir. There's no name. It just says your wife."
There was a pause, then a metallic rattle as Kasprak fumbled with the chain. Grinning, Henry pushed the button on the switchblade's handle. Click. He held the blade up by his cheek, ready. He heard the thumb bolt turn. In just a moment he would plunge the blade into the skinny little creep's throat. He waited. The door opened, and Eddie... 10. The losers all together. 1:20 p.m. Saw Stan and Richie just coming out of the Costello Avenue market, each of them eating a rocket on a push-up stick. "Hey!" he shouted. "Hey, wait up!" They turned around and Stan waved. Eddie ran to join them as quickly as he could, which was not, in truth, very quickly. One arm was immured in a plaster of Paris cast, and he had his Parcheesi board under the other.
"What you say, Eddie? What you say, boy?"
Richie asked in his grandly rolling Southern gentleman voice, the one that sounded more like Foghorn Leghorn in the Warner Brothers cartoons than anything else.
I say, the boy's got a broken arm. Look at that, Stan. The boy's got a broken arm. I say, be a good sport and carry the boy's Parcheesi board for him."
"I can carry it," Eddie said, a little out of breath. "How about a lick on your rocket?" "Your mom wouldn't approve, Eddie," Richie said sadly. He began to eat faster. He had just gotten to the chocolate stuff in the middle, his favorite part.
"Germs, boy. I say you can get germs eating after someone else."
"I'll chance it," Eddie said. Reluctantly, Richie held his rocket up to Eddie's mouth and snatched it away quickly as soon as Eddie had gotten in a couple of moderately serious licks. "You can have the rest of mine if you want," Stan said. "I'm still full from lunch."
"Jews don't eat much,"
Richie instructed. "It's part of their religion." The three of them were walking along companionably enough now, headed up toward Kansas Street and the Barrens. Derry seemed lost in a deep, hazy afternoon doze. The blinds of most of the houses they passed were pulled down. Toys stood abandoned on lawns, as if their owners had been hastily called in from play or put down for naps. Thunder rumbled thickly in the west. "Is it?" Eddie asked Stan.
"No,
Richie's just pulling your leg," Stan said. "Jews eat as much as normal people." He pointed at Richie. "Like him." "You know, you're pretty fucking mean to Stan," Eddie told Richie. "How'd you like somebody to say all that made-up shit about you just because you're a Catholic?" "Oh, Catholics do plenty," Richie said. "My dad told me once that Hitler was a Catholic, and Hitler killed billions of Jews. Right, Stan?" "Yeah, I guess so," Stan said. He looked embarrassed. "My mom was furious when my dad told me that," Richie went on. A little reminiscent grin had surfaced on his face. "Absolutely furious. Us Catholics also had the Inquisition. That was the little dealie with the rack and the thumbscrews and all that stuff. I figure all religions are pretty weird." "Me too," Stan said quietly. "We're not Orthodox or anything like that. I mean, we eat ham and bacon. I hardly even know what being a Jew is. I was born in Derry, and sometimes we go up to synagogue in Bangor for stuff like Yom Kippur," but he shrugged. "Ham? Bacon?" Eddie was mystified. He and his mom were Methodists. "Orthodox Jews don't eat stuff like that," Stan said. "It says something in the Torah about not eating anything that creeps through the mud or walks on the bottom of the ocean. I don't know exactly how it goes, but pigs are supposed to be out. Also lobster. But my folks eat them. I do too." "That's weird," Eddie said, and burst out laughing. "I never heard of a religion that told you what you could eat. Next thing they'll be telling you what kind of gas you can buy." "Kosher gas," Stan said, and laughed by himself. Neither Richie nor Eddie understood what he was laughing about. "You gotta admit, Stanny, it is pretty weird," Richie said. "I mean, not being able to eat a sausage just because you happen to be Jewish." "Yeah?" Stan said. "You eat meat on Fridays?" "Jeez, no," Richie said, shocked. "You can't eat meat on Friday because—" He began to grin a little. "Oh, okay. I see what you mean." "Do Catholics really go to hell if they eat meat on Fridays?" Eddie asked, fascinated, totally unaware that, until 2 generations before, his own people had been devout Polish Catholics, who would no more have eaten meat on Friday than they would have gone outside with no clothes on. "Well, I'll tell you what, Eddie," Richie said. "I don't really think God would send me down to the hot place just for forgetting and having a bologna sandwich for lunch on a Friday, but why take a chance, right?" "I guess not," Eddie said, but it seems so stupid, he was going to say. And then he remembered a story Mrs. Portley had told the Sunday school class when he was just a little kid, a first grader in Little Worshippers. According to Mrs. Portley, a bad boy had once stolen some of the communion bread when the tray was passed and put it in his pocket. He took it home and threw it into the toilet bowl just to see what would happen. At once, or so Mrs. Portley reported to her rapt Little Worshippers, the water in the toilet bowl had turned a bright red. It was the blood of Christ, she said, and it had appeared to that little boy because he had done a very bad act called a blasphemy. It had appeared to warn him that, by throwing the flesh of Jesus into the toilet, he had put his immortal soul in danger of hell. Up until then, Eddie had rather enjoyed the act of communion, which he had only been allowed to take since the previous year. The Methodists used Welch's grape juice instead of wine, and the body of Christ was represented by cut-up cubes of fresh, springy Wonder Bread. He liked the idea of taking in food and drink as a religious rite. But following Mrs. Portley's story, his awe of the ritual darkened into something more potent, something rather dreadful. Simply reaching for the cubes of bread became an act which required courage, and he always feared an electrical shock, or worse, that the bread would suddenly change color in his hand, become a blood clot, and a disembodied voice would begin to thunder in the church, "Not worthy! Not worthy! Damned to hell! Damned to hell!" Often, after he had taken communion, his throat would close up, his breath would begin to wheeze in and out, and he would wait with panicky impatience for the benediction to be over, so he could hurry into the vestibule and use his aspirator. "You don't want to be so silly," he told himself as he grew older. That was nothing but a story. Mrs. Portley sure wasn't any saint. Mama said she was divorced down in Kittery, and that she plays bingo at St. Mary's in Bangor, and that real Christians don't gamble. Real Christians leave gambling for pagans and Catholics. All that made perfect sense, but it didn't relieve his mind. The story of the communion bread that turned the water in the toilet bowl to blood worried at him, gnawed at him, even caused him to lose sleep. It came to him one night that the way to get this behind him once and for all would be to take a piece of the bread himself, toss it in the toilet, and see what happened. But such an experiment was far beyond his courage. His rational mind could not stand against that sinister image of the blood spreading its cloud of accusation and potential damnation in the water. It could not stand against that talismanic, magical incantation, "This is my body, take, eat. This is my blood, shed for you and for many." No, he had never made the experiment. "I guess all religions are weird," Eddie said now. But powerful, his mind added, almost magical. Or was that blasphemy? He began to think about the thing they had seen on Neibolt Street. For the first time he saw a crazy parallel. The werewolf had, after all, come out of the toilet. "Boy, I guess everybody's asleep," Richie said, tossing his empty rocket tube nonchalantly into the gutter. "You ever see it so quiet? What, did everybody go to Bar Harbor for the day?" Hey, you guys!" Bill Denbrough shouted from behind them. "Wait up!" Eddie turned, delighted as always to hear Big Bill's voice. He was wheeling Silver around the corner of Costello Avenue, outdistancing Mike, although Mike's Schwinn was almost brand new. "Hi-yo, Silver! Away!" Bill yelled. He rolled up to them, doing perhaps 20 miles an hour, the playing cards clothespin to the fender struts roaring. Then he backpedaled, locked the brakes, and produced an admirably long skid mark. "Stuttering Bill," Richie said. "How are you, boy? I say, how are you, boy?" "I'm okay," Bill said. "Seen Ben or Beverly?" Mike rode up and joined them. Sweat stood out on his face in little drops. "How fast does that bike go, anyway?" Bill laughed. "I don't know exactly. Pretty fast." "I haven't seen them," Richie said. "They're probably down there hanging out, singing two-part harmony. Shaboom, shaboom, yada-da-da-da-da-da. You look like a dream, sweetheart." Stan Uris made throwing up noises. "He's just jealous," Richie said to Mike. "Jews can't sing." "Boop, beep, beep, Richie," Richie said for him, and they all laughed. They started toward the Barrens again, Mike and Bill pushing their bikes. Conversation was brisk at first, but then it lagged. Looking at Bill, Eddie saw an uneasy look on his face, and he thought that maybe the quiet was getting to him, too. He knew Richie had meant it as a joke, but it really did seem that everyone in Derry had gone to Bar Harbor for the day, to somewhere. Not a car moved on the street. There wasn't a single old lady pushing a carrier full of groceries back to her house or apartment. "Sure is quiet, isn't it?" Eddie ventured, but Bill only nodded. They crossed to the Barren side of Kansas Street, and then they saw Ben and Beverly running toward them, shouting. Eddie was shocked by Beverly's appearance. She was usually so neat and clean, her hair always washed and tied back in a ponytail. Now she was streaked with what looked like every kind of gluck in the universe. Her eyes were wide and wild. There was a scratch on one cheek. Her jeans were caked with crap and her blouse was torn. Ben fell behind her, puffing, his stomach wobbling. "Can't go down in the Barrens," Beverly was panting. "The boys, Henry, Victor, they're down there somewhere. The knife. He has a knife. Slow down, Bill said, taking charge at once in that effortless, almost unconscious way of his. He glanced at Ben as he ran up, his cheeks flushed bright, his considerable chest heaving. She says Henry's gone crazy, Big Bill, Ben said.
Shit, you mean he used to be sane? Richie asked and spat between his teeth.
Shut up, Richie, Bill said, and then looked back at Beverly. Tell, he said. Eddie's hand crept into his pocket and touched his aspirator. He didn't know what all this was, but he already knew it wasn't good. Forcing herself to speak as calmly as possible, Beverly managed to get out an edited version of the story, a version that began with Henry, Victor, and Belch catching up to her on the street. She didn't tell them about her father. She was desperately ashamed of that. When she was finished, Bill stood silent for a moment, hands in his pockets, chin down, Silver's handlebars leaning against his chest. The others waited, throwing frequent glances at the railing that ran along the edge of the drop-off. Bill thought for a long time, and no one interrupted him. Eddie became aware, suddenly and effortlessly, that this might be the final act. That was how the day's silence felt, wasn't it? The feeling that the whole town had up and left, leaving only the deserted husks of buildings behind. Richie was thinking about the picture in George's album that had suddenly come to life. Beverly was thinking about her father, how pale his eyes had been. Mike was thinking about the bird. Ben was thinking about the mummy and a smell like dead cinnamon. Stan Uris was thinking of blue jeans, black and dripping, and hands as white as wrinkled paper, also dripping. Come on, Bill said at last. We're going down. Bill, Ben said. His face was troubled. Beverly said Henry was really crazy, that he meant to kill... It's not theirs, Bill said, gesturing at the green dagger-shaped slash of the barrens to their right and below them. The underbrush, the choked groves of trees, the bamboo, the glint of water. It's not their property. He looked around at them, his face grim. I'm tired of being scared by them. We beat them in the rock fight, and if we have to beat them again, we'll do it. But Bill, Eddie said, what if it's not just them? Bill turned to Eddie, and with real shock, Eddie saw how tired and drawn Bill's face was. There was something frightening about that face. But it wasn't until much, much later, as an adult drifting towards sleep after the meeting at the library, that he understood what that frightening thing was. It was the face of a boy driven close to the brink of madness, a boy who was perhaps ultimately no more sane or in control of his own decisions than Henry was. Yet the essential Bill was still there, looking out of those haunted, scarified eyes, an angry, determined Bill. Well, he said, what if it's not? No one answered him. Thunder boomed, closer now. Eddie looked at the sky and saw the storm clouds moving in from the west in black thunderheads. It was going to rain a bitch, as his mother sometimes said. Now I'll tell you what, Bill said, looking at them. None of you have to go with me if you don't want to. That's up to you. I'll go along, Big Bill, Richie said quietly. Me too, Ben said. Sure, Mike said with a shrug. Beverly and Stan agreed, and Eddie last. I don't think so, Eddie, Richie said. Your arm's not, looking too cool. Eddie looked at Bill. I want him, Bill said. You walk with me, Eddie. I'll keep an eye on you. Thanks, Bill, Eddie said. Bill's tired, half-crazy face seemed suddenly lovely to him. Lovely and well-loved. He felt a dim sense of amazement. I'd die for him, I guess, if he told me to. What kind of power is that? If it makes you look like Bill looks now, it's maybe not such a good power to have. Yeah, Bill's got the ultimate weapon, Richie said. B.O. bombs. He raised his left arm and fluttered his right hand under the exposed armpit. Ben and Mike laughed a little, and Eddie smiled. Thunder boomed again, close and loud enough this time to make them jump and huddle closer together. The wind was picking up, rattling trash around in the gutter. The first of the dark clouds sailed over the hazy-ringed disk of the sun, and their shadows melted away. The wind was cold, chilling the sweat on Eddie's uncovered arm. He shivered. Bill looked at Stan and said a peculiar thing then. You got your bird book, Stan? Stan tapped his hip pocket. Bill looked at them again. Let's go down, he said. They went down the embankment single file, except for Bill, who stayed with Eddie as he had promised. He allowed Richie to push Silver down, and when they had reached the bottom, Bill put his bike in its accustomed place under the bridge. Then they stood together, looking around. The coming storm did not produce a darkness, not even, precisely, a dimness, but the quality of the light had changed, and things stood out in a kind of dreamlike, steely relief, shadowless, clear, chiseled. Eddie felt a sinking of horror and apprehension in his guts as he realized why the quality of this light seemed so familiar. It was the same sort of light he remembered from the house at 29 Neibolt Street. A streak of lightning tattooed the clouds, bright enough to make him wince. He put a hand up to his face and found himself counting. 1, 2, 3. And then the thunder came, in a single coughing bark, an explosive sound, a sound like an M80 firecracker, and they drew even closer together. Wasn't any rain forecast this morning, Ben said uneasily. The paper said hot and hazy. Mike was scanning the sky. The clouds up there were black-bottomed keelboats, high and heavy, swiftly overrunning the blue haze that had covered the sky from horizon to horizon when he and Bill came out of the Dembro house after lunch. It's coming fast, he said. Never saw a storm come so fast. And, as if in confirmation, thunder whacked again. Come on, Bill said. Let's put Eddie's Parcheesi board in the clubhouse. They started along the path they had beaten in the weeks since the incident of the dam. Bill and Eddie were at the head of the line, their shoulders brushing the broad green leaves of the shrubs, the others behind them. The wind gusted again, making the leaves on the trees and bushes whisper together. Farther ahead, the bamboo rattled eerily, like drums in a jungle tale. Bill, Eddie said in a low voice. What? I thought this was just in the movies, but... Eddie laughed a little. I feel like somebody's watching me. Oh, they're all right, Bill said. Eddie looked around nervously and held his Parcheesi board a little tighter. 11. Eddie's room, 3:05 a.m. Opened the door on a monster from a horror comic. A gore-streaked apparition stood there, and it could only be Henry Bowers. Henry looked like a corpse which has returned from the grave. Henry's face was a frozen witch doctor's mask of hate and murder. His right hand was cocked at cheek level, and even as Eddie's eyes widened and he began to draw in his first shocked breath, the hand pistoned forward, the switchblade glittering like silk. With no thought, there was no time. If he had stopped to think, he would have died. Eddie slammed the door closed. It struck Henry's forearm, deflecting the knife's course so that it swung in a savage side-to-side arc less than an inch from Eddie's neck. There was a crunch as the door pinched Henry's arm against the jamb. Henry uttered a muffled cry. His hand opened. The knife clattered to the floor. Eddie kicked it. It skittered under the TV. Henry threw his weight against the door. He outweighed Eddie by over 100 pounds, and Eddie was driven back like a doll. His knees struck the bed, and he fell on it. Henry came into the room and swept the door shut behind him. He twisted the thumb bolt as Eddie sat up, wide-eyed, his throat already starting to whistle. "Okay, fag," Henry said. His eyes dropped momentarily to the floor, hunting for the knife. He didn't see it. Eddie groped on the night table and found one of the 2 bottles of Perrier water he had ordered earlier that day. This was the full one. He had drunk the other before going to the library because his nerves were shot, and he had a bad case of acid burn. Perrier was very good for the digestion. As Henry dismissed the knife and started toward him, Eddie gripped the green pear-shaped bottle by the neck and smashed it on the edge of the night table. Perrier foamed and fizzed across it, flooding out most of the pill bottles that stood there. Henry's shirt and pants were heavy with blood, both fresh and semi-dried. His right hand now hung at a strange angle. "Baby fag," Henry said, "teach you to throw rocks." He made it to the bed and reached for Eddie, who still hardly realized what was happening. No more than 40 seconds had elapsed since he had opened the door. Henry grabbed for him. Eddie thrust the ragged base of the Perrier bottle at him. It ripped into Henry's face, pulling open his right cheek in a twisted flap and puncturing Henry's right eye. Henry uttered a breathless scream and staggered backward. His slit eye, leaking whitish-yellow fluid, hung loosely from its socket. His cheek sprayed blood in a gaudy fountain. Eddie's own cry was louder. He got off the bed and went toward Henry to help him, perhaps, he wasn't really sure. And Henry lurched at him again. Eddie thrust with the Perrier bottle as if with a fencing sword, and this time the jagged points of green glass punched deep into Henry's left hand and sawed at his fingers. Fresh blood flowed. Henry made a thick grunting noise, the sound almost of a man clearing his throat, and shoved Eddie with his right hand. Eddie flew back and struck the writing desk. His left arm twisted behind him somehow, and he fell on it heavily. The pain was a sudden, sickening flare. He felt the bone go along the fault line of that old break, and he had to clench his teeth against a scream of agony. A shadow blotted out the light. Henry Bowers was standing over him, swaying back and forth, his knees buckled. His left hand was dripping blood on the front of Eddie's robe. Eddie had held onto the stump of the Perrier bottle, and now, as Henry's knees came completely unhinged, he got it in front of him, jagged base pointing upward, the cap braced against his sternum. Henry came down like a tree, impaling himself on the bottle. Eddie felt it shatter in his hand, and a fresh bolt of grinding agony shuddered through his left arm, which was still trapped under his body. Fresh warmth cascaded over him. He wasn't sure if this batch was Henry's blood or his. Henry twitched like a landed trout. His shoes rattled in almost syncopated beat on the carpet. Eddie could smell his rotten breath. Then Henry stiffened and rolled over. The bottle protruded grotesquely from his midsection, capped end pointing toward the ceiling, as if it had grown there. "Ugh," Henry said, and said no more. He looked up at the ceiling. Eddie thought he might be dead. Eddie fought off the waves of faintness that wanted to cover him over and drag him down. He got to his knees, and finally to his feet. There was fresh pain as his broken arms swung out in front of him, and that cleared his head a little. Wheezing, fighting for breath, he made it to the night table. He picked his aspirator out of a puddle of carbonated water, stuck it in his mouth, and triggered it off. He shuddered at the taste, then gave himself another blast. He looked around at the body on the carpet. Could that be Henry? Could it possibly be? It was. Grown old, his crew cut more gray than black, his body now fat and white and slug-like. It was still Henry. And Henry was dead. At long last, Henry was... "Gog," Henry said, and sat up. His hands clawed at the air as if for holds which only Henry could see. His gouged eye leaked and dribbled. Its bottom arc now bulged pregnantly down onto his cheek. He looked around, saw Eddie shrinking back against the wall, and tried to get up. He opened his mouth, and a stream of blood gushed out. Henry collapsed again. Heart racing, Eddie fumbled for the telephone and succeeded only in knocking it off the table and onto the bed. He snatched it up and dialed 0. The phone rang again and again and again. "Come on," Eddie thought. "What are you doing down there, jacking off? Come on, please, answer the frigging phone!" It rang again and again. Eddie kept his eyes on Henry, expecting him to start trying to gain his feet again at any moment. Blood. Dear God. Oh, so much blood. "Desk," a fuzzy, resentful voice said at last. "Ring Mr. Denbrough's room," Eddie said. "Quick as you can." With his other ear, he was now listening to the rooms around him. How loud had they been? Was someone going to pound on the door and ask if everything was all right in there? "You sure you want me to ring?" the clerk asked. "It's 10 after 3. "Yes, do it!" Eddie nearly screamed. The hand holding the phone was trembling in convulsive little bursts. There was a nest of waspy, rotten, ugly singing in his other arm. Had Henry moved again? No, surely not. Okay, the clerk said. "Cool your jets, my friend." There was a click, and then the hoarse burr of a room phone ringing. "Come on, Bill, come on!" A sudden thought, gruesomely plausible, occurred to him. Suppose Henry had visited Bill's room first, or Richie's, Ben's, Bev's, or had Henry perhaps paid a visit to the library? Surely he had been somewhere else first. If someone hadn't softened Henry up, it would have been Eddie lying dead on the floor with a switchblade growing out of his chest the way the neck of the Perrier bottle was growing out of Henry's gut. Or suppose Henry had visited all the others first, catching them bleary and half asleep, as Henry had caught him. Suppose they were all dead. And that thought was so awful, Eddie believed he would soon begin screaming if someone didn't answer the phone in Bill's room. "Please, Big Bill," Eddie whispered. "Please be there, man." The phone was picked up, and Bill's voice, uncharacteristically cautious, said, "Hello?" "Bill," Eddie said, almost babbled. "Bill, thank God." "Eddie?" Bill's voice grew momentarily fainter, speaking to someone else, telling the someone who it was. Then he was back strong. "What's the matter, Eddie?" "It's Henry Bowers," Eddie said. He looked at the body on the floor again. Had it changed position? This time it was not so easy to persuade himself it hadn't. "Bill, he came here, and I killed him. He had a knife. I think—" He lowered his voice. "I think it was the same knife he had that day when we went into the sewers. Do you remember?" "I remember," Bill said grimly. "Eddie, listen to me. I want you to—" 12. The Barrens, 1:55 p.m. "Go back and tell Ben to come up here." "Okay," Eddie said, and dropped back at once. They were approaching the clearing now. Thunder rumbled in the overcast sky, and the bushes sighed in the rising breeze. Ben joined him as they came into the clearing. The trap door to the clubhouse stood open, an improbable square of blackness in the green. The sound of the river was very clear, and Bill was suddenly struck by a crazy certainty that he was experiencing that sound in this place for the last time in his childhood. He drew a deep breath, smelling earth and air and the distant sooty dump, fuming like a sullen volcano that cannot quite make up its mind to erupt. He saw a flock of birds fly off the railroad trestle and toward the old cape. He looked up at the boiling clouds. "What is it?" Ben asked. "Why haven't they tried to get us?" Bill asked. They're there. Eddie was right about that. I can feel them." "Yeah," Ben said. "I guess they might be stupid enough to think we're going back into the clubhouse. Then they'd have us trapped." "Maybe," Bill said. And he felt a sudden helpless fury at his stutter, which made it impossible for him to talk fast. Perhaps they were things he would have found impossible to say anyway. How he felt he could almost see through Henry Bowers' eyes, how he felt that, although, on opposite sides, pawns controlled by opposing forces, he and Henry had grown very close. Henry expected them to stand and fight. It expected them to stand and fight. And be killed. A chilly explosion of white light seemed to fill his head. They would be victims of the killer that had been stalking Derry ever since George's death, all 7 of them. Perhaps their bodies would be found, perhaps not. It all depended on whether or not it could or would protect Henry and, to a lesser degree, Belch and Victor. Yes, to the outside, to the rest of this town. We'll have been victims of the killer. And that's right. In a funny sort of way, that really is right. It wants us dead. Henry's the tool to get it done, so it doesn't have to come out. Me first, I think. Beverly and Richie might be able to hold the others, or Mike, but Stan's scared, and so's Ben, although I think he's stronger than Stan. And Eddie's got a broken arm. Why did I lead them down here? Christ, why did I? "Bill," Ben said anxiously. The others joined them beside the clubhouse. Thunder whacked again, and the bushes began to rustle more urgently. The bamboo rattled on in the fading stormy light. "Bill!" It was Richie now. "Shh!" The others fell uneasily silent under his blazing, haunted eyes. He stared at the underbrush, at the path twisting away through it and back toward Kansas Street, and felt his mind suddenly go up another notch as if to a higher plane. There was no stuttering in his mind. He felt as if his thoughts had been borne away on a mad flow of intuition, as if everything were coming to him. George at one end, me and my friends at the other. And then it will stop. Again. Again. Yes, again. Because this has happened before, and there always has to be some sacrifice at the end, some terrible thing to stop it. I don't know how I can know that, but I do. And they let it happen, Bill muttered, staring wide-eyed at the ratty pigtail of Path. Sure they do. Bill, Bev asked, pleading. Stan stood on one side of her, small and neat in a blue polo shirt and chinos. Mike stood on the other, looking at Bill intensely, as if reading his thoughts. They let it happen. They always do. When things quiet down, things go on. It sleeps, or hibernates like a bear. And then it starts again. And they know. People know. They know it has to be, so it can be. Oh, please, God. Oh, please, God. He thrusts his fists. Please, God, against the posts. Let me get this out. The posts, and still insists. Oh, God. Oh, Christ. Oh, please, let me be able to talk. I led you down here because no place is safe, Bill said. Spittle blabbered from his lips. He wiped them with the back of one hand. Derry is it. You understand me? He glared at them. They drew away a little, their eyes shiny, almost thanatropic with fright. Derry is it. Any place we go, when it gets us, they won't see, they won't hear, they won't know. He looked at them, pleading. Don't you see how it is? All we can do is to try and finish what we started. Beverly saw Mr. Ross getting up, looking at her, folding his paper, and simply going into his house. They won't see. They won't hear. They won't know. And my father, take those pants off, slut child, had meant to kill her. Mike thought of lunch with Bill. Bill's mother had been off in her own dreamy world, seeming not to see either of them, reading a Henry James novel while the boys made sandwiches and gobbled them standing at the counter. Richie thought of Stan's neat but utterly empty house. Stan had been a little surprised his mother was almost always home at lunchtime. On the few occasions when she wasn't, she left a note saying where she could be reached. But there had been no note today. The car was gone, and that was all. Probably went shopping with her friend Debbie, Stan said, frowning a little, and had set to work making egg salad sandwiches. Richie had forgotten about it, until now. Eddie thought of his mother. When he had gone out with his Parcheesi board, there had been none of the usual cautions. Be careful, Eddie. Get under cover if it rains, Eddie. Don't you dare play any rough games, Eddie. She hadn't asked if he had his aspirator, hadn't told him what time to be home, hadn't warned him against those rough boys you play with. She had simply gone on watching her soap opera story on TV as if he didn't exist. As if he didn't exist. A version of the same thought went through all of the boys' minds. They had, at some point, between getting up this morning and lunchtime, simply become ghosts. Ghosts. Bill, Stan said harshly, if we cut across, through the old cape? Bill shook his head. I don't think so. We'd get caught in the bamboo, the quick mud, or there'd be real piranha fish in the Kenduskeag or something else. Each had his or her own different vision of the same end. Ben saw bushes, which suddenly became man-eating plants. Beverly saw flying leeches like the ones that had come out of that old refrigerator. Stan saw the mucky ground in the bamboo vomiting up the living corpses of children caught in there by the fabled quick-mud. Mike Hanlon imagined small Jurassic reptiles with horrid saw-teeth suddenly boiling out of the cleft of a rotten tree, attacking them, biting them to pieces. Richie saw the crawling eye oozing down on top of them as they ran under the railroad trestle. and Eddie saw them climbing the old Cape embankment, only to look up and see the leper standing at the top, his sagging flesh a-crawl with beetles and maggots, waiting for them. "If we could get out of town somehow," Richie muttered, then winced as thunder shouted a furious negative from the sky. More rain fell. It was still only squalling, but soon it would begin to come down seriously in sheets and torrents. The day's hazy peace was now utterly gone, as if it had never been at all. "We'd be safe if we could just get out of this fucking town," Beverly began. Beep, beep. And then a rock came flying out of the shaggy bushes and struck Mike on the side of the head. He staggered backward, blood flowing through the tight cap of his hair, and would have fallen if Bill hadn't caught him. "Teach you to throw rocks!" Henry's voice floated mockingly to them. Bill could see the others looking around, wild-eyed, ready to bolt in 6 different directions. If they did that, it would really be over. "Ben!" he said sharply. Ben looked at him. "Bill, we gotta run." 2 more rocks flew out of the bushes. One struck Stan on the upper thigh. He yelled, more surprised than hurt. Beverly sidestepped the second. It struck the ground and rolled through the clubhouse trapdoor. "Do you remember the first day you came down here?" Bill shouted over the thunder. "The day school let out?" "Bill!" Richie shouted. Bill thrust a shushing hand at him. His eyes remained fixed on Ben, pinning him to the spot. "Sure," Ben said, miserably trying to look in all directions at once. The bushes were now wavering and dancing wildly, their motion nearly tidal. "The drain," Bill said. "The pumping station. That's where we're supposed to go. Take us there. But take us there!" A fusillade of rocks whizzed out of the bushes, and for a moment Bill saw Victor Chris's face, somehow frightened, drugged, and avid all at the same time. Then a rock smashed into his cheekbone, and it was Mike's turn to keep Bill from falling down. For a moment he couldn't see straight. His cheek felt numb. Then sensation returned in painful throbs, and he felt blood running down his face. He swiped at his cheek, wincing at the painful knob that was rising there, looked at the blood, wiped it on his jeans. His hair whipped wildly in the freshening wind. "Teach you to throw rocks, you stuttering asshole!" Henry half laughed, half screamed. "Take us!" Bill yelled. He understood now why he had sent Eddie back to get Ben. It was that pumping station they were supposed to go to. That very one, and only Ben knew exactly which one it was. They ran along both banks of the Kenduskeag at irregular intervals. "It's the place, the way in, the way to it." "Bill, you can't know that!" Beverly cried. He shouted furiously at her, at all of them. "I know!" Ben stood there for a moment, wetting his lips, looking at Bill. Then he struck off across the clearing, heading toward the river. A brilliant bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, purplish-white, followed by a rip of thunder that made Bill reel on his feet. A fist-sized chunk of rock sailed past his nose and struck Ben's buttocks. He yipped with pain, and his hand went to the spot. "Yah, fat boy!" Henry cried in that same half-laughing, half-screaming voice. The bushes rustled and crashed, and Henry appeared as the rain stopped fooling around and came in a downpour. Water ran in Henry's crew cut, in his eyebrows, down his cheeks. His grin showed all his teeth. "Teach you to throw Mike had found one of the pieces of scrap wood left over from building the clubhouse roof, and now he threw it. It flipped over twice and struck Henry's forehead. He screamed, clapped one hand to the spot like a man who's just had one hell of a good idea, and sat down hard. "Run!" Bill hollered. "After Ben!" More crashings and stumblings in the bushes, and as the rest of the losers ran after Ben Hanscom, Victor and Belch appeared. Henry stood up, and the 3 of them gave chase. Even later, when the rest of that day had come back to Ben, he recalled only jumbled images of their run through the bushes. He remembered branches overloaded with dripping leaves slapping against his face, dousing him with cold water. He remembered that the thunder and lightning seemed to have become almost constant, and he remembered that Henry's screams for them to come back and fight seemed to merge with the sound of the Kenduskeag as they drew closer to it. Every time he slowed, Bill would whack him on the back to make him hurry up.
What if I can't find it? What if I can't find that particular pumping station? The breath tore in and out of his lungs, hot and bloody tasting in the back of his throat. A stitch was sinking into his side. His buttocks sang where the rock had hit him. Beverly had said Henry and his friends meant to kill them, and Ben believed it now. Yes, he did. He came to the Kenduskeag's bank so suddenly that he nearly plunged over the edge. He managed to get his balance, and then the embankment, undercut by the spring runoff, collapsed and he went tumbling over anyway, skidding all the way to the edge of the fast-running water, his shirt rucking up in the back, clayey mud streaking and sticking to his skin. Bill piled into him and yanked him to his feet. The others burst out of the bushes, which overhung the bank, one after the other. Richie and Eddie were last, Richie with one arm slung around Eddie's waist, his dripping specs clinging precariously to the end of his nose. "Where?" Bill shouted. Ben looked first left and then right, aware that the time was suicidally short. The river seemed higher already, and the rain-dark sky had given it a dangerous slate-gray color as it boiled its way along. Its banks were choked with underbrush and stunted trees, all of them now dancing to the wind's tune. He could hear Eddie sobbing for breath. "Where?" "I don't know," he began, and then he saw the leaning tree and the eroded cave beneath it. That was where he had hidden that first day. He had dozed off, and when he woke up, he had heard Bill and Eddie goofing around. Then the big boys had come, seen, conquered. "Ta-ta, boys. It was a real baby dam, believe me." "There!" he shouted. "That way!" Lightning flashed again, and this time Ben could hear it. A buzzing noise like an overloaded Lionel train transformer. It struck the tree, and blue-white electric fire sizzled its gnarly base into splinters and toothpicks sized for a fairy tale giant. It fell toward the river with a rending crash, driving spray high into the air. Ben drew in a dismayed gasp and smelled something hot and punky and wild. A fireball rolled up the bole of the downed tree, seemed to flash brighter, and went out. Thunder exploded, not above them, but around them, as if they stood in the center of the thunderclap. The rain sheeted down. Bill thumped him on the back, awaking him from his dazed contemplation of these things. "Go!" Ben went, splashing and stumbling along the verge of the river, his hair hanging in his eyes. He reached the tree. The little root cave beneath it had been obliterated, and climbed over it, digging his toes into its wet hide, scraping his hands and forearms. Bill and Richie manhandled Eddie over, and as he stumbled off the tree trunk, Ben caught him. They both went tumbling to the ground. Eddie cried out. "You all right?" Ben shouted. "I guess so," Eddie shouted back, getting to his feet. He fumbled for his aspirator and almost dropped it. Ben grabbed it for him, and Eddie gave him a grateful look as he stuffed it into his mouth and triggered it. Richie came over, then Stan and Mike. Bill boosted Beverly up onto the tree, and Ben and Richie caught her coming down on the far side, her hair plastered to her head, her blue jeans now black. Bill came last, pulling himself onto the trunk and swinging his legs around. He saw Henry and the other two splashing down the river toward them, and as he slid off the fallen tree, he shouted, "Rocks! Throw rocks!" There were plenty of them here on the bank, and the lightning-struck tree made a perfect barricade. In a moment or two, all 7 of them were chucking rocks at Henry and his pals. They had nearly reached the tree. The range was point blank. They were driven back, yelling with pain and fury as rocks struck their faces, their chests, their arms, and legs. "Teach us to throw rocks!" Richie shouted, and chucked one the size of a hen's egg at Victor. It struck his shoulder and bounced almost straight up into the air. Victor howled. I say, go on and teach us, boy! We learn good!" "Yeah!" Mike screamed. "How do you like it? How do you like it?" The answer was not much. They retreated until they were out of range and huddled together. A moment later they climbed the bank, slipping and stumbling on the slick, wet earth, which was already honeycombed with little running streamlets, holding onto branches to stay upright. They disappeared into the underbrush. "They're going to go around us, Big Bill," Richie said, pushing his glasses up on his nose. "That's okay," Bill said. "Go on, Ben. We'll follow you." Ben trotted along the embankment, paused, expecting that Henry and the others would burst out into his face at any moment, and saw the pumping station 20 yards farther down the stream bed. The others followed him to it. They could see other cylinders on the opposite bank, one fairly close, the other 40 yards upstream.
Those two were both shooting torrents of muddy water into the Kenduskeag, but only a trickle was coming from the pipe sticking out of the embankment below this one. It wasn't humming either, Ben noticed. The pumping machinery had broken down. He looked at Bill thoughtfully, and with some fright. Bill was looking at Richie, Stan, and Mike. "We gotta get the lid off," he said. "Help me." There were handholds in the iron, but the rain had made them slippery, and the lid itself was incredibly heavy. Ben moved in next to Bill, and Bill shifted his hands a little to make room. Ben could hear water dripping inside, an echoey, unpleasant sound, like water dripping into a well. "Now!" Bill shouted, and the five of them heaved in unison. The lid moved with an ugly grating sound. Beverly grabbed on beside Richie, and Eddie pushed with his good arm. "1, 2, 3, push!" Richie chanted. The lid grated a little farther off the top of the cylinder. Now a crescent of darkness showed. 1, 2, 3, push! The crescent fattened. 1, 2, 3, push! Ben shoved until red spots danced in front of his eyes. "Stand back!" Mike shouted. "There it goes! There it goes!" They stood away and watched as the big circular cap overbalanced, then fell. It dug a slash in the wet earth and landed upside down like an oversized checker. Beetles scurried off its surface and into the matted grass. "Ugh!" Eddie said. Bill peered inside. Iron rungs descended into a circular pool of black water, its surface now pocked with raindrops. The silent pump brooded in the middle of this, half submerged. He could see water flowing into the pumping station from the mouth of its inflow pipe, and with a sinking in his guts, he thought, "That's where we have to go. In there." "Eddie, grab onto me." Eddie looked at him, uncomprehending. "Like a piggerback. Hold on with your good arm," he demonstrated. Eddie understood, but was reluctant. "Quick!" Bill snapped. "They'll be here." Eddie grabbed on around Bill's neck. Stan and Mike boosted him up so he could hook his legs around Bill's midsection. As Bill swung clumsily over the lip of the cylinder, Ben saw that Eddie's eyes were tightly shut. Over the rain, he could hear another sound. Whipping branches, snapping twigs, voices. Henry, Victor, and Belch. The world's ugliest cavalry charge. Bill gripped the rough concrete lip of the cylinder and felt his way down, step by careful step. The iron rungs were slippery. Eddie had him in what was almost a death grip, and Bill supposed he was getting a pretty graphic demonstration of what Eddie's asthma was really all about. "I'm scared, Bill," Eddie whispered. I am too." He let go of the concrete rim and grabbed the topmost rung. Although Eddie was nearly choking him and felt as if he had already gained 40 pounds, Bill paused a moment, looking at the barrens, the Kenduskeag, the racing clouds. A voice inside, not a frightened voice, just a firm one, had told him to take a good look in case he never saw the upper world again. So he looked, then began to descend with Eddie clinging to his back. "I can't hold on much longer," Eddie managed. "You won't have to," Bill said. "We're almost down." One of his feet went into chilly water. He felt for the next rung and found it. There was another below that, and then the ladder ended. He was standing in knee-deep water beside the pump. He squatted, wincing as the cold water soaked his pants, and let Eddie off. He drew a deep breath. The smell wasn't so hot, but it was great not to have Eddie's arm wrapped around his throat. He looked up at the cylinder's mouth. It was about 10 feet over his head. The others were grouped around the rim, looking down. "Come on!" he shouted. "One at a time! Be quick!" Beverly came first, swinging easily over the rim and grabbing the ladder, and Stan next. The others followed. Richie came last, pausing to listen to the progress of Henry and friends. He thought, from the sound of their blundering progress, that they would probably pass a little to the left of this pumping station, but almost certainly not by enough to make a difference. At that moment, Victor bellowed, "Henry! There! Tozier!" Richie looked around and saw them rushing toward him. Victor was in the lead, and then Henry pushed him aside so savagely that Victor skidded to his knees. Henry had a knife all right, a regular pig sticker. Drops of water were falling from the blade. Richie glanced into the cylinder, saw Ben and Stan helping Mike off the ladder, and swung over himself. Henry understood what he was doing and screamed at him. Richie, laughing crazily, slammed his left hand in the crook of his right elbow and stuck his forearm skyward, his hand fisted in what might be the world's oldest gesture. To be sure, Henry got the point. He popped his middle finger up. "You'll die down there!" Henry shouted. "Prove it!" Richie shouted, laughing. He was terrified of going into this concrete throat, but he still couldn't stop laughing. And in his Irish cop's voice he bugled, "Sure and begorra, the luck of the Irish never runs out, me fine lad!" Henry slipped on the wet grass and went sprawling on his butt less than 20 feet from where Richie stood. His feet on the top rung of the ladder bolted to the inner curve of the pumping station, his head and chest out. "Hey, banana heels!" Richie shouted, delirious with triumph, and then scooted down the ladder. The iron rungs were slick, and once he almost fell. Then Bill and Mike grabbed him, and he was standing up to his knees in water with the rest of them, in a loose circle around the pump. He was trembling all over. He felt hot and cold chills chasing each other up his back. And still he couldn't stop laughing. "You should have seen him, Big Bill. Clumsy as ever. Still can't get out of his own frockin' way." Henry's head appeared in the circular opening at the top. Scratches from branches and brambles crisscrossed his cheeks. His mouth was working, and his eyes blazed. "Okay!" he shouted down at them. His words had a flat resonance inside the concrete cylinder, not quite an echo. "Here I come! Got you now!" He swung one leg over, felt for the topmost rung with his foot, found it, swung the other one over. Speaking loud, Bill said, "When he gets down close enough, we all grab him, pull him down, duck him under. Got it?" "Righto, Governor," Richie said, and snapped a salute with one trembling hand. "Got you," Ben said. Stan tipped a wink at Eddie, who didn't understand what was going on, except it seemed to him that Richie had gone crazy. He was laughing like a loon while Henry Bowers, the dreaded Henry Bowers, prepared to come down and kill them all like rats in a rain barrel. "All ready for him, Bill!" Stan cried. Henry froze 3 rungs down. He looked down at the losers over his shoulder. His face seemed, for the first time, doubtful. Eddie suddenly got it. If they came down, they would have to come one at a time. It was too high to jump, especially with the pumping machinery to land on. And here they were, the 7 of them, waiting in a tight little circle. "Come on, Henry," Bill said pleasantly. "What are you waiting for?" "That's right," Richie chimed in. "You like to beat up little kids, right? Come on, Henry." "We're waiting, Henry," Bev said sweetly. "I don't think you'll like it when you get down here, but come on if you want to." "Unless you're chicken," Ben added. He began to make chicken sounds. Richie joined him at once, and soon all of them were doing it. The derisive clucking rebounded between the damp, trickling walls. Henry looked down at them, the knife clutched in his left hand, his face the color of old bricks. He put up with perhaps 30 seconds of it, and then climbed out again. The losers sent up catcalls and insults. "Okay," Bill said. He spoke in a lower voice. "We got to get into that drain. Quick." "Why?" Beverly asked, but Bill was spared the effort of an answer. Henry reappeared at the rim of the pumping station and dropped a rock the size of a soccer ball into the pipe. Beverly screamed, and Stan pulled Eddie against the circular wall with a hoarse yell. The rock struck the pumping machinery's rusty housing and produced a musical bong. It ricocheted left and struck the concrete wall, missing Eddie by less than half a foot. A chip of concrete flicked painfully against his cheek. The rock fell into the water with a splash. "Quick!" Bill shouted again, and they crowded around the pumping station's inflow pipe. Its bore was about 5 feet in diameter. Bill sent them in one after another, a vague circus image, all the big clowns coming out of the little car, passed across his consciousness in a meteoric flash. Years later he would use the same image in a book called The Black Rapids, and climbed in last after ducking another rock. As they watched, more rocks flew down, most striking the pump housing and rebounding at crazy angles. When they stopped falling, Bill looked out and saw Henry coming down the ladder again as quick as he could. "Get him!" he shouted to the others. Richie, Ben, and Mike floundered out behind Bill. Richie leaped high and grabbed Henry's ankle. Henry cursed and shook his leg as if trying to kick away a small dog with big teeth, a terrier perhaps, or a Pekingese.
Richie grabbed a rung, scrabbled up even higher, and actually did manage to sink his teeth into Henry's ankle. Henry screamed and pulled himself up quickly. One of his loafers came off and splashed into the water, where it sank with no ado at all. "Bit me!" Henry was screaming. "Bit me! Cocksucker bit me!" "Yeah, good thing I had a tetanus shot this spring," Richie flung at him. "Bash them!" Henry was raving. "Bash them! Bomb them back to the Stone Age! Bash their brains in!" More rocks flew. The boys backed into the drain again quickly. Mike was struck on the arm by a small rock, and he held it tight, wincing until the pain began to abate. "It's a standoff," Ben said. "They can't get down and we can't get up." "We're not supposed to get up," Bill said quietly, "and you all know it. We're not ever supposed to get up again." They looked at him, their eyes hurt and afraid. No one said anything. Henry's voice, fury masquerading as mockery, floated down. "We can wait up here all day, you guys!" Beverly had turned away and was looking back along the bore of the inflow pipe. The light grew diffuse quickly, and she could not see much. What she could see was a concrete tunnel, its lower third filled with rushing water. It was higher on her now than it had been when they first squeezed in here, she realized. That would be because this pump wasn't working, and only some of the water was exiting on the Kenduskeag side. She felt claustrophobia touch her throat, turning the skin there to something that felt like flannel. If the water rose enough, they would drown. "Bill, do we have to?" He shrugged. It said everything. Yeah, they had to. What else was there? Be killed by Henry, Victor, and Belch in the Barrens? Or by something else, maybe something worse, in town? She understood his thought well enough now. There was no stutter in his shrug. Better for them to go to it. Have it out, like the showdown in a Western movie. Cleaner. Braver. Richie said, "What was that ritual you told us about, Big Bill? The one in the library book." "Should," Bill said, smiling a little. "Should," Richie nodded. "You bite its tongue and it bites yours, right?" "Right." "Then you tell jokes." Bill nodded. "Funny," Richie said, looking into the dark pipe. "I can't think of a single one." "Me either," Ben said. The fear was heavy in his chest, almost suffocating. He felt that the only thing keeping him from just sitting down in the water and blubbering like a baby, or just going crazy, was Bill's calm, sure presence. And Beverly. He felt he would rather die than show Beverly how afraid he was. "Do you know where this pipe goes?" Stan asked Bill. Bill shook his head. "Do you know how to find it?" Bill shook his head again. "We'll know when we're getting close," Richie said suddenly. He drew a deep, trembling breath. "If we have to do it, then let's go." Bill nodded. "I'll be first, then Eddie, Ben, Bev, and the man, Mike. You last, Richie. Everyone keep one hand on the shoulder of the person in front of you. It's gonna be dark." "You coming out?" Henry Bowers shrieked down at them. "We're gonna come out somewhere," Richie muttered. "I guess." They formed up like a procession of blind men. Bill looked back once, confirming that each had a hand on the shoulder of the person ahead. Then, bending forward slightly against the rush of the current, Bill Denbrough led his friends into the dark where the boat he had made for his brother had gone almost a year before. Chapter 20. The Circle Closes. 1. Tom. Tom Rogan was having one fuck of a crazy dream. In it, he was killing his father. Part of his mind understood how crazy this was. His father had died when Tom was only in the 3rd grade. Well, maybe died wasn't such a good word. Maybe committed suicide was actually the truth. Ralph Rogan had made himself a gin and lye cocktail. One for the road, you might say. Tom had been put in nominal charge of his brother and sisters, and he began to receive whoopings if anything went wrong with them. So he couldn't have killed his father. Except there he was, in this frightening dream,
holding what looked like a harmless handle of some sort to his father's neck, only it wasn't really harmless, was it? There was a button at the end of the handle, and if he pushed it, a blade would pop out and go right through his father's neck. "I'm not going to do anything like that, Daddy, don't worry," his dreaming mind thought, just before his finger jammed down on the button and the blade popped out. His father's sleeping eyes opened and stared up at the ceiling. His father's mouth opened, and a bloody gargling sound came out. "Daddy! I didn't do it!" his mind screamed. "Someone else!" He struggled to wake up and couldn't. The best he could do, and it turned out to be not very good at all, was to fade into a new dream. In this one, he was splashing and slogging his way down a long, dark tunnel. His balls hurt, and his face stung because it was crisscrossed with scratches. There were others with him, but he could only make out vague shapes. It didn't matter anyway. What mattered were the kids somewhere up ahead. They needed to pay. They needed a whooping to be punished. Whatever purgatory this was, it was a smelly one. Water dripped and echoed. His shoes and pants were soaked. The little shitpots were somewhere up ahead in this maze of tunnels, and perhaps they thought, Henry, Tom and his friends would get lost. But the joke was on them. Ha-ha, all over you. Because he had another friend. Oh, yes, special friend. And this friend had marked the path they were to take with moon balloons. Thingamajigs that were big and round and somehow lighted from within so that they shed a glow like that which falls mysteriously from old-fashioned street lamps. One of these balloons floated and drifted at each intersection, and on the side of each was an arrow pointing the way into the tunnel branch he and Belch and Victor, his unseen friends, were to take. And it was the right path, oh yes. He could hear the others ahead, their splashing progress echoing back, the distorted murmurs of their voices. They were getting closer, catching up. And when they did, Tom looked down and saw that he still had the switch knife in his hand. For a moment he was frightened. This was like one of those crazy astral experiences he sometimes read about in the weekly tabloids, when your spirit left your body and entered someone else's. The shape of his body felt different to him, as if he were not Tom, but Henry. Someone else, someone younger. He began to fight his way out of the dream, panicked. And then a voice was talking to him, a soothing voice, whispering in his ear. "It doesn't matter when this is, and it doesn't matter who you are. What matters is that Beverly is up there. She's with them, my good friend. And do you know what? She's been doing something one hell of a lot worse than sneaking smokes. You know what? She's been fucking her old friend Bill Denbrough. Yes, indeed. She and that stuttering freak going right at it. That's a lie!" He tried to scream. "She wouldn't dare!" But he knew it was no lie. She had used a belt on his kicked me in the balls and run off, and she now had cheated on him, the slutty child. Little Roundheel's bitch had actually cheated on him. And oh, dear friends, oh, good neighbors, she was going to get the whooping of all whoopings. First her, and then Denbrough, her novel-writing friend. And anyone who tried to get in his way, you could count them in for a piece of the action, too. He stepped up his pace, although the breath was already whistling in and out of his throat. Up ahead he could see another luminous circle bobbing in the darkness, another moon balloon. He could hear the voices of the people ahead of him. And the fact that they were childish voices no longer bothered him. It was, as the voice said, it didn't matter where, when, or who. Beverly was up there, and oh, dear friends, oh, good neighbors. "Come on, you guys. Move your asses," he said, and it didn't even matter that his voice wasn't his own, but the voice of a boy. Then, as they approached the moon balloon, he looked around and saw his companions for the first time. Both of them were dead. One was headless. The face of the other had been split open, as if by a great talon. "We're moving as fast as we can, Henry," the boy with the split face said, and his lips moved in two pieces, grotesquely out of sync with each other. And that was when Tom shrieked the dream to pieces and came back to himself, tottering on the brink of what felt like some great empty space. He struggled to keep his balance, lost it, and tumbled to the floor. The floor was carpeted, but the fall still sent a sickening burst of pain through his hurt knee, and he stifled another cry against his forearm. Where am I? Where the fuck am I? He became aware of a faint but clear white light, and for a frightening moment he thought he was back in the dream again, that it was the last light cast by one of those crazy balloons. Then he remembered leaving the bathroom door partially open and the fluorescent light in there on. He always left the light on when staying in a strange place. It saved you barking your shins if you had to get up in the night to pee. That clicked reality into place. It had been a dream, all some crazy dream. He was in a Holiday Inn. This was Derry, Maine. He had chased his wife here, and in the middle of a crazy nightmare he had fallen out of bed. That was all. That was the long and the short of it. That wasn't just a nightmare. He jumped, as if the words had been spoken beside his ear instead of inside his own mind. It didn't seem like his own interior voice at all. It was cold, alien, but somehow hypnotic and believable. He got up slowly, fumbled the glass of water off the table beside the bed, and drank it down. He ran shaky hands through his hair. The clock on the table said 3:10. Go back to sleep. Wait until morning. That alien voice answered. But there will be people around in the morning. Too many people. And besides, you can beat them down there this time. This time, you can be first. Down there? He thought of his dream, the water, the dripping dark. The light suddenly seemed brighter. He turned his head, not wanting to, but helpless to stop. A groan slipped out of his mouth. A balloon was tied to the knob of the bathroom door. It floated at the end of a string about 3 feet long. The balloon glowed, full of a ghostly white light. It looked like a will-o'-the-wisp glimpsed in a swamp, floating dreamily between trees overhung with gray ropes of moss. An arrow was printed on the balloon's gently bulging skin, an arrow that was blood scarlet. It was pointing at the door leading out into the hall. It doesn't really matter who I am, the voice said soothingly, and Tom realized now that it wasn't coming from either his own head or from beside his ear. It was coming from the balloon, from the center of that strange, lovely white light. All that matters is that I'm going to see that everything turns out to your satisfaction, Tom. I want to see her take a whooping. I want to see them all take a whooping. They've crossed my path once too often, and much too late in the day for them. So listen, Tom. Listen very carefully. All together now. Follow the bouncing ball. Tom listened. The voice from the balloon explained. It explained everything. When it was done, it popped in one final flash of light, and Tom began to dress. Two. Audra. Audra also had nightmares. She awoke with a start, sitting bolt upright in bed, the sheet pulled around her waist, her small breasts moving with her quick, agitated breathing. Like Tom's, her dreaming had been a jumbled, distressful experience. Like Tom, she had had the sensation of being someone else, or rather, of having her own consciousness deposited and partially submerged in another body and another mind. She'd been in a dark place with a number of others around her, and she had been aware of an oppressive sensation of danger. They were going into the danger deliberately, and she wanted to scream at them to stop, to explain to her what was happening, but the person with whom she had merged seemed to know and to believe it was necessary. She was also aware that they were being chased, and that their pursuers were catching up little by little. Bill had been in the dream, but his story about how he had forgotten his childhood must have been on her mind, because in her dream Bill was only a boy, 10 or 12 years old. He still had all his hair. She was holding his hand, and was dimly aware that she loved him very much, and that her willingness to go on was based on the rock-solid belief that Bill would protect her and all of them, that Bill, Big Bill, would somehow bring them through this and back into the daylight again. Oh, but she was so terrified. They came to a branching of many tunnels, and Bill stood there looking from one to the next. And one of the others, a boy with his arm in a cast which glimmered a ghostly white in the darkness, spoke up. "That one, Bill. The bottom one." "You sure?" "Yes." And so they had gone that way, and then there had been a door, a wee wooden door, no more than 3 feet high, the sort of door you might see in a fairy tale book. And there had been a mark on the door. She could not remember what that mark had been, what strange rune or symbol, but it had brought all her terror to a focusing point, and she had yanked herself out of that other body, that girl's body, whoever Beverly she might have been. She awoke bolt upright, in a strange bed, sweaty, wide-eyed, gasping as if she had just run a race. Her hands flew to her legs, half expecting to find them wet and cold with the water she had been walking through in her head. But she was dry. Disorientation followed. This was not their home in Topanga Canyon or the rented house in Fleet. It was no place. Limbo furnished with a bed, a dresser, 2 chairs, and a TV. Oh, God, come on, Audra! She scrubbed her hands viciously across her face, and that sickening feeling of mental vertigo receded. She was in Derry, Maine, where her husband had grown through a childhood he claimed no longer to remember. Not a familiar place to her, or a particularly good place by its feel, but at least a known place. She was here because Bill was here, and she would see him tomorrow at the Derry townhouse. Whatever terrible thing was wrong here, whatever those new scars on his hands meant, they would face it together. She would call him, tell him she was here, then join him. After that, well, actually she had no idea what came after that. The vertigo, that sense of being in a place that was really no place, was threatening again. When she was 19, she had done a whistle-stop tour with a scraggy little production company, 40 not-so-wonderful performances of Arsenic and Old Lace in 40 not-so-wonderful towns and small cities. All of this in 47 not-so-wonderful days. They began at the Peabody Dinner Theater in Massachusetts and ended up at Play It Again, Sam in Sausalito, and somewhere in between, in some Midwestern town like Ames, Iowa, or Grand Isle, Nebraska, or maybe Jubilee, North Dakota, she had awakened like this in the middle of the night, panicked by disorientation, unsure what town she was in, what day it was, or why she was wherever she was. Even her name seemed unreal to her. That feeling was back now. Her bad dreams had carried over into her waking, and she felt a nightmarish, free-floating terror. The town seemed to have wrapped itself around her like a python. She could sense it, and the feelings it produced were not good. She found herself wishing that she had heeded Freddie's advice and stayed away. Her mind fixed on Bill, grasping at the thought of him, the way a drowning woman would grip at a spar, a life preserver, anything that... "We all float down here, Audra." Floats. A chill raced through her, and she crisscrossed her arms across her naked breasts. She shivered and saw goosebumps ripple their way up her flesh. For a moment it seemed to her that a voice had spoken aloud, but inside her head, as if there was an alien presence in there. Am I going crazy? God, is that it? No, her mind responded. It's just disorientation, jet lag, worry over your man. Nobody's talking inside your head. Nobody... "We all float down here, Audra," a voice said from the bathroom. It was a real voice, real as houses, and sly and dirty and evil. "You'll float too." The voice uttered a fruity little giggle that dropped in pitch until it sounded like a clogged drain bubbling thickly. Audra cried out. then pressed her hands against her mouth. "I didn't hear that." She said it out loud, daring the voice to contradict her. It didn't. The room was silent. Somewhere, far away, a train whistled in the night. Suddenly, she needed Bill so badly that waiting until daylight seemed impossible. She was in a standardized motel room exactly like the other 39 units in the place, but suddenly it was too much. Everything. When you started hearing voices, it was just too much. Too creepy. She seemed to be slipping back into the nightmare she'd so lately escaped. She felt scared and terribly alone. It's worse than that, she thought. I feel dead. Her heart suddenly skipped 2 beats in her chest, making her gasp and utter a startled cough. She felt an instant of prison panic, claustrophobia inside her own body, and wondered if all this terror didn't have a stupidly ordinary physical root after all. Maybe she was going to have a heart attack, or was already having one. Her heart settled, but uneasily. Audra turned on the light by the bed table and looked at her watch. 3:12. He would be sleeping, but that didn't matter to her now. Nothing mattered except hearing his voice. She wanted to finish the night with him. If Bill was beside her, her clockwork would fall in sync with his and settle down. The nightmares would stay away. He sold nightmares to others, that was his trade, but to her, he had never given anything but peace. Outside that odd cold nut embedded in his imagination, peace seemed to be all he was made for, or meant for. She got the yellow pages, found the number for the Derry townhouse, and dialed it. "Derry townhouse. Would you please ring Mr. Denbrough's room, Mr. William Denbrough?" "Does that guy ever get any calls in the daytime?" the clerk said. Before she could think to ask what that was supposed to mean, he'd plugged her call through. The phone burred once, twice, 3 times. She could imagine him, sleeping, with everything under the covers, except the top of his head. She could imagine one hand coming out, feeling for the phone. She had seen him do it before, and a fond little smile touched her lips. It faded as the phone rang a 4th time, and a 5th, and a 6th. Halfway through the 7th ring, the connection was broken. "That room does not answer." "No shit, Sherlock," Audra said, more upset and frightened than ever. "Are you sure you rang the right room?" "Yep," the clerk said. "Mr. Denbrough had an inter-room call not 5 minutes ago. I know he answered that one, because the light stayed on the switchboard a minute or 2. He must have gone to the person's room." "Well, which room was it?" "I don't remember. 6th floor, I think, but—" She dropped the phone back into its cradle. A queer, disheartening certainty came to her. It was a woman. Some woman that called him. And he had gone to her. Well, what now, Audra? How do we handle this? She felt tears threaten. They stung her eyes and her nose. She could feel the lump of a sob in the back of her throat. No anger. At least not yet. Only a sick sense of loss and abandonment. Audra, get hold of yourself. You're jumping to conclusions. It's the middle of the night, and you had a bad dream, and now you've got Bill with some other woman, but it ain't necessarily so. What you're going to do is sit up. You'll never get back to sleep now anyway. Turn on some lights and finish the novel you brought to read on the plane. Remember what Bill says, finest kind of dope, book volume. No more heebie-jeebies, no more whim-whams and hearing voices. Dorothy Sayers and Lord Peter, that's the ticket. The 9 Taylors. That'll take you through to dawn. That'll... The bathroom light suddenly went on. She could see it under the door. Then the latch clicked, and the door juddered open. She stared at this, eyes widening, arms instinctively crossing over her breasts again. Her heart began to slam against her ribcage, and the sour taste of adrenaline flooded her mouth. That voice, low and dragging, said, "We all float down here, Audra." The last word became a long, low, fading scream, Audra, that ended once again in that sick, clogged, bubbly sound that was so much like laughter. "Who's there?" she cried, backing away. "That wasn't my imagination. No way. You're not going to tell me that—" The TV clicked on. She whirled around and saw a clown in a silvery suit with big orange buttons capering around on the screen. There were black sockets where its eyes should have been, and when its made-up lips stretched even wider in a grin, she saw teeth like razors. It held up a dripping, severed head. Its eyes were turned up to the whites, and the mouth sagged open, but she could see well enough that it was Freddie Firestone's head. The clown laughed and danced. It swung the head around, and drops of blood splashed against the inside of the TV screen. She could hear them sizzling in there. Audra tried to scream, and nothing came out but a little whine. She grabbed blindly for the dress lying over the back of the chair and for her purse. She bolted into the hall and slammed the door behind her, gasping, her face paper white. She dropped the purse between her feet and slipped the dress over her head. "Float," a low, chuckling voice said from behind her, and she felt a cold finger caress her bare heel. She uttered another high, out-of-breath scream and danced away from the door. White corpse fingers were seeking back and forth under it, the nails peeled away to show purplish white bloodless quicks. They made hoarse whispering noises on the rough nap of the hall carpet. Audra snagged the strap of her purse and ran barefooted for the door at the end of the corridor. She was in a blind panic now. Her only thought that she had to find the Derry townhouse and Bill. It didn't matter if he was in bed with enough other women to make up a harem. She would find him and get him to take her away from whatever unspeakable thing there was in this town. She fled down the walkway and into the parking lot, looking around wildly for her car. For a moment her mind froze, and she couldn't even remember what she had been driving. Then it came, Datsun Tobacco Brown. She spotted it standing hubcap deep in the still curdled ground mist and hurried over to it. She couldn't find the keys in her purse. She swept through it with steadily increasing panic, shuffling Kleenex, cosmetics, change, sunglasses, and sticks of gum into a meaningless jumble. She didn't notice the battered LTD wagon parked nose to nose with her rented car, or the man sitting behind the wheel. She didn't notice when the LTD's door opened and the man got out. She was trying to cope with the growing certainty that she had left the Datsun's keys in the room. She couldn't go back in there. She couldn't. Her fingers touched hard, serrated metal under a box of Altoid mints, and she seized at it with a little cry of triumph. For a terrible moment she thought it might be the key to their rover, now sitting in the Fleet Railway Station's car park 3,000 miles away, and then she felt the Lucite rental car tab. She fumbled the key into the door lock, breathing in harsh little gasps, and turned it. That was when a hand fell on her shoulder, and she screamed! Screamed loudly this time. Somewhere a dog barked in answer, but that was all. The hand, as hard as steel, bit cruelly in and forced her around. The face she saw looming over hers was puffed and lumpy. The eyes glittered. When the swelled lips spread in a grotesque smile, she saw that some of the man's front teeth had been broken. The stumps looked jagged and savage. She tried to speak and could not. The hand squeezed tighter, digging in. "Haven't I seen you in the movies?" Tom Rogan whispered. 3. Eddie's room. Beverly and Bill dressed quickly without speaking and went up to Eddie's room. On their way to the elevator, they heard a phone bell begin somewhere behind them. It was muffled, a somewhere else sound. "Bill, was that yours?" Could have been, he said. "One of the others calling, maybe." He punched the up button. Eddie opened the door for them, his face white and strained. His left arm was at an angle, both peculiar and weirdly evocative of old times. "I'm okay," he said. "I took 2 Darvon. Pain's not bad right now." But it was clearly not good either. His lips, pressed so tightly together they had almost disappeared, were purple with shock. Bill looked past him and saw the body on the floor. One look was enough to satisfy him of 2 things. It was Henry Bowers, and he was dead. He moved past Eddie and knelt by the body. The neck of a Perrier bottle had been driven into Henry's midsection, pulling the tatters of his shirt in after it. Henry's eyes were half open, glazed, his mouth, filled with coagulating blood, snarled. His hands were claws. A shadow fell over him, and Bill looked up. It was Beverly. She looked down at Henry with no expression at all. "All the times he chased us," Bill said. She nodded. "He doesn't look old. You know that, Bill? He doesn't look old at all." Abruptly, she looked back at Eddie, who was sitting on the bed. Eddie looked old and haggard. His arm lay in his lap, useless. "We've got to call the doctor for Eddie." "No," Bill and Eddie said in unison. "But he's hurt. His arm, it's the same as last time," Bill said. He got to his feet and held her by the arms, looking into her face. "Once we go outside, once we involve the town, they'll arrest me for murder," Eddie said dully. "Or they'll arrest all of us, or they'll detain us, or something. Then there'll be an accident, one of the special accidents that only happen in Derry. Maybe they'll stick us in jail and a deputy sheriff will go berserk and shoot us all. Maybe we'll all die of ptomaine or decide to hang ourselves in our cells." "Eddie, that's crazy." Is it?" he asked. "Remember, this is Derry." "But we're grown-ups now. Surely you don't think... I mean, he came here in the middle of the night, attacked you." "With what?" Bill said. "Where's the knife?" She looked around, didn't see it, and dropped on her knees to look under the bed. "Don't bother," Eddie said in that same faint, wistly voice. "I slammed the door on his arm when he tried to stick me with it. He dropped it, and I kicked it under the TV. It's gone now. I already looked." "Beverly, call the others," Bill said. "I can splint Eddie's arm, I think." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked down at the body on the floor again. She thought that the picture this room presented should tell a perfectly clear story to any policeman with half a brain. The place was a mess. Eddie's arm was broken. This man was dead. It was a clear case of self-defense against a night prowler. And then she remembered Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross getting up, and looking, and then simply folding his newspaper and going back into the house. "Once we go outside, once we involve the town." That made her remember Bill as a kid, his face white and tired and half crazy. Bill saying, "Derry is it. Do you understand me? Any place we go, when it gets us, they won't see, they won't hear, they won't know. Don't you see how it is? All we can do is to try and finish what we started." Standing here now, looking down at Henry's corpse, Beverly thought, they're both saying we've all become ghosts again. That it's started to repeat, all of it. As a kid, I could accept that, because kids almost are ghosts, but... "Are you sure?" she asked desperately. "Bill, are you sure?" He was sitting on the bed with Eddie, gently touching his arm. Aren't you?" he asked. "After all that's happened today?" Yes, all that had happened. The gruesome mess at the end of their reunion. The beautiful old woman who had turned into a crone before her eyes. "My father was also my mother." The round of stories at the library tonight with the accompanying phenomena. All of those things, and still, her mind shouted at her desperately to stop this now, to spike it with sanity, because if she did not, they were surely going to finish up this night by going down to the Barrens and finding a certain pumping station and... "I don't know," she said. I don't know. Even after everything that's happened, Bill, it seems to me that we could call the police. Maybe. Call the others," he said again. "We'll see what they think." "All right." She called Richie first, then Ben. Both agreed to come right away. Neither asked what had happened. She found Mike's telephone number in the book and dialed it. There was no answer. After a dozen rings, she hung up. "Try the library," Bill said. He had taken the short curtain rods down from the smaller of the two windows in Eddie's room and was binding them firmly to Eddie's arm with the belt of his bathrobe and the drawstring from his pajamas. Before she could find the number, there was a knock at the door. Ben and Richie had arrived together, Ben in jeans and an untucked shirt, Richie in a pair of smart gray cotton trousers and his pajama top. His eyes looked warily around the room from behind his glasses. "Christ! Eddie! What happened to... Oh, my God!" Ben cried. He had seen Henry on the floor. "Be quiet," Bill said sharply, "and close the door." Richie did it, his eyes fixed on the body. "Henry?" Ben took 3 steps toward the corpse, and then stopped. as if afraid it might bite him. He looked helplessly at Bill. You tell, he said to Eddie. Goddamn stutter is getting worse all the time. Eddie sketched in what had happened while Beverly hunted up the number for the Derry Public Library and called it. She expected that perhaps Mike had fallen asleep there. He might even have a bunk in his office. What she did not expect was what happened. The phone was picked up on the second ring, and a voice she had never heard before said hello. Hello, she answered, looking toward the others and making a shushing gesture with one hand. Is Mr. Hanlon there?
Who's this? The voice asked.
She wet her lips with her tongue. Bill was looking at her piercingly. Ben and Richie had looked around. The beginnings of real alarm stirred inside her. Who are you? She countered. You're not Mr. Hanlon.
I'm Derry Chief of Police Andrew Rademacher, the voice said. Mr. Hanlon is at the Derry Home Hospital right now. He was assaulted and badly wounded a short time ago. Now, who are you, please? I want your name.
But she barely heard this last. Waves of shock rode through her, lifting her dizzily up and up outside of herself. The muscles in her stomach and legs and crotch all went loose and numb, and she thought in a detached way, this must be how it happens. When people get so scared they wet their pants. Sure, you just lose control of those muscles. How badly has he been hurt? She heard herself asking in a papery voice. And then Bill was beside her, his hand on her shoulder, and Ben was there, and Richie, and she felt such a rush of gratitude for them. She held her free hand out, and Bill took it. Richie placed his hand over Bill's, and Ben put his over Richie's. Eddie had come over, and now he put his good hand on top.
I want your name, please, Rademacher said briskly.
And for a moment the skittering little craven inside of her, the one that had been bred by her father and cared for by her husband, almost answered, I'm Beverly Marsh, and I'm at the Derry Townhouse. Please send Mr. Nell over. There's a dead man here who's still half a boy, and we're all very frightened. She said, I'm afraid I can't tell you. Not just yet.
What do you know about this?
Nothing, she said, shocked. What makes you think I do? Jesus Christ!
You just make a habit of calling the library every morning about 3:30? Rademacher said. Is that it? Can the bullshit, young lady. This is assault. And the way the guy looks, it could be murder by the time the sun comes up. I'll ask you again. Who are you, and how much do you know about this?
Closing her eyes, gripping Bill's hand with all her strength, she asked again, He might die? You're not just saying that to scare me. He really might die? Please tell me.
He's very badly hurt. And if that doesn't scare you, miss, it ought to. Now, I want to know who you are and why.
As if in a dream, she watched her hand float through space and drop the phone back into the cradle. She looked over at Henry and felt shock as keen as a slap from a cold hand. One of Henry's eyes had closed. The other one, the shattered one, oozed as nakedly as before. Henry seemed to be winking at her. 4. Richie called the hospital. Bill led Beverly over to the bed, where she sat with Eddie, looking off into space. She thought she would cry, but no tears came. The only feeling she was strongly and immediately aware of was a wish that someone would cover Henry Bowers. That winky look was really not cool at all. In one giddy instant, Richie became a reporter from the Derry News. He understood that Mr. Michael Hanlon, the town's head librarian, had been assaulted while working late. Did the hospital have any word on Mr. Hanlon's condition? Richie listened, nodding.
I understand, Mr. Karpaskian. Do you spell that with 2 Ks? You do. Okay. And you are...
He listened, now enough into his own fiction to make doodling motions with one finger, as if writing on a pad.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes, I understand. Well, what we usually do in cases like this is to quote you as a source, and later on we can... Uh-huh. Right. Just right.
Richie laughed heartily and armed a film of sweat from his forehead. He listened again.
Okay, Mr. Karpaskian. Yes, Yes, I got it. Kerpaskian. Right. Czech Jewish, is it? Really? That's most unusual. Yes, I will. Good night. Thank you.
He hung up and closed his eyes.
Jesus.
he cried in a thick, low voice. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. He made as if to shove the phone off the table and then simply let his hand fall. He took his glasses off and wiped them on his pajama top. He's alive, but in grave condition, he told the others. Henry sliced him up like a Christmas turkey. One of the cuts chopped into his femoral artery, and he's lost all the blood a man can and still stay alive. Mike managed to get some kind of tourniquet on it, or he would have been dead when they found him. Beverly began to cry. She did it like a child, with both hands plastered to her face. For a little while, her hitching sobs and the rapid whistle of Eddie's breathing were the only sounds in the room. Mike wasn't the only one who got sliced up like a Christmas turkey, Eddie said at last. Henry looked like he just went 12 rounds with Rocky Balboa in a Cuisinart. Do you still want to go to the police, Bev? There were Kleenex on the night table, but they were a caked and sodden mass in the middle of a puddle of Perrier. She went into the bathroom, making a wide circle around Henry, got a washcloth, and ran cool water on it. It felt delicious against her hot, puffy face. She felt that she could think clearly again, not rationally, but clearly. She was suddenly sure that rationality would kill them if they tried to use it now. That cop, Rademacher. He had been suspicious. Why not? People didn't call the library at 3:30 in the morning. He had assumed some guilty knowledge. What would he assume if he found out that she had called him from a room where there was a dead man on the floor with a jagged bottleneck planted in his guts? That she and 4 other strangers had just come into town the day before for a little reunion, and this guy just happened to drop by. Would she buy the tale if the shoe were on the other foot? Would anyone? Of course, they could buttress their tale by adding that they had come back to finish the monster that lived in the drains under the city. That would certainly add a convincing note of gritty realism. She came out of the bathroom and looked at Bill. "No," she said, "I don't want to go to the police. I think Eddie's right. Something might happen to us, something final. But that isn't the real reason." She looked at the 4 of them. "We swore it," she said. "We swore. Bill's brother, Stan, all the others, and now Mike. I'm ready, Bill." Bill looked at the others. Richie nodded. "Okay, Big Bill. Let's try." Ben said, "The odds look worse than ever. We're too short now." Bill said nothing. "Okay," Ben nodded. "She's right. We swore." Eddie?" Eddie smiled wanly. "I guess I get another piggerback down that ladder, huh? If the ladder's still there. No one throwing rocks this time, though," Beverly said. "They're dead. All 3 of them." "Do we do it now, Bill?" Richie asked. "Yes," Bill said. "I think this is the time." "Can I say something?" Ben asked abruptly. Bill looked at him and grinned a little. "Any time." "You guys are still the best friends I ever had," Ben said. "No matter how this turns out, I just, wanted to tell you that." He looked around at them, and they looked solemnly back at him. "I'm glad I remembered you," he added. Richie snorted. Beverly giggled. Then they were all laughing, looking at each other in the old way, in spite of the fact that Mike was in the hospital, perhaps dying or already dead, in spite of the fact that Eddie's arm was broken, again, in spite of the fact that it was the deepest ditch of the morning. "Haystack, you have such a way with words," Richie said, laughing and wiping his eyes. "He should have been the writer, Big Bill." Still smiling a little, Bill said, "And on that note..." 5. They took Eddie's borrowed limo. Richie drove. The ground fog was thicker now, drifting through the streets like cigarette smoke, not quite reaching the hooded street lamps. The stars overhead were bright chips of ice, spring stars. But by cocking his head to the half-open window on the passenger side, Bill thought he could hear summer thunder in the distance. Rain was being ordered up somewhere over the horizon. Richie turned on the radio, and there was Gene Vincent singing Bebop-A-Lula. He hit one of the other buttons and got Buddy Holly. A third punch brought Eddie Cochran singing Summertime Blues. "I'd like to help you, son, but you're too young to vote," a deep voice said. "Turn it off, Richie." Beverly said softly. He reached for it, and then his hand froze.
Stay tuned for more of the Richie Tozier All Dead Rock Show!
The clown's laughing, screaming voice cried over the finger pops and guitar chops of the Eddie Cochran tune.
Don't touch that dial! Keep it tuned to the rock pile. They're gone from the charts, but not from our hearts. And you keep coming. Come right along. Come on, everybody. We play all the hits down here. All the hits. And if you don't believe me, just listen to this morning's Graveyard Shift guest DJ, Georgie Denbrough. Tell him, Georgie.
And suddenly, Bill's brother was wailing out of the radio.
You sent me out, and it killed me. I thought it was in the cellar, Big Bill. I thought it was in the cellar, but it was in the drain. It was in the drain, and it killed me. You let it kill me, Big Bill. You let it.
Richie snapped the radio off so hard the knob spun away and hit the floor mat. Rock and roll in the sticks really sucks, he said. His voice was not quite steady. Bev's right. We'll leave it off. What do you say? No one replied. Bill's face was pale and still and thoughtful under the glow of the passing street lamps, and when the thunder muttered again in the west, they all heard it. 6. In the Barrens. Same old bridge. Richie parked beside it. They got out and moved to the railing, same old railing, and looked down. Same old Barrens. It seemed untouched by the last 27 years. To Bill, the turnpike overpass, which was the only new feature, looked unreal, something as ephemeral as a matte painting or a rear screen projection effect in a movie. Cruddy little trees and scrub bushes glimmered in the twining fog, and Bill thought, I guess this is what we mean when we talk about the persistence of memory, this or something like this, something you see at the right time and from the right angle, image that kicks off emotion like a jet engine. You see it so clear that all the things which happened in between are gone. If desire is what closes the circle between world and want, then the circle has closed. Come on, he said, and climbed over the railing. They followed him down the embankment in a scatter of scree and pebbles. When they reached the bottom, Bill checked automatically for Silver, and then laughed at himself. Silver was leaning against the wall of Mike's garage. It seemed Silver had no part to play in this at all, although that was strange, after the way it had turned up. Take us there, Bill told Ben. Ben looked at him, and Bill read the thought in his eyes. It's been 27 years, Bill. Dream on. And then he nodded and headed into the undergrowth. The path, their path, had long since grown over, and they had to force themselves through tangles of thorn bushes, prickers, and wild hydrangea so fragrant it was cloying. Crickets sang somnolently all around them, and a few lightning bugs, early arrivals at summer's luscious party, poked at the dark. Bill supposed kids still played down here, but they had made their own runs in secret ways. They came to the clearing where the clubhouse had been, but now there was no clearing here at all. Bushes and lackluster scrub pines had reclaimed it all. Look, Ben whispered, and crossed the clearing. In their memories it was still here, simply overlaid with another of those matte paintings. He yanked at something. It was the mahogany door they had found on the edge of the dump, the one they had used to finish off the clubhouse roof. It had been cast aside here, and looked as if it hadn't been touched in a dozen years or more. Creepers were firmly entrenched across its dirty surface. Leave it alone, Haystack, Richie murmured. It's old. Take us there, Ben, Bill repeated from behind them. So they went down to the Kunduskig following him, bearing left away from the clearing that didn't exist anymore. The sound of running water grew steadily louder, but they still almost fell into the Kunduskig before any of them saw it. The foliage had grown up in a tangled wall on the edge of the embankment. The edge broke off under the heels of Ben's cowboy boots, and Bill yanked him back by the scruff of the neck. Thanks, Ben said. De nada. In the old days, you would have pulled me in after you. Down this way. Ben nodded and led them along the overgrown bank, fighting through the tangles of bushes and brambles, thinking how much easier this was when you were only 4'5" and able to go under most tangles, those in your mind as well as those in your path, he supposed, in one nonchalant duck. Well, everything changed. Our lesson for today, boys and girls, is the more things change, the more things change. Whoever said the more things change, the more things stay the same was obviously suffering severe mental retardation, because his foot hooked under something and he fell over with a thud, nearly striking his head on the pumping station's concrete cylinder. It was almost completely buried in a wallow of blackberry bushes. As he got to his feet again, he realized that his face and arms and hands had been striped by blackberry thorns in 24 places. "Make that 36," he said, feeling thin blood running down his cheeks. "What?" Eddie asked. Nothing. He bent down to see what he had tripped over. A root, probably. But it wasn't a root. It was the iron manhole cover. Someone had pushed it off. Of course, Ben thought. We did. 27 years ago. But he realized that was crazy even before he saw fresh metal twinkling through the rust in parallel scrape marks. The pump hadn't been working that day. Sooner or later, someone would have come down to fix it, and would have replaced the cover in the bargain. He stood up, and the 5 of them gathered around the cylinder and looked in. They could hear the faint sound of dripping water, that was all. Richie had brought all the matches from Eddie's room. Now he lit an entire book of them and tossed it in. For a moment they could see the cylinder's damp inner sleeve and the silent bulk of the pumping machinery, that was all. "Could have been off for a long time," Richie said uneasily. "Didn't necessarily have to happen to—" "It's happened fairly recently," Ben said. "Since the last rain, anyway." He took another book of matches from Richie, lit one, and pointed out the fresh scratches. "There's something under it," Bill said as Ben shook out the match. "What?" Ben asked. Couldn't tell. Looked like a strap. You and Richie helped me turn it over." They grabbed the cover and flipped it like a giant coin. This time Beverly lit the match and Ben cautiously picked up the purse, which had been under the manhole cover. He held it up by the strap. Beverly started to shake out the match, and then looked at Bill's face. She froze until the flame touched the end of her fingers, and then dropped it with a little gasp. "Bill, what is it? What's wrong?" Bill's eyes felt too heavy. They couldn't leave that scuffed leather bag with its long leather strap. Suddenly, he could remember the name of the song which had been playing on the radio in the back room of the leather goods shop when he had bought it for her. Sausalito Summer Nights. It was the surpassing weirdism. All the spit was gone out of his mouth, leaving his tongue and inner cheeks as smooth and dry as chrome. He could hear the crickets and see the lightning bugs and smell big green dark growing out of control all around him, and he thought, "It's another trick, another illusion. She's in England, and this is just a cheap shot because it's scared. Oh, yes, it's maybe not as sure as it was when it called us all back. And really, Bill, get serious. How many scuffed leather purses with long straps do you think there are in the world? 1 million? 10 million? Probably more. But only one like this. He had bought it for Audra in a Burbank leather goods store while Sausalito Summer Nights played on the radio in the back room. "Bill," Beverly's hand on his shoulder, shaking him. Far away. 27 leagues under the sea. What was the name of the group that sang Sausalito Summer Nights? Richie would know. "I know," Bill said calmly into Richie's scared, wide-eyed face and smiled. "It was Diesel. How's that for total recall?" "Bill, what's wrong?" Richie whispered. Bill screamed. He snatched the matches out of Beverly's hand, lit one, and then yanked the purse away from Ben. "Bill, Jesus, what?" He unzipped the purse and turned it over. What fell out was so much Audra that for a moment he was too unmanned to scream again. Amid the Kleenex, sticks of chewing gum, and items of makeup, he saw a tin of Altoid mints and the jeweled compact Freddie Firestone had given her when she signed for attic room. "My wife's down there," he said, and fell on his knees and began pushing her things back into the purse. He brushed hair that no longer existed out of his eyes without even thinking about it.
Your wife? Audra?
Beverly's face was shocked, her eyes huge. Her purse. Her things. Jesus, Bill, Richie muttered. That can't be. You know that he had found her alligator wallet. He opened it and held it up. Richie lit another match and was looking at a face he had seen in half a dozen movies. The picture on Audra's California driver's license was less glamorous, but completely conclusive. But Henry's dead, and Victor and Belch. So who's got her? He stood up, staring around at them with febrile intensity. Who's got her? Ben put a hand on Bill's shoulder. I guess we better go down and find out, huh? Bill looked around at him, as if unsure of who Ben might be, and then his eyes cleared. Yeah, he said. Eddie? Bill, I'm sorry. Can you climb on? I did once. Bill bent over, and Eddie hooked his right arm around Bill's neck. Ben and Richie boosted him up until he could hook his legs around Bill's midsection. As Bill swung one leg clumsily over the lip of the cylinder, Ben saw that Eddie's eyes were tightly shut, and for a moment he thought he heard the world's ugliest cavalry charge bashing its way through the bushes. He turned, expecting to see the three of them come out of the fog and the brambles, but all he had heard was the rising breeze rattling the bamboo a quarter of a mile or so from here. Their old enemies were all gone now. Bill gripped the rough concrete lip of the cylinder and felt his way down step by step and rung by rung. Eddie had him in a death grip, and Bill could barely breathe. Her purse. Dear God, how did her purse get here? Doesn't matter. But if you're there, God, and if you're taking requests, let her be all right. Don't let her suffer for what Bev and I did tonight, or for what I did one summer when I was a boy. And was it the clown? Was it Bob Gray who got her? If it was, I don't know if even God can help her. I'm scared, Bill, Eddie said in a thin voice. Bill's foot touched cold, standing water. He lowered himself into it, remembering the feel and the dank smell, remembering the claustrophobic way this place had made him feel, and, just by the way, what had happened to them? How had they fared down in these drains and tunnels? Where exactly had they gone, and how exactly had they gotten out again? He still couldn't remember any of that. All he could think of was Audra. I am, too. He half-squatted, wincing as the cold water ran into his pants and over his balls, and let Eddie off. They stood shin-deep in the water and watched the others descend the ladder. Chapter 21. Under the City. 1. It. August 1958. Something new had happened. For the first time in forever, something new. Before the universe, there had been only two things. One was itself, and the other was the turtle. The turtle was a stupid old thing that never came out of its shell. It thought that maybe the turtle was dead, had been dead for the last billion years or so. Even if it wasn't, it was still a stupid old thing, and even if the turtle had vomited the universe out whole, that didn't change the fact of its stupidity. It had come here long after the turtle withdrew into its shell, here to Earth, and it had discovered a depth of imagination here that was almost new, almost of concern. This quality of imagination made the food very rich. Its teeth rent flesh, gone stiff with exotic terrors and voluptuous fears. They dreamed of night beasts and moving muds. Against their will they contemplated endless gulfs. Upon this rich food it existed in a simple cycle of waking to eat and sleeping to dream. It had created a place in its own image, and it looked upon this place with favor from the deadlights which were its eyes. Derry was its killing pen, the people of Derry its sheep. Things had gone on. Then. These children. Something new. For the first time in forever. When it had burst up into the house on Neibolt Street, meaning to kill them all, vaguely uneasy that it had not been able to do so already, and surely that unease had been the first new thing, something had happened which was totally unexpected, utterly unthought of, and there had been pain. Pain. Great, roaring pain, all through the shape it had taken, and for one moment there had also been fear. Because the only thing it had in common with the stupid old turtle and the cosmology of the macroverse outside the puny egg of this universe was just this. All living things must abide by the laws of the shape they inhabit. For the first time it realized that perhaps its ability to change its shapes might work against it as well as for it. There had never been pain before. There had never been fear before, and for a moment it had thought it might die. Oh! Its head had been filled with a great white silver pain, and it had roared and mewled and bellowed, and somehow the children had escaped. But now they were coming. They had entered its domain under the city, 7 foolish children blundering through the darkness without lights or weapons. It would kill them now, surely. It had made a great self-discovery. It did not want change or surprise. It did not want new things ever. It wanted only to eat and sleep and dream and eat again. Following the pain and that brief bright fear, another new emotion had arisen, as all genuine emotions were new to it, although it was a great mocker of emotions. Anger. It would kill the children because they had, by some amazing accident, hurt it. But it would make them suffer first, because for one brief moment they had made it fear them. "Come to me, then," it thought, listening to their approach. "Come to me, children, and see how we float down here, how we all float." And yet, there was a thought that insinuated itself no matter how strongly. It tried to push the thought away. It was simply this: if all things flowed from it, as they surely had done since the turtle sicked up the universe and then fainted inside its shell, how could any creature of this or any other world fool it or hurt it, no matter how briefly or triflingly? How was that possible? And so a last new thing had come to it. This, not an emotion, but a cold speculation. Suppose it had not been alone, as it had always believed. Suppose there was another. And suppose further that these children were agents of that other. Suppose. It began to tremble. Hate was new. Hurt was new. Being crossed in its purpose was new. But the most terrible new thing was this fear. Not fear of the children, that had passed, but the fear of not being alone. No. There was no other. Surely there was not. Perhaps because they were children, their imaginations had a certain raw power it had briefly underestimated. But now that they were coming, it would let them come. They would come, and it would cast them one by one into the macroverse, into the deadlights of its eyes. Yes. When they got here, it would cast them, shrieking and insane, into the deadlights. 2. In the tunnels, 2:15 p.m. Bev and Richie had maybe 10 matches between them, but Bill wouldn't let them use them. For the time being, at least. There was still dim light in the drain. Not much, but he could make out the next 4 feet in front of him, and as long as he could keep doing that, they would save the matches. He supposed the little light they were getting must be coming from vents and curbings over their heads, maybe even from the circular vents and manhole covers. It seemed surpassingly strange to think they were under the city, but of course by now they must be. The water was deeper now. 3 times dead animals had floated past, a rat, a kitten, a bloated, shiny thing that might have been a woodchuck. He heard one of the others mutter disgustedly as that baby cruised by. The water they were crawling through was relatively placid, but all that was going to come to an end fairly soon. There was a steady, hollow roaring not too far up ahead. It grew louder, rising to a one-note roar. The drain elbowed to the right. They made the turn, and here were 3 pipes spewing water into their pipe. They were lined up vertically like the lenses on a traffic light. The drain dead-ended here. The light was marginally brighter. Bill looked up and saw they were in a square, stone-faced shaft about 15 feet high. There was a sewer grating up there, and water was sloshing down on them in buckets. It was like being in a primitive shower. Bill surveyed the 3 pipes helplessly. The top one was venting water which was almost clear, although there were leaves and sticks and bits of trash in it, cigarette butts, chewing gum wrappers, things like that. The middle pipe was venting gray water, and from the lowest one came a grayish-brown flood of lumpy sewage. Eddie! Eddie floundered up beside him. His hair was plastered to his head. His cast was a soaking, drippy mess. Which one? If you wanted to know how to build something, you asked Ben. If you wanted to know which way to go, you asked Eddie. They didn't talk about this, but they all knew it. If you were in a strange neighborhood and wanted to get back to a place you knew, Eddie could get you there, making lefts and rights with undiminished confidence until you were reduced simply to following him and hoping that things would turn out right, which they always seemed to do. Bill told Richie once that when he and Eddie first began to play in the Barrens, he, Bill, was constantly afraid of getting lost. Eddie had no such fears, and he always brought the 2 of them out right where he said he was going to. If I got lost in the Haynesville woods and Eddie was with me, I wouldn't worry a bit, Bill told Richie. He just knows. My dad says some people, it's like they got a compass in their heads. Eddie's like that. I can't hear you, Eddie shouted. I said, which one? Which one what? Eddie had his aspirator clutched in his good hand, and Bill thought he actually looked more like a drowned muskrat than a kid. Which one do we take? Well, it all depends on where we want to go, Eddie said, and Bill could have cheerfully throttled him, even though the question made perfect sense. Eddie was looking dubiously at the 3 pipes. They could fit into all of them, but the bottom one looked pretty snug. Bill motioned the others to move up into a circle. Where the fuck is it? He asked them. Middle of town, Richie said promptly. Right under the middle of town, near the canal. Beverly was nodding. So was Ben. So was Stan. Mike? Yes, he said. That's where it is, near the canal, or under it. Bill looked back at Eddie. Which one? Eddie pointed reluctantly at the lower pipe, and although Bill's heart sank, he wasn't at all surprised. That one. Oh, gross, Stan said unhappily. That's a shit pipe. We don't... Mike began, and then broke off. He cocked his head in a listening gesture. His eyes were alarmed. What? Bill began, and Mike put a finger across his lips in a shh gesture. Now Bill could hear it too. Splashing sounds, approaching, grunts and muffled words. Henry still hadn't given up. Quick, Ben said. Let's go! Stan looked back the way they had come. Then he looked at the lowest of the 3 pipes. He pressed his lips tightly together and nodded. Let's go, he said. Shit washes off. Stan the man gets off a good one, Richie cried. Wacka wacka whack. Richie, will you shut up? Beverly hissed at him. Bill led them to the pipe, grimacing at the smell, and crawled in. The smell. It was sewage. It was shit. But there was another smell here, too, wasn't there? A lower, more vital smell. If an animal's grunt could have a smell, and Bill supposed if the animal in question had been eating the right things it could, it would be like this undersmell. We're headed in the right direction, all right. It's been here, and it's been here a lot. By the time they had gone 20 feet, the air had grown rancid and poisonous. He squished slowly along, moving through stuff that wasn't mud. He looked back over his shoulder and said, "You follow right behind me, Eddie. I'll need you." The light faded to the faintest gray, held that way briefly, and then it was gone. And they were out of the blue and into the black. Bill shuffled forward through the stink, feeling that he was almost cutting through it physically. One hand held out before him, part of him expecting that at any moment it would encounter rough hair and green lamp-like eyes would open in the darkness. The end would come in one hot flare of pain as it walloped his head off his shoulders. The dark was stuffed with sounds, all of them magnified and echoing. He could hear his friends shuffling along behind him, sometimes muttering something. There were gurglings and strange clanking groans. Once a flood of sickeningly warm water washed past and between his legs, wetting him to the thighs and rocking him back on his heels. He felt Eddie clutch frantically at the back of his shirt, and then the small flood slackened. From the end of the line, Richie bellowed with sorry good humor, "I think we just been pissed on by the Jolly Green Giant, Bill!" Bill could hear water or sewage running in controlled bursts through the network of smaller pipes, which now must be over their heads. He remembered the conversation about Derry's sewers with his father, and thought he knew what this pipe must be. It was to handle the overflow that only occurred during heavy rains and during the flood season. The stuff up there would be leaving Derry to be dumped in Terrault Stream and the Penobscot River. The city didn't like to pump its shit into the Kenduskeag because it made the canal stink. But all the so-called grey water went into the Kenduskeag, and if there was too much for the regular sewer pipes to handle, there would be a dump-off, like the one that had just happened. If there had been one, there could be another. He glanced up uneasily, not able to see anything, but knowing that there must be grates in the top arch of the pipe, possibly in the sides as well, and that any moment there might be... He wasn't aware he'd reached the end of the pipe, until he fell out of it and staggered forward, pinwheeling his arms in a helpless effort to keep his balance. He fell on his belly into a semi-solid mass about 2 feet below the mouth of the pipe he just tumbled out of. Something ran squeaking over his hand. He screamed and sat up, clutching his tingling hand to his chest, aware that a rat had just run over it. He had felt the loathsome plated drag of the thing's hairless tail. He tried to stand up and rapped his head on the new pipe's low ceiling. It was a hard hit, and Bill was driven back to his knees with large red flowers exploding in the darkness before his eyes. "Be careful!" he heard himself shouting. His words echoed flatly. "It drops off here! Eddie, where are you? Here?" One of Eddie's waving hands brushed Bill's nose. "Help me out, Bill. I can't see. It's..." There was a huge, watering kershwash. Beverly, Mike, and Richie all screamed in unison, in the daylight. The almost perfect harmony the three of them made would have been funny. Down here in the dark, in the sewers, it was terrifying. Suddenly all of them were tumbling out. Bill clutched Eddie in a bear hug, trying to save his arm. "Oh, Christ! I thought I was going to drown," Richie moaned. "We got doused, oh boy! A shit shower, oh great! You ought to have a class trip down here sometime, Bill. We could get Mr. Carson to lead it, and Miss Jimison could give a health lecture afterward," Ben said in a trembling voice, and they all laughed shrilly. As the laughter was tapering off, Stan suddenly burst into miserable tears. "Don't, man," Richie said, putting a fumbling arm around Stan's sticky shoulders. "You'll get us all crying, man." "I'm all right," Stan said loudly, still crying. "I can stand to be scared, but I hate being dirty like this. I hate not knowing where I am." Do you think any of the matches are still any good?" Bill asked Richie. "I gave mine to Bev." Bill felt a hand touch his in the darkness and press a folder of matches into it. They felt dry. "I kept them in my armpit," she said. "They might work. You can try them anyway." Bill tore a match out of the folder and struck it. It popped alight, and he held it up. His friends were huddled together, wincing at the brief, bright flare of light. They were splashed and daubed with ordure, and they all looked very young and very afraid. Behind them he could see the sewer pipe they had come out of. The pipe they were in now was smaller still. It ran straight in both directions, its floor caked with layers of filthy sediment. And he drew in a quick hiss and shook the match out as it burned his fingers. He listened and heard the sounds of fast-running water, dripping water, the occasional gushing roar as the overflow valves worked, sending more sewage into the Kunduskig, which was now God only knew how far behind them. He didn't hear Henry and the others. Yet. He said quietly, "There's a dead body on my right. About 10 feet away from us. I think it might be Patrick?" Beverly asked, her voice trembling on the edge of hysteria. "Is it Patrick Hochstetter?" "Yes." "Do you want me to light another match?" Eddie said. "You got to, Bill. If I don't see how the pipe runs, I don't know which way to go." Bill lit the match. In its glow, they all saw the green, swelled thing that had been Patrick Hochstetter. The corpse grinned at them in the dark with horrid chumminess, but with only half a face. Sewer rats had taken the rest. Patrick's summer school books were scattered around him, bloated to the size of dictionaries in the damp. "Christ," Mike said hoarsely, his eyes wide. "I hear them again," Beverly said. "Henry and the others." The acoustics must have carried her voice to them as well. Henry bellowed down the sewer pipe, and for a moment it was as if he was standing right there. "We'll get you! You come on right ahead!" Richie shouted. His eyes were bright, dancing, febrile. "Keep coming, Banana Heels! This is just like the YMCA swimming pool down here! Keep—" Then a shriek of such mad fear and pain came through the pipe that the guttering match fell from Bill's fingers and went out. Eddie's arm had curled around him, and Bill hugged Eddie back, feeling his body trembling like a wire as Stan Uris packed close to him on the other side. That shriek rose and rose, and then there was an obscene, thick, flapping noise, and the shriek was cut off. "Something got one of them," Mike choked, horrified in the darkness. "Something. Some monster. Bill, we gotta get out of here. Please." Bill could hear whoever was left, one or two. With the acoustics, it was impossible to tell, stumbling and scrabbling through the sewer pipe toward them. "Which way, Eddie?" he asked urgently. "Do you know?" "Toward the canal?" Eddie asked, shaking in Bill's arms. "Yes, to the right. Past Patrick, or over him." Eddie's voice suddenly hardened. "I don't care that much. He was one of the ones that broke my arm, spit in my face, too." "Let's go," Bill said, looking back at the sewer pipe they had just quitted. "Single line. Keep in touch on each other like before." He groped forward, dragging his right shoulder along the slimy porcelain surface of the pipe, gritting his teeth, not wanting to step on Patrick or into him. So they crawled farther into the darkness while waters rushed around them, and while, outside, the storm walked and talked and brought an early darkness to Derry, a darkness that screamed with wind and stuttered with electric fire and racketed with falling trees that sounded like the death cries of huge, prehistoric creatures. 3. It. May 1985. Now they were coming again. And while everything had gone much as it had foreseen, something it had not foreseen had returned. That maddening, galling fear. That sense of another. It hated the fear, would have turned on it and eaten it if it could have. But the fear danced mockingly out of reach, and it could only kill the fear by killing them. Surely there was no need for such fear. They were older now, and their number had been reduced from 7 to 5. 5 was a number of power, but it did not have the mystical, talismanic quality of 7. It was true that its dog's body hadn't been able to kill the librarian, but the librarian would die in the hospital. Later, just before dawn touched the sky, it would send a male nurse with a bad pill habit to finish the librarian once and for all. The writer's woman was now with it, alive, yet not alive. Her mind had been utterly destroyed by her first sight of it as it really was, with all of its little masks and glamours thrown aside, and all of the glamours were only mirrors, of course, throwing back at the terrified viewer the worst thing in his or her own mind, heliographing images as a mirror may bounce a reflection of the sun into a wide, unsuspecting eye and stun it to blindness. Now the mind of the writer's wife was with it, in it, beyond the end of the macroverse, in the darkness beyond the turtle, in the outlands, beyond all lands. She was in its eye. She was in its mind. She was in the deadlights. Oh, but the glamours were amusing. Hamlin, for instance. He would not remember, not consciously, but his mother could have told him where the bird he had seen at the ironworks came from. When he was a baby only 6 months old, his mother had left him sleeping in his cradle in the side yard, while she went around back to hang sheets and diapers on the line. His screams had brought her on the run. A large crow had lighted on the edge of the carriage and was pecking at baby Mikey, like an evil creature in a nursery tale. He had been screaming in pain and terror, unable to drive away the crow which had sensed weak prey. She had struck the bird with her fist and driven it off, seen that it had brought blood in 2 or 3 places on baby Mikey's arms, and taken him to Dr. Stillwagon for a tetanus shot. A part of Mike had remembered that always.